I am obviously a scum, but I read books 24 hours a day. Even if my cultivation regresses, I am not willing to put the book down. Even the eunuchs in the palace were advising me, saying that as the third prince I couldn't waste my cultivation, or else I would be compared to other princes. But I remained unmoved, still only reading books and not cultivating every day. However, suddenly one day bad news came. Due to the fact that my Dayan dynasty was defeated by an enemy country, they said that they wanted me to be a hostage. And they also said that I was the prince with the most outstanding natural talent. But I'm a wastrel who can't cultivate. Who the hell is setting me up? And as a traveler, the fact that I can become stronger by reading books is something only I know. So what the hell is going on here? I didn't expect to learn a shocking truth until I went to the enemy country. In fact, when I learned that I was going to the enemy country as a hostage, I was not sad but happy. Because I was born to the emperor's drunkenness and promiscuity with a palace maid, I was not well received in the palace, and my mother was secretly executed when I was 5. The emperor thought I didn't know, but he didn't know that I had traveled across the world and had the mind of an adult, and kept all of this in my heart, so I don't have much of a sense of belonging to Dayan. Just then, a voice interrupted my thoughts. Third prince, we've arrived at the Grand Xian dynasty. It's thanks to you that my great Yan is able to take a breather. The man who brought me to the Grand Xian dynasty was the emperor's beloved. His mouth was tinged with a smile, and in his heart, he admired Great Yan's imperial lord's scheming, using a waste of an imperial prince to trick the Great Xian, and using this to exchange for time to recuperate. This was simply a brilliant plan. Third prince, good luck. I hope we still have the chance to meet. The middle-aged man laughed out loud, his face unable to see any semblance of sadness. I did not reply back, still reading quietly. The man wasn't surprised about my habits. These 3 imperial princes don't know when they caught this strange problem of reading books. Not only does he eat and read, go out and read, even above the courtroom he also reads. In short, he was reading all the time, as if there was some kind of supreme beauty in the books. The books within the Great Yen Palace were all read by him. The key to what he was reading wasn't martial arts techniques or anything like that, but ordinary books. The middle-aged man shook his head then turned to leave. After he left, I closed the book and then gave a small smile. The fury in my body was much less, but to completely eliminate it, I still need to read more books. In fact, I wasn't a waste in the emperor's mind that was difficult to cultivate, nor was I an ordinary person with no power in my hands. On the contrary, my cultivation had already crossed into the peak of the Qi condensation realm. You know, in the entire Great Yen dynasty, at the age of 17 to be able to reach the Qi condensation realm is a proper absolute genius. It's just that my cultivation method is a bit special, and I don't rely on the regular absorption of aura to cultivate, but rather rely on devouring, because I unintentionally obtained a heavenly evil sword. This sword is a legendary innate Taoist weapon, rumored to be condensed from chaotic Qi and fury Qi, possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Every time this sword came out, it would surely devastate the world, as it would cause endless killings. The successive heavenly evil swordmasters had all ended up in a killing frenzy. Therefore, anyone holding this sword would be regarded as an evil demon by the people of the world. But even so, as long as this sword is out of the world it will attract people to grab it. Though all the sword masters ended up in a bad way, they were all unrivaled in their cultivation, and I know this very well, because I originally had mediocre qualifications, but since I recognized the heavenly evil sword half a year ago, every time I devoured blood Qi, I received feedback from the heavenly evil sword. It was this feedback that allowed my cultivation to rapidly increase. In less than half a year, it allowed me to cross over from the Qi practicing realm to the peak of the Qi condensation realm. Only the side effects were also obvious. For every point of refinement in my cultivation, there would be one more point of fury Qi in my body. These baneful Qi continuously eroded my body and affected my sanity. At this point, I realized why all the previous sword masters had fallen into insanity. It was clearly because too much of the baneful Qi had accumulated and affected my mind, eventually turning me into a merciless killing machine. At first, I was also worried about this problem. And during that time I also kept searching for many ways to resolve my aura, but all of them ended in failure. As a result, when I was reading through the ancient books, I realized that I had a little less aura. Since then I have been experimenting, and finally confirmed that reading books can actually eliminate the aura in my body. So I have been reading books every day since then. However, I realized that the books I had read had no effect the second time I read them, so I could only keep looking for new books to read. In the past half year, I have read almost all the books in the palace. Just when I was agonizing over how to find a new book to read, I didn't expect to be sent to the Grand Xian dynasty as a hostage. At this moment a voice once again interrupted my thoughts. You are the third prince of Great Yen, right? Since you've arrived, come in. I raised my eyes and looked. It was a middle-aged man that I didn't recognize. I silently followed him into the courtyard. but just as I came in I frowned and asked suspiciously, "This big brother, are you taking me to the wrong place? The courtyard in front of me has a beautiful environment and is luxuriously decorated. Not much different from a palace. Which hostage can live in a house like this?" The man said without a trace of humor. "If you ask me, who do I ask?" He himself was surprised as to why the higher-ups had arranged this courtyard for him. This was the place where the Grand Princess originally lived. I immediately frowned, always feeling that something didn't seem quite right. At this moment, Chen Fan instructed, "Please also ask the third prince to stay here honestly and not do anything to make things difficult for us." I nodded and then said, "I have a request. I wonder if this big brother can help me get some books." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, looking like he saw through me. "What's so good about books? Don't be embarrassed, third prince. Although you are a hostage, there are some things that we don't restrict too leniently. You may as well bring it up." I instantly asked with a puzzled look on my face. "I don't get what you mean." I have to make it so clear. I know that you princes have a high status and position, so naturally you can't avoid some lust. Feel free to mention it. I promise to send you a woman every month, month after month." Chen Fan looked like he knew what he was talking about, which left me a bit speechless. "I really want to read a book. I'm sorry, you'd better move some books for me." Chen Fan, however, said with some impatience, Hey, don't pretend. I'll send you the woman tomorrow, but I have to ask for instructions from the higher-ups." "Alright, I should go back and resume my orders." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he walked towards the door thoughtfully, muttering as he walked, "It's not easy to find the ones who know what they're talking about. Those at Tianxianlu are again selling their art but not their bodies. This prince's preferences are really unusual." At this time, Chen Fan was also helpless because the higher-ups had commanded to not only give this enemy country's third prince such a good living environment, but also specifically commanded to try to fulfill his requirements. Only after he left did Su Chen begin to carefully survey his surroundings. All the grass and trees in the courtyard were carefully trimmed, and it seemed that they had been taken care of all year round. Entering the room, a light scent hit her, and the room's decor was on the feminine side. This would have been a woman's residence before. Su Chen was pondering. Until now, he still hadn't figured out the intentions of the Grand Xian dynasty. He himself was just a hostage. That's a bit much treatment, isn't it? It's not like they're here to be hostages. It's like they're here to have fun. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and in a corner of the room, he saw a row of neatly stacked books that looked like they numbered in the dozens. That's a relief. The fury in his body was growing all the time. And of course, so was his strength. And if he didn't read the book to suppress it, sooner or later, his sanity would be affected by the fury and he would turn into a merciless killing machine. Nothing today? Read and write. Su Chen was not a person who liked to read, but under more than half a year of intense reading, he gradually liked this feeling. After reading, he will also writing. The previous life of the word crooked and unattractive, but now it is a breath of fresh air. Running water, the key is that the word is also beautiful. There is a patriarchal style. As the saying goes, there is a golden house in a book. Whether there were any of these or not he wasn't sure, but what he was sure of was that reading could suppress the fury. Chapter 3 Women in and around the palace. On the edge of the Grand Xian dynasty, in a small village in a remote place, a woman in an ink-colored dress carried a pitch-black, 3-foot-long sword and skillfully thrust it into the body of a man on the ground. A burst of blood chi then gushed out from the man's body, filling the sword and finally being sucked into it. In less than a moment, the man's body became a pile of white bones. Instead, the aura emanating from that sword was a few degrees stronger. Not far away, the ordinary villagers who saw the scene were scared out of their wits, their faces horrified. Those hands holding various tools were shaking violently. Devil! Demons! They had never seen such a scene before, and for a moment they were somewhat incoherent with fear. "Father, that sister is not a devil. She saved us." A childish voice suddenly rang out, but it was a child who looked at the crowd with a puzzled face. "Missy, don't talk nonsense." A woman hurriedly covered the child's mouth, fearing that he might cause some trouble. How could they not realize that the woman in front of them had saved them? The one who died under the woman's hands was a group of bandits in this neighborhood, who had been burning and looting the surrounding villages for years, and countless innocent villagers and weak cultivators passing by had died at their hands. But the woman's tactics would frighten anyone who saw them. Just as they were incomparably tense, the woman only slightly glanced at them and left with her sword, quickly disappearing. That's when they realized that the woman really wasn't going to hurt them, although the means are a bit cruel. But the kill is a person who is full of evil. Despite their fear, they knelt down together and paid their respects in the direction the woman had left. Meanwhile, Su Chen, who was far away within the great Xian imperial capital, was frowning. The fury chi in his body that had just dissipated a bit had a little more, and his cultivation had been refined by 1 point. How much reading will it take at this rate? His concern is what happens when there are no books to read at the end of the day. I didn't realize that I, a school dropout, was worried about running out of books. Su Chen laughed to himself. After shaking his head, he took out a pen and paper and began to write calligraphy. On the other hand, within a large hall of the Grand Xian Imperial Palace, a middle-aged man wearing a yellow dragon robe and sitting in a dragon chair looked at a young girl below and frowned as he asked, "Schwerer, is this third prince of Great Yin really as you said, with a higher natural talent than their second prince?" The young girl's face was fair, with a natural nobility between her eyebrows, and her eyes were as dark and deep as the stars of the dark night. Under the light lifting of the curtains, there is a kind of spiritual beauty that looks forward to the flight of the gods. Her skin was as delicate as condensed fat, translucent with a faint peach color, like a budding peony, and her delicate lips carried a faint cherry red. The end is an absolute beauty. Xian Yingxue slightly saluted. Her red lips gently opened. Her voice was permeated with a faint girl-like unique magnetism, incomparably melodious. Reporting back to father. Although I can't be completely sure, Schwerer's intuition is usually not wrong. Oh, so there's something else going on in there? The man wondered, as if talking to himself. 2 years ago, despite the danger, you insisted on concealing your identity to travel to the Great Yin dynasty to secretly spy on the news. And you also told me that the second prince of the Great Yin dynasty had extremely high natural talent, and that he was feared to be a great danger. And at that time, I began to repeatedly send out troops against the Great Yin dynasty. But half a year ago, you suddenly changed your tune, saying that the third prince had amazing talent and was at odds with the Great Yin Imperial Lord, and had even less of a sense of belonging to Great Yin. But the reason for this you didn't say anything to me. The Great Yin Imperial Lord had always thought that his own means were unnoticed, and De Xian had always thought that the waste third prince was the genius, and he didn't know how happy he was in his heart after preserving the genius and sending out a waste. Unbeknownst to him, the Grand Xian Imperial Lord had known about the extremely high natural talent of the second prince of Great Yin 2 years ago. Originally, the troops were also sent so that the second prince could come as a hostage, but later on, Xian Yingshue's words changed his mind and tricked the third prince Su Chen. Xian Qianming's favorite is this eldest daughter of his. Not only is her natural talent outstanding, but she is also exceptionally intelligent, and that's why it's so obedient to her. According to the Snow Child knows, the Big Yin third prince Su Dust is the Big Yin Imperial Lord drunk and disorderly with a courtesan born, and later that courtesan was killed by it, because of a variety of reasons. The Big Yin Imperial Lord also did not care about the Su Dust, almost as the state of the free range. A variety of factors pile up, resulting in Su Dust not only to the Big Yin Imperial Lord has no affinity, but also to its hate to the bone. Because that guy Su Wu killed his mother? Xian Qianming was puzzled. This is just one of the reasons, Xian Yingxue said, and he isn't as simple as he appears to be. In any case, to be able to have the opportunity to recruit him, if it works out, it will only be beneficial to my great Xian. In that case, then I will trust you. As for the matter of how to make it loyal to my great Xian, I will have to trouble you more. Xian Qianming did not go any deeper. Since this intelligent daughter of his finds it useful, it is useful. Schwer will live up to her father's expectations. Xian Yingxue once again saluted and exited the great hall, leaving Xian Qianming alone. He looked at the jade slip in his hand with a strange expression. Su Chuan, the third prince of Dian. Since his childhood, his natural talent was ordinary. Half a year ago, he became obsessed with reading, and in the past half a year, there were 30% fewer bandits in Dian territory. Interesting. If it's really as Schwer said, it's a genius and can be the best for me to use for De Xian. If not, then there is no need to keep it. Outside the Grand Xian Imperial Palace, Xian Yingshue's ice-cold face suddenly revealed a hint of a smile, and if anyone saw her complexion at this moment, they would definitely be surprised and unable to close their mouths. The great princess, who had always been as cold as frost, unexpectedly revealed a bright smile. Su Dust, a month has passed. You have finally arrived at the Grand Xian Imperial capital. I wonder if you still remember me as a maid of honor? Xian Yingxue looked relaxed, the corners of her mouth curving up into a large arc. I can't help but be overjoyed at the thought of that figure. Until now, the scene when the two first met is still vivid in my mind. 2 years ago, she ignored the danger and hid her identity, going to the Great Yin Imperial City as a merchant and began to secretly pry for information. Everything was going well, but unexpectedly, half a year ago, when invited to attend the banquet of a family lady, he bumped into the second prince who was also attending the banquet. Thinking that his disfigured appearance is not outstanding, it should not cause the other side to covet. But I did not expect that the second prince to see her figure as good, actually ignored her appearance, uttered that, mountain treasures eat a lot of seafood, occasionally try the mountain wild vegetables is also good. At that time, Xianing Shui's face changed. She did not think of resistance, but in the enemy country, once her identity is exposed, waiting for her will be worse than death. Just as she was at her wit's end and about to be taken away by the other side in a forceful manner, a figure she hadn't expected stood out. That person was the third prince. In the eyes of others, he was the genius third prince, but she knew that the real genius was the second prince. But he was willing to stand up for himself and face the extremely powerful second prince without a single flinch. The other party blocked her with her thin body, and with a calm face, she said those words, "Second brother, this person is my maid. Even if you are horny, you shouldn't hit your mind on my people." The two confronted each other for a long time, and finally the second prince left without saying a word. This incident made her slightly change her opinion of the third prince. In order to better pry into the information of the great Yan imperial family, she simply went with the flow and directly put forward the request to be Su Chen's maid. Su Chen just contemplated for a while, thinking that the other party was alone, and if he didn't have his own shelter, he was afraid that he would be targeted again. So he agreed. After that, for nearly half a year, she had been following Su Chen around, and even though she was a princess performing the duties of a maid of honor, in order not to reveal any flaws, she was also working hard and doing her duty. Over the past half a year, she had also gradually discovered some of Su Chen's special features. It was these that made her feel that the third prince was actually really a genius, and was even more of a genius than the second prince. Chapter 4, The Princess is a Lady in Waiting. She had heard the sound of Su Chen giving orders in the room, but when she went in, she didn't find any silhouettes, nor did she feel anyone else's aura. Instead, the room was filled with a faint aura of fury and the slightest hint of sword intent. Su Chen, on the other hand, was quietly reading a book as usual. Speaking of reading books, she was also puzzled as to why a royal prince would enjoy a wide variety of different types of books. It took a bit of poking around to realize that he wasn't like that in the past. Also, one night, she had seen Su Chen seemingly meditating and practicing, but when she asked the other party, she said that she was just feeling the tranquility of the night. No matter what time of day it was, he always had a breezy demeanor, as if he wasn't interested in anything but books. Unlike other emperors, Su Chen's body always brought her a feeling of being indifferent to fame and fortune, not as utilitarian as other emperors. To the affairs of the palace is not much concern. All day long in addition to reading in the room is in the courtyard writing. In short, it was as if he was full of secrets, making Xianing Shui couldn't help but get lost in it. She wanted to see just what this man was hiding. Originally, she only wanted to stay by his side as a maid for the time being, but as time passed, she realized that she seemed to be completely attracted to him and couldn't help but want to explore everything about him. Since then, she secretly pried for any news about Su Chen. Know a lot of things that are not known. 1. The outside world rumors that the third prince is a great genius, but in fact it is the great Yan royal family to cover up the years of the shield launched, in order to, is to protect the second prince. But in reality, after spending some time together, Xianing Shui felt that the people of the great Yan imperial family might have looked away. Second, the third prince mother consort is actually a palace girl, and has died. The specific how to die she does not know, but from the Su dust to the great Yan imperial lord's attitude can find some clues. Third, the third prince had a conflict with the great Yan imperial lord, resulting in a secret house arrest for a period of time. Which is a secret. She spent a lot of money from the hands of a person who knows the secret of the palace. The combination of all these things made her judge that Su Chen was a hidden genius and had a bad relationship with Dian. Not to mention not having much of a sense of belonging to the royal family. After having the idea, a month ago, she lied that she had to go back for a trip at home and left Dian. It was also a month ago that the Grand Xian dynasty launched a fierce attack and dealt a heavy blow to Great Yan, and the third prince, Su Chen, was also the result of the trick they had put together. Xianing Shui was now in an extremely good mood, walking with the feeling of the wind. Only soon she frowned. What to do to get back to him? This was difficult for her. To return to Su Chen without revealing her identity and without arousing his suspicion. It wasn't a small difficulty. What to do? Thinking about it, her eyes began to wander around, unfocused. When the eyes happened to move somewhere, they happened to see Chen Fan, who had hurriedly arrived. Xianing Shui froze slightly as she interrupted her thoughts and asked with a frown, "Chen Fan? Didn't I tell you to guard outside the courtyard? Could something have happened? Suddenly hearing a woman's voice made Chen Fan's footsteps lurch, and under the suspicion of turning his head, only then did he discover Xianing Shui standing not far away. His puzzled face instantly changed. He quickly stepped forward with a respectful face and giggled. I have met the great princess. What are you doing in such a hurry? Hearing this question, Chen Fan was a bit hesitant. After all, it was that little thing between men. If the grand princess knew about it, there was no telling what would happen. Seeing his hesitation, Xianing Shui's frown deepened and she said in a cold voice, could it be that you have done something unseemly? If that's true, then there's no need to keep you alive. Princess, spare your life. Princess, spare your life. Chen Fan immediately knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, frightened out of his wits. Still, I say. Chen Fan's heart crossed. It wasn't like he was looking for a woman anyway. The third prince of Great Yen entrusted me to find a woman for him, and also to know the books and reasoning. I find this matter is not too good, so I decided to come to ask for some advice. Looking for a woman? Xianing Shui's tone stuttered, and the expression on her face was wonderful. Couldn't help but inquire. Are you sure he said it himself? Chen Fan hesitated. He actually wasn't too sure. After all, the other party hadn't mentioned a single word about women. But if we were to say that the other party hadn't said it, then wouldn't we be cheating the princess? When the time came, he didn't even know how to die. So after a slight hesitation, he nodded heavily. It was his own words. When he finished speaking, he prayed in his heart. Little brother Su, don't blame me. I can't help it for your sake. Xianing Shui's brows twisted into a ball, unable to figure out how Su Chen would make such a request. From the nearly half a year she had followed the other party, Su Chen was clearly not that kind of person. But why? Is it possible that his personality has changed since he left the Great Yin dynasty? Or is it that Chen Fan is telling lies? But does he have the guts to tell a lie? Not available at. She was about to say the three words impossible off the top of her head, and after realizing that they were ambiguous, she drew a change in her style. This matter must not be made public. Since he wants it, you bring me there and I'll see for myself how he wants it. Ah? Chen Fan's pupils shook as he stared at her blankly with his mouth wide open, his head somewhat short-circuited. The Grand Princess wants to test it herself? Even if she's okay with it, she wouldn't dare to do it herself. This is a big offense that will cost you your head. Sending the princess over there is really a life-threatening offense. Besides, that kid, a prince of an enemy country, is still a hostage, and it would be considered good to give him any female prostitute from a greenhouse. He hurriedly shook his head. No, princess, your status is honored. How can you be like this? If something goes wrong, how can I explain? There's no harm in it. You just need to do as I say. Do you think that within the borders of my Grand Xin dynasty, I'm not a woman with no hands? Plus you guys are guarding outside. What out of the ordinary things could he do? Xianing Shui's words were merely to dispel the concerns in Chen Fan's mind. Just as well, she could use this opportunity to return to Su Chen's side again without revealing her cracks. Of course, what she cared more about was whether or not Su Chen had actually said something similar. Chen Fan still shook his head. Lord Princess, you must not. Do you believe I'll get someone to chop off your head right now? Xianing Shui looked at him coldly. Once these words came out, Chen Fan stopped speaking, and his complexion shriveled up a bit. He felt like his life was over. He should have known better than to answer for this and let the kid work it out on his own. Seeing that he made no sound, seemingly resigned to his fate, Xianing Shui knew that he had agreed. So he said, you and wait here for a while. Chen Fan didn't know what she was going to do, and didn't dare to ask more questions, so he could only honestly wait in place. Instead, his mind began to think about what unfulfilled wishes he still had. By the way, the little phoenix in the green flower house he has been looking at for a long time, just suffering from the cost is too high, has not had the opportunity to have a kiss. Should not we find an opportunity to borrow some money to try? Also, the day before yesterday, east of the city to recognize a long-time Wang widow suddenly invited himself to the home to drink tea. It should be figured out, but they have important things in the body. Did not go to the appointment. After a few moments, while Chen Fan was still in a daze, Xianing Shui had already changed into a normal long dress and her appearance had changed back to her appearance when she was in the Great Yin dynasty. Why are there ordinary women here? Chen Fan was slightly stunned, before he realized that the young girl in front of him was the princess from earlier. Chen Fan, this princess told you to wait here. Xianing Shui's voice was clear and cold, instantly bringing Chen Fan back to his senses. He winced, realizing what was going on. and saluted with a terrified face. "Your Highness, forgive me." "Well, cut the crap and take me to him." Chapter 5, The Poem of the Prince. 50 miles east of the palace, in a certain manner, Su Chen was sitting in the courtyard, teasing the fish within the pond. He used it as a pastime when he was tired of reading within the residence of Dian. There are also fish in the ponds in this area, which is nice. He really did feel like running away to live in idleness, which was especially different from what he had imagined the life of a proton to be. Could it be? Is this how this Grand Xian dynasty treats its hostages? He found it somewhat unlikely. In other words, becoming a proton pretty much cut off any hope of going back, especially if it was a waste of a prince like him. Great Yan's side would not care about him. Knock knock. The knock on the door sounded at this moment, and along with it, there was Chen Fan's loud voice. "That what the third prince? I've got what you want for you." "Oh?" Su Chen's eyes lit up and asked. "But books?" Chen Fan, who was outside the door, obviously felt that there was a sharp gaze behind him that acted on his body, and he couldn't help but shiver, sweating coldly, and his voice took on a bit of a sobbing tone. "Oh third prince, don't amuse me." Listening to his voice, Su Chen realized what was going on and didn't continue to ask, but just faintly said, "Come in." Chen Fan pushed the door open. Behind him, Xianing Shua's face was a bit agitated. Her heart was hard to rest. The moment the door opened, she poked her head out and looked inside. What I saw was still the same familiar figure. The teenager was half squatting at the edge of the pond, holding something that looked like bait in his hand, and kept throwing it over the pond. His attire was also no different from Xianing Shua's impression. Still as simple and full of scholarly temperament. "It's like 3 years since I saw you in January." This is not the kind of feeling a princess should have for an enemy prince, and in the capacity of a maid of honor. The third prince is feeding the fish? Chen Fan's face was somewhat curious. Just having nothing to do, Su Chen laughed and didn't turn around, only saying softly, "If fellow Daoist Chen is interested, he can also come and try." "Ha ha." Chen Fan laughed and scratched his head, smiling sarcastically. "I've never been interested in this stuff." At the same time, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, was this third prince of Great Yen really the genius rumored to be in the outside world? You don't practice all day, you read books, and now you feed the fish. Which one of the others isn't desperately cultivating? But muttering to muttering, he hadn't forgotten the purpose of his trip here, so he laughed and said, "Third prince, I've already found the person you want for you. Take your time to play, I'll leave first." With that, he quickly slipped out and skillfully closed the door, then stood a short distance away on silent guard, not wanting to stay inside for a moment. Xianing Shua's head was full of black lines. "What do you mean by playing slowly?" Soon, her gaze was placed on Su Chen's body, and a smile returned to her face as she crisply called out, "Gongzi." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Su Chen's hand movements lurched and he looked back with some surprise. Sure enough, I saw a familiar young girl, plain long dress, hair slightly coiled up, a few strands of hair draped over her shoulders, a soft look. He was a bit surprised and happy, and asked, "Little Snow, how did you appear here?" The young girl in front of him was his maid in the Great Yin Palace, and he met her at a banquet. He had only relieved her once, and the other insisted on following him. Seeing her, Su Chen couldn't help but remember how he looked when he first arrived at his mansion. I can't do anything. It's not like a maid of honor at all." Thinking that it was probably her first time being someone's maid as well, Su Chen was relieved. He had said, "I'm just going with the flow. You don't have to repay me, and I don't have a shortage of attendants. And now that the crisis is over, you don't have to do any of this." But the young girl was a bit stubborn, favoring what she said. "I, Qin Shui, am true to my word. Since I said I would be a maid, I will not change." Subsequently, she continued to learn, but she really did feel like a maid of honor. To be honest, at that time, Xianing Shui simply felt that she was being looked down upon. To think that she, as the Grand Xian princess, would not lose in such a trivial matter? But she didn't realize that it was the defiance that caused her to fall deeper and deeper into the hole now. Gongzi Xianing Shui quickly stepped to Su Chen's near front and said with a smile, "Didn't I say to Gongzi before? There are some things at home. So you're from Dixian, but why were you brought here by fellow Daoist Chen?" "Gongzi don't know. I am on the street today to buy some things needed at home." The man then suddenly asked me if I was a woman who knew the books. I thought that I followed Gongzi to read a lot of books on weekdays, and also learned a lot of etiquette, so I should be down. Who knows? Who knew that the next moment they'd captured it, saying that it was. They said that they were delivering it to a certain prince who had just arrived in the Grand Xian dynasty. I wondered if that prince could be you, so I didn't resist and let them capture him. Speaking of this, Xianingshua looked at him with a ghostly gaze, her tone somewhat grudging. Seeing that it really is a male son, my heart is very happy, but when I think that the male son even let someone find a good girl. Speaking of this, Su Chen sort of understood the cause and effect of the matter. His face was a bit embarrassed as he said, in that case, it's still me who caused you harm. It doesn't matter. What I want to know is if the prince is really so horny. Speaking later, Xianingshua's face also turned slightly red. You've misunderstood. Su Chen shook his head slightly and said, I only asked Daoist Chen for books. He misunderstood himself and didn't give me a chance to explain, so I can't do anything about it. But all in all, it didn't turn out so bad, did it? So, it's like this. Xianingshua's heart was slightly at ease, and her hanging heart was completely put down. She knew that Su Chen would not do such a thing. Just, good Chen Fan, how dare you lie to me? This was all trivial. The most important thing was that he had almost affected Su Chen's image in his own mind. Looks like we'll have to knock him around sometime. Then, my lord, it's just as well that I continue to stay here to serve you. Xianingshua had a happy face. Su Chen, however, shook his head and said, no, it's not in Dian now. I'm in dire straits myself. How can I let you stay? You'd better leave quickly. Xianingshua's smile froze on her face. She took a deep breath and continued. Your Excellency, don't have to worry. I'm from Dexian, and as the third prince of Dian, even if you're here, you still need someone to take care of your life and living. They shouldn't really do anything to me. A weak woman. No way. Su Chen was resolute. Xianingshua was chagrined in her heart, but her face was as usual with a smile. She stepped forward and pulled Su Chen's hand, shaking it slightly and pampering her. Sir, just let me stay, or I'll stand by the door every day until you say yes. Xianingshua herself couldn't stand her current appearance a bit. As the Grand Princess of the Grand Xian, her personality had always been rather tough, and she had never been so pampered to a man. If anyone had seen her like this, they would have thought the sky had fallen. How can this be the cold princess they remembered? It was clearly a little woman who had fallen in love. Su Chen was silent. He was somewhat helpless. If the other party was really like that, there wasn't much he could do. Xianingshua sort of got his soft spot. All right. Su Chen finally agreed. It's good to have someone to take the edge off. Yuki, sharpen the ink. I want to write. Okay. One incense stick later. Inside the room, Su Chen sat quietly at the table. A white sheet of paper spread out on the tabletop. Xianingshui, on the other hand, was obediently sharpening her ink. Su Chen lifted his pen, thought for a moment, and waved his hand to write down a line of large characters. The rock rises with the wind in one day and rises 90,000 miles. Xianingshui didn't hold back and read it out, a color blooming in her beautiful eyes. Is that where your mind is at this point? Flying up 90,000 miles. Her eyes glittered. The Su Chen in front of her seemed to be glowing all over, making her unable to move her eyes. Gongzi's poetry is getting better and better. Yeah, I would like you to praise my words more. Su Chuan laughed. The poem was not composed by him, but the words were actually written by him himself. Complimenting him on his writing pleased him more than complimenting his poetry. It could be said that being able to convince Xianingshui these valuable poems brought from his previous life also played a role. It was getting late and the two inside didn't feel anything yet, but Chen Fan outside was not calm. It's this hour and Her Highness hasn't come out yet. Something couldn't have happened, right? What exactly are they doing in there? There was some anxiety in his mind. That was the princess of the Great Xian. If she was really defiled, it would be light if she died 10,000 times. Chapter 6, You're all young. However, if she went in rashly and disturbed the princess, she would not be spared a chastisement. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to wait for another incense stick of time. And after the incense stick, if the princess hadn't come out yet, he would just go in. With that, he waited apprehensively, all the while constantly mulling over the time in his mind. At this time, the sky was getting darker and darker, and oil lamps were lit in the courtyard. Chen Fan couldn't wait any longer, as he pushed open the door, but he didn't see the two of them. He cackled in his heart, saying that it was bad. With a glance, he saw the lighted room, in which the sound of talking seemed to be coming from, and he crept over to it, a little curious as to what they were talking about. Halfway through the walk, their voices could be clearly heard in his ears. Gongzi, this thing of yours is too hard. It's not very comfortable to grind. The young girl's voice was ebullient. Chen Fan, however, instantly widened his eyes, and waves of shock were set off in his heart. Too hard? Not too comfortable to grind? What's this grinding? This thing of mine has been refined by an ancient method, so it's naturally much harder than the previous ones. Su Chen's voice rang out at the right time. Indeed. I can barely hold it in one hand. You'll be able to hold it when it's worn down. Yikes. It's coming out. It's coming out so much. How is this thing shooting out? Ha ha. I told you not to go too fast a long time ago. Now it's all over your face. But you don't have to worry. It's edible. Really? It tastes pretty good. Chen Fan's pupils quaked. His heart trembled, and he almost fainted directly on the ground. Geez. What the hell are you doing? Princess? Big and hard? Can't hold it with one hand? And it came out on my face? How can you even eat it? This is not to blame Chen Fan for thinking the wrong way. But, this is really too obvious. Being a veteran of the flower world, he knew right away that it was. It's over. It's over. Lord Princess is actually with the enemy country's prince. Chen Fan had a lifeless expression on his face, and his heart had sunk to the bottom. I only hated that I hadn't come in earlier. If I had, I might have been able to stop them. But now, it's too late. It's all shot out. Do you want more, my lord? 2. Go on then. Between Chen Fan's days, voices once again emanated from the room. This caused him to jolt, instantly sobering him up. One time wasn't enough. You want to do it again? I was late. Do you want to continue? If he were to do it again, then really, 10,000 times would not be enough for him to die. Chen Fan closed his eyes and immediately rushed towards the room. The words came out of his mouth at the same time. The third prince is so excited. How long has it been? And he's already started doing things. Inside the room, both of them looked at the same time at Chen Fan, who pushed the door in still with his eyes closed. Some puzzlement couldn't help but flash across his face. Fellow Daoist Chen, it's not much of a big deal to come in. There's no need to close your eyes. Su Chen gave a friendly reminder. Chen Fan, however, did not dare to open his eyes at all. Joke, if he saw the Princess Sama's body without a single piece of clothing, he was afraid that he would have to die on the spot to thank for the crime. He. Third prince need not worry. My eyes got sand in them just now. That's why. You don't have to care. Xianing Shue's gaze was strange, not knowing what he was getting himself into. So she spoke up as well. This lord is so strange. Why are his eyes closed? Here it comes. Here it comes. Chen Fan's heart was flabbergasted. He knew that this was a trap. If he opened himself at this moment, it would be the end of him. He should never be caught in the act. He said with a calm face. I don't know what kind of sand it was, but after it entered my eyes, I couldn't even open them for a moment. Both knew it was meant as a joke. With his cultivation level, how could he be blinded by a mere sand? Probably some kind of unspeakable fetish. Su Chen shook his head and didn't care about him anymore, but continued to say to Xianing Shui, let's continue. Okay. Xianing Shui answered softly. Chen Fan's heart was like a million horses galloping past. Princess, why do you still have this fetish? I'm still standing here and you're gonna start again? Gosh, what a bad day for me. It's all like this. You guys still want to do it. In the end, do you have me in your eyes? I have been running the flower sea for more than 10 years and I wouldn't dare to be like this. No. He couldn't help himself and immediately spoke out to stop it. Why not? Su Chen looked at him with some amusement, already having some guesses in his heart. Xianing Shui also suddenly realized something when she saw Chen Fan's tense look. Her face blushed slightly. Then she snapped. Why is this lord blocking us? No means no. This kind of thing should only be done by adults. Chen Fan stammered a bit. Can it be that fellow Taoist Chen thinks that we are not adults yet? The smile at the corner of Su Chen's mouth grew stronger. Naturally not. The third prince is only 17 this year, right? The little girl next to him is estimated to be 17 as well. Chen Fan said with a serious face. Long before he came here, Xianing Shui had specifically instructed him not to reveal his identity. But fellow Taoist Chen, many folk are already married at the age of 13 or 14. That's different. They're ordinary people. You're all cultivators. How can you compare? But, does fellow Taoist Chen really understand what we're doing? Is the third prince looking down on me too much? Chen Fan unconsciously lifted up his chest and proudly said, I have traveled across Huadu for more than a dozen years. What have I not seen before? It is that. Cough cough. Overstated. In short, no means no. It's hard to tell. This lord is still a veteran. A trace of coldness flashed in Xianing Shui's eyes. At once, it made Chen Fan feel that all around him was chilled. He scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. It's all a joke. I'm a pure-hearted big man. I never knew what that Qinghua Lu was. let alone what flower leaders were inside the drunken immortal Lu. Ahem. Alright. Fellow Taoist Chen, better open your eyes. I think you've misunderstood something. Su Chen also stopped teasing him. Chen Fan still shook his head. No. This lord is really greasy. How about Gungzi kicking him out? Xianing Shui said indifferently. Chen Fan's heart was shaken. How could he not hear the warning in the other party's tone? If he did not open his eyes again, he was afraid that there would be great difficulties. He immediately opened his eyes, still a little apprehensive in his mind. But what you see is a very normal picture. The two of them were dressed appropriately, and there was nothing indecent, and there was no bad atmosphere in the room. Instead, the smell of books overflowed, giving a sense of reassurance. Taking another look, Xianing Shui was holding something black like a stone in her hand. It was indeed large and looked hard. Turns out it was sharpening the ink. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, yet he felt ashamed of his rambling thoughts. This ink block is made by me with special materials, has a special ink fragrance, long-lasting, and can be preserved for a long time, although hard a little, but it is the best good ink. Grinding time should not be too fast, otherwise the ink will be gushing out. If not careful, will be splashed on the body, because the materials are some of the spirit of the medicine. Even if you eat it does not matter. The body does not have an impact. Su Chen silently explained from the side. Chen Fan's face flushed red, even more ashamed. He lowered his head and said rather embarrassedly, "It's all my fault for not thinking correctly, thinking about some dirty things, but I misunderstood you too, and even made a joke." At this moment, he could not wait to find a crack in the ground. This was too shameful. He could not remember the last time he was so ashamed. "I don't blame you. It's true that our words were somewhat ambiguous." Su Chen now thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed easy for people to misunderstand. "In that case, I won't bother you anymore." Chen Fan silently saluted and was about to exit the room. However, he found that Xianing Shui didn't respond, making him a bit unable to hold back. Frowning as he asked, "It's so late, this girl still doesn't intend to go home?" Xianing Shui smiled and said, "I am the Duke's maid, so naturally, I don't need to leave. Besides, this courtyard was already hers, so there was even less need to leave." Chen Fan's eyes widened and he said with some uncertainty, "Servant? Servant? Is it really true that the Grand Xian princess has become the maid of an enemy prince? Was he dreaming or had the world become unreadable to him?" He looked at Xianing Shui with a serious expression, wanting to see if she was joking. It was a pity that he saw only the unmistakable look of seriousness. "Done. I'm afraid that's true." Chen Fan sucked in a mouthful of cool air and had become completely numb. It's only been less than half a day and the princess has become someone else's maid? If this was known by Lord Imperial Lord, would he still be able to save his head? He gave Su Chen a deep look, and thought in his heart, this kid is afraid that he still doesn't know the identity of Lord Princess. What a great blessing! The third prince is good at this. It's only been just half a day, and you've made him your consort. Fellow Taoist Chen is too kind. Su Chen still had that careless smile. This is what Miss Qin herself requested. Miss Qin? What a Miss Qin! Chen Fan gritted his teeth. Such a good thing. How to let this kid accounted for it. Really enviable. He didn't understand that his own princess was incredibly beautiful, honored, and gifted. And he didn't know how many men's hearts were filled with dream girls. How many sons of big families want to be favored by them. Yet she never thought much of those men, or even wanted to care. But she fell in love with an enemy prince and became his maid of honor. He seemed to somewhat understand why this third prince of Great Yen could live in this place. "I just don't know. Does the Imperial Lord know?" Chen Fan felt that the matter was important and it was necessary to report it. Who knows what this kid is resting on? Maybe a bellyful of bad blood. Most importantly, he's envious. But then again, I'm going to ask someone to take a message home for me so they won't beware if I can have a word with this lord. Xianing Shui inquired towards Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and said, "Go." With that, he began to continue writing. Outside the room, Xianing Shui resumed her icy appearance and commanded, "General Chen, this matter must not be divulged. Do you understand?" "Understood." Chen Fan had a respectful face, not daring to disobey in the slightest. Xianing Shui handed over a small box in her hand and said, "Help me give this to father. I'll be going to, immediately." So be it. Chapter 7 Grand Xian Imperial Lord's Affirmation. Early the next morning, the palace, inside a large hall, Chen Fan respectfully knelt on the ground and raised his hands above his head, holding the box that Xianing Shui had given him in the palm of his hand. "Lord Imperial Lord, this is what Her Highness asked me to pass on to you." Facing this man, Chen Fan did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. He only felt a lightness in his hand and knew that the item had already reached Xian Qianming's hand. Xian Qianming didn't speak, but slowly opened the box. There was nothing valuable inside, just a note. He reached out and picked it up, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. What's this girl doing with a piece of paper? After unfolding it, he finally got a good look at the words on it and read them out softly. The rock rises with the wind in one day and rises 90,000 miles. Yes. Xian Qianming's eyes lit up as he shouted out a good sound. The verse was very close to his heart. What a great yen third prince. A smile also appeared on his serious face. Based on these two verses alone he could conclude that this son was extraordinary. This emperor is getting more and more excited to see what you will do. Chen Fan below was also shaken in his heart, constantly repeating these two words in his mind. He only felt an indescribable wave of emotions welling up in his heart. He was shocked. Not only was he shocked that Su Chen was able to make this poem, but he was also shocked that the poem he made was able to cause the imperial lord to reveal a smile and even personally praise him. After so many years in the palace, it was the first time he had seen the imperial lord praising a teenager so much, or the prince of an enemy country. He was really a bit confused. Chen Fan hesitated, not knowing whether or not to say anything about the princess being that third prince's maid. After thinking about it, he clenched his teeth and decided to say it. If he didn't say it, in case he was blamed later, he couldn't afford it. He raised his head and respectfully said, Lord Imperial Lord, I have one more thing that I don't know if I should say or not. Say, Her Highness seems to be working as the maid of that third prince of Great Yen. Oh, there's still this? It was true that Xian Qianming didn't know about this matter, but he surprisingly didn't feel outraged. These two lines of poetry gave him a good outlook. Yingxue has always been intelligent and has a sense of propriety in her actions. If she can be like this, I'm sure she has her reasons. There's no need to worry. Ha! Chen Fan was shocked again and couldn't speak for a long time. The mind was already pondering. What was so peculiar about this third prince of Great Yen? It's just a princess. How come even the royal lord is like that? Could it be that this kid has some unknown secret? Or is he actually the illegitimate son of the imperial lord? Hiss. The more he thought about it, the more he realized it was possible. Or else how could it be so outrageous? Like some great secret had happened. Chen Fan's heart was incomparably excited. However, he didn't dare to show it at all on his face, and only respectfully said, Lord Imperial Lord, then I'll take my leave first. Go on. Xian Qianming waved his hand casually and picked up the piece of paper again to look at it carefully. Flying up 90,000 miles. Wonderful. Wonderful. These two lines of poetry put Xian Qianming in an extremely good mood early in the morning. Who doesn't want to be like the rock, rising with the wind, rocking up to 90,000 miles? Especially for a king of a country like him, who is full of ambition and hopes to create 1,000 years of greatness. These two lines of poetry simply spoke to his heart. The more he read them, the more he liked them. With two lines of poetry, it put him in a better mood for the whole day. Many ministers noticed when they went to the court that today's emperor was going to be much gentler, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Even when the ministers reported on some things that he would normally get angry about, he did not lose his temper and his attitude was much better. This couldn't help but make the ministers secretly speculate in their hearts as to what good thing had happened somewhere. So much so that Lord Imperial Lord had changed his normal behavior today. No matter how they could have imagined. What made Xian Qianming happy was just two lines of poetry. After getting off the court, until he returned to his chambers, Xian Qianming's mouth was covered in smiles. What's wrong with husband today? So happy, but something good has happened? Inside the bedchamber, the beautiful palace-suited woman was a bit surprised and came forward to gently pinch up her shoulders. Hongji really is as discerning as an eye. Xian Qianming smiled and said, I got a good thing today. Oh, Qin Hongji's beautiful eyes flashed. Her hands gave a slight beat, and she said with some surprise, I wonder what it is that makes husbands so happy. Just watch. Xian Qianming stood up and walked over to an open wall, reaching out with his hand. Spiritual energy surged out. He kept waving his fingers in the air. Qin Hongji was watching with a different color from the side. Soon, two lines of poetry appeared on the wall, the very same two lines that Su Chen had written. What does Hongji think of these two verses? Xian Qianming asked with a smile. Qin Hongji looked at these two lines of poetry in a daze. Her heart was incomparably shocked, and she couldn't help but gently open her red lips and say, This poem is grand and atmospheric, and speaks of the state of mind of how many cultivators. The writing is simply too good. Ha 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 ha. Xian Qianming threw his head back and laughed. Not bad. Which one of our generation of cultivators doesn't want to wait for a chance? A chance to rock up 90,000 miles. I wonder who made this poem. This person is a brilliant writer. Qin Hongji sighed with emotion. Mentioning this, Shen Shenming was interested again and couldn't help but tease her a bit. Guess who this person is? Could it be? It's the son of Minister Zhou? It's rumored that he's skilled in all kinds of poetry and song, and is a famous talent in the imperial capital. Qin Hongji thought of this. Shen Shenming, however, shook his head and commented without hesitation. Prime Minister Zhou's son does have some literary talent, but he can't do this poem. He's still 100,000 miles short. Not him? Qin Hongji frowned and thought carefully again, saying, then it's King Chu's son? Him? Oh, even less likely. Shen Shenming snorted coldly. Then my concubine really doesn't know. Qin Hongji was defeated, and in her heart, she couldn't help but be a little curious as to who on earth could have written such a poem. Seeing that she really couldn't say anything, Shen Shenming didn't sell the story and laughed. Someone you wouldn't expect. My concubine is even more curious. Qin Hongji's face revealed a strange color. Does Hongji remember the third prince of Great Yin who came to the imperial capital a few days ago? It's actually him? Qin Hongji was a bit surprised. Not bad. Shen Shenming nodded his head slightly. His tone was less than appreciative. That guy Suwu thought that he had given my Daxian a waste, but unbeknownst to him, he might have looked away. Perhaps, he gave my Daxian a true genius. Husband's opinion of him is surprisingly high, but he's ultimately the imperial son of Great Yin. Qin Hongji frowned, a little worried in her heart. I know what you're worried about, but this person was personally recommended by your daughter. Don't you still trust Shuer? Share? She raised it? Qin Hongji's tone was somewhat surprised, her beautiful eyes tinged with shock. Not only that, Shuer is currently working as a maid by his side. Shen Shenming smiled faintly. Being a maid? Upon hearing these words, Qin Hongji's face changed, and she said with slight anger, what is this behavior? My Grand Xian's princess has gone to be the maid of an enemy prince? Husband, you just let her go? Shuer is also, usually so intelligent. Why is she suddenly so confused? It must be that third prince of Great Yin who used some means to swindle her. Hongji. Shen Shenming frowned slightly and patiently explained. You see which man Shuer has ever faked her colors to in all these years? There are so many geniuses within my Grand Xian. I don't know how many suitors she has, but has she ever looked at anyone? If you don't have something, how can you impress her? You also know that Shuer has been smart since she was young, so how could an ordinary person fool her? And the relationship between this third prince of Dian and Dian is not very good. If he is really a rare genius and Shuer is interested in him, what about letting him become my Daxian's emperor's son-in-law? If he is not a genius, or still has special feelings for Great Yin, then even if Shuer opposes it, I won't let him off lightly. Shen Shenming said a great deal, making Qin Hongji also realize that she was a bit too excited. Since he didn't even get mad, it means he has his own decision. And when she thought about it carefully, she felt that what Shen Shenming said was also reasonable, so she slightly owed her body and said, husband is right. It's my concubine who was too impulsive. Shen Shenming reached out and swept his hand over her shoulder, softly saying, Ying Shui is my favorite daughter. How could I let her be wronged? Don't worry, I have a measure in my heart. It was my concubine who lost her mind for a moment. I don't blame my husband. Hong Qi. It's been a long time since we had that, hasn't it? But it's daytime. So what if it's daytime? This emperor is happy today. Then let it be according to your husband. Chapter 8 Commotion in the Great Yin Imperial Capital. The third prince is deeply righteous and willing to go to the Grand Xian dynasty as a hostage in order to protect the 10,000 people of my Great Yin. So how can we sit back and wait for death? His Highness the third prince is now trapped in the Grand Xian dynasty, in deep water. While those people in the imperial capital celebrate all day long with songs and dances, it's simply chilling, comatose, simply mediocre. The third prince is the most outstanding genius of my Great Yin dynasty. In time he will be a great power, enough to bless my Great Yin for millions of years. How can he be allowed to be a hostage? We have suffered from the great kindness of the third prince to be able to live today, and now that the third prince is behind bars, even if we are weak, we still have to do something for him. Right, we may be weak, but we can do what we need to do. Hundreds of people were gathered in a courtyard on a remote street on the outskirts of the Great Yin dynasty's royal capital. They all looked indignant and their tones were agitated. This place was called Taiping Street, a slum in the Great Yin imperial capital, bringing together many people who had difficulty making ends meet. Half a year ago, Su Chen had come here, and the scene he saw made his heart feel a lot of emotion. The people here were unclothed, thin and bony, with no light in their eyes, and all of them had lost hope in life. The entire street, too, was dirty and filthy, with garbage and filth everywhere, and even the air was filled with a mixture of various foul odors. The smell smoked Su Chen's head a bit. If an ordinary person had come, I'm afraid they would have fainted immediately. He could hardly imagine that there would still be such a place in the imperial capital. He later learned that almost all the people here were descendants of sinners, who had been deprived of everything and had to beg for a living all day long. Although it was caused by the previous dynasty, it had nothing to do with him. However, as the third prince of Great Yan, especially when the fury in his body was deepening, he felt that he should still do something. As the third prince of Great Yan, his wealth should have been strong, but because of his unpopularity, his food and clothing has always been the least amongst the princes and princesses. All the people of Great Yan only knew him as the third prince with outstanding talent, but they didn't know about his situation. Even so, he continued to send money and some clothing to these people every month to help them through their difficulties. Such behavior, naturally, inevitably by people who have the intention to charge in the court above. Even though he was a former sinful minister, the Great Yan imperial lord was still displeased, and his income was once again cut. Even so, while he reduced his own expenses, he continued to send them money and encouraged them to be self-reliant, with their eyes on the future, and that as long as they lived, there was hope for everything. It is under such circumstances that within just 6 months, great changes have taken place within Pacific Street. The streets are brand new, no more unpleasant odors, and the people living within the streets are all rejuvenated and have renewed hope for life. However, before they could repay Su Chen, they learned the news that Su Chen had been sent to the Grand Xian dynasty as a hostage. What made them even angrier was that there were no people in the Great Yan dynasty who felt sad and sorry for them, and the atmosphere of celebration was everywhere. Everyone was excited to be spared from the war. No one cared about what kind of treatment Su Chen would receive when he arrived at the Grand Xian dynasty. Angered by the indifference of the people and their lack of concern, they decided that they were not going to sit around and wait for their turn to come. As a result, a great deal of unfriendly talk began to circulate throughout the imperial capital. A laughing stock. The Great Yan imperial family is weak and incompetent. Not only did they lose in the great battle, but they even sent their most outstanding royal son to the Grand Xian dynasty. It's a disgrace to the Great Yan imperial family. The royal family is incompetent, and it's up to a prince to save the kingdom. The third prince went into another country alone for the safety of all the people of Great Yan. While all the lords are singing and dancing in the imperial capital, Great Yan is finished. With the talent of the third prince, if he grows up, he can bless Great Yan for 10,000 years. It's just a pity that the Great Yan royal family is short-sighted. Similar to this kind of speech spread widely. Many of the people who were also dissatisfied with this decision of Great Yan and the cultivators who did not dare to speak out in the past had also joined in. Slowly, it evolved into, "Save the third prince and fight them." This, which became their slogan, began to march and demonstrate in a big way all over the royal capital. Inside a large hall of the Great Yan Palace, Imperial Lord Su Wu was sitting in the main seat, his eyes closed and relaxed. For several years, the successive battles with the Grand Xian dynasty had left him mentally and physically exhausted, and he hadn't had a single day of proper rest. Some time ago, the great victory of the Dashuan Xian armor army even made his heart sink to the bottom of the valley, although he promised the other side some conditions, but that all harmless. The 13 states that were ceded were originally brought from another country. The hostage sent was also his least favored, and most loathed, son. As the royal family of Dian, he could accept that his wives and concubines were low-status courtesans, commoners, and so on, but he could not accept that they had children of their own. This, an ancestral tradition passed down by the Su family, to ensure the nobility of the lineage, and the future of the offspring. As a result, he had been displeased with Su Chen since the time of his birth. Blame it on himself, too, for getting drunk and waking up and not thinking for a moment about what had happened. By the time she recalled it, the courtesan had already given birth to the child. I wanted to just crush it to death, but I was a little hesitant. What if it was a genius? In doing so, he kept Su Chen and recognized his status as a royal prince, in order to avoid being known to the outside world that it was born to a courtesan. That courtesan was also secretly disposed of by him, and Su Chen fell under the name of Princess Yang. But then, Su Chen's natural talent was not outstanding, or even poor. It was then that he sighed. Sure enough, children born with low bloodlines just don't work. After that, Su Chen was tantamount to being knocked into the cold palace by him, and in his heart, he no longer treated him as his own son. More than anything, it became a thorn in his side, and he felt it was a stain on him. On the contrary, Su Chuan also has a measure of doing things. so that he cannot pinpoint any handle, and explicitly cannot be killed. Otherwise I am afraid that it will only fall into a bad reputation. Until that day, Jusang came up with that plan. Now that he thought about it carefully, the idea was really wonderful. Not only protecting his truly talented son, the second prince, from being coveted by others, but also giving away his most hated son. It would be better if he could die in the Grand Xian dynasty. Being in the royal family, there is no such thing as kinship, and he has many sons, so a few less will not affect him at all. Especially this kind of royal son who was not liked by him. Father, my son pays his respects. The voice from outside the great hall interrupted Su Wu's thoughts. He slowly opened his eyes and heard that it was the voice of his favorite second son. He smiled slightly and said, "Come in." The one who came in was a teenager dressed in a gorgeous robe. The teenager was different from Su Chen. The two were not similar. In fact, Su Chen was not similar to Su Wu either. What he's more like is his mother. Jianer, what level of cultivation have you reached nowadays? Su Wu asked with a smile. Su Jian slightly bowed and respectfully said, reporting back to father, my son's cultivation has reached the 8th level of qi condensation. Good. Su Wu sighed in praise. The more he looked at his son, the more he liked him. At the same age of 17, you have already cultivated to the 8th level of the qi condensation realm, but that kid Su Chen has no half of his spiritual energy. The difference is simply heaven and earth. Judging by your current speed, it is highly likely that you will break through to the nascent soul realm before the age of 20, and at that time, you will be considered a strong party in my great yen. Su Jian nodded slightly, his face full of arrogance. The realms of martial arts are body training, qi condensation, nascent soul, passage, 1,000-mile journey, Dharma phase, and Tao palace. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to cultivate. The level of affinity with spiritual energy is usually tested at the age of 5. The higher the affinity, the faster the cultivation speed and the more outstanding the natural talent. When Su Jian was 5 years old, he tested out with a spiritual affinity of 60, already considered a rare genius. One must know that there may not be even one person in 1,000 with a spiritual affinity of more than 20. At least in this region, very few could become cultivators. Spiritual affinity 20 was also the minimum standard for becoming a cultivator. Below this number, becoming a cultivator was just a waste of time, and it was feared that they wouldn't be able to break through above the 5th level of the body refinement realm for decades. There is no difference other than more power. Su Chen's spiritual affinity was 19, just a little bit short, but because of this, he was also considered to have broken the path of cultivation. Of course, only the royal family knows about this. Father, I wonder if third brother is doing well within Grand Xian nowadays, Su Jian asked softly, and if he didn't look at the gloating expression on his face, one would really mistake it for concern for the other party. Whether he is good or not is irrelevant. I did not send anyone to stay over there with him. Whether he lives or dies depends on his own destiny. As soon as Su Chen was mentioned, Su Wu frowned. As soon as Su Jian heard this, he knew that this third brother of his had been completely abandoned. To say the least, he was also extremely dissatisfied with Su Chen. The other party had repeatedly opposed him, and had even sabotaged him several times. So if he didn't want to keep him to use as a hostage, how could Su Jian have backed down time and time again? It was too late for him to be happy in his heart that Su Chen was gone. Report, Lord Imperial Lord. It's not good. Something has happened. Su Jian was still about to say something, but there was another rush of voices from outside the hall. Su Wu frowned and said in a deep voice, come in and tell us. What happened? Su Jian on the side was also puzzled. Soon, there was a middle-aged man who quickly walked into the main hall. He looked panicked, and after hurriedly saluting, he hurriedly spoke. Lord Imperial Lord. I don't know when the outside world suddenly had quite a few more people marching and demonstrating. What happened to them? Su Wu asked in a cold voice with a grim expression. Su Jian was also stunned, seemingly not expecting this to happen. They said, that Lord Imperial Lord is dim-witted and incompetent, and that's sending the third prince, who has the most outstanding talent, to the Grand Xian dynasty as a hostage is a self-defeating, the act of digging one's own grave. Speaking of this, he glanced at the second prince next to him and said in a trembling voice, also say, if you want to send the second prince over. The second prince is arrogant and domineering, and has a lot of bad deeds. He is the one who should be sent away the most. Outrageous. Su Wu slammed his fist on the armrest of the chair, making a dull sound. The man's words caused the faces of both Su Wu and Su Jian to darken. Su Jian was even angrier in his heart. Sending himself away? Being arrogant and domineering yourself? Shameful? He merely did what all royals do, so what's wrong with that? As a prince, what's wrong with playing with a few women? It was a blessing for them to be seen by themselves. How dare these people? How dare they speak so out of turn? Chapter 9, Geniuses and Scraps. The policy of governing the country is also something that some fools can understand? Su Wu snorted coldly and immediately ordered, "Pass the order down. Arrest all these demonic words." "No way, Lord Imperial Lord." The man shook his head violently, his face filled with bitterness. Nowadays it's not just a small portion of people anymore. The entire imperial capital is filled with such voices everywhere. Good. Very good. Su Wu looked furious, veins popping on his face. He couldn't help but wonder if this was De Xian sending someone to intentionally stir up this matter, in order to let Great Yan create internal chaos. "Father, my son and I will go and take a look." Su Jian's face didn't look too good as he saluted slightly and then quickly left the hall. Before he even left the palace, he had already heard the deafening sound. "Free the third prince! Fight them! The third prince is a genius. He shouldn't be sent as a hostage. Trade the second prince for the third prince." Su Jian's face turned blue, itching to immediately beat up Su Chen. Knowing that he couldn't go out at this moment, he immediately returned back inside the Great Hall. Only at this moment, there were already many more figures in the Great Hall. "Father, the people within the imperial capital have begun to riot. Father, what should we do now? Can it be that we really have to go and negotiate with De Xian to change third brother back? Lord Imperial Lord, this matter can't be delayed." Late fear of change. Inside the Great Hall, there were already several ministers with anxious faces. Several of the princes were there as well. Su Wu's face grew darker and darker, hiding a ball of anger in his heart. Could you Su Chuan, leaving Dian and still not living in peace? He blamed Su Chen for all these riots, and was even more disgusted, knowing that he couldn't continue to let the people outside speak on. Otherwise, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to get out of the situation. Su Jian quickly stepped forward and said, "Father, I observed that the point that those populace cared most about was not that you sent third brother out as a hostage, but rather, it was his talent. They feel that you have sent someone who can lead and protect De Yen in the future to an enemy country. Second brother is right. Most of the people's anger comes from this." A man who looked quite a bit older than Su Wujian said in a deep voice, "My son thinks that by letting the populace know that the third brother doesn't really have any talent, or by letting them know about the second brother's talent, we might be able to put this matter to rest." Su Jian's gaze flickered, secretly saying that big brother had such deep calculations. In that case, he will certainly become a target and will have to face pressure from other countries. If he died, the throne would naturally fall to him, his big brother. Even though he knew of his calculations, Su Jian didn't retort, because he knew that the best solution at the moment was indeed this. Moreover, at this moment, the matter with Dashuan was finalized, and the two countries had already signed an alliance. So even if Su Chen's waste identity and his genius identity were exposed, it would be harmless. If Grand Xian dared to make a move, they would join forces with the Grand Martial dynasty. Su Wu obviously thought of this point as well. He only thought about it briefly before giving his order. Since this is the case, then let it be known to the world that the third prince's spiritual affinity is less than 20. He is a waste of talent, and the true genius of my great Yin dynasty is the second prince. In doing so, it is bound to cause some unintended consequences. Everyone present understood that once this sign came out, not only within the great Yin dynasty, but also in the other two countries, there would certainly be waves. As for third prince Su Chen, he was only afraid that he would be verbally attacked by those ministers of the Grand Xian dynasty, and even die. But calming the riots is the most important thing at this moment. Everyone knew that Su Chen had long been a person who had been discarded, and that his value was to travel to the Grand Xian dynasty to become a hostage. The crowd in the temple immediately took action. A few moments later, the gates of the imperial capital swung open, and a neatly organized pace rang out as a line of soldiers ran out, skillfully barring the populace away. Many people continued to shout from their mouths. Then, a strong voice came from the palace, resounding through the imperial capital. "By the order of the emperor, hereby notify the world. The outside world are rumored that the third prince has outstanding talent. In fact, it is not. This is hereby clarified. My Dian genius is the second prince. The third prince, since young and spiritual affinity is not high. No cultivation qualifications. All of you don't want to be dizzy mind." The city was in an uproar at these words. Everyone was shocked and began to mentally digest the news. Those who were still waving their flags and shouting closed their mouths, with unbelievable colors on their faces. The third prince is not a genius? The second prince is? What's going on here? They can't believe it. After the shock, there was a burst of questioning voices. The third prince isn't a genius? I do remember that back then. It was rumored within the palace that the third prince was a genius. Not bad. Saying that the third prince isn't a genius and the second prince is. How do you prove it? I don't believe this is fake. If the third prince isn't a genius, why does De Xian insist on making him a hostage? In the face of the questions ringing out from all over the place, while Emperor Su Jian personally appeared on top of the palace walls, he directly displayed his cultivation in front of countless people. There is no lack of cultivators within the populace, who have exclaimed in shock at this scene. The 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. It's the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. Heavens, at the age of 17, the second prince already has the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm? Genius. Absolute genius. I really didn't expect this to be true. The second prince really is a genius. Even those who hadn't been cultivators knew what the Qi condensation realm was, and they were all dumbstruck at the moment, looking at the shocked gazes of the crowd below. Su Jian's heart was also secretly happy. In order to make Su Chen a genius, he had held back for so many years, never daring to reveal his realm outside, and to masquerade as a dude. Now that Su Chen had become a hostage, he no longer had any worries. That's when the mouthpiece below changed completely. So, the third prince really isn't a genius? I see. This must be to protect the second prince, so that the third prince is crowned as a genius. Otherwise, it would be the second prince who would be the hostage. Lord Imperial Lord is really thinking too far ahead. We almost misunderstood him. Upon closer examination, it seems that the third prince has indeed never revealed his strength. The third prince is also considered to have contributed to my great Yan dynasty. To be able to use his life alone to save the lives of so many of us is considered a model amongst royals. Everyone disperse? It's alright, with the second prince around. In time what we've lost will eventually be recaptured again. After the Taiping Street townspeople who mingled in the crowd heard the words of the people around them, their hearts sank, and then they were overwhelmed with disappointment. This is the population of Dian. So realistic. Only because the third prince was not a genius, he changed his tune. As far as they were concerned, even if Su Chen was a waste, he was still their benefactor. They know that this plot is hopeless. If they don't leave as soon as possible, when the palace chamberlain investigates, none of them will be able to escape. The surging crowds began to fade away, and this great Yan imperial capital riot completely calmed down. The second prince's reputation as a genius and the third prince's reputation as a wastrel began to spread farther and farther. Inside Pacific Street, people from all over the place ran back, and without being told to do so by the others, they consciously went back to their houses and packed up their things, ready to escape from this place. And the one they are going to is Dashuan. Since they had failed within Great Yan, they would go to Great Xian to see if their benefactor was being tortured. If there was a chance, even if I had to put my life on the line, I would have to bring him back. Chapter 10, Your Excellency didn't lie to me? Great Yan third Prince Su Chen. Ever since it was rumored that he had outstanding natural talent, his body had taken on a veil of mystery, attracting the attention of countless people. There was no lack of attention from some of the sect forces, as well as cultivators from the countries surrounding Great Yan. Everyone wanted to know what was so terrifying about this genius rumored to be prevalent within Great Yan. However, Su Chen himself rarely showed his face and rarely made a move, and although his aura was no different from that of a normal person, many people thought that it was the result of him practicing some kind of aura concealing technique. Some time ago, De Xian greatly broke the army of Dian, causing Dian to make reparations all over the country, and also sent the third prince, who has the most outstanding talent, to become a hostage. On that day, countless people sighed that Great Yan was finished, and would have to look up to Grand Xian's nose for at least a few hundred years. There were also quite a few people who secretly laughed at the fact that Great Yan Imperial Lord's much publicized genius prince was still unable to avoid a miserable end in the end. The Great Yan is also a meta-human being. There were also quite a few people who speculated whether or not the third prince of Great Yan would be imprisoned after arriving at Great Xian. But now, with the news coming out from within the Great Yan Imperial capital, it caused countless people to be shocked and express their disbelief. It wasn't until they were sure that this news was coming from the Great Yan Imperial family that they fell silent. It was then that they realized that the Great Yan Imperial Lord had long ago made plans, just to wait for this day. The ones who were kept in the dark were always them. Shocking. The third prince of Great Yan's genius name is a fake. The real genius is the second prince of Great Yan. Heavens, Great Yan Imperial Lord has deceived everyone. De Xian has lost a lot of money this time. I really didn't expect that Great Yan would have shaded Great Xian. I told you that that third prince of Great Yen doesn't look like someone who cultivates. The entire desolate south was filled with such sounds. The third prince of Great Yan's reputation as a genius collapsed overnight, while the second prince of Great Yan's reputation began to gradually rise. One day later, within the Great Xian dynasty, countless people looked furious and cursed. Damn it! Great Yan is truly shameless. To use this to swindle us. I knew that Great Yan's people didn't have good intentions. So how could they willingly send over their talented imperial son? My Xian was actually set up. It's really hateful. I think we should just kill that what's-his-name third prince of Great Yan to deter the other side. The people of Xian who had learned of the news were incomparably outraged. And there were curses from all over Xian. Not only the people, but today's courtroom is also bustling with activity. Imperial Palace. Inside the Grand Xian Hall. Lord Imperial Lord. That Great Yan's people are truly hateful. How dare they use such petty tactics? A middle-aged man looked indignant, his words filled with anger. As the man opened his mouth, more and more people below stepped forward. Lord Imperial Lord, I propose to immediately send out troops and step on Great Yen. No, now that we have signed a treaty with them. If we send our troops to Great Yen in force, several other countries will not sit idly by. Is it hard to believe we're just screwed? Lord Imperial Lord, in my opinion, since that third prince of Dian is useless and it's a waste to keep him, why don't we just kill him for that? Father, my son thinks that even if we can't attack in a big way, we can send troops to raid their borders as a punishment. The confusion below was overwhelming, and the discussion was incredibly heated as you spoke and I spoke. The Xianming above him, however, had his eyes slightly closed and his face was unperturbed. After a long time, he opened his mouth and smiled faintly. All of you do not need to be impatient. We have not been dealing with Yen for a day or two. It is obvious at a glance who is stronger or weaker. And this matter does not necessarily mean that we have lost. So if there is nothing else to do, then leave the court. At these words, there was no sound from below. Ministers look at each other, seem to hear some unusual meaning from it. Such a humiliating event. And the imperial lord didn't even get angry? Even his emotions did not fluctuate. Could it be, the emperor has already anticipated today's situation? Did he make a backhanded move? Thinking of this, they all put their hearts down, and in their hearts, they couldn't help but somewhat look forward to what tactics Xianming had up his sleeve. Since Lord Imperial Lord has already made a decision, then we will not say any more. Yen thought he had punked us, but the deer is yet to be seen. Your Majesty is as discerning as you are. I'm sure you must have anticipated today's situation. We're in a bit of a hurry. After this matter, there are some trivial matters. Xianming listened to the boring, early announced the end of the dynasty. After returning to the bedchamber, Qin Hongji skillfully pressed on his shoulders. Ah Hongji, how do you think I should handle this matter? Xianming said with a smirk. Qin Hongji knew what he was referring to, and she had already heard the news from the outside world today. The populace angrily cursed Great Yen while secretly accusing the royal family of being incompetent, failing to see through even this kind of trick. She didn't care what the outside world said, but she knew that the fact that the man in front of her wasn't angry meant that the problem wasn't that big. She thought for a moment and spoke softly. Husband has already decided in his heart, so why ask my concubine? Ha ha ha. Xianming laughed out loud and praised. Hongji is really smart. I think it's time for me to go and meet this teenager that Shuer is talking about, to see how this person really is. Inside the manor, Su Chen sat alone in the courtyard, holding a book in his hand, watching it carefully, and that scholarly temperament became more and more obvious on him. Although he was reading a book, the corner of his eye was always on Xianing Shue's body. There were bursts of sword sounds coming from the courtyard. That was Xianing Shue practicing her sword. For her to be cultivating, Su Chen was aware of it. As early as when the two first met, Xianing Shue had confessed to him that he came from a large family, and had begun cultivating since he was young, and now he also had the cultivation level of the 9th level of body refining. However, Su Chen felt that her cultivation should be more than that. From her sword skills, it could be seen that the origin was indeed a big family. Exactly how big, Su Chen did not want to explore. All he knew was that Xianing Shue's sword skills still have to keep practicing. Quite a few places where the breakage was obvious, just that she didn't realize it herself. Su Chen had the intention to give some pointers, but he didn't feel too good about it. After all, he was the evil sword master. Put it outside, but it was going to be pointed out by 1,000 people. It was better to keep a low profile. In case he was found out, it would be troublesome to explain. Therefore, he held back. What he didn't know was that while he was sizing up Xianing Shue with the rest of his eyes, Xian Shui was also sizing him up from the corner of her eyes. Su Chen's look of wanting to speak couldn't escape her eyes either. All that? You're not going to say anything? Xian Shui was secretly annoyed in her heart. She knew that Su Chen must have hidden something. His strength was far more than what it appeared to be. It was just that he himself had deliberately revealed quite a few breaks during his sword practice, and the other party had even managed to hold back from pointing it out. Her heart crossed. A hint of distress appeared on her face, and she said disheveledly, "After practicing for a long time, I can still only practice to this extent. Your Excellency, do I not have a talent for practicing swords?" Su Chen was slightly stunned, then laughed. "Little Snow is joking. This sword skill of yours, how many people can't wait to envy it? Just like me, my heart is envious." "Really? Gongzi didn't lie to me?" Xian Shui looked aggrieved. Really?" Su Chuan couldn't help but touch his nose, a little heartbroken. Since becoming the heavenly evil swordmaster, his attainments in the Tao of the sword could be said to have risen by leaps and bounds, and had long since surpassed an unknown number of sword Tao masters. And if his cultivation level was raised as well, he himself didn't know just how strong he would be. "Liar!" Xian Shui turned her head and gambled. "Obviously you didn't even look at me when I was practicing my sword, because I can't read it." "Well, can't you see me? Women only affect how fast I can read." "You, humph." Xian Shui's tone stuttered, somewhat deflated. Sometimes she couldn't figure out why Su Chen liked reading so much. Was it bad for women? Don't women smell good? Aren't girls who smell nice and soft pleasing to the eye? Why do you prefer to hold on to books that give you a headache when you read them? Both were silent. In the middle of the day, a sharp knock came from the courtyard, accompanied by Qin Fan's standardized loud voice, "No good. Something big has happened. Fellow Daoist Chen, come in." Su Chen's heart stirred with some hidden guesses. Qin Fan came in and came straight to the two of them. His breathing was a little short. He first looked at Xian Shui before he placed his gaze on Su Chen's body and said with an inexplicable expression, "Third Prince, are the outside rumors true?" "Rumors? What rumors?" Su Chen asked. "It's being rumored outside that the great Yin imperial family side sent out a message that the third prince's spiritual affinity is only 19. Unable to cultivate. The true genius is the second prince, and he already has a cultivation of the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. So it's this." "That's right. My spiritual affinity is indeed only 19. Su Chen didn't feel surprised and admitted it quite naturally. In his heart, he was thinking that Gai Su Jin's cultivation speed is not slow. He has already reached the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. It's just that one is close to breaking through to the nascent soul realm. He estimated that according to his current progress, in 3 to 5 days at most, he would be able to cross into the third realm, the nascent soul realm." "Ha? Is this true?" Chen Fan exclaimed in shock, his face a little dumbfounded, and his gaze toward Su Chen became more and more strange. Then a shock went through his mind, realizing another point. That's why Xian Shui on the side didn't have any reaction. It's hard to believe that she already knew, and he's even working as this guy's maid of honor. This guy, he's not really the bastard son of the emperor, is he? Chen Fan's mood was a bit complicated at the moment. Originally, when he heard about Su Chen's reputation as a genius, even though the other party was the prince of an enemy country, there was still some admiration in his heart. But now, knowing that he was not a genius, he should have despised. But the problem is, Xian Shui didn't even say anything, and the imperial lord also praised him. He suddenly felt that it would be better for him to continue playing dumb. Ha ha, ha ha, it's really just true. It's fine. Third prince doesn't need to be sad. Chen Fan scratched his head and laughed somewhat awkwardly. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, surprised. "I'm not sad. What's so sad? Cultivators have the good of cultivators. Ordinary people have the good of ordinary people. I'm a reader, the least happy to fight and kill. Gongzi is right. What's so good about fighting and killing?" Xian Shui also said. Chen Fan froze and had nothing to say, so he silently withdrew from the courtyard, just closing the door. And when he turned around, he met a person face to face, and almost didn't lose his soul. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His pupils instantly contracted, and he was about to shout out the words Imperial Lord. Xian Xianming faintly signaled to keep quiet. Chen Fan immediately held back, his heart still incomparably shocked. Chapter 11, Visiting in Plain Clothes. The emperor of a country comes to see an enemy prince in plain clothes? He didn't know exactly who Xian Xianming had come to see, but he had a hunch that the other party hadn't come for the princess, but for that teenager. It's solid. The third prince of Great Yan is indeed the illegitimate son of the imperial lord. Xian Shenming indeed wanted to come and take a look on a whim, and at this time he was wearing the clothing worn by an ordinary merchant's house, and his appearance had been slightly changed, but the difference from the original was not particularly great. Those familiar with him can tell at a glance who he is. After Chen Fan calmed the shock in his heart, he slowly stepped aside and then stood respectfully. Xian Shenming went up and knocked on the door. Inside the courtyard, Su Chen, who was rereading his books, spoke softly without looking back. Come in. The main door opened and Xian Shenming slowly walked in, while Chen Fan outside knowingly closed the door. Xianing Shui, who was continuing to practice with her sword, was shocked when she saw his figure and couldn't help but blurt out, "Father! Father? Why are you here? Father?" Su Chen was stunned and put down the books in his hands. Raising his eyes to look, he saw the figure of a middle-aged man. He was also somewhat curious about Xianing Shui's father. It did look like a merchant family, but he could feel that aura of superiority on the other party. The other party's identity was only not that simple. He slightly made way and smiled. "Uncle Qin, please sit down." Xian Shenming took a closer look at this compound. He hadn't been here for a long time, and upon seeing Xianing Shui, the corners of his mouth revealed an expression that looked like a smile. "Uncle Qin, is it?" Xian Shenming's heart was clear. This daughter of his has quite a lot of thoughts. He gazed at Su Chen and realized that this third prince of Dian did not have the shadow of Su Wu, and had a fluttering gentleman's temperament, even though he looked like an ordinary person. But as Xianing Shui said, this person was not simple. As a Grand Xian Imperial Lord, his cultivation level was naturally not low, and he was more than able to intuitively feel a special feeling emanating from Su Chen's body. The feeling was indescribable and made him all confused. In a short moment, Xian Shenming's mind had already thought of many things. "You are the son my family Shuer spoke of?" Xian Shenming laughed. He did not directly point out Su Chen's identity, and with that, he came to sit down opposite Su Chen. "If there are no surprises, it should be me." Su Chen continued to sit down and began to pour tea for the other party. Xian Shenming saw the books placed on the side, and from the information he had received, this third prince did like to read books as well, so he asked, "I see that little friend is obsessed with books. Is there a reason for that?" "Reading can cultivate one's body, can be wise, can cultivate one's soul. I think there are many benefits of reading," Su Chen said while pouring tea. "That's true, but in today's world, just relying on reading is useless. If you don't have a skill, it's difficult to gain a foothold." Xian Shenming lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and said faintly. Xianing Shui could sort of see that his father was due to the rumors in the outside world and wanted to personally test Su Chen. Just in time, she also wanted to know how Su Chen should answer. She came and sat down next to the two men, listening quietly. "The world will be cultivation as the avenue, for the pursuit of the road of the avenue. However, the avenue is difficult to find. How many people cannot reach the peak of their lives, passed away in regret? Ordinary people get married and have children. Have children. Ordinary is not a kind of happiness. Both the ultimate destination is death. Just a different process, each with their own preferences. There is no difference between the high and low." Su Chuan spoke eloquently. Whether to cultivate or to be an ordinary person, there was no finalization in his case. He liked to be spontaneous and go with the flow. Besides, he was prepared to be an ordinary person. It was just that things were unpredictable, and by chance he became the heavenly evil swordmaster, crossing the path of cultivation in a different way. However, he liked this kind of plain life. He didn't want to get involved in some storms if it was not necessary, but if it was necessary, he would go out of his way to show his power to the world. "Then what kind of person do you think, little friend?" Xian Shenming looked at him with a burning gaze. Xianing Shui's gaze was the same. Su Chen lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and smiled slightly. "I consider myself a reader." Self-identification. The corner of Xian Shenming's mouth revealed an unseen smile. He had probably understood. Instead of continuing to dig deeper on this issue, he skillfully changed the topic. "Speaking of which, I did hear an interesting story on my way here." Su Chen's heart stirred and he had already guessed what he was going to say. It is said that that third prince of Dian is not a genius, but someone who is unable to cultivate. What does little friend think about this matter? Xian Shenming looked at him with a smile. Since it was said by the great Yan imperial family, it's naturally true. What kind of person does little friend think this third prince of Great Yan is? Well, Su Chen thought for a moment and said, I guess he's someone who doesn't like disputes, is indifferent to fame and fortune, and goes with the flow. Why do you say that? All I know is that I've rarely heard of the negative deeds of the third prince of Great Yan. Ha 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 ha. Little friend is a wonderful person. Xian Shenming will be in the hands of the tea a drink and then stood up. said, this trip over, one is to see whether the daughter is safe. The second is to see the daughter's mouth to praise the character of the person how to see today, but it is also considered to be satisfied. I still have important things in the body, it will be the end of this first. After saying that, he pulled out a small token from somewhere and handed it to Su-chun. Su-chun accepted it under a puzzled gaze, not knowing what it was. Next to him, Xianing Shui, however, looked out and was a bit surprised. This object is the entry token for the poetry fair on Qinghe Street in the royal capital 3 days from now. I see that little friend has read quite a few books, so you can go and try it out. Su-chun had just wanted to refuse when Xianing Shui's voice came out. Your Excellency, the Qinghe Street Poetry Festival is not an ordinary poetry festival. Those who can go in are either people with prominent status or they are young and famous heavenly prides, and they should be educated. And the Qinghe Palace within it displays poems made by different people over the past few decades. Oh, Su-chun raised an eyebrow. He originally had little interest, but when it was mentioned that there were a lot of poems, he became interested. Reading poetry and reading books are both the same. They suppress the fury in his body. Maybe he could even take this opportunity to break through to the third realm. Thinking of this, he arched his hand and said thank you. Then, the late generation will thank Uncle Qin. Ha ha ha, little guy. Good luck. Chen Xianming laughed and left the courtyard. Chen Fan outside the courtyard was shaken again when he heard his laughter. He was a bit incredulous. How long had it been since Lord Imperial Lord had smiled like this? Now it's because of a teenager who gives such a smile. Horrible. Simply horrible. Regardless of whether or not he was some great Yin third prince. Regardless of whether or not he couldn't cultivate. This attitude of Xian Xianming towards Su-chun alone was enough to cause him to bow down and hug his thigh. Harry. Chen Fan was incomparably excited. Before coming here, he was only a minor general in the army. After receiving the order, the party returned from the army. At that time, I don't know how many people felt sorry for him. It's not a good job to babysit an enemy hostage as opposed to being in the military. A hostile environment, not to mention quite a few more things to consider. Despite being in the royal capital, it was difficult to take another step forward. If the protege ran away, he would have to bear the guilt. And if anything went wrong, he would not be spared a chastisement. Despite some dissatisfaction in his heart, the military order was like a mountain, so he had to follow it. I didn't realize that when I came over, it wasn't some dungeon with a harsh environment that I went to, but the Grand Princess's manor. The proton to be watched over is not as simple as it seems. Most importantly, he had managed to get into the eyes of the Imperial Lord. It was simply shocking. Chapter 12, Your sword has a flaw. Uncle Qin isn't simply a businessman, right? Inside the courtyard, Su-chun couldn't help but ask. Xianing Shui was startled in her heart and inquired, why do you say that? I observe that Uncle Qin seems to have an air of superiority about him. That's probably because my father is still an official in the court. Xianing Shui thought of a random excuse, and in her heart, she couldn't help but admire his acumen. So it is. Su-chun nodded, and then continued to read the book. It caused Xianing Shui's heart to become annoyed. Books. It's full of books. Can't help but mentally spit out, just go over there with the book. She pouted and turned around a bit unhappily, saying sullenly, I'll go get lunch ready then. Aha. Su-chun answered softly, and felt a little amused at her reaction. Before she could get too far, she spoke again. By the way, your sword technique just now had too many breaks. You still need to practice more. Xianing Shui's footsteps lurched. Her face was joyful, and her unhappy mood was swept away. She was a bit excited, although there were quite a few breaks in the sword art she practiced, but ordinary people could not see it. To be able to see it was enough to show that the other party's attainment in the sword path was not low. Duke, you really are no ordinary man. This was the first time that Su-chun personally revealed it after she discovered that he was not simple, though it wasn't directly stated, nor did it show much power. However, just with this sentence alone, it could make Xianing Shui happy. If she said that she was just skeptical before, then now, she was almost 100% sure that Su-chun was not simple. I'll make sure you're completely honest with me. Xianing Shui silently made up her mind in her heart. She preferred her current life to her previous life. Perhaps it was too much status, too much hounding from a young age, too much of a bore to have anything you want. Now this feeling like solving a mystery was giving her a sense of fulfillment. After Su-chun read for a while, he felt that his body was much more relaxed again. Ever since he became the heavenly evil sword master, he was able to look within himself. At this moment, under his observation, he found that the fury chi in his body had been completely suppressed to the dantian area. and the amount was much less. Half a year ago, at the very beginning of his becoming a swordmaster, looking at his growing cultivation level could be described as joyful, so close to shouting at others that I can cultivate. Later on, he noticed that his body was getting heavier and more tired, and he felt uncomfortable all over, and under his internal vision, he realized that there had been some more fury chi in his body. The baneful chi was grayish-black in color, attaching itself to various parts of his body, continuously eroding his blood chi, and also beginning to affect his sanity. In that moment, he panicked, started looking around for a solution and eventually started reading. Since then, he had taken a normal heart in the face of the growth of his cultivation, because he realized that even if his cultivation was strong, he had to have that life. His body was the top priority. Thereafter, he began to read day after day, cultivate his body and drink tea that has the effect of nourishing the body. While there are no goji berries in this world, there are things that are more effective than goji berries. Nowadays, the baneful chi in all parts of the body had basically been cleared, and only the one in the dantian seemed to be difficult to remove. It's not a big problem though, as long as it doesn't spread. When he thought about the process of becoming the heavenly evil swordmaster, Su Chen felt that it was full of drama. On that day, he traveled alone to a river and saw that there were many fish in the river, so he took up the idea of fishing. After fishing for half a day and not seeing any fish on the hook, just when he was about to give up and go back, the hook moved. He was so pleased with himself that he gave a sharp tug. Then I saw a pitch-black thing flying, and at first I thought it was some kind of black fish or something. It wasn't until the object landed at his feet and cut his leg that he realized it was a pitch-black sword. After inexplicably recognizing his master, the sword haunts him. The books in this courtyard won't last long, and it's not impossible to go to this poetry festival. Retracting his thoughts, Su Chen began to consider the matter of going to the poetry society. You are a hostage. You don't even know if you can get out of this courtyard. Can you go to that place? Even if I could go, I'm afraid I'd have to disguise myself. Otherwise wouldn't being recognized cause some stir? And I'm afraid there would be some unnecessary trouble then. Outside, all parties were waiting to see how De Xian would react in the face of those words from De Yen. Should we raise our troops and attack? Or just kill the third prince of Great Yen? Or a furious statement? However, a day had passed, and apart from the people's criticisms, there was no reaction from the De Xian side. It was as if they didn't even know about it. This has thrown a lot of people for a loop. One must know that De Xian had always been strong, and should not have no reaction at all to such an insult. Yet the facts were before them, leaving them puzzled. Things seemed to be getting a bit confusing. Why didn't De Xian react? Is it hard to face the shame of being cheated and just be at peace with it? Not to mention the people from other countries. Even Dian was a bit surprised. They had thought that even if De Xian wouldn't attack in a big way, he would definitely harass them on a small scale. The result? No response at all. To be honest, if De Xian has a reaction they are afraid that they will still be relieved. But if there is no reaction, then it's time to start rambling. In reality, Shen Xianming was already happy in his heart after this trial of Su Chen. He could ascertain that Su Chen had hidden many things and was not like the waste that Dian had said he was. If he could, he would have hated to announce to the world that he was thankful to Great Yen for sending a genius over and ruthlessly slapping Great Yen in the face. But he held back. It was not advisable to make too much noise now that everything was still up in the air. He needs to further define some things before he can do scheming. After returning to the palace, Shen Xianming summoned his inner circle at the first opportunity. Old M.O. Go arrange for a death row inmate and tell him to kill someone at the Qinghe Street Poetry Festival 3 days from now. And if it comes to fruition, this emperor will pardon his innocence and he can be spared a death. After saying that, he threw out another token and said, the other party will have this token with him, so that he should not look at it wrongly. And if it causes unnecessary casualties, it will be a capital offense. Eunuch Mo showed a puzzled look, but did not ask more questions, but respectfully received the token. As you wish. After saluting, he retired. Shen Xianming sat alone in the main seat, a ray of light flashing in his eyes. Let me see what you have to rely on next. If Su Chen died in this poetry meeting, it would be of little value. If he managed to survive, no matter how he survived, it would be enough to prove that he was extraordinary. At that time, there was no harm in even writing his identity, making him a member of the Grand Xian, or helping him to be free from pressure from all sides. No one would dare say anything as long as he or she was there. Su Chen, I hope you won't let me down. Shen Xianming was looking forward to whether or not he would be able to see that teenager again in 3 days. Su Wu, we've fought all our lives, It's not yet known who will win or lose this time. Chapter 13, I'm an honorable man. Su Chen did not know that there would be killers appearing against him at the Qinghe Street poetry meeting. These 3 days he was no different than usual. When I get up early in the morning, I read. After reading for a while, the maid, Xiao Shui, served him fragrant meals and fed him sweetly. Every time he enjoyed this, he couldn't help but remember when the other party had just been his maid. Don't even talk about making a flavorful meal. It's a good thing we don't make a pile of unmentionables. I don't know how he felt when he saw the meal that was no different from feces, but he felt his eyes darken. The biased young girl also insisted that he try to see how well it was done. Facing that expectant gaze, Su Chen couldn't say the words, as good as no matter what. He was afraid of striking the young girl's pride, so they bit the bullet and tried a bite. And the results? He threw up for 3 whole days. The flavor was not to say it was the same as. It was virtually indistinguishable. Not that he's ever eaten, of course, but saying that. Seems like it's no different than eating. Same shape, same smell. Since then, when faced with her request to taste the delicacy again, Su Chen would always say asterisk 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 without hesitation. For this reason, Xianing Shui was depressed for a while, and eventually, she decided that she wanted to change and started practicing up with vigor. When Su Chen was unwilling to eat, those servants in his mansion suffered. Not one of them can escape trying the poison. At this, Su Chen also felt helpless. Originally, although there were not many people in his mansion, there were more than 20 servants. Since helping Xianing Shui try out the dishes, the number of people gradually decreased. He, a cultivator, could not yet stand it, and those servants, who were all ordinary people, could not stand it even more. After a few meals, one lost half his life. Su Chen could only helplessly give them a fee to cure their illnesses and retire. In less than half a month, he and Xianing Shui were the only 2 left in the mansion. It was good to see that the many days of training had paid off, and while it still didn't look like much, at least the flavor was passable. Until now, Xianing Shui's craftsmanship had grown considerably. If you were to ask her why a princess in her own right would do all this, then she would answer, not to be defeated. Yes, in the beginning she didn't have these special feelings for Su Chen at all. It was all based on an unconquerable energy. Not bad. Yuki's cooking skills have grown a lot more. When Su Chen complimented her twice at the right time, he was able to put her in an extremely good mood for the entire day. If it's delicious, you eat more. Come, open your mouth. Ah. Xianing Shui skillfully passed the spoon to Su Chen's mouth. Su Chen swallowed it in one gulp and said vaguely, if I do this again, I'm going to become an invalid. He was afraid he was dependent on the feeling. Wouldn't that make you a pimp? As an aspiring youth, things like eating soft rice, it's better to eat early. The sooner you eat it, the sooner you'll enjoy it. After breakfast, Xianing Shui practiced her sword daily. Su Chen continued to read. The two seemed to have formed some kind of tacit understanding, not disturbing each other. After watching for a while, the knock came again. Come in. As he spoke, Su Chen's gaze looked toward the door. However, he saw Chen Fan walking over smilingly holding a large pile of books. He. Third Prince, I saw that you like reading so much. I purposely went and found a whole bunch of books over here. He had a rich smile on his face. For some reason, Su Chen always felt that his smile carried some strange flavor. These books were indeed found by Chen Fan with great effort. Ever since Xian Qianming left the courtyard with a big smile, he had gotten up the idea of flattering Su Chen. Thinking about it, the only thing that comes to mind is that he likes to read. For this reason, it took some deliberate effort. Third Prince, I've gone to great lengths to find this, so you'll be satisfied. As he spoke, Chen Fan kept scowling at Su Chen. Su Chen's heart became even more puzzled as he put down the book he was holding and casually picked up a book that Chen Fan had brought with him. No title, nothing on the cover. He flicked it open and took a closer look. As he watched, his face became a bit strange. It reads, the two couldn't help themselves and rolled off the bed, undressing only 3 times. Next, there are some depictions of unattractive images. Railing Su Chuan, this kind of previous life read countless people, but also by this book within the incomparable explicit bed scene depictions to the shock. One can only exclaim that people who cultivate really know how to play. Seeing him looking mesmerized, Chen Fan heatedly laughed strangely from the sidelines, feeling that he had given away the right thing. Xianing Shui stopped her sword, her gaze equally strange as she looked at the two. Chen Fan's smile always gave her a feeling that it was not something good. Murphy, it's got some smut written in it? The more she thought about it, the more she realized it was a possibility, and she walked towards the two men. Cough. Seemingly sensing Xianing Shui's gaze and footsteps, Su Chen coughed and quickly closed the books and said with a serious look, "Fellow Daoist Chen, I think you're misunderstanding me. I'm a decent man. How could I read these things? This is simply tainting the eyes of my readers. Take it away, take it away." Chen Fan's smile stalled and he was a bit dumbfounded. He had clearly seen Su Chen watching with great interest, so how did he flip out in the blink of an eye? At this moment, he saw the wink that Su Chen passed him, then glanced to the side and immediately understood something. Hastily apologizing, he said, "Third Prince, it's my fault for taking matters into my own hands and bringing some things you don't like. I'll take them away." Saying that, he was about to leave with those books. Just then, he heard a subtle voice, "We're going out tomorrow, so remember to sneak it into my room." Chen Fan's footsteps lurched, and then the corners of his mouth curved as his heart secretly rejoiced. He whispered back, "Third Prince, don't worry." Then he left the yard with a big stride. "What were you guys talking about just now?" Xianing Shui came close to Su Chen and asked curiously. "It's nothing. It's just for Daoist Chen to return those books." Su Chen looked normal. "What's written on it then?" Xianing Shui was a bit curious. "I was just about to take a look." "You're a girl. It's better not to look." "Small-hearted eyes," Su Chen said cryptically. Xianing Shui instantly understood that it was indeed correct as she had guessed, so she frowned and said, "That lord would even take this kind of book to the Duke. It's simply unbelievable." He is also a good intention. Besides, I am a gentleman. Even if those books are placed in front of me, I will not take a look." Su Dust patted his chest and said. Xianing Shui gave him a half-hearted look and asked, "Really? 1,000 times over? Then who owns those books I saw at the prince's house earlier?" "Ah, this. Not mine. Definitely not mine." Su Chen was shocked in his heart, not realizing that his private stash had been discovered. This must never be admitted or one's image is going to crumble. Chapter 14, Poetry Meeting on Qinghe Street. "If it's not yours, can't it be mine?" Gongzi, lying is not a good habit. Xianing Shui looked at him meaningfully. Su Chen rubbed his nose and looked away. Of course he knew what Xianing Shui was referring to. Not only those books, but also himself. Sometimes the truth doesn't really matter that much, does it? After all, there's more than one person who lies. Su Chen said back, just as he did not probe into Xianing Shui's identity. Does the truth matter? Of course it matters. But some days it doesn't matter. At least, life was easier and more comfortable now. And there were times when he played dumb, not really dumb, but just didn't want to point it out. Xianing Shui was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect him to say that. When you think about it, it seems to make sense. And isn't it true that you're lying too? There are some things that will naturally be known when it is time to know them, and forcing too much will be the downfall. Little Snow has been taught. Xianing Shui owed her body. Is Your Excellency going to Qinghe Street tomorrow? It just so happens that I have nothing to do, so it's fine to go and take a look. And I haven't experienced the customs of this great Xian. Only, Su Chen glanced at her and said helplessly, it's just that I am now in the status of a hostage. And Xian will allow me to wander around the imperial capital as I please? Why don't you ask that lord outside if it's possible or not? Xianing Shui laughed. Since Xian sent him to watch over Gongzi, then he naturally knows if he can go out or not. Also, Su Chen nodded and shouted towards the door. General Chen, I wonder if I can go out and loiter tomorrow. When Chen Fan, who was outside, heard this, he immediately responded, the third prince can just go and hang out. It's not much of a big deal. Joking aside, he could still stop the other party if the imperial lord had recognized him. He still couldn't wait for Su Chen to go out. Otherwise, how could he sneak those books into his room? It's okay then. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The mind was getting weirder and weirder. In this Xian, it seems to be more comfortable than in Dian. Being a prince may seem comfortable, but there are many rules and restrictions. My lord, I'm afraid I won't be able to go with you tomorrow. I have to make a trip home. Xianing Shui said somewhat apologetically. It wasn't that she couldn't go, but she had to go in a different capacity. As for why, it was naturally because he was worried that Su Chen would get into trouble, and attending as the eldest princess would deter some people. That's fine. I'll ask Daoist Chen to accompany me. He's more familiar with it. Su Chen nodded and did not force himself. The next morning, after the usual reading and eating the breakfast made by Xianing Shui, Su Chen began to prepare, and Xianing Shui was out the door. The poetry session was in the evening, and there was no rush. As soon as Xianing Shui left, Chen Fan walked into the courtyard holding a bunch of books in his arms. When he came outside the room, he knocked on the door. Then he said excitedly, Third Prince, I collected a few more collector's books yesterday. That thing, even when I, a veteran of the flower world, looked at it. I couldn't suppress it. Oh, Sue Dust in the room was a little curious, opened the door, reached out and took the book he was holding and looked at it. It was indeed more exciting than yesterday's, but to say it couldn't be suppressed, not really, at least not the way he felt. This one is nowhere near as good as that previous world in that regard. It just couldn't be helped. There wasn't any good pastime stuff here besides cultivation, so it was good to pass the time. Of course, the most important thing was that even reading such books could suppress the fury in his body. It's effective and natural to take it. Su-chen silently accepted the books in his hand and placed them in the corner of the room, again feeling not too safe, and finally tucked them under the bed. It's not so much the fear of being stolen as it is the fear of being caught reading such books. It tarnishes his image as a reader. After putting it away, he called out to Chen Fan, who was ready to leave. General Chen, I'm going to Qinghe Street later to attend a poetry festival. Can I trouble you to go with me? Chen Fan's footsteps lurched as he turned his head somewhat stiffly, barely revealing a hint of a smile. Since it's the third prince's request, it's naturally no problem. He was a bit hesitant. That place went to the heirs of some big shots, and it was easy to offend people. But Su Chen was again the person recognized by the imperial lord, so he had to go even if he didn't. I see that fellow Taoist Chen doesn't seem to be too willing. If you don't want to go, it's no problem. Su Chen did not force the issue. He just thought that it would be better to have someone from Dexian accompany him. After all, he's also unfamiliar with the world. Chen Fan, however, was anxious and shook his head frantically. Third prince, you're looking at this the wrong way. I don't have the slightest intention of not wanting to go. I want to go even in my dreams. He did want to go, putting aside the point that he could easily offend people. As a big old man, he had never been to the Qinghe Street Poetry Festival, nor was he qualified to go. Chen Fan had long wanted to go and see what was so interesting about the poetry meeting of the children of those dignitaries and nobles as well as the geniuses, and now that he could follow Su Chen there, he could also open his eyes. Then thank you, General Chen. After the two had been in disguise, the time had come to afternoon. Before going out, Su Chen also took the time to read a few books. At the same time, far away from the edge of the Grand Xian dynasty, the black-skirted woman who had killed another group of bandits expressionlessly withdrew the long sword in her hand, and her gaze, which seemed to have passed through a distance of 10,000 miles, was fixed on the imperial capital. In the next moment, her figure turned into a ray of streaming light and disappeared into the pitch-black sword in her hand. With a slight stroke in the air, this sword broke through the void and then disappeared into it without a trace. Qinghe Street Poetry Festival, an annual gathering of young cultivators in the Grand Xian imperial capital. It is a place for cultivators to spend their leisure time in cultivation. On this day, the geniuses of the major families began to recite poems, listen to songs and enjoy dances as well as make friends. With the development over the years, the Qinghe Street Poetry Festival had evolved into a must-go place for geniuses within the Grand Xian. Those who can recite a good poem will also reap a great deal of fame. After all, compared to a genius who can't do anything but cultivate, a genius who is good at all kinds of poetry and songs will be welcomed. While practicing, you should also focus on cultural enrichment. The Qinghe Street Poetry Festival is a chance for you to make a name for yourself. Is the Qinghe Street Poetry Festival coming up again this year? Not bad, just tonight. I wonder who's going to be famous again. I remember last year, the son of the king of Jinan, Huang Feng, said that the shadow of the fairy in the mist was like a dream, and the purple lightning and thunderbolts broke through the sky, which made him famous by overpowering the crowd. Wang Tao, son of General Wang, has a silver glow spilling out of the sky under the moon, and the sound of a dragon's roar above the sea of stars is not bad. I wish I could go to Qinghe Street to see this event in person. Don't even think about it. Those who can go to the Qinghe Street Poetry Festival are either geniuses or have a distinguished life. Just wait. I don't know what eye-popping verses are coming out tonight. Walking down the street, Su Chen could hear the many people around him discussing the Qinghe Street Poetry Festival. This poetry session was more compelling than he had imagined. But think about it, this world is not as rich in entertainment as the previous world. Cultivation is also boring. Some people are stuck in a certain realm for months, years, or even decades and centuries. In their spare time, zither, chess, calligraphy and painting became another way for monks to divert their attention. However, most people see it as a state of mind practice. And some people tend to break through the realm that they have not been able to break through for a long time because of a poem, a painting, or even a song. He only hoped that there were enough poems in that Qinghe palace. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be enough for him to read. Chapter 15, Breaking Through the Third Realm. Little friend Sue. It's rumored that this Qinghe Street Poetry Festival is bigger than the previous ones. Not only will geniuses from within the Grand Xian territory come, even there are quite a few geniuses from other countries. On the way, Chen Fan said softly to Su Chen, and in order not to expose Su Chen's identity, he changed the title of third prince to Little Friend Su. There are still geniuses from other countries? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Chen Fan knew what he wanted to ask and explained. The two countries being at war doesn't affect the exchange of cultivators. Some of them are still neutral. What's more, now is the time of truce between the two countries. Some of the cultivators from Dian will come to participate as well. Su Chen nodded. The current him could no longer be seen as he was after his disguise. Even if there were cultivators from Great Yen, they could not recognize him. Also, it is said that there are a few more popular candidates to win the title in this poetry meeting. Not only are they highly talented in cultivation, even their attainments in poetry are not low. What is their cultivation level? Su Chen asked as he walked. One of them is only 17 years old and has the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm. There's another one who is 18 years old and has the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. And of course, amongst the younger generation of my Dixien, the eldest princess has the highest amount of talent. And at the age of 17, she's already at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm. Chen Fan said as such. 17 years old, 9th level of Qi condensation realm? Su Chen was a bit surprised. This cultivation level was indeed a very impressive genius. Even Dian, his royal brother who was considered a genius, was only at the age of 17 at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. But this eldest princess of Dashuan was already at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm. He felt his cultivation. He was getting closer to the 3rd realm. He estimated that it wouldn't take more than 2 days to break through. And if he was lucky, he would break through tonight. What Chen Fan said was indeed considered genius. But Su Chen wasn't weak at all. In terms of cultivation, he was stronger than them. In terms of poetry, I'm sorry to say, but he was even stronger. After all, there is a heritage of poetry passed down from thousands of years in another world. Taking out just any song, it was a pinnacle that was hard for ordinary people to reach. As evening approached, the area around Qinghe Street in the northern part of the imperial capital was already overcrowded. Qinghe Street, named for its proximity to the Qingshui River, on which numerous buildings and boats float. There are buildings and pavilions standing on both sides of the street, countless lanterns hanging among them, and famous poems and paintings hanging everywhere, setting off a different atmosphere. At this moment, there are still people arriving one after another. The visitors were all well dressed and enjoying their dignity. On the outskirts of Qinghe Street, looking at the clothes of those around him, Su Chen couldn't help but frown. It was not that he disliked it, but, when he looked around, there were only two people, himself and Chen Fan, who were plainly dressed, and they were suddenly eye-catching in the crowd. Who's that guy, casually wearing a dress and coming here? But, looking at that, I guess it's an ordinary person who came to see the fun. He can't enter this Qinghe Street. I see that this person is also not a dignitary, and there is no aura of cultivation on his body, so he should just be an ordinary person. Not surprisingly, people like that come through every year. Su Chen's dress was indeed no different from that of an ordinary person. So much so that many of the people around him thought that he had come to see the fun. When the person who was responsible for checking the entrance qualifications saw this, he also frowned and said in a cold tone, "Kid, this place is not a place for ordinary people to come to. If there is nothing else, then leave quickly." Su Chen frowned, and before he could speak, Chen Fan next to him could no longer hold back and angrily scolded. "Blind your dog's eyes. Who said that you must wear something flashy to come here? What's the use of being flashy? Our male son just doesn't care about it." When these words came out, the gazes of many people around them went cold. This man has a big mouth. If he can't get into Qinghe, it's just a matter of time. If he does, I'd like to see what he means by flashy in his mouth. Humph. This person is arrogant. If I enter Qinghe Street later, I will definitely ask for a lesson. That teenager has never been seen before. I don't think he's a powerful character. With these words, I'm afraid he'll have a good time later. Su Chen was somewhat helpless. Chen Fan had instantly incurred a large amount of hatred for him, but it was not a big problem, and with a stern face, he reached out and handed over the token that Xian Xianming had given him. The man took a look and immediately changed his face, handed the token back with a respectful face and smiled sarcastically. "This gentleman, I'm really sorry, just now it was my words that offended me. You can go into Qinghe Street." This gentleman, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, please also hang this token on your waist. Aha! Su Chen nodded indifferently and casually hung the token on his waist as he and Chen Fan strutted in. Many of the people around this look were stunned, not expecting him to actually get in. Who is this person? How could he really get in? What an eye-opener. I never seem to have seen this man before in my memory. I thought he was talking big. Someone who didn't believe it went up to the man and asked, "This lord, may I ask what the origin of the young man just now is?" In a flash, many people pricked up their ears. A trace of gravity flashed across the man's face as he said, "I also don't know who this person is, but that token, it's from within the palace." Within the palace? Can it be that he's still a member of the royal family? The hearts of the surrounding crowd were shaken, somewhat feeling incredulous. That plainly dressed teenager was a member of the royal family? Since when did the children of the Dacian royal family dress so plainly? Furthermore, why did they have absolutely no recollection of that teenager? Once you enter Qinghe Street, the crowds are significantly less. Little friend Su, this poetry meeting will not start for another hour. Should we find a place to sit first? Chen Fan inquired. Su Chen swept his gaze and asked, "Where is the Clear River Palace?" His goal is obvious. Read those poems first. As for the poetry club, are of secondary importance. Qinghe Palace? Chen Fan froze and laughed. That's a good place to go. In fact, in his mind, he preferred to go to the river, where there were kabuki singing and dancing, a sort of pre-poetry show, and that was much nicer to watch. Nah, this third prince has a penchant for reading and such. There's no way around it. He pointed in a direction, and Su Chen immediately left, and after taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned back and said, "If General Chen is bored, he can go elsewhere to stroll around. He doesn't have to necessarily follow me." He could see that Chen Fan preferred to go elsewhere and had no intention of letting the other party follow him all the way. Really? Chen Fan looked happy and was about to leave, but then stopped his pace and hesitated a bit. "Or else, I'd better follow you. It's really not necessary." "Okay." Looking at Chen Fan, who had disappeared in a puff of smoke, Su Chen had an odd expression on his face. This acting skill, it wasn't bad. After walking for about a few minutes, Su Chen saw the attic of Qinghe Palace written on the plaque. The attic was huge. Even the pillars at the entrance were engraved with poems. And there were more people coming here than he expected. The crowd saw him dressed in plain clothes, slightly surprised, but did not say much. "Can enter here?" Has represented his identity? Maybe again, which official noble children deliberately so. In order to see if there is not long I'd mess with him. This kind of weird fetish abounded within the imperial capital, and they had already seen it before. When he stepped into the Qinghe Palace, he was greeted by a dense collection of poems, the number of which was not small, and it brightened his eyes. Just as he wanted to watch some of it, Su Chen sensed another force inexplicably surging into his body. Already? His expression shifted and he glanced somewhere in the air. His cultivation was already near the edge of breaking through, and this influx of power instantly allowed his cultivation to directly break through that threshold and enter the third realm, the nascent soul realm. The first realm refines the body, polishes the physique and strengthens the flesh. The second realm condenses qi, condenses the breath and opens the meridians. Third realm nascent soul into the body, control of spiritual power. It could be said that only at the nascent soul realm was one considered to have initially crossed the threshold of a cultivator. The first 2 realms were prepared for this. Su Chen could feel that after his breakthrough, the surrounding aura was being continuously absorbed by his body. Although slowly, it was something that could not be felt before. Nascent spirit into the body, absorbing external spiritual energy into the body, turning it into spiritual energy and storing it in the dantian. However, his dantian was covered by the baneful qi. Su Chen had thought that it would be very troublesome, but under his internal vision at the moment he realized that the baneful qi did not interfere with his own spiritual energy, and at the moment it seemed to be in peace with each other. The trouble was that even though the cultivation had broken through, the fury had also risen by a large margin again. So, he began to look hard at all these poetry books around him. Chapter 16, The Princess's Gaze. After spending more than half an hour, Su Chen initially went through all these poetry collections. How can I put it? The level varies. There are good and bad, but even the best of them can't compare to those thousands of famous lines from the previous life. The only good thing about it was that there was less fury in one's body again. He then began to sweep a second and third time. After the 3 sweeps, more than an hour had passed, and the baleful aura in his body was much less. Many of the people around him also noticed the freak he was. While people usually read the more famous ones, he read all the poems in the Qinghe Palace, and still 3 times. Su Chen did not care about the strange gazes of these people. and after walking out of Qinghe Palace in a relaxed manner, he rushed towards the center of Qinghe Street. After breaking through the nascent soul realm, he became a little more sensitive to his surroundings. Under his perception, the cultivation levels of the passing crowd were mostly in the early stage of the qi condensation realm, with fewer in the middle stage. And as for the later stages of the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels, there were almost none. In this younger generation, where having a qi condensation realm 6th level or above at the age of 17 or 18 was called a genius. His cultivation level could be considered to be the crown of the crowd. The highest cultivation level within Great Yen is the 5th realm, and now that I'm in the 3rd realm, I'm already considered a powerful person on one side. The corner of Su Chen's mouth hooked, although his cultivation level was only in the 3rd realm. If he used the heavenly evil sword and combined it with his current attainments in the Tao of the sword, even a cultivator in the 5th realm would not be a match for him. It's just that I don't know what realm the person with the highest cultivation within this great Xian territory is. He felt that De Xian might be quite a bit stronger than De Yen in this regard as well. But no matter what, given his current strength, it was perfectly fine to defend himself. Good, great dancing. While he was thinking, Su Chen heard a familiar voice in his ears, and when he looked around, he quickly saw Chen Fan, who was dancing with his hands in the crowd not far away. Around him, a crowd full of people huddled together, each excited and shouting. Su Chen's gaze was a little strange. His feet moved lightly, and he soon arrived in the crowd, looking towards the center of the crowd's gaze, only to see the crowd. A group of kabuki dressed in transparent light veil, wearing light purple bibs inside, revealing a large half of the stomach. Under the long skirt, the delicate thighs were hidden. Accompanied by a burst of singing out, they danced in the empty square. From time to time, they tossed their eyes and made seductive gestures, drawing gasps from the crowd. Su Chen looked at it for a while. These women did have a level of sophistication, dancing with a hint of seduction in their elegance, easily holding most of the men's gazes. Even women can't help but look at it frequently. Big brother Chen is so excited. Su Chen laughed from the side. The smile on Chen Fan's face stalled, turned around and saw that it was indeed Su Chen's voice. Somewhat awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Forgive me, little friend Su. This is not the first time I've been here. I've never seen such a style." What he used to watch was all vulgar. No beauty at all. Only vulgarity. If he hadn't followed Su Chen over this time, he wouldn't have known that these guys ate so well. This is good. In the future, the Greenflower building of those performances themselves afraid to see. There's not a single one that compares to the looks, the body, the dance moves, etc. Ha ha ha, I understand. Su Chen patted his shoulder, revealing a look that all men understand. Alas, we are just a working man, which is like little friend Su, who is used to eating mountains and seas of food. Chen Fan sighed. Su Chen as the 3rd prince of Great Yen. What kind of divine life he lived he could hardly imagine. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. There was nothing wrong with him being the 3rd prince of Dian, but apart from having a bit more money and power than ordinary people, there wasn't much difference, nor was he as arrogant and extravagant as he had imagined. Look, that's Zhou Tianyi, the son of Minister Zhou. Suddenly, an alarming cry came from the crowd. Zhou Tianyi, that's a genius. I wonder what verses he'll write this year. Something didn't come up last year, so I finally got to meet this year. Although most of the people present were the sons and daughters of dignitaries, there was a difference between high and low. Zhou Tianyi, for example, was the son and heir of De Xian's Zhou Xiang, and with his honorable status and extraordinary talent, he drew the attention of the crowd as soon as he appeared. Is this Zhou Tianyi very powerful? Su Chuan gazed over and saw a young man with a haughty expression and wearing a white long shirt slowly walking towards him. A group of people surrounded him, like stars surrounding the moon. Zhou Tianyi is the son of Prime Minister Zhou, who holds a high position of power in our Grand Xian dynasty, and whose position is above that of the various ministers, so naturally he should not be underestimated. Chen Fan's gaze was grave as he continued. This Zhou Tianyi is also not simple. At only 17 years old, he is already at the 7th level of the qi condensation realm. He is also a genius. More importantly, he is quite accomplished in poetry. The year before last, the poetry leader was taken by him. So it is. Su Chen nodded, and there were no waves in his heart. Soon after, another exclamation came. The son of the Chu king, Xian Lang, has also come. This time, before Su Chen could ask, Chen Fan was already explaining from the side. King Chu is the younger brother of the current imperial lord, whose fiefdom is in the northwestern part of the Grand Xian, and this Xian Lang is a genius as well. At the age of 16 years old, At the 6th level of the chi condensation realm, he is equally not bad in poetry. Su Chuan looked over. This Xianlang was born with a good appearance, and seemed to be relatively easy to get along with. The 5th prince is here too. Hearing the word prince, Su Chen naturally cast his gaze over. Perhaps because he was also a prince. He wanted to see what the Dexian's prince was like. The young man's face was clear, wearing a bright yellow robe, his hair was tied up high, and he was holding a fan in his hand, exuding an aristocratic air all over. At this moment, he was standing at the front of a luxuriously decorated carriage, looking down at the crowd below with a smile on his brow. "Greetings, Your Highness the 5th Prince." The crowd below saluted in unison. Zhou Tianyi and Xianlang appeared to be much more casual than the others after they had saluted. "Your Highness the 5th Prince has come a little late." Zhou Tianyi laughed. "How has brother Xianming been doing?" Xianlang directly went forward to ask how he was doing. The 5th Prince Xianming was a few months older than him, and the two of them were still on good terms. "You too, running so fast and coming without informing me. If I hadn't been prepared, I'm afraid I would have missed this poetry meeting," Xianming said without a trace of anger. Although he, as a person, had little talent in poetry and song, he liked these things. These two people have been hiding their poems, waiting until the poetry conference to tell them that they have new poems. Zhou Tianyi and Xianlang both glanced at each other, both sensing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Not that they didn't want to say it. Rather, this 5th prince had no talent in this area, but he preferred to compose poems. And even more so, he liked to change the poems composed by others into his own poems. It's fine to change it. The problem is that the change is just a crock of. When the others around them heard this, they also wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. The entire Dexian knew that the 5th prince had a famous poem. Its name is Playful Words and its general content is like this: "The cat jumps in the quiet of the night, and the shadow floats in the playfulness. Suddenly I heard the dog barking, and all around I laughed." Su Chen was also a bit unable to hold back his laughter after hearing Chen Fan say it. Cheesy, yes, but at least it's somewhat catchy to read, and better than some of the people who think they're masters at writing. "The Grand Princess? Did I blink my eyes? Isn't that Her Highness the Grand Princess?" Suddenly, another voice came out, suddenly drawing everyone's attention. Everyone's gazes were directed toward the distance. Even Zhou Tianyi, Xianlang, and Xianming did likewise. "Fourth sister? She actually came?" Xianming was a bit surprised. Xianning Shui ranked 4th among all of Xianming's heirs, but was his largest daughter, so the outside world often referred to her as the Grand Princess, the eldest princess. The crowd was in an uproar, and Su Chen was squeezed to the edge, and couldn't help but sigh a little. What is so peculiar about this Grand Princess that she was able to create such a big sensation? What exactly has this Grand Princess done? Can it make the people around it so agitated? Chen Fan looked at him with a strange face, thinking, others can see a glance are thankful and excited. "You are good. Directly let the big princess as a maid of honor." Not to mention, thinking like this, Chen Fan himself was a bit jealous. By what right? If these guys knew that the Grand Princess they were currently courting was Su Chen's maid, Su Chen was afraid that he would be torn apart by them. Suppressing the grumpy mood in his heart, Chen Fan once again began to explain. "The Grand Princess is the favorite heir of the Imperial Lord, and her appearance is as beautiful as the heavens. Her talent tops the younger generation of Dashuan. She is also proficient in music and dance. I don't know how many men's hearts are in their dreams. The most important thing is that the Grand Princess hasn't appeared in the Poetry Society for 2 years now. I don't know why she has come today. Naturally it's shocking." Saying that, but Chen Fan understood in his heart that Her Highness was afraid that she was here for Su Chen. In that case, it really isn't simple. Hearing him say this, Su Chen also became interested and probed towards the front. Soon after, he saw an equally luxurious and incomparable carriage slowly approaching, and through the window of the carriage, Su Chen could see that pair of gazes. Despite the confused looks, it was indeed beautiful, and the aura was rather lofty, but for some reason, he always felt that there was something familiar about that gaze. After thinking it over, I couldn't come up with anything. Inside the carriage, Xianning Shui's gaze was locked on Su Chen's body from the very beginning, and when she saw those women in muslin behind him, her brows just frowned, and her mood became somewhat bad. "OMG, Her Highness just looked at me. Did you guys see that? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Her Highness was clearly looking at me just now. What is your status? Can Her Highness look at you? That's looking at me." Xianning Shui's mere gaze caused many confident men below to speak out in excitement. Zhou Tianyi, Xianming, and Xianlang also followed Xianning Shui's gaze, and did not see any outstanding people due to the large crowd. All of them were a little puzzled in their hearts, and then they all relieved themselves, fearing that this was just a casual glance on her part. In the Grand Xian dynasty, they thought to themselves that no one had yet been able to get into Xian Yingshue's eyes, and they knew this all too well. Chapter 17, The Lotus Flower That Blooms on the Scent of Poetry. Inside a certain dungeon in the imperial capital, eunuch Mo came to a cell after a while of thinking. As an old man who had followed Xian Xinming for decades, he could guess the other party's mind. Although he was told to find someone to kill a person, he could hear the words in Xian Xinming's mouth. If you really want to kill, it will not be so troublesome. Directly send people is. This move is probable to test. Since it is a test, you cannot let the other side really die. The problem was that he didn't know who the emperor wanted to kill, how old he was, and what level of cultivation he had. He only knew that the one he wanted to kill was the one with the token. In that case, it's hard to find anyone to go to. In eunuch Mo's opinion, if the other party's cultivation is too low, the royal lord is not necessary to test is. Under the thought we'll have a plan. One couldn't look for a cultivation too high, and a cultivation too low would be ineffective. And all things considered, it would be most appropriate to look for a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm cultivation. Not too high, not too low. Xian Zhang, I remember that you are going to be asked to be executed next month, right? Looking at a man lying casually within the dungeon, eunuch Mo asked with an expressionless face. The man moved without replying. I really don't know who gave you the guts to make a move on the heir of a palace minister. Eunuch Mo wore a mocking expression. This person in front of me is a famous flower thief. I don't know how many young girls in the Grand Xian dynasty have been poisoned, so it's just that. With the cultivation of the peak of nascent soul, if he wants to run, it's really a bit difficult to catch him, but he should never have extended his hand into the imperial capital, and dared to make a move on the minister's heir. Within the imperial capital, the experts were like clouds. How could he escape as a peak nascent soul realm? Something's up. The man's tone was husky and deadly. Eunuch Mo let out a cold laugh. Count yourself lucky, this guy. Now there is an errand that you need to do. If you can accomplish it, you can be spared from the death penalty and be let go. Hearing these words, the man finally stopped looking unconcerned. He immediately got up and instantly came in front of the cell door made of special material, a pair of reddened eyes staring at eunuch Mo in death, and asked with some excitement, "Is this statement true?" "Naturally it is true." Eunuch Mo smiled, reached out and took out an elixir and handed it over, saying, "This is the 9 revolutions soul-breaking elixir. After you eat it, you will die in 3 days without an antidote in your 7 orifices. If you successfully complete the mission, you will get the antidote and freedom. If you run away, you will not be able to escape from death in 3 days. You don't trust me?" The man's brow furrowed in some hesitation. Who doesn't know that you, Xian Zhang, are the best at escaping besides picking flowers? Eunuch Mo continued with a sneer. "It's fine if you refuse. Next month will be the time of the beheading. This silver lining, let's see if you want it or not." Xian Zhang was silent for a long time before he looked up and asked, "Kill who?" If he were to kill a cultivator who was too strong, he couldn't do it. "I don't know," Eunuch Mo answered truthfully. "No?" Xian Zhan was slightly stunned. "But the other side will carry a special token." "Whose orders?" "It's not your place to know." After a little consideration, Xian Zhang said, "I'll take it." "Very good." Eunuch Mo revealed a smile and tossed the token in his hand to him, saying, "Take this token and go to Qinghe Street. The token will move when you meet your target." Finally, he watched him eat the 9-turn soul-breaking Dan before nodding in satisfaction and ordering the cell door to be opened. After returning to the palace, Eunuch Mo was the first to report to Xian Xinming, "Lord Imperial Lord, the matter has been ordered." "Very good." Xian Xinming smiled faintly and said, "Right, there is one more thing. Send someone to keep an eye on the Qinghe Street Poetry Festival. If there are any outstanding poems, have them brought to me for a look." "Yes." Eunuch Mo nodded respectfully, but in his heart, he was wondering, the Imperial Lord hadn't paid so much attention to the Qinghe Street Poetry Festival before. What's going on this time? He didn't dare to look deeper. He just knew to do what he was told. Qinghe Street was already bustling with activity at this time. The arrival of the Grand Princess pushed the atmosphere to an extremely high level. The terraces of the attics on both sides of the street were filled with people. But of course, the terraces of the Grand Princess and the 5th Prince were not full of people. The two of them, Su Chen and Chen Fan, were also on top of the terrace of an attic, where they were able to have an unobstructed view of their surroundings. On the river, there are building boats with kabuki dancing on the bow for people to enjoy. I've heard that eldest Princess Dexian is gifted with a stunning talent, like a fairy in the dust, and today I've seen that her name is indeed true. I wonder if there's any chance that she can get into Her Highness the eldest princess's eyes. A man's words came out loud and clear from a certain terrace, causing a flurry of attention. Who is this man? How dare he be so frivolous? I recognize it. That person seems to be the genius of the Zhao family of the Great Yin dynasty. Zhao Buwei. So it's someone from Great Yin, who I thought was so repulsive. Our Highness the Princess is also someone you can comment on? On top of one side of the terrace, Shen Ming showed disdain as he said in a cold voice, the people of the Great Yin dynasty are still so disgusting. On the other hand, Shen Ning Shui on the other side didn't even look at her. Her gaze appeared to be wandering away from the river in the distance, but in reality, she was paying close attention to Su Chen's movements. Although Su Chen had changed his appearance, there was no difference between his plain outfit and being in the courtyard. Plus, although Chen Fan had also changed his appearance, his personal features were obvious. Zhao Buwei of the Zhao family? It seems a bit impressive. Su Chen looked at the man who opened his mouth and felt some familiarity. That man also didn't care about the crowd's mockery of him. Instead, he laughed, and with a single leap, he came to stand on the bow of a boat in the river, and he revealed a provocative expression as he exclaimed, since we're meeting in poetry today, I'll start this off. Will anyone dare to take it? Humph. Why don't you dare? As soon as Zhao Buwei's words fell, a man on the shore similarly leaped into the bow of another boat, looking opposite him. Yes. This kind brother, please bring him down hard. I've been sick of seeing this guy for a long time. All of them clapped and applauded, only hating that they were a step late and couldn't take the lead in front of Her Highness. On top of a certain terrace, after Su Chen saw this, he couldn't help but continue to ask, Brother Chen, there are still rules for this poetry competition? He had thought that the crowd was feeling it, or that each of them had brightened up the verses they had made during the exchange, but at the moment, it didn't seem to be the case. You don't know about this, even though it's my first time here. I still know a thing or two about the rules here. Chen Fan patted his chest and said, Little friend Su, have you seen those two huge boats on the river? To compose a poem is to get on the bow of those two boats one-on-one and recite a poem one after another. And how do you judge the winner? Everyone finds a good poem different. Su Chen continued to pursue the question. Ha ha, Su little friend do not know. This clear water river has a special lotus. Smell poetry and open. The better the poem you made, the more will open. Is therefore to judge the good or bad poetry. Each person on the boat have 3 chances. The winner stays, the loser leaves, until no one dares to go on until the end of the winning, is the poetry leader. Su Chuan finally understood. No wonder these people deliberately chose this place. So there was a reason. He redirected his gaze to the ship, and already there was a gasp in his ears. That great Yan's Zhao Buwei actually caused 100 lotus flowers to bloom. It's only 20 dozens on the other side. That's too big a difference. This guy's got something. Sure enough, there was a white lotus blooming on the river in the distance. Just in the few moments that he and Chen Fan were talking, the two had already completed their first round of exchanges. Obviously, Zhao Buwei won. Don't be smug. I still have 2 more chances. The man on the other side was furious and continued to start reciting aloud. Autumn wind sweeps away the fallen leaves. Yellow leaves spread all over the ground. Children play and laugh, picking them up with boundless joy. As soon as this poem came out, Su Chen knew that this person was going to lose. Although he hadn't heard what Zhao Buwei's poem was like, his intuition told him that it was. He looked around and realized that quite a few people were shaking their heads. It's over. This level is way off. I really didn't expect this Zhao Buwei to have some skills. He took the top spot. In the next moment, 10 more lotuses bloomed on the side of the man's boat, but it was only 30. A huge difference from the 100 on the opposite side. The man's face reddened, knowing that he had no face to continue to stay. Even the third chance did not use. The gray slipped off the boat. The first match ended with a victory for Great Yan's Zhao Buwei. Xian's crowd was unconvinced, scrambling toward the ship. I just don't believe that it will be inferior to the guy from Dian. Get out of the way. I'll drive him down. However, after nearly half an hour of intense exchanges, no one's poem was even better than the others. And the only one that was better than the past was a man who used 3 chances. And the third time there were 110 lotus flowers blooming. Soon, Zhao Buwei said the second song. The spring breeze blows the green willow. The flowers bloom all over the branches. The swallows return to build their nests. And the vitality fills the circle. 150 lotuses bloomed and once again managed to win. Doesn't your Dexian have any more powerful ones? All of them are crooked. Zhao Dawei laughed disdainfully, his tone arrogant. As he spoke, he even glanced in the direction where Xianing Shui was, only to find that the other party's gaze wasn't on him at all, causing him to feel a bit irritated in his heart. His words also angered the many young Dexian disciples, but there was nothing they could do about it. They really were not as skilled as the others. This kid from Diyan is being arrogant. On a certain terrace, Fifth Prince Xian Ming frowned. If it was someone from Dexian it would be fine. If he won, he would only praise his opponent for being great. But it was someone from Great Yan. This was really detrimental to the face of Dexian's younger generation. Xian Lang, the son of the king of Chu on one side of the terrace, couldn't stand to watch any longer, and he leapt forward, heading straight toward the building ship. And the crowd, seeing this, made way for him. A man who had just stepped aboard also immediately stepped off the boat, giving up his place. It's Lord Xianlang. If Lord Xianlang makes a move, then whatever doesn't wither sooner or later will sooner or later wither. Lord Xianlang, humiliate him severely. The crowd was excited to see Xianlang on the stage. One must know that the strongest person present who was openly composing poems was Zhou Tianyi, while the second was Xianlang. And although Xianing Shui was also good, she was great at sound and dance. With Xianlang stepping in, the outcome was already predictable. Xianlang stood at the bow of the boat and grunted coldly, "Just letting you bounce around a bit more. Do you really think no one can rule you?" After saying that, without waiting for the other party to reply, he opened his mouth to recite a poem. The bells of the ancient temple deep in the mountains sound far away. The setting sun obliquely shines on the pine shadows long. The sound of monks chanting sutras enters the ears, and all the world's troubles are forgotten. As the words fell, the lotus flowers in the water continued to bloom, reaching over 180. You can tell at a glance which is stronger or weaker. Chapter 18, Lack of Rhyme. Yes, worthy of being Lord Xianlang, the moment he exits, he is crushing. Ha ha ha, now that Zhao Buwei shouldn't be able to get tough, right? It's still Lord Xianlang. The crowd all clapped their hands and looked excited. In the crowd, there was no lack of other great Yin people, and at this moment, all of them frowned. Zhao Buwei was already the highest attainment among them. If even he can't do it, let alone the others. The smile on Zhao Buwei's face instantly froze. His gaze was heavy as he carefully pondered in his mind if there were any poems that could overwhelm the other party. As a result, he couldn't come up with a solution even after thinking about it, and his face instantly became a little less pleasant to look at. Xianlang saw his dilemma and scoffed unabashedly. If you don't have the ability, then go down. You. Zhao Buwei was furious. The fist in his hand clenched and unclenched, loosened and unclenched again, and finally lowered his head and left the boat. I wanted to put on a big one, but I didn't expect to become a stepping stone for others. If it was in Great Yen, he would definitely give the other party a good look. Great job, Wavy. On top of the terrace, Xian Ming was so excited that he kept waving his fists. Zhou Tianyi smiled faintly on one side. His figure instantly scurried out, accompanied by his loud laughter. It seems that this poetry meeting will once again be a duel between you and I. Between the words, his figure had already reached the bow of the boat. The eyes of the people watching all lit up, realizing that this was the most exciting moment. Whether or not there would be a heirloom work in the world depended on the duel between the two. Su Chen's expression also became serious. On the other hand, Xianing Shui's gaze was on his body, secretly saying, "Will you make a move?" The purpose of her coming here was Su Chen. This was also the first time she faced Su Chen in her original appearance, and when she saw the ray of amazement in his eyes just now, her heart was overjoyed. Xianing Shui had followed Su Chen for the past half a year, and had seen many of the poems he had written. Casually taking out a poem, or even a sentence, was not something that these people on the scene could contend with, including Zhou Tianyi. As a maid, even though she sensed that Su Chen was hiding many secrets, occasionally, she would hope that Su Chen would make a name for himself and give the world some small shock. That would make her proud and happy along with it. In the clear water river, Xianlang and Zhou Tianyi stood opposite each other, their gazes like fire, as if they had already started a silent battle. Brother Zhou, you and I are old acquaintances, and we have a good idea of our respective strengths, so there's no need to get into all that twisting and turning stuff. How about a direct game to determine the winner? Xianlang said bluntly. He had prepared a poem long ago, ready to defeat his opponent. Zhou Tianyi raised his eyebrows and smiled confidently. As you wish then. In that case, then I will offer my humble offerings first. Xianlang closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then slowly opened his mouth. Autumn winds rise, autumn leaves are yellow, and gold spreads over the forest corridor. The sky is high and the geese fly south. The years fly by like a shuttle for another year. Once this poem came out, the surroundings instantly quieted down. Even Su Chen couldn't help but nod slightly. At least it was much better than the poems of those in front of him. Worthy of being Lord Xianlang. This verse, it simply throws us off too far. Looking at it that way, we were like child's play just now. Many people began to marvel. Then, the river began to move. A lotus flower began to bloom. The blink of an eye is 100, and is still rising. In the end, it reached 390 flowers, stunning the crowd. When Zhou Tianyi saw this, he couldn't help but be a bit surprised. After a year, you've improved quite a bit. That's natural. We can't just stay put. Xianlang's face did not lack a color of confidence, but compared to me, I'm afraid it's still a bit short. Zhou Tianyi opened his mouth with the same confidence and said loudly, the mountains and rivers are beautifully painted. The blue water surrounds the blue sky in the fall. The golden wind sends refreshing fragrance all over the path. And the red leaves dance in the light boat. The geese fly south to the sky and the land is wide. The years are silent and the water flows freely. The grand feelings of the ancient times are still there today. The rivers and mountains are like a picturesque dream. Boom! The scene was quiet again. It was soon followed by a round of applause. Great! This poem of Mr. Zhou is awesome. Lord Xianlang lost. It's not that he's too weak, but Lord Zhou is too strong. It seems that this year's poetry champion has been won by Mr. Zhou again. Unexpected. Unexpected. Just by hearing it, they knew who had won. The corner of Xianlang's mouth twitched as he had to admit that he had lost. Soon, the lotus bloomed. 511. Crushingly winning. Elder brother Xianlang, I apologize. Zhou Tianyi smiled faintly, already enjoying the adoring gazes from the surroundings. On top of the terrace, Su Chen was shaking his head slightly. Although these poems were good, they were still too far from those in his mind. Next to him, seeing him shaking his head, Chen Fan was a bit puzzled. Little friend Su thinks these poems won't work? How can I say it? It sounds okay, but it's always missing some flavor. Su Dust wasn't talking big, but it was the truth. However, his words fell on deaf ears with the others around him. It immediately caused these people to frown. Where did this kid come from to speak such big words? Missing a little flavor? That's ridiculous. If you're really that good, why don't you go up and compete? Let's see if you're really capable or if you're just showing off your tongue. Being uneducated is being uneducated. Do you know what these lines of poetry from Mr. Zhou represent? More than 500 lotus flowers in full bloom. Even in history very few people can do that. Su Chuan touched his nose, but he had forgotten that this was not a private place, and his casual words had even been heard. And with all these people around them, the only thing that matters is the world, and the voices are louder than one another, and soon the word spreads. What? Someone said that all the poems today are missing some flavor? What a laugh. Kid is so arrogant. I don't know what kind of tall person has such a big mouth. In just a few moments, Su Chen had incurred the wrath of the crowd. To them, it was an insult, and a great one at that. If Su Chen couldn't say something, I'm afraid that these people wouldn't let him leave easily. Even the two people on the boat had noticed the movement over here, and one of them revealed a puzzled expression. Old brother Xianlang, did you hear what's being said over there? Zhou Tianyi asked. Xianlang frowned and said with some hesitation, it seems to be that some people are saying that all the poems made today are missing some flavor. Ha ha ha, rather a strange person. Haven't seen someone with such arrogance for a long time. Zhou Tianyi laughed out loud, not putting him in his eyes at all. If someone really had this ability, he wouldn't mind calling the other party his big brother. Su Chen looked at the indignant-looking crowd and sighed helplessly. It seemed that he had to be careful with his words next time. He slowly descended the stairs in full view of the crowd and headed toward the river. He's not really going to try, is he? Let him go. Since this person has such a big mouth, I would like to see what he can actually say out. Ha! I'm afraid there's going to be a good show later. The crowd laughed coldly, while Xianing Shui's eyes lit up on the other side of the terrace. Gongzi, are you finally going to show your hand? Then give them some shocks. Chapter 19, full of lotus flowers. This person actually wants to try? Interesting. On the boat in the river, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Tianyi's eyes, and he was actually somewhat looking forward to it. I have never had an impression of this person. I don't know what his origin is. Xianlang frowned slightly and said, perhaps, it's possible that it's a strange person, but if he's here to amuse us, then I won't spare him lightly. On the terrace, Chen Fan looked at Su Chen, who really went down. His face changed, although he knew that Su Chen often read books. But this poem writing is not something that can be learned just by reading books. Furthermore, in full view of all the people, if he won, although his reputation would rise, his identity would also be at risk of being exposed. If you lose, you will be verbally abused. What can be done about this? Anxious, he could only look towards Xianing Shui for help, but at this glance, he froze. Princess Sama, what's with that look of anticipation? Is it possible that Mr. Su can really win? That's impossible. He just said that he could win with just a few words. Chen Fan was filled with doubts, but seeing that Xianing Shui was like this, he could only press down his anxiety and look downwards. Below the pavilion, on the street, Su Chen did not leap into the boat as they did. Instead, he slowly walked to the river's edge, looked around, and finally found a small boat, and after gently jumping on it, he began to row, by the looks of it, to the side of the big boat. Such a scene directly caused the crowd to look dumbfounded. They had thought about the various ways in which Su Chen could appear. After all, he was the one who could say that today's poem was all missing some flavor. A guy like that should be pushing his luck. I don't mean leaping up, but treading water, right? But he was rowing away like an ordinary man. Straight up. It's a laugh. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. This person is such an oddball that he paddled over there. But he wouldn't even have reached the chi condensation realm in cultivation. Would he? Also, I can tell by the way he's dressed. He's probably not from a wealthy family. I just don't know how he got in. Originally I was kind of expecting him to really write some amazing poem, but I didn't expect this. It's just a pure joke, so we can all laugh out loud later. I've been to so many poetry fairs, and it's really the first time I've seen looks go on a boat. The crowd roared with laughter, their words teasing, looking at the figure rowing in the river. They couldn't believe how he could write anything that would eclipse everyone's poetry. It seems, the great Yin imperial family was indeed right. Chen Fan could not help but sigh. But so what? As long as the Grand Princess and Lord Imperial Lord looked favorably on him, then even if he was a waste, his status was extraordinary. Thinking of this, he silently glanced at Xianing Shui. It didn't seem surprising to find her expression. What he didn't know was that the more Su Chen was like this, the more excited Xianing Shui was. She loved the feeling of unveiling Su Chen's mystery a little bit. The deeper you hide it, the more it stimulates her curiosity. One day, I'm going to make sure you don't have any secrets in front of me. Xianing Shui silently made up her mind, and for that reason, she would continue to explore and dig deeper. On the other hand, De Xian's fifth prince Xianming laughed out loud. Interesting. It's really interesting. There are actually such interesting people. As for the ridicule and strange gazes, Su Chen didn't care at all. It'd be cheesy if it was all about jumping up and down. This is a cool way to ground yourself, okay? Su Chen had wanted to go on top of one of the large ships, but suddenly saw another ship that was in between the two. The three ships were in a three-legged position, except, the other boat was the boat of the kabuki, who had stopped dancing and were standing on the bow, listening to the crowd chanting poetry. But as they watched, they noticed a teenager rowing by, and just when they were curious, they realized that the teenager had set his eyes on them. No, their boat to be exact? Su Chen reversed his direction and paddled towards this boat. It made a lot of people cringe. This person is not going to see those kabuki, is he? It's really possible. Mr. Zhou's poem isn't that simple to surpass. I told you that kid was a joke. Zhou Tianyi and Xian Lang on the other two ships were both a bit surprised. However, they didn't feel that Su Chen was just doing it for the sake of those kabuki, but that he truly wanted to compete with them on the same stage. Xianing Shui on the riverside attic terrace was frowning again. She always felt that Su Chen followed Chen Fan as if he was being led further and further off course. Soon, Su Chen's small boat had been rowed to the side of the big boat, and he looked at the crowd above him, smiled faintly, and said, "Excuse me, may I borrow the boat for a while?" Those kabuki on the boat knew that those who could come to the poetry meeting were either rich or noble. Even though the young man in front of them was plainly dressed, he was not something they could mess with, so they naturally didn't dare to refuse. "My lord, please come up," a voice came from above. "Many thanks." After saying thank you, Su Chen climbed onto the boat. Not paying much attention to those kabuki, he came straight to the bow of the boat, looking at the crystal clear lake. The corner of his mouth slightly curved up in an arc. As he gazed around, he realized that it wasn't just the men on the two boats around him who were looking at him, but there were a number of gazes on him from the lofts and streets along the riverbank as well. He knew that at this moment, there were only a lot of people looking at his own jokes. But sadly, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint them. Cough cough. Su Chen cleared his throat, faced the crowd, and loudly put out, "My words just now may have offended the crowd, but I am not making a big deal out of it. And since I opened this mouth, I naturally want to satisfy everyone. What I said about missing a bit of rhyme is not a believable statement. If you don't believe me, let's hear it in detail. Surprisingly to the crowd, Su-chun was not particularly arrogant. Instead, he explained with a slight apology. In this way, the anger in the hearts of the crowd was dissipated. Accordingly, they also became more curious about what exactly was the reason for the lack of flavor that Su-chun had said, and how he could convince everyone. This person does not look like an arrogant person. Let's see what he can say out. If that makes sense, we'll all recognize it. The Qinghe Street Poetry Festival has always spoken in poetry. So let's see what he can say out again. Xian Lang and Zhou Tianyi both looked at each other. Both could see the meaning in the other's eyes. Both of them didn't say anything but waited up quietly. They wanted to see if Su-chun really had the strength. Is it true that you can make a poem that rhymes better than theirs? If there is, they are willing to admit defeat. But if there is not, then don't blame them for being embarrassed. Chen Fan, who was mixed in the crowd, silently wiped the sweat on his forehead and laughed bitterly in his heart. Su-chun was really not shocked by his words, and he degraded the poems of so many people to be worthless in public. He had even noticed quite a few people turning their eyes to him. Third Prince, save yourself the trouble and don't drag me down with you. He prayed silently in his mind. He couldn't afford to offend most of the people here. Even if they are beaten, I'm afraid that in the end there is no place to talk about it. Xianing Shui did light up. This was the first time she had seen Su-chun so domineering. No, I should say it was the second time. The first time was when he stood up for himself. Fun. Simply too much fun. Fifth Imperial Prince Xianming's eyes were also glowing. He had loved poetry since he was a child, but he couldn't write it, and was secretly mocked by many people. It wasn't that he didn't know, he just didn't show it. Now there was a man who had put these people down as worthless, and it really spoke to his heart. Seeing that the atmosphere was in place, Su-chun didn't dare to wait any longer. Otherwise these people really can't help themselves. With this in mind, he took another step forward and said, if you want to talk about rhyme, you may want to listen to what I have to say. Have you ever heard that the long wind will break the waves, and that the clouds will sail straight through the sea? Have you ever known that you must enjoy life to the fullest, and that you must not leave your golden bottles empty against the moon? Do you understand what it means to be born to be useful, and to have 1,000 pieces of gold scattered about? In a short moment, Su-chun uttered 3 verses. However, it was these 3 simple verses that caused everyone to freeze in place, and by the side of the boat he was on, a lotus flower began to bloom, gradually spreading out into the distance, covering the entire river in an instant. As far as the eye can see, the clear river water is no longer there, only the snow-covered ground. Confused, shocked, speechless, everyone didn't expect Su-chun to be a king bomb the moment he opened his mouth. Xian Lang and Zhou Tianyi's eyes were about to glaze over as they looked at the river full of blooming lotus flowers. Chen Fan was directly dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. Xianing Shui looked excited and stood up violently, but soon, sensing that it seemed a bit indecent, she sat back down, but her heart was not calm at all. Fifth Imperial Prince Xianming was stunned, and the way he looked at Su-chun changed, practically worshipping him as a celestial being. Behind Su-chun, the kabuki who were silently watching the play were also shocked. Hiss, really fake. This poem, I was wrong. It turns out there really are people who can eclipse our poems with just a few lines. In the presence of these verses, the ones we write don't even deserve to be poems. This person actually has this strength. I was just taunting him, and now that I think about it, I'm the clown. After listening to his poems, I won't write poems from now on. Bleak, really bleak. I kind of get the point of the missing rhyme. If it was said that the gazes they looked at Su-chun with just now were disdain, contempt, and mockery, now then, the gazes they looked at Su-chun were adoration, surprise, and disbelief. Xian Lang and Zhou Tianyi glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes, and they knew deep down that they had lost. Losing is a mess, a total loss. Chapter 20, The Rumpus. However, Su-chun did not end there. He took a deep breath and continued to speak. The world's winds and clouds come out of my generation. Once in the Jianghu the years rush by. The imperial plan of hegemony is talked about in a laugh, and it is not better than a drunkenness on earth. Lift up the brush and wield the brush on the rivers and mountains. Spread the paper and splash the ink on the sky and the earth and swoon. The green hills are still there, and the sun sets a few times. How many things of the past and present have been put into a laughing matter? 1 shao and 1 sword to level the business. 15 years of negative fame. At the end of the night, when the wind blows rain, the iron horse and the icy river come into my dreams. 30 miles of fame and dust. 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. Jade muscle in vein produces white bones, not as cold as the sword whistling in easy water. If one person is lonely, destroy the karmic energy. A lifetime of 3,000 miles of fighting. A sword was once a million divisions. Drunk on a beautiful woman's knee. Waking up with a murderous sword. Not seeking Lian Changbi, but seeking the right to kill. A series of verses kept coming out of his mouth as if he didn't need to think. And every single one of them, to a degree they couldn't say. What was even more shocking was that the lotus flowers on that river had started to climb, gradually converging into a bridge that extended all the way to Su Chen's front. Such a vision caused the crowd to marvel and be shocked. The gaze as they looked at Su Chen had completely changed. The plainly dressed teenager seemed to be radiating light all over his body at the moment, making them unable to look directly at him. This. Unbelievable. A whistle and a sword to level the business, and 15 years of negative fame. It's so well written. And that line about 30 feet in dust and earth, 8,000 miles of clouds and moon is also amazing. In fact, I prefer the line that one man turned to fight for 3,000 miles, and one sword had been a million divisions. It's simply overbearing. There's something a little too outrageous about where this guy is coming from. I just want to kowtow and worship him now. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed something so outrageous. I'm convinced. Truly convinced. Please this brother take my bow. Looking at it this way, Mr. Joe really didn't lose unjustly. This year's poetry leader is already well deserved. The crowd was in awe. They were completely convinced. And there was only worship in their hearts. Chen Fan sucked in a few breaths of cool air over there, and became even more impressed with Su Chen. Xianing Shui's eyes flickered with a strange color as she kept repeating those verses he said softly under her breath. Xian Lang kept walking back and forth in excitement, and seemed to already be thinking about how to change these verses into his own. Xian Lang looked deeply at Su Chen, then bent down and arched his hand, saying, "What you, Taoist friend, have said today really amazes me. I'm convinced." Zhou Tianyi also let out a bitter smile and said, "Today has really given me a blow to the head. Never thought that I would lose so completely one day." Facing this attitude of the two, Su Chen also smiled in a friendly manner and said, "The two of you don't have to be presumptuous. Your poetic talents are also very strong. I'm just having a moment of luck." He wasn't wrong. It was indeed luck. If he hadn't remembered the contents, he would have been afraid of being punched in the face today. However, the two of them didn't see it that way and only thought he was being modest. Fellow Taoist doesn't have to be modest. A loss is a loss. We can afford to lose. You rather look like we're being petty. Xian Lang laughed. Zhou Tianyi also said, "Neither of us is the kind of person who can't afford to lose. And it's already an unexpected pleasure to hear so many ancient quotes today." Unsurprisingly, tomorrow fellow Taoist will be famous throughout the imperial capital. Su Chen was a bit helpless. He didn't want to be too famous either. But since it was all like this, let it be. I have yet to ask for this fellow Taoist's name? Xian Lang suddenly thought of this and opened his mouth to ask. Zhou Tianyi also cast a curious glance. They could be sure that it was indeed the first time they had seen Su Chen. For this strange man, it was curious since, Su Chen was silent for a while, thinking that he had changed his appearance now and that there were quite a few people with the same name and surname in the world, so they wouldn't necessarily recognize him. Then he said truthfully, "Su Dust." As for why he didn't use fake names, it was because he felt that at least the two were worth befriending from their attitudes and tone of voice. It would not be good to use a fake name. As expected, both of them frowned after hearing the name Su Chen. Su Chen? Xian Lang frowned slightly and looked at Su Chen carefully for a few moments, not finding anything strange. Zhou Tianyi, however, said bluntly, "I seem to remember that the third prince of Great Yen who became my Grand Xian's proton seems to be called by this name." Indeed. Xian Lang nodded and said, "I've seen the portrait of that Great Yin third prince, and it doesn't look like this, so perhaps it's just a renaming." That's also true. The world is so big that there are tens of thousands of people who rename themselves if not thousands. It's not strange. Zhou Tianyi also nodded slightly. Brother Su is indeed powerful. A few verses can knock us off our feet. The two of them continued to praise it, which made Su Chen a little embarrassed. Who is that man? Why did he go over to Lord Xian Lang and the others? Suddenly, an alarming sound came from the distance, attracting the attention of the three people on board. As they gazed over, they all froze, only to see a man on the river's edge, coming towards them at an extremely fast speed. The man held a scimitar, his eyes filled with ferocity. Not good. Xian Lang's face changed drastically as he seemed to recognize the other party. "This is the flower picker Qian Zhang." "What?" Zhou Tianyi also exclaimed, shocked. Wasn't he taken to the dungeon? How could he appear here? Both were too confused to explore how he had appeared. They could clearly feel the killing intent on the other side. Xian Zhang was a cultivator at the peak of nascent soul, far from being able to defeat them at the qi condensation realm. Run! Xian Lang shouted while glancing towards Zhou Tianyi. Zhou Tianyi understood, and together with him, one person on each side carried Su Chen and leaped toward the opposite bank. They all saw how Su Chen came rowing and guessed that he might not have any cultivation, so they gave him a ride. It was a good thing that the ship was moving slowly while they were chanting, and it bought them a little time too, but even so, their speed was not something that could be compared to the other side. Su Chen was a bit dazed, as if he didn't expect the two to give himself a ride. He gazed towards the man on the river, and when he saw the other man's gaze, he understood that the other man was coming at him. Qian Zhang, the flower thief? Why is he after me for no reason? Coming to the shore, he immediately said towards the two fellow Taoists, the other party is highly powerful. I'm afraid that one of you won't be able to run away if you take me with you. For today's solution, it's best to run separately. But you, there is no need to worry. Although my cultivation is not as good as the two of you, I am not an ordinary person with no hands, and the attic here is full of buildings. If we run separately, he won't necessarily be able to catch up with us. Xian Lang and Zhou Tianyi hesitated for a moment, and Su Chen immediately droned. Hurry up, there's no time. Only then did the two of them clench their teeth and split up to run towards different places, while not forgetting to remind Su Chen, Brother Su, run as quickly as you can as well. If you don't leave, it'll be too late. After the two of them left, Su Chen looked around and casually found an alley to drill into. This sudden situation caused everyone on the other side of the room to fail to react. It wasn't until all three figures had disappeared from sight that they realized what was going on. That guy just now was the flower picker Qian Zhang? Really? Wasn't he taken in? Looking at the way he looked just now, he wouldn't be trying to kill Lord Xian Lang and the others, would he? This is in the imperial capital. How dare he be so bold? Quickly report to the top. The whole scene was a panicked mess. Damn it! Chen Fan's face was gloomy. It was hard to believe that such a situation could have happened. He did not hesitate and immediately rushed out as well. On the other side, Xianing Shui fiercely stood up, her face anxious as she similarly wanted to follow over. But at that moment, a figure stepped in front of her. Your Highness, I'm sorry, I can't let you pass. Eunuch Mo looked at her with a serious face. Chapter 21 The Woman in the Black Dress. Get out of the way. Xianing Shui's face was as cold as frost, and even though she knew that the man in front of her was a close associate of her father's side, she didn't give the slightest bit of face. There was nothing but worry and anxiety in her mind. Although she knew that Su Chen was not simple and that nothing would necessarily happen, she could not calm down at all. Your Highness, forgive the old slave for not being able to follow orders. Eunuch Mo had a firm attitude. In his heart, he sighed. He didn't expect Xianing Shui to appear here as well, because he didn't know who he was going to kill. In order to prevent accidents, according to his original plan, he was going to be escorted in the dark, one to see how the other party would respond, and the other to avoid the other party actually being killed. But Xianing Shui's appearance completely disrupted his plans. If Xianing Shui was honestly okay, he could still continue with the original plan, but looking at it like this, should not be able to. We'll just have to let the teenager fend for himself. He only prayed that Su Chen didn't die, or else his own little life would be hard to protect. If I had known, I wouldn't have sent a peak nascent soul cultivator. Regarding Su Chen, he was still rather marveled in his heart, and he had been watching in his eyes when Su Chen was chanting poetry just now. Those verses? It is no exaggeration to say that any one of them can be famous for ages. What he just didn't understand was why Lord Imperial Lord was testing him. Xianing Shui's face grew colder and colder as she didn't say a word, knowing that no matter what she said, the other party wouldn't let herself pass. At the same time, he had vaguely realized the reason for it. Why was Qian Zhang, who had been taken to the dungeon, in the outside world? Why did he enter Qinghe Street unharmed? Why is Eunuch Mo here? She understood that it was all her father's order. Tell me the reason, Xianing Shui said in a cold voice. Eunuch Mo hesitated for a while, but still sighed. Your Highness, don't blame the old slave. This is an order from the royal lord. The purpose is to test the young man. As to why the test, I am not aware of it. Sure enough, Xianing Shui's tone was cold as she turned around and left. She was going to go to the palace and personally ask her father why he was doing this. With Qian Zhang's appearance, the entire Qinghe Street was in chaos. No one knew if he would turn his butcher knife on himself, and one by one they all began to run for the door. In his heart, he was even more puzzled as to how Qian Zhang entered Qinghe Street. One must know that the Qinghe Street's perimeter could be guarded by guards, and although there weren't many of these guards, they all had a minimum cultivation of the nascent soul realm. It was still no problem to stop a Qian Zhang, and even if he didn't, some big commotion was bound to happen. But the truth was that none of this had happened, and Qian Zhang seemed to have appeared here out of nowhere. In just a few moments, 70 to 80% of the figures on Qinghe Street were missing. In a certain alley, Su Chen did not hide his cultivation and ran with all his might, which caused Qian Zhang to not catch up with him for a long time. But the distance between the two was shrinking. Qian Zhang was a little shocked. The young man in front of him didn't look much. His speed was not much worse than his own, and looking at his cultivation, he had obviously crossed into the nascent soul realm. No wonder I was asked to kill him. This teenager is actually a rare genius. Qian Zhang's gaze flickered. What he couldn't figure out was why the Grand Qian Imperial Lord wanted to kill this teenager and made such a mess of it. Could it be that there was some special reason for it? But whatever the reason, he wasn't interested in finding out, only knowing that by killing him, he would be spared a death and be free. For this reason, he had to kill Su Chen. Kid, don't run. Running again is just useless. It doesn't change the fate of your death. Qian Zhang began to threaten. Su Chen, however, said unhurriedly, who can say about something like fate? Your speed is not as good as mine. Sooner or later I will catch up with you, so why bother? If you give up earlier, perhaps I can still let you die a painful death. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you see some cruel ways to die. Qian Zhang's expression was cold and stern as he continuously closed the distance between him and Su Chen. Su Chen did not respond again, and after running for a while longer, he suddenly stopped. Qian Zhang behind him took a look and thought that he had listened and given up his struggle, and a smile could not help but appear on his face. It was as if I saw freedom close at hand. Kid, count on you to recognize the time. I'll let you die without pain later. Soon, he arrived not far from Su Chen and looked at him with a teasing face. Su Chen turned around with a calm demeanor. Qian Zhang? The flower picker? Not bad, since you recognize your grandpa Qian's name. Qian Zhang laughed, perhaps because he was about to get free. At this moment, he did not rush to make a move. So, you've defiled quite a few good girls? Su Chen's tone began to chill. Ha 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 ha, defilement? That's called favoring. Qian Zhang licked the corner of his mouth and laughed. Don't you think that those young girls' delicate carcasses are very attractive? It simply makes me horny. Especially their fearful eyes and wails of agony were immensely pleasurable to me. It seems, you are deeply sinful. Su Chen's eyes were cold, as if he was looking at a dead man. Qian Zhang was uncomfortable by the look in his eyes and frowned as well. Kid, what kind of look is that? How dare you be so provocative at the end of your life? Life tends to be full of drama sometimes, and being happy too early is not a good thing. Su Chen's face was calm and teasing. You might as well take a look behind you. Behind you? Qian Zhang frowned, but he was not afraid of him playing a trick, and at the first moment, he turned to look. This look was a bit of a shock, only to see that not far behind him, a woman in a black dress had appeared at some point. The woman's face was ice cold, holding an ink-colored long sword, and there was no expression on her face as she simply looked at him. For some reason, even though he couldn't feel any aura from her body, Qian Zhang had a feeling that his heart was jumping. Who are you? He asked, frowning. The woman, however, did not answer his question, but only looked at him calmly, pretending to be a god. Qian Zhang couldn't help himself, and after cursing angrily, he charged straight towards the woman. Since you're not talking, I'll take you first. As the words fell, the long knife in his hand had already begun to swing, slashing fiercely towards the woman. If it struck, it was enough to split a person in half. However, the woman didn't seem to be afraid. In the face of the chopping machete, she just slowly raised her hand, then gently swung it, and a sword-on shot out at an unimaginable speed. That might cause Qian Zhang to be horrified. His face instantly changed drastically as he hastily changed his movements, attempting to block with the sword in his hand. The next moment, only a bang was heard. His sword was then penetrated, and along with it, his body. At the same time, a stream of blood, flowing down his body to the ground, stained the street red. His eyes were round and his face was full of unbelievable colors. You, in the end, are, who? As the words fell out, the whole man collapsed to the ground. At the last moment, he seemed to understand why the other party wanted him to kill this teenager. This was not to set himself free. It was clearly a trap to let himself die in advance. Not far away, Su Chen shook his head with a cold expression. self-inflicted evil. For killing this kind of person, he did not have any trace of guilt in his heart, and only felt that he was doing the people a favor. At that moment, the black-skirted woman moved. She slowly traveled to Su Chuan, and then knelt down on one knee. Her voice was cold but incomparably respectful. Master. Trouble. Su Chen nodded his head indifferently. The woman is the heavenly evil sword spirit incarnated out. Although there is no cultivation, the strength is not weak. He didn't want the heavenly evil sword to make a move. But the other party's cultivation wasn't low. It was the peak of nascent soul. And he, an early-stage nascent soul, wouldn't necessarily be a match for the other party if he was under normal circumstances. Along the way, he purposely avoided those crowded places until he came to this place. Only then did he make the heavenly evil sword appear. Normally, the heavenly evil sword wasn't by his side, but was in the outside world absorbing blood chi and all kinds of ferocious chi. As for why this was necessary, it was because the heavenly evil sword had been dusty for too long, and it had used up too much power since the fusion of chaos chi and evil chi into a solid body, and it needed these things to replenish it. It is rumored that when the heavenly evil sword comes out, it is necessary to see blood, and that is where it comes from. The only way the heavenly evil sword could evolve, grow and maintain its power was by constantly devouring blood chi and murderous chi. This was the nature of the heavenly evil sword. Even he, the owner, could not control it. There was once when the heavenly evil sword killed an innocent person, and Su Chen immediately felt that the fury chi in his body was several times stronger than normal. Since then, he has strictly requested the heavenly evil sword not to kill innocents outside, and if he wants to kill, he can only kill those who have committed grave sins. I think that the previous generations of swordmasters just didn't have any restraints, causing their body's baleful energy to grow too fast, and they became crazy devils who killed without blinking an eye, and finally ended up with the fate of dying with endless curses on their backs. Su Chen was somewhat fortunate that he was suspicious by nature and let the heavenly evil sword come back in advance to hide in the void. Otherwise, he was afraid that there would be a vicious battle today. It was also fortunate that the heavenly evil sword couldn't be too far away from him since it had recognized its owner, which allowed it to return in time. Su Chuan had some hidden guesses in his heart. This killer seemed to have come with premeditation, which meant that someone had already set their eyes on him. I'll have to be more careful in the future. Well, go on out, and I'll summon you again if I need you. Right now the crisis had been lifted. He felt that there shouldn't be any danger in a short period of time. The other party had already beaten the grass to scare the snake, and was bound to lurk for a period of time. Yes, master, the black-skirted girl answered, and soon disappeared into thin air. Su Chen stroked his chin, but was pondering in his heart, knowing his whereabouts, it was only those few people, who in the end was targeting him. After thinking about it, I still think Yuki's father is the most suspicious. After all, the token to enter this Qinghe street was also given by him. But why would the other party do that? Simply because Yuki became his maid? It seems like I have to ask Xiao Shui when I go back. I hope it's not what I think it is. Su Chen slightly sighed. In all fairness, he still quite liked Xiao Shui as his maid. After half a year together, it would be a lie to say there wasn't a little bit of affection. As long as the other party could explain himself, he passed with one eye open. Chapter 22, There's someone behind him. After resolving the matter here, Su Chen intended to go back, and only after taking 2 steps, his brows were furrowed. It's just that I killed a flower picker, and I'm surprised that there's another trace of fury in my body. Although it was just a hint, for him who had OCD, he felt uncomfortable, and after hesitating for a while, he still took out a book from his storage ring. It's a good thing I prepared my books ahead of time. So he looked up as he walked. Walking out of the alley, a bunch of silhouettes came up on their faces. The leaders were Xianlang and Zhou Tianyi. When the two saw Su Chuan, their faces were instantly happy, but they quickly became strange. Brother Su is so interested. You still want to read at a time like this? Xianlang couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. No wonder other people's poems could hold theirs down and beat them. This calmness, he thought he couldn't do it. I sort of understand why I am inferior to you. Zhou Tianyi also looked strange, being hunted down and still being able to read a book so leisurely. Is this really the calmness that ordinary people can have? Speaking of which, where did that money go again? As soon as Su Chen saw them, he looked up and laughed. It's just a pastime or two. Right, Brother Su? Where did that Qianzhang go? We brought people here just to catch him. Xianlang looked around and didn't even see Qianzhang's figure. I don't know. Su Dus looked puzzled and said, just now, I thought he was coming after me, but he suddenly turned around and went somewhere, and as soon as I saw that it was fine, I took the book out and read it for a while. Ran away? Zhou Tianyi showed a thoughtful look on his face and said, I'm only afraid that he guessed that we would bring people over to catch him and ran away in advance. It's good that Brother Su is fine. That Xian Zhang can't run out of the imperial capital anymore. Xian Lang was confident, although he didn't know how he came out, but he definitely couldn't run away. Since that's the case, then I'll leave first. I'll see you next time when I have the chance. Su Chen smiled at the two of them, and then continued to walk while reading the book. That look of concentration caused everyone to look at each other in disbelief. It was only after Su Chen's figure could not be seen that Xian Lang could not help but say, this Brother Su is truly a strange person. Indeed, Zhou Tianyi nodded and said, Brother Su doesn't seem to have much cultivation, but he is able to remain calm in the face of danger. And at this moment, he is still able to read a book so calmly. Two lords, do we still need to continue arresting that Xian Zhan? Someone behind him asked. Catch! Xian Lang immediately said, if they hadn't run fast, I'm afraid they would have been dead already. This breath couldn't be swallowed no matter what. That's right, we can't let him go. And he's still a fugitive. Capturing him would be considered a merit. Search! There are guards on the outside. He couldn't have left that quickly. He's probably hiding somewhere. A few moments later, a man found Xian Zhang dead in an unoccupied alley. His face was shocked, and he then immediately notified others. In less than an incense stick of time, Xian Lang and Zhou Tianyi had already arrived with the others. At this moment, everyone was looking at Xian Zhang's corpse in a daze. That's dead? How did it die? No way. This is a cultivator at the peak of nascent soul. Only a strong person at the fourth realm of the Tongshao realm can kill him. But strong people at the Tongshao realm don't make a move easily. And we didn't feel the movement of the fight. So how on earth did he fall? Xian Lang's brows were furrowed in puzzlement. Zhou Tianyi walked up and came to Xian Zhang's body to take a closer look at it, and then found the knife he dropped on the ground, which had a huge gaping hole in it that seemed to have been penetrated by something. This blade is a spirit weapon, and although its grade is not particularly high, it is not something that ordinary attacks can penetrate it. It looks like he was killed by some attack or weapon that penetrated his long blade and body and died instantly and violently. To be able to do all this in such a short period of time means that there is a huge difference in strength. At least it is only possible for a strong person of the fifth level of the passage to be able to do this. Zhou Tianyi similarly frowned. Those who can have this strength are not rare within the imperial capital. Do you think it could be Brother Su's doing? Xian Lang regretted it as soon as he uttered those words. No matter how you think about it, Su Chen was about the same age as them, and it was impossible for him to kill Chen Zhang in an instant. Seeing a crowd of people all looking at themselves with strange gazes, Xian Lang laughed and touched his head, embarrassed. I didn't just suddenly think of it. You guys just take what I just said as nonsense. No matter what, the cause of Qian Zhang's death is a mystery. We should bring it back to investigate. Zhou Tianyi quickly came to a decision, but just as they were about to take his corpse away, an unexpected figure appeared in front of them. Almost instantly, they bowed and said, Greetings, Eunuch Mo. In his heart, he was incredibly puzzled. How could Eunuch Mo appear here? Long Shizi, Zhou Xian nephew. Then Xian Zhangda's corpse will be left to me. You guys can just go back. Eunuch Mo laughed. The two of them were in awe. The one who could make Eunuch Mo step forward was bound to be Lord Imperial Lord without a doubt. Why does Lord Emperor want Xian Zhang's corpse? They didn't understand and didn't dare to look deeper, but just ordered the people behind them to put down Xian Zhang's corpse and then left. Walking out of the alley, Xian Lang then asked, Brother Tian, why do you think Uncle Huang wanted to take Xian Zhang's corpse? Perhaps an investigation into who killed him? After all, that person is not simple. Zhou Tianyi guessed. It's possible. Xian Lang nodded, and suddenly, he slapped his head and exclaimed, Bad. What's broken? Zhou Tianyi looked at him with a puzzled expression. I forgot to ask that Brother Su where he lives. Xian Lang said with some regret. I had wanted to take advantage of my free time to pay a visit and ask for advice on how to make good poems. But this is good. Zhou Tianyi also reacted and couldn't help but say towards the crowd behind him, Why didn't you guys remind me just now? The people looked at each other in disbelief. Could they say they didn't know about this? Didn't even know what was going on here? They had all been called here in a hurry. Forget it. We'll see each other if it's meant to be. This Brother Su is a wonderful person. Even his name is the same as that third prince of Great Yan. Nonsense. You don't know which Su he's talking about, and which dust he's talking about, and which dust. Also, on the other hand, Xian Yingshui rushed to the palace from Qinghe Street without stopping, and went straight to the hall where Xian Chenming was. As soon as he entered, he questioned in an angry tone, Father, Why did you send someone to assassinate him? Xian Xianming was dealing with the imperial government, and when he heard this, he smiled, put down what he was holding, and said, Schwerer, are you being a bit too anxious? Since you know that he is extraordinary, you should have faith in him. Xianing Shui angrily came to the front and said, I do have faith in him, but I'm still angry that father is like this. You must at least tell me first. Don't worry. I sent eunuch Mo over there to secretly protect him. His life won't be in danger. Humph. That's more like it. Xianing Shui tilted her head and continued. Father shouldn't use such a dangerous way even if he wants to test him. Ha ha ha, it's really a woman's life. A flash of color flashed in Xian Xianming's eyes as he said, I see that you, are trapped. Which is not. Xianing Shui blushed, unexpectedly made a face at Xian Xianming and ran away. After she left, the smile on Xian Xianming's face instantly disappeared. If he is indeed extraordinary, I will not care about your affairs, but if he is of little use, life can stay. But, an hour later, eunuch Mo brought Qian Zhang's corpse into the middle of the great hall, and with a slight salute, he began to explain, reporting back to the imperial lord. The person is dead and was killed by a single move. Even the spirit weapon he was carrying was damaged. Oh, Xian Xianming didn't even raise his head and asked softly, who killed them? I don't know. Eunuch Mo shook his head slightly and said, guessing that the cultivation level of the person who made the move is no lower than the 5th level of the Tongxiao. Don't know? Aren't you watching? Xian Xianming finally lifted his head and looked at him with a cold gaze. Then there was another cold snort, and a powerful aura pressed straight out, causing eunuch Mo to instantly kneel on the ground, his face pale. The person who struck out was no lower than the 5th level of Tongxiao? Who was the person you sent? Reporting back to Lord Imperial Lord. It's Qian Zhang. Eunuch Mo was horrified. Qian Zhang? Isn't he at the peak of nascent soul cultivation? You sent someone with such a high cultivation to test a teenager? And you still don't know the process? Do you really think that I won't be angry with you? Xian Xianming's face did not look too good. Remembering that he had followed him for decades, he forced himself to hold back his anger. Eunuch Mo immediately broke out in a cold sweat, kowtowing on the ground without stopping. His voice also trembled a little. Lord Emperor, at that time, I did want to follow up to protect him, but the eldest princess, she also wanted to go, and I had to stop for her safety, and thus missed some time. And when I arrived, there was only Qian Zhang's corpse left, and I did not know beforehand that the other party was a teenager. Which is why, please forgive me, Lord Imperial Lord. Xian Xianming's tone stuttered as he suddenly remembered that he did seem to have failed to understand with him, and to put it mildly, his own responsibility was even greater. After a moment of silence, he sighed slightly, that's just it, I can only make it up to him later. Then he continued, so, someone helped him? I've probed the surroundings, and there are no scents or traces of the presence of a strong person above the passage realm. Interesting. Xian Xianming laughed. It seems that this person does have quite a secret on him. To be able to cause a peak nascent soul cultivator to die instantly and violently without the ability to fight back. It now seemed that there were only two reasons. The first was that Su Chen had hidden his strength, and if that was the case, it meant that his cultivation was at least at the nascent soul realm, and he was a super genius. The second was that there was a superpower hidden by Su Chen's side, and it was difficult for ordinary people to discover his traces. Either way, it was enough to show how extraordinary Su Chen was. Although there were a few hiccups, the result wasn't too bad, and this time, the test was considered a success. By the way, are there any outstanding verses that have been rumored today? Xian Xianming seemed to have remembered something and opened his mouth to ask. Eunuch Mo immediately took out a booklet and respectfully handed it over. The old slave has long since included it in the book. Please have a look at it, Lord Imperial Lord. Xian Xianming took the booklet and carefully flipped through it, and within a moment, his expression changed and he couldn't help but exclaim loudly, good good good. Saying 3 good words in a row was enough to show his excitement at the moment. The long wind will break the waves, and the clouds will sail through the sea. Life must be happy. Don't let the golden bottle be empty to the moon. Great! Such a literary talent. It's really amazing. A man who has fought 3,000 miles of battles. A sword that once served as 1,000,000 divisions. Hegemony. My grand Xian men should be like this poem. Drunk on a beautiful woman's knee. Waking up with a murderous sword. Not seeking Lian Changbi, but seeking the right to kill. Good boy. The excitement on his face was hard to contain, and for the first time he felt he had underestimated a teenager. But judging from these verses, he would not have been a young boy with no desires. His ambitions, immensely ambitious. These are enough for the ages. Closing the booklet, Xin Xianming closed his eyes, as if he was carefully reminiscing. Only after a long time did he turn his gaze to eunuch Mo. Did that teenager show anything else? He didn't even leave his name. In that case, Xin Xianming stroked his chin and laughed. Since he doesn't want the name, then I'll help him. Pass the order down. Announced to the world that Great Yan's third prince, Su Chen, was skillful in the Qinghe Street Poetry Festival and created 1,000 famous lines. This emperor is very happy and allows him to move freely within Great Xian. At the same time, publicize it along with these poems of his. Eunuch Mo's heart was shaken. Until now he didn't know that the identity of that teenager was actually the third prince of Great Yan. But didn't the Great Yan royal family say that the third prince was a waste? It's hard not to. He finally understood why Lord Imperial Lord was indifferent when the Great Yan imperial family released this news. It turned out that Lord Imperial Lord had already known that the teenager was extraordinary. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he respectfully responded, "As you command." Meanwhile, Su Chen had just walked out of Qinghe Street when he happened to meet Chen Fan, who was holding a big stick. The two were wide-eyed and froze in place for a moment. "The third prince? General Chen? What are you doing to go?" Su Chen asked. Oh, Su Chen nodded slightly and continued to walk forward with the book. "No need to save. I'm already out." Chen Fan immediately followed and asked with some curiosity, "Third prince? How did you escape?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't. It won't do you any good." "Ha? There is a hidden agenda in this matter? The karma of it is not yours to bear." "Hiss, I'd better not know then." Chen Fan shook his head and stopped asking. When passing by an attic with a number of women soliciting at the door, he asked, "Third prince, want to go have some fun? Happy?" Su Chen raised his head, and with a glance, he saw the inn that said Green Flower House, and immediately realized what it was. With a strange expression on his face, "General Chen can go if he wants to, there's no need to drag me along." Chen Fan was a bit embarrassed. His orders were to keep an eye on Su Chen, and if Su Chen didn't go, he couldn't afford to go AWOL and could only stop there. "Forget it, I won't go if the third prince doesn't go, there's nothing to enjoy." Even though he said that, Su Chen could see the obvious loss on his face and couldn't help but feel a little amused. Soon, the two returned to the compound. As soon as he entered the door, he heard a clear voice coming from him. "Gongzi, you're back?" Su Chen looked at the young girl with a delighted look on her face, and after a moment of silence, he still smiled and said, "I'm back." Xianing Shui was indeed happy because she knew that Su Chen was not in danger and had returned unharmed. "Gongzi, you read first, I'll go cook for you." She smiled and was about to walk into the kitchen when Su Chen called out to her. "Wait, does your excellency have any other orders?" A trace of doubt flashed in Xianing Shui's eyes. Su Chen looked straight at her. Looking at Xianing Shui's heart was a little hairy. A long time, before he opened his mouth, "Is the assassin who mixed into the Qinghe Street Poetry Festival today sent by your father?" "Ha?" Xianing Shui was slightly stunned, but her heart was in turmoil. Chapter 23, First Instruction. "My lord, I speak truthfully, do not conceal it." Su Chen looked at her seriously. Xianing Shui, who was still trying to find an excuse, had a shock in her heart as she saw the hidden meaning in Su Chen's words. If he said he didn't know, he would surely be completely disappointed. And then, I won't be able to stay by his side anymore. At this moment, Xianing Shui hesitated. After a while, she took a deep breath and said seriously, "Gongzi, I admit, that was indeed my father's doing, and I didn't know about it until after the fact, and I've already given him a hard time at home just now. To tell you the truth, my family is a large family. My father had been furious when he found out that I was someone else's maid, and he came over in person a few days ago, including sending someone to kill you, all to test you, and I've already warned him." By the end of her words, her voice had sounded like a mosquito, and her head was deeply bowed. "Your surname is Qin. Could it be that you are from the Qin family, a great clan within the imperial capital?" Su Chen asked. Xianing Shui nodded and said, "Yes, the Qin family is actually the family his mother is from, so that's how it is." Su Chen nodded slightly understanding. The Qin family was indeed a great family in Dashuan, having produced many imperial concubines and many people in important positions. Such a family naturally didn't want their clansmen to be other people's maids, so they tried it out. After understanding the cause, Su Chen was no longer very angry in his heart, and put the book in his hand towards her and walked towards the room. Of course, not that he is not angry at all, just that he feels that even if he is angry, he should not be angry at Xianing Shui. If her father appears in front of him again and does not have a reasonable explanation, then he does not care whether the other party is the father of his own maid of honor. The hit on the hit. Go make dinner. I'm hungry. Xianing Shui's complexion was joyful. She knew that Su Chen had forgiven her, so she sweetly responded, "Okay, Gongzi." After eating dinner, Su Chen dove headfirst into the books. Not only did he break through the nascent soul realm today, but he also killed an evil man. He felt that the fury in his body was at risk of spreading, and he had to read a few more books to make up for it. He was already prepared for an all-nighter, but there was not much stock left in the room, so he had to take out those books that Chen Fan had given him. After seeing until the latter part of the night, Xianing Shui saw that the oil lamp in his room was still on, and was doubly puzzled. She walked to the door of the room and knocked gently. "Gongzi, what time is it? Why aren't you sleeping?" Inside the room, Su Chen was in the middle of reading, when he suddenly heard a voice, which scared him and made him shiver, and put away the book in his hand with some fumbling. He could have sworn that he was definitely just attracted by the plot inside, but it wasn't necessarily the case for others who saw it and were afraid that they would think he was a pervert. Not resting in the middle of the night, reading those kinds of books. Ahem. I'm feeling a bit more energized today, not too sleepy yet. My lord, it's getting late, so it's better to go to bed early. Go ahead and go to bed. I'll fall asleep later. Good. The next morning, looking at Su Chen with a dark circle under his eyes, Xianing Shui was furious in her heart and couldn't help but angrily question, "Gongzi, didn't you tell me last night that you'd be sleeping right away? What's going on right now?" Sorry, got caught up in the moment. Su Chuan was a little embarrassed, not to mention some unforgivable images inside those books. The plot was really good. Even those like him who had read all the netizens in his previous life felt that it was good. "Oh, what book is so beautiful?" Xianing Shui stared straight at him and said bluntly, "I also want to take a look." "No way." Su Chen shook his head repeatedly. "A child's family cannot look. I'm not a child." Xianing Shui's face flushed red, feeling insulted. But soon, she reacted. Why can't a child look at it? Could it be that? Speaking of which, she had already guessed it, and immediately looked at him with a strange gaze, saying in a ghostly tone, "So you are such a male. Ahem. Go make dinner. I'm hungry." "You know you're hungry now. Ha? How come you didn't know that you were sleepy last night?" Although Xianing Shui's mouth was unforgiving, her body obediently went to cook. And outside, a voice also came out from within the palace, shocking the entire imperial capital. "Great Xian Emperor's order, here is the third prince of Great Yen, Su Chen, into my Great Xian as a hostage." During the outstanding performance, in the Qinghe Street Poetry Festival overpowering the crowd, won the top poem, leaving many ancient lines, "My heart is full of joy. Special permission for the third prince of Great Yen, Su Chen, can be in the territory of the Great Xian free to travel, respectfully." This one voice, emanating from the imperial palace, spread throughout the entire imperial capital in an instant. What? The third prince of Great Yen overpowered the crowd at the Qinghe Street Poetry Festival? Isn't it rumored that even Lord Zhou Tianyi went? He's not as good as that Great Yen third prince either? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It must be fake news. It came out of the palace today. Many people have heard it. It can't be false. Then what poem did the third prince of Great Yen compose? I'm all a bit curious. I really didn't expect Lord Imperial Lord to give this order. Isn't that third prince of Dian a waste? Even if he has some poetic talent, he shouldn't be like this. Many people were in disbelief when they heard this news, especially those who had been to the poetry festival. What? That teenager is actually the third prince of Great Yen? No? How did he get into the poetry club? Unbelievable. The third prince of Great Yen's poetic talent is so strong. I've never heard of it in the past. I have to say, he deserves the reward. It was true that they, as De Xian's subjects, disliked the people of Dian, but they did not distinguish between countries for those who had the ability to do so. After all, it was a world where the strongest were honored. This is true even for poetic talent. Permission to travel freely is already a great favor for a hostage. People who hadn't been to the poetry festival began to voice their doubts all over the place, saying that this reward would be too much. After all, it was an enemy prince. And those who had been to the poetry meeting coincidentally defended Su Chen. What do you know? If you knew what kind of poem he wrote, your jaws would have dropped. A group of coarse people, the poem made by Mr. Su deserves this reward. Do you know what it means to have a long wind and waves? To hang on to the clouds and sail across the sea and to be happy in life? And not to make the golden dignity empty to the moon? We support Lord Imperial Lord's decision. You who argue, look at the poem he made before you speak. And while they were arguing their case, all the verses made by Su Chen were released in the palace. such as the rock one day with the wind up, rocking up to 90,000 miles, born to be useful, 1,000 gold scattered again, and so on and so forth. When the crowd had read it, they were silent. Other than that, the verses are simply amazing. These are verses that hold a variety of moral implications. The phrase "born to be useful" rekindled the hope of countless depressed people, who kept shouting this phrase and laughed wildly to the sky. The phrase "the rock rises with the wind" one day has given countless people a firm belief, and they firmly believe that one day, they will be able to ride the momentum and rise to the top as depicted in the verse. The phrase "the wind and the waves will break sometimes" has given countless people in the trough the courage to continue to move forward. A turn to fight 3,000 li. This sentence is to give countless cultivators longing. They hope that one day, they can also a sword had win 1,000,000 division. In less than half an hour's time, the public's favorable opinion of Su Chen within the imperial capital had changed. They unanimously felt that there was no problem with Xian Qianming's decision. Many people even felt a little sorry for him. Such talent, if he could cultivate, I'm afraid that in the future, he would be another character that could leave 1,000 years of history. And on the other side, in one of the mansions, Xian Lang, Xian Ming, and Zhou Tianyi were staring wide-eyed. No one said anything for quite a while. Perhaps he really couldn't help himself before Xian Lang opened his mouth and asked, "You all heard the news coming out of the palace?" Both of them nodded. "Naturally, I heard you. It's truly unbelievable." Zhou Tianyi was still feeling a bit shocked until now. At that time, I only thought that his name was the same as the third prince of Great Yan, but I didn't expect that it was really him. What I didn't expect was that not only did father not hold him responsible for going to the poetry festival, but instead, he even gave him permission to walk around as he pleased within Grand Xian. Xian Ming's face was serious and somewhat puzzled. This brother Su was really a strange man. Xian Lang sighed in admiration. Favored and unperturbed, calm and self-contained, an outstanding talent. I originally thought that all of Great Yan's emperors were people with no one in sight, but this third prince gives off a comfortable feeling, and his temperament is indeed like a scholar. Zhou Tianyi carefully recalled Su Chen's words and demeanor that day and said, "I think that this person can be befriended. What do you guys think? Since even Father Emperor appreciates him, it's definitely possible to befriend him." Xian Ming also nodded. "I've always wanted to ask Brother Su for some advice. I just don't know where he lives now." Xian Lang frowned slightly. There really weren't many people who knew about Su Chen's residence. Everything was taken over and set up by the Imperial Lord, and they only knew that the other party was in the Imperial capital. "Let's not talk about this. I composed a few new poems last night. Can Long Di and Tian Yi savor them?" Xian Ming's face became excited as soon as he talked about the poems he had composed. Last night, after he went back, he modified the poem made by Su Chen into his own poem in the night. The more you look at it, the better you feel at it, and no, the two were called here just to let you two taste it. When Xian Lang and Zhou Tianyi heard this, but their faces changed and they made a move to leave. Upon seeing this, Xian Ming instantly set his face and grunted coldly. "Is it possible that you guys don't trust me?" "No matter." Xian Lang let out a sarcastic laugh, still holding back from running. The heart made up its mind. Just listen to one sentence. If it is not right, immediately run. Zhou Tianyi was of the same mind, and it was not good to brush him off. So he sat up slightly straighter and made a serious expression. Only then did Xian Ming nod his head in satisfaction and began to speak. "A big dog rises from its den one day, and the sound of the dog barks wildly for 200 miles. Put." Xian Lang didn't hold back and directly spewed out in laughter. Although Zhou Tianyi on the side didn't laugh, his face was also suffocating red, so it could be seen that he was enduring a lot. "Wandi, what are you laughing at? Is my poem not good?" Xian Ming frowned slightly. He felt that there was nothing wrong with his poem, right? The dog-type demonic beast he kept in his mansion would start barking furiously every morning when he woke up. The sound was not that exaggerated, but it was still very loud. "No, I just thought the poem was so well done." Xian Lang recalled the sadness in his mind before it eased up a lot and stopped to smile. "That's good." Xian Ming smiled with his eyebrows as he continued. "The three urgencies of man will sometimes be straight pulling on his pockets and hanging up his pants." Po ha 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 ha. Xian Lang couldn't hold back completely. He bent over, one hand covering his stomach while the other kept knocking on the floor, tears coming out of his eyes as he laughed. "Put." Zhou Tianyi also did not hold back, and directly broke his face. His face rose even redder. Xian Ming froze and said, "Is my poem not good?" "Too good. Simply too good. Wave brother, I am ashamed of myself." Xian Lang wiped the tears from his laughter and couldn't help but praise. "The fifth prince has amazing talent," Zhou Tianyi also said with a clear conscience. Afterwards, Xian Lang quickly stood up and said, Miss Lin from the 100 Flower House has asked me to taste wine. Brother Ming, I'll leave first and come back to listen to your poem next time. He was really afraid that if he listened any longer he would fall over laughing. Zhou Tianyi also stood up and said, my father said that it's time to go back to dinner at this hour. Fifth Prince, I'm sorry, but I can only listen to it next time. With that, the two of them ran off in a huff. Only Xian Ming was left in place yelling, hey, you guys come back. I haven't finished my poem yet. Who cares about him? The two walked out of the hall without looking back. Outside the main hall, Xian Lang couldn't help but say, I wonder what kind of expression Brother Su would have if he heard that his own poem had been changed into this. I think that would be wonderful. At this time, Su Chen did not know that he had already become famous in the Grand Xian imperial capital. Still after breakfast, he began to read. He was now a little anxious. The books in his room were almost finished, and the status of the hostage was quite restrictive, so he didn't know what to do. Inside the courtyard, Xianing Shui practiced her sword as usual, but she suddenly heard a crisp voice coming from her ears. The right hand is too low. Put it higher. The left foot has too much stride. Close it in half. She was first slightly stunned. Then she looked at Su Chen with disbelief, only to find that his gaze was still on the book. After taking a deep breath, she began practicing as Su Chen said. What she was practicing was a sword art called the Clear Frost Sword Technique, and after practicing hard for many days, she always felt that it was still a bit short. Today, after Su Chen's guidance, he actually had a feeling of seeing the clouds and fog. With the improvement of just a few movements, the power of her swordsmanship had actually increased quite a bit. This was the first time Su Chen had instructed her, and it was also the first time she had intuitively sensed Su Chen's extraordinary nature. With just a few glances, one can know where one's sticking points are and point out ways to improve them. I'm afraid that his attainments in the way of the sword are so high that it's a point she can't imagine. In such a situation, Xianing Shui absolutely did not believe that Su Dust was devoid of cultivation, even though she could not sense it. Thank you for your guidance, Your Excellency. She slightly bowed towards Su Chen. A trivial matter. Su Chen responded indifferently. It wasn't that he wanted to be exposed, but he just couldn't watch it anymore. If she didn't give some pointers, there was no telling how long it would take for her to make progress in her cultivation. In reality, Xianing Shui's progress was considered a true genius, only that it was still too slow in Su Chen's eyes. Chapter 24, Are your legs sore? Soon, the matter about Su Chen was gradually spreading from the imperial capital to other places. Although he marveled at his poetic talent, for his status, there were still quite a few people who were dissatisfied with Xianming's decision. They began to look around for black material on Su Duan, but after looking around, they actually found that this great Yin third prince really didn't have any black material. He spent most of his time behind closed doors within the mansion, not to mention that he hadn't brutalized the populace of Dexian or done anything to harm the heavens or the earth. The only thing that was tainted was his identity as the great Yin emperor. At the Great Xian border, after going through heavy checks, the group of old and young people from Taiping Street finally entered Great Xian territory. Although the two countries were mortal enemies, they did not prohibit trade. The borderlands of the two countries are garrisoned by armies. When a person from Dexian wanted to enter Deyan, or when a person from Deyan wanted to enter Dexian, they all had to go through layers and layers of checking, especially cultivators with cultivation levels, which were the key targets of checking, so that the other party does not sneak into their home and cause unnecessary trouble. If an ordinary person is just checking his identity, if he is a member of a great family in another country, he will usually be reported and closely monitored. This person from Taiping Street, although their ancestors were powerful, they were now just commoners, and although they had gone through some checks to enter Dexian, they had not made it difficult for them. Fathers and folks, Dexian is a place we have never set foot in, and we are unfamiliar with the land. So just in case of accidents, I will go and make some inquiries first, and you will wait here. In the crowd, a young man stood out and said loudly towards the crowd. The man's name was He Yun. He was only 20 years old, and he was the first person in Taiping Street to respond to Su Chen's call to clean up his act and start anew. He came out of his old disheveled state and was completely changed. It could also be said that there was a belief hidden in his heart, but it was only influenced by the people around him that led to self-abandonment. And ever since Su Chen appeared on Taiping Street that day, the fire in his heart seemed to have started to ignite a little bit. As Su Chen continued to travel to Taiping Street, the wisp of flame in his heart grew bigger and bigger until it completely ignited his body and mind. And as a result, he became an avid follower of Su Chen, and he's one of the leaders of the Pacific Street crowd now. As soon as He Yun opened his mouth, the crowd voiced their approval. Afterward, Heian entered the nearest city alone. As he was thinking about how to spy on Su Chen, he heard someone around him discussing something, and after hearing what seemed to be the words Su Chen and the third prince of Great Yen, he stopped his pace and listened carefully. Have you heard? That the third prince, the hostage sent by the Great Yen dynasty, has been granted permission by the imperial lord to travel freely within Great Xian due to his outstanding performance at the Qinghe Street Poetry Festival. Really? What kind of poem did he write? How could he induce his imperial majesty to give an order? Humph. Even if the poem written is good. So what? He's ultimately a person of Great Yen, and I'm afraid that allowing him to travel freely into Xian would be a not-so-small hidden danger. That's right. Anyways, he's a person of Great Yen. In case he collaborates with Great Yan's side and steals my Great Xian secrets, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter what, we should find a way to petition for his imperial lordship to retract his order. After listening to the discussions of the people around him, Heian was both excited and worried. Excitedly, Su Chen was not only fine in Dexian, but he also made a big splash at some poetry meeting, even causing the Dexian imperial lord to personally order that he be permitted to travel freely in Dexian. The worry was that the people within Dexian seemed to be a bit displeased with the order because of his status. If there were fewer people there might not be a problem, but if there were more people with opposing views, even the imperial lord would have to weigh the implications again. No, we have to do something. After making up his mind, Heian immediately left the city and rushed back in the direction where everyone was. He rushed back after a little more than half an hour, and the first thing he did was to gather the crowd. Fathers and mothers, something big is happening. His anxious tone made the crowd's hearts shake, thinking that something bad had happened. What happened? Something happened to Lord Third Prince? Why so anxious? Heian stood still in front of the crowd and calmed his breath for a moment before saying, I just heard in the city that the third Prince Lord had shown in that what's-his-name Qinghe Street Poetry Festival, and that the Grand Xian Imperial Lord had given him special permission to travel freely within Grand Xian. Isn't that a good thing? Yes, the third prince is safe and sound and doesn't need to be grounded. It's simply a great thing. Why so anxious? Is it hard to believe that there is something else going on here? The crowd asked, each with a strong look of anxiety on their faces. Heian immediately explained. Although the Dexian Imperial Lord gave the order, the people of Dexian seem to be dissatisfied with the third prince's status as a member of the Great Yen royal family, and are trying to find a way to petition for the Imperial Lord to retract the order. Ha? What? What can we do about this? Heian, what do you think we should do to help His Highness the Third Prince? That's right. It's not easy for the third prince to not have to be grounded, but he can't be taken back just like that. The third prince has shown great kindness to us, and we have already failed in Great Yen, so what can we do now? They're in a hurry, and this is kind of the only good news they've heard in a while, but it comes with another huge risk. Heian thought for a moment before he said, according to the words I heard analyzing those remarks, what the people of Dexian are worried about is the third prince colluding with the Great Yen royal family and posing a threat to Dexian. But the third prince has told us that he shares our feelings for the Great Yen royal family, and even his mother was killed by the Great Yen Imperial Lord. So perhaps this matter can be resolved by letting the people of Great Xian know that His Royal Highness the Third Prince will not be a threat to Great Xian, nor will he collude with the Great Yen royal family. So then, we're going to make a big deal out of this? Not bad, since we failed once in Dian. Let's do it again in Dexian. Good. For the sake of Lord Third Prince, we'll do it again. They all made up their minds, and one by one, they waved their fists in their hands and began to pump up. Brother Yun, there's a woman over there who keeps staring at us. It feels a little creepy. Just then, a weak voice came out from the crowd. Heian as well as the crowd all turned their heads to look, and they saw the figure of a woman in a black dress. The woman was expressionless, carrying a long black sword in her right hand as she just looked at them silently. For some reason, they all had a feeling of trepidation, yet they could not feel any killing intent. Heian bravely moved forward and arched his hand. This lord, if we disturbed you just now, please forgive us, we didn't mean to. The black-skirted woman didn't have any words, she just carried her sword and slowly left in a different direction. Heian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at his arm, the sweaty hairs on it already standing on end. It was a good thing that the woman didn't mean any harm. Otherwise, they would all die here. He turned around and continued, okay, guys, let's get started. At the same time, in the Great Xian Imperial Capital, within Xian Yingshu's courtyard, Su Chen put down the books in his hands and looked at the distance thoughtfully. The heavenly evil sword was his own weapon, and what the sword spirit saw and heard outside could be passed on to him. And likewise, A thought from him could make the sword spirit return with the heavenly evil sword. I didn't realize that a thoughtless act of kindness at the time would cause them to leave their homeland for me, even running around in various places. Sichuan smiled faintly, and at the same time, he transmitted a thought to the heavenly evil sword spirit, telling it to protect that group of people if necessary. Gongzi, what are you talking about? Xianing Shui heard Su Chan's muttering but didn't catch it and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, it's just reading the sentences on the book. Su Chen smiled and said, Little Snow, sitting for a long time makes my back a little uncomfortable. Help me rub my shoulders. Okay Gongzi. Xianing Shui smiled sweetly, her lotus steps moved gently, and she soon came behind Su Chen and began to rub his shoulders. In her heart, she couldn't help but say, the only one who can let this princess pinch her shoulders is you, besides father and mother. Not bad, Little Snow's technique has improved quite a bit. Su Chen leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes and enjoying himself intently. The young girl's soft palm was constantly kneading on his shoulder. He could feel the temperature emanating from it. Soft, slender, was his impression of Xianing Shui's palm. Xianing Shui liked this feeling as well, and she realized that she was now having not so pure thoughts from time to time. On the contrary, Su Chen looked like he had no desire. Couldn't help but wonder if she wasn't quite normal. As she pinched and kneaded, she began to think randomly, and her gaze began to wander. And a moment later, she even ghostly asked, Sir, are your legs sore? Do you need me to rub it for you? Yes. Su Chen covered the book over his face and straightened his legs. It's good to rub them after sitting for a long time. Xianing Shui's heart moved, and slowly walked to Su Chen's side, slowly squatted down, and began to gently knead on his leg. At first it was fine. Su Chen felt quite comfortable, but gradually, he realized that something was starting to go wrong. Xianing Shui's hand was moving upwards more and more, now reaching the thighs and still moving slowly towards the roots of the thighs. Su Chen violently opened his eyes and secretly said no. Something will happen if he goes any higher. Xianing Shui's heart was incomparably nervous. A small face covered with an abnormal flushing, and her small hands began to tremble a little. Almost there. Almost there. Her mind was in ecstasy. However, just as she was about to succeed, a large, strong hand grabbed her hand directly, making it difficult for her hand to move an inch further. This was the first time she felt that Su Chen's power was so great. A little flustered, she forced a smile and said, What's wrong, my lord? Su Chen looked at her with a rather meaningful gaze and said softly, It's okay, anything further up is going to be a problem. What problem? Xianing Shui was playing dumb at this time, tilting her head with a curious expression. Big problem that eats people. How do I eat it? I don't know. Your Excellency doesn't know even after all that reading? You can't read all the books. The world is too big, and it's normal to not know a lot of things. But doesn't everyone know that? Why are you asking me if you know? Chapter 25 Changes in the Wind. The third prince of Great Yen has no sense of belonging to the Great Yen imperial family. Great Yen third prince Su Chen's mother consort was killed by the Great Yen imperial lord, and he has long held a grudge. The Great Yen royal family has always treated the third prince badly, and the third prince has also long had the idea of breaking away from the Great Yen royal family. The one thing that Emperor Lord Great Yen detests the most is the third prince of Great Yen. At some point, such remarks began to spread throughout Grand Xian and spread more and more. For the world, the gossip of such big shots is never the thing they are most interested in. As a result, the news is spreading ridiculously fast. Not even in the afternoon, the news reached the middle of the Great Xian imperial capital. Really? That the third prince of Dian has no sense of belonging to the Dian royal family? The Great Yin imperial lord even killed the third prince's mother consort? This is big news. If that's really the case, this third prince of Great Yen might actually harbor a grudge against the Great Yen imperial lord. I've long heard that the third prince of Great Yen has always been frugal, and that everything he eats and wears within the Great Yen imperial capital is not half as much as the other royal sons and daughters. And now it seems that it's not frugality, but rather that the Great Yen imperial lord doesn't give it to him at all. No wonder this Great Yen imperial lord wants to send him out even if he doesn't mind making him a genius. But then again, the poem made by this third prince of Great Yen is really good. Simply awesome. If all the rumors are true, then I don't think there's any problem with Lord Imperial Lord's order. Not bad. Since this third prince of Great Yen has little sense of belonging to the Great Yen imperial family, he might even become one of my Great Xian. In less than a day's time, the public opinion of Su Chen as well as his attitude towards Xian Xianming's decree changed again and again from place to place. It's now completely down to one side. The voices of opposition are almost gone. At this moment, within the Grand Xian Palace, the main hall of the Grand Xian Imperial Palace, It was in a stalemate. Nearly half of the civil and military officials were kneeling on the ground, and they all had one purpose in mind, and that was to withdraw their decree on Su Chen. In their opinion, allowing an enemy country's prince to walk around freely in their own territory was a huge hidden danger. The slightest miscalculation will threaten the destruction of the country. Shen Shenming also knows that they are for the sake of the country, but the decree has been given. It is impossible to reverse. He is thinking how to explain the party can let them stop for a while. With that, the scene fell silent. It just wasn't long before a voice came from outside the hall. Report, Your Imperial Lord. It has been widely rumored in the outside world that the third Prince of Dian has no sense of belonging to the Dian royal family, and that he harbors a grudge against the Imperial Lord of Dian. And the public's tone of voice has completely changed. The entire hall was in an uproar when these words came out. What? That Great Yin third prince holds a grudge against the Great Yin Imperial Lord? Is this matter true or false? When did the news come out? How true is it? This third prince of Great Yin is the prince who was abandoned by the Great Yin Imperial family? The ministers were murmuring, while those who were kneeling were embarrassed. What they were worried about was that after granting Su Chen the freedom to travel, he would collude with the Great Yin Imperial family. But if he was already harboring a grudge against the Great Yin Imperial Lord, then this worry was meaningless. Shen Shenming frowned, his heart somewhat surprised as to where this news came from. But soon enough, his brows stretched, and leaving aside the question of where it came from, there was a solution to the problem at hand. Since the ministers have objections to this matter, then how about this? This emperor will send people to keep a constant watch on that third prince of Dian, and after it is determined that he has a suspicion with Dian, then how about allowing him to travel freely on his own? Knowing that this was, I'm afraid, the best way to go, the ministers replied in unison, by the order of the Lord Emperor. Well, retire from the court. Arriving at the back hall, Shen Shenming immediately summoned eunuch Mo and instructed him, send someone to find out who exactly released these messages and what their purpose is, and also, go and inform Chen Fan immediately, so that the boy can change his place of residence. The current Su Chen had already stepped into the vision of many people. If he were to live within the princess's courtyard again, it would inevitably cause some kind of bad influence if he was found out by someone who had the intention to do so. Yes. Eunuch Mo nodded respectfully and immediately left the middle of the great hall. Things are getting more and more interesting. Su Chen, I look forward to your choice. The corner of Shen Shenming's mouth hooked as he reached out and took out a piece of paper, on which was clearly written all of Su Chen's deeds from childhood to adulthood. He did see a lot of things in all of this. For example, Su Chuan's relationship with Su Wu, Su Chuan's views on Great Yin, and for example, some of the changes that Su Chuan had undergone since half a year ago. Half a year ago, Su Chen's life was relatively normal, and his biggest hobby was fishing. After that, his biggest interest was reading books, and he almost never left his hands without a book. Half a year ago, Su Chen never caused any trouble and never involved himself in other people's affairs, completely avoiding all dangers and troublesome matters. After that, although he was still more cautious, he got involved in other things a lot more often. Everything has changed since 6 months ago. But what he went through 6 months ago and why these changes happened no one knows. Shen Shenming looked at it several times over and over again, but he didn't see where there was a problem. This, on the contrary, made him more interested in Su Chen Chang. I wonder if you are my Grand Xian's chance. If you can make my Grand Xian go further. He was already starting to look forward to it. At the same time, the Great Yin side also got the news. Inside a large hall of the Great Yin Palace, Su Wu ruthlessly smashed on the armrest of the seat, his face veins popping. This rebellious son, he really pissed me off. He did loathe Su Chen, yes, and gave him up, yes, but that was different from being told by others. Those rumors from the outside world simply made him lose face. What he couldn't figure out was how on earth did the matter of him killing Su Chen's mother get out. The people who were involved in this at the time were dealt with by him just to prevent such a scandal from leaking out. The second prince below didn't dare to breathe, only waiting for him to vent a little before he dared to open his mouth to speak. Father, if you ask me, that Deshian Imperial Lord is also confused. To be so for a waste, must be deliberately to anger us, if we are angry, but instead, it will satisfy the other party's intention. Not bad, that rebellious son merely wrote out a few poems, and then made such a big deal out of it. It's just to piss me off, a waste that can't cultivate, and he, Deshian, still treats it as a treasure. It's simply laughable. Su Wu let out a cold smile and said, however, if this son is not removed, in the future, that fellow will definitely have more means to irritate me. Jianer, Immediately send your dead soldiers to sneak into the Grand Xian and spy on Su Chen's whereabouts, so that he can kill him if necessary. Father, does it really have to be like this? Su Jian was a little worried in his heart. Would he be abandoned like this one day? Su Wu saw his thoughts, smiled and comforted. Jianer, don't think too much. You are different from him. That rebellious son is the evil fruit of my drunkenness. There was no thought of keeping him. My royal bloodline, how can it be tainted by it? In other words, he is a stain on my Dian royal family. If there is a day when I go to the 9 Springs, I will have no face-to-face to the ancestors and the ancestors. And you are different. You are born to me in Feiyu. Your mother is a great family. Your bloodline than that rebellious son do not know how much more noble. And is the father's favorite heir. Father treat you how you also have a number in your heart. Father forgive me. It's Jianer who thought too much. Su Jian thought carefully. It was indeed this reasoning. Then he also put down his heart. Besides, he also did not like this younger brother who repeatedly went against himself. In the past, he couldn't get rid of him for some reasons, but now he didn't have that concern. Then Jianer will immediately go and make arrangements. Su Chen, you are truly my good son. If you want to shine in Grand Xian, you have to see if I agree. A fierce color flashed in Su Wu's eyes as he gazed into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. Little Snow, you're getting bolder and bolder lately, Su Chen said helplessly. Which is not. Xianing Shui pouted and hummed. It's Gongzi who is overthinking. Am I overthinking it? Su Chen froze and shook his head. I think you've gotten your wings hardened. I'm not. Third Prince, it's bad. Just as the two were talking, Chen Fan's anxious voice came from outside the courtyard. Immediately afterward, the courtyard door was opened, and Chen Fan rushed in with a fiery rush. As soon as Su Chen saw his appearance, he asked curiously, what happened? Xianing Shui's gaze also looked over curiously. You don't know it yet, Third Prince, but you're now famous in Grand Xian. What's going on? Just early this morning, a decree came out from the Imperial Palace side, saying that the Imperial Lord was overjoyed after reading your poem, so he allowed you to travel freely within Grand Xian. Chen Fan spoke in a quick tone. Instead, it caused Su Chen to faintly stare. He didn't even intend to reveal his identity, but the Grand Xian Imperial Lord helped him to do so? This is really pocket knife to the ass. Eye-opener. He was a bit confused as to what the Grand Xian Imperial Lord meant. Letting himself move freely? It seems to be getting weirder and weirder. Is he really here to be a hostage? How it felt wrong from the start, and now it's getting more and more off track with Proton. The corners of his mouth twitched. A little helpless. Should I be happy, or should I be sad? Poetry will be exposed. By virtue of their own poems, he will certainly enter the vision of countless people. When a word or deed have to become cautious up, this is not for him to find things to do well. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Xianing Shui was already happy beside him. Su Chen blankly glanced at her and said without any good humor, talkative. Also, Third Prince, just now, Eunuch Mo within the palace informed me, asking me to bring you to a different place of residence. Chen Fan stated the purpose of his trip. Why? Su Chen was a bit puzzled. Xianing Shui did guess, but she did not open her mouth. Because. Chen Fan just wanted to say because this is the princess's place, but suddenly thought that he couldn't say it, so he changed his words. Third Prince, you are now famous, and I don't know how many pairs of eyes in the outside world are staring at you, so it's safer to change your residence at this time. Also, Su Chen nodded. I've also lived here for a while, so I'm only afraid that I'll be easily exposed. In fact, he was thinking about the fact that he was almost done with all the books here and would have to find a new place to stay. Chapter 26, Where did the fourth sister go? As it happens, I also have an estate not far from here. You two can go and stay there, Chen Fan said. Right now, although the people of Grand Xian didn't have much of an opinion on the fact that Su Chen could move freely within Grand Xian, if they were to know that Su Chen was living in the princess's compound, I'm afraid that not only the ordinary people, but also the big families will move. When the time comes, it will be another huge bout of trouble. Su Dust has no opinion on this. For him, living there is not living. As long as there is a book, even if it is a cell, then there is no harm. Are there any books in the courtyard? Su Chen opened his mouth and asked. Chen Fan slapped his chest and said confidently, that's natural. That's fine. Let's go. There's not much luggage anyway, so just go. Although Xianing Shui didn't want him to leave this compound, she knew the priorities and didn't say anything more. A few moments later, the three of them arrived in another compound 50 miles away. The compound was much smaller than the previous one, and the environment was also quite a bit worse. Xianing Shui frowned slightly, since she resented it. Chen Fan was embarrassed. He was a big man. Since he didn't clean up so cleanly, and he hadn't come to this courtyard for a long time. Su Chen, however, was incomparably indifferent, and even smiled and complimented. Far away from the downtown area, the air is fresh. It's a good place to read. In the past few days, I don't know what the heavenly evil sword had done again, but his cultivation level had risen another notch, and he had already reached the second level of nascent soul. Accordingly, there was a lot more fury. In fact, such a small amount of fury couldn't affect his body at all, but he just liked to suppress it to a very low level. This is the only way to feel much more at ease, or else you will always feel unsettled. Chen Fan was embarrassed by these words, scratched his head and smiled. The third prince is flattering. It's just a shabby land. There's no way. The financial resources don't allow it. He spent all his money on food and drink, and usually lived in the barracks, so being able to buy this courtyard was the result of his frugality. Xianing Shui had a curious look on her face and couldn't help but ask, Gongzi, don't you feel lost? It's normal to feel a sense of loss when suddenly switching from a good place to a poor one. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. As she herself, since childhood, in the palace brocade, food and clothing are the best. When she went to Dian, there was also a great sense of disparity, after a while to adapt to it. But Su Chen didn't seem to have such a feeling, and that was what she was curious about. Lost? Su Chen shook his head slightly and said lightly, not really. To me, where I live is the same. It makes no difference, as long as there are books. A sense of falling short? He used to have it. Only that was in a previous life, when he was also from a poor family, and had done all the dirty work, and lived, too, in a dilapidated house and a terrible environment. Later, he had attended a birthday party for a college friend, and that was the first time he felt such a huge gap. 5-star hotels, all kinds of luxury cars. The value of the gifts he received alone was more than he could earn in a lifetime. On the contrary, what about himself? Hasn't had a couple of proper birthdays since he was a kid. Even after, just buy a cake, call 3 or 2 friends together to celebrate at home. As for the birthday gift, I've never seen it before. He didn't realize there was such a thing as a birthday present for birthdays until he got into town. It would be a lie to say that there was no sense of falling out at that time. He had also pondered more than once why there was such a big gap, and had even been a little skeptical of life at one point. But later, he thought about it. Everyone has everyone's life and path, no matter how the result. Just do well. Other people's lives cannot be envied. Their own life is not necessarily not as exciting as others. Everyone is unique. Since then, whether it is a high-rise building or a dilapidated old house, a mountain delicacy or a plain meal, a brocade garment or a coarse garment, he can look at it with indifference. Seeing Su Chen's bashful appearance, Xianing Shui suddenly felt some heartache. As a prince, to be able to do this, there was no telling how much suffering had gone on behind the scenes, and as one who had been through it for a while she could appreciate the hardships. Even more so, he felt that he was a bit too pretentious, and compared to Su Chen, he was far too poor. Alright, simply tidy up and you can live. Su Dust looked at it. There wasn't much to clean up, just weeding and clearing the dust. With that said, he began to move, but Chen Fan was scared to death, busy saying, Third Prince, how can I let you come in person? It's just a matter of finding 2 subordinates. It's not troublesome, there's no need. Su Chen slowly shook his head and started pulling grasses on the ground. It was the first time Xianing Shui had seen him like this, and with a new perception of him, she also crouched down and said, Gongzi, I'll join you. Plucking weeds like this, even if she followed Su Chen around for half a year, she had never done it, and today was the first time. Chen Fan was even more frightened. Her Royal Highness is actually pulling grass on the ground like a human being? Crazy, really crazy. At this moment, he admired Su Chen even more, not knowing what magic power he had that could make the princess do this. Compared to him, he's a waste of space. Of course, Chen Fan was not idle, pulling up grass on the ground at a faster speed. Letting 2 honorable people pull up grass was already a big disrespect. If they really let them both keep pulling it up, then what the hell? Report, Lord Imperial Lord. It has been investigated clearly. The one who spread the news of the third prince within Grand Xian and the one who distributed bad news within the imperial capital last time are the same group of people. Inside a large hall of the Great Yin Palace, a man respectfully knelt on the ground, carefully reporting the progress of the investigation over the past few days. Who is it? Su Wu's face was stern and his gaze was deep as he stared at him. It's the descendants of those sinners from Taiping Street. Offspring of sinners? Good. Very good. It seems that it's still too merciful to them. Sinners are sinners. Their bad nature can't be changed. Kill all those people in Taiping Street. Suwu also did not expect that it was those people who did it, but it made him a little impressed. Lord Imperial Lord. Taiping Street. It's already empty. The man said helplessly. Empty? These offspring of sinful ministers are resourceful. Do they really think they'll be safe and sound if they all run off to Daxian? Suwu snorted coldly and said, send 2 dead soldiers over there. Make sure to behead all of them and hang their heads on the border wall. These woeful and disturbing people must receive a harsh trial. Lord Imperial Lord. There is one more thing. The man was a bit hesitant to say it. Suwu glanced at him and said expressionlessly, speak. Those people from Taiping Street seem to have a close relationship with the third prince. It's the third prince again. I really did give birth to a good son. Suwu sneered, and his fists couldn't help but clench up. Su Chen was always challenging his bottom line step by step. He who already disliked Su Chen was even more disgusted with him to the extreme at this moment. Just as well, let him be buried with those people. This emperor doesn't have this son either. Since the beginning, he had never looked at Su Chen squarely, and had always felt that it was a stain on him. It's a scourge to stay in the world, so it's better to kill it. Yes, Lord Imperial Lord. The man nodded respectfully and quickly left the Great Hall. At the same time, inside a certain palace in the Grand Xian Imperial capital, Eunuch Mo reported with the same respectful face, reporting to Lord Imperial Lord. The identity of the person who distributed those remarks within the territory has been investigated clearly. Oh, who did this? Xian Xianming showed a curious expression on his face. It's someone from the Great Yan Dynasty. Great Yan Dynasty? Xian Xianming frowned and said, how could someone from the Great Yan Dynasty be like this? To be precise, they are the descendants of sinful officials within the Great Yan Dynasty, and according to the investigation, the third prince of Great Yan seems to have been kind to them, so they should be counted as followers of the third prince of Great Yan. Eunuch Mo respectfully explained. Descendants of sinners? Interesting, really interesting. Xian Xianming laughed. Being both the descendants of sinful ministers and the followers of that kid, as long as they don't touch Daxian's bottom line, let them be. Things are becoming more and more interesting. There was a strange color flashing in Xian Xianming's gaze. By the way, let the warriors at the border be allowed to take a little break in the last few days, so they don't have to be so strict. Even he could get the news. That guy Suwu would definitely get it as well. And given what he knew about him, he would be furious, and sending a killer was inevitable. Xian Xianming intended to come up with a will-o'-the-wisp, deliberately letting the other party's killers in. These killers didn't need to guess that they were definitely heading towards Su Chen and those sinful offspring. He wanted to see how Su Chen would cope in the face of such a crisis, and whether the descendants of those sinful ministers would survive. No matter how much you lurk, you'll eventually reveal what's really there. He was having more and more fun with this play. Eunuch Mo also guessed his purpose and couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the Imperial Lord was the Imperial Lord, not letting go of any hint of a chance to test the waters. But what had to be said was that he was also curious about this teenager. Su Chen, I will do it immediately. Eunuch Mo answered and prepared to retire. Hard work. Xian Xianming nodded and signaled for him to leave. Eunuch Mo had just left in front of him. Then a man walked quickly. The man looked somewhat similar to Xian Xianming, but was much more stable than the fifth prince. Why is he free to come to my place? Xian Xianming was a bit surprised. This eldest son of his is the crown prince of the dynasty, and has a lot of affairs, and usually does not come to his place. Today is rare. Father, I heard that fourth sister has returned, but why haven't we seen her for several days? Xian Yi was somewhat puzzled. Xian Yingshui and he is the same father and mother of the brother and sister. The two since childhood relationship is good. Half a year ago Xian Yingshui said to go to Dian when he was still incomparably opposed to the eventual still say no to her. Compromised. For half a year, he had been worried almost constantly about the safety of this sister of his. Now half a year has not seen, learned that she came back. The first time will go to her chambers, but did not see her figure, even a few days, also did not see people, but heard that she went to the poetry meeting. Then it was gone again, leaving him feeling rather strange. Ha ha. Xian Xianming laughed and said, your sister now. Ah, not being a good princess and running off to be someone else's maid. What? Chapter 27, Unbelievable. Xian Yi's eyes directly widened in disbelief. One's own sister, the eldest princess of the Great Xian dynasty, had gone to be someone else's maid? If that had come from anyone else, he would never have believed it. But the problem was that it was his father who said that. As much as he couldn't believe it in his mind, he had to admit that it could be true. He took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and looked at Xian Xianming with incomparable seriousness, saying, "Father, are you telling the truth? Do you think that this emperor, the king of a country, would tell lies?" Xian Xianming gave him a faint look. Xian Yi immediately lowered his head and busily said, "My son doesn't mean this, but this is really too unbelievable." "It's not your fault," Xian Xianming said. "My mood when I first found out wasn't much worse than yours now." "Father, may my son ask who that person is?" Xian Yi was starting to get a little curious. Who was that man who could make even his own father not angry? Is it a hidden power? A master of the art of painting? Or some old man? Or a foreign immortal? Xian Xianming looked at him with a strange expression on his face, then slowly said, "You've also heard of this person." "Heard of it?" Xian Yi's brows furrowed as he kept pondering in his mind, and after thinking for half a day, he couldn't figure out who it was. "Forgive my humble servant for not being able to think of anyone who could make the fourth sister a maid." Xian Yi was somewhat ashamed. "It's actually not someone you're familiar with. The other party is the third prince of Great Yen." Xian Xianming picked up a zhangbiao and looked at it carefully. Xian Yi, however, was as if he was petrified in place, dumbfounded and motionless. "Duh, Great Yen, the third prince? The one who came to our Xian as a hostage? My god, crazy, absolutely crazy." His face was full of disbelief. A hostage prince sent over by an enemy country, or a prince who couldn't cultivate, even letting his own princess go to be his maid of honor? What can he do? Why don't we just get 2 women to go? Why do you need a princess to be a maid? He felt that the world had gone mad, and Xian Xianming had gone mad as well, to make such a decision. Wasn't this a disgrace to the royal family? If word of this spreads, what will happen to the face of the royal family? What will happen to the face of Grand Xian? Confused. "Father, with all due respect, this decision of yours is one that I will never agree with." Xian Yi looked indignant, staring straight at him. Xian Xianming had an odd expression on his face as he said, "This isn't my decision. It's your sister's own decision." "Ha?" Xian Yi was confused again. He was more than familiar with his sister, whom he had grown up with. Over the years, how many good men had she disdained, not even looking at them twice? It was even more of a pipe dream to think that she would willingly become a maid. His first reaction was that his sister had been compelled or had been subjected to some kind of spell, otherwise she would never have been like this. But even so, he still couldn't understand why his own father didn't react half-heartedly and just let it go. "Don't you really want to lose the face of the royal family? But even so, father, why don't you stop?" "Why should I stop it?" Xian Xianming asked curiously. Xian Yi was momentarily speechless, but quickly said, "For the sake of our Xian family's face. Besides, that's the prince of an enemy country. Letting a princess be his maid, where can there be such a good thing? Wouldn't it be too cheap for him? He absolutely couldn't take it. If you are angry, go ask Shuer the reason yourself." Saying that, Xian Xianming paused for a moment, then added, "How about this? Tomorrow I will send someone to call her over, so you can ask yourself." There the minister retired. After exiting the hall, Xian Yi slammed his fist on a nearby pillar, sending out a dull ringing sound. He just couldn't tolerate it or put up with it. It was outrageous. He couldn't help but wonder if his father was senile. An enemy prince, just composed a few poems, and let him move around freely, and let the fourth sister be a maid. When did composing poems become so popular? There must be a reason for this that he doesn't know about. It seems that we have to send someone to check the bottom of this Su Chen. At night, Su Chen read some books as usual, and to his surprise, the books within this courtyard were surprisingly decent. He had expected some kind of immodest book. "Your Excellency, dinner is ready." A sweet voice came from the kitchen, and Xianing Shui came to the small pavilion in the courtyard with the food she had prepared, and after setting down the stone table in front of Su Chen, she looked at him blearily. "How about a taste of my new cooking?" "Okay." Su Chuan retrieved the book in his hands, took his chopsticks and took a shallow taste, and immediately brightened up. "Not bad. The cooking skill has improved again." Being praised, Xianing Shui smiled like honey, her face filled with happiness. If Xian were to see this scene, he would only think that he had seen a ghost. In his impression, his sister was clearly like a woman of honor. When would she reveal such a little girl posture? "It's delicious, then you can have more." Good. The two just fell silent, one eating while the other just watched him eat. A few moments later, there was a thud. It was Qin Fan who knocked on the courtyard door. "Miss Qin, there is a letter from your family." Family letter? Xianing Shui was slightly stunned, knowing that she was afraid that the news had come from the palace, so she and Su Chen asked for instructions. My lord, may I go and take a look? Naturally. Su Chen nodded and said, if there is something going on at home, then go. Okay Gongzi. Xianing Shui nodded and stood up to walk towards the outside of the courtyard. Opening the courtyard door, he took a letter, and then he looked at it carefully. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes as she read it. Royal brother knows about me? The content of the letter is to let her go back to the palace, saying that Xianyi has something important to ask her. Xianing Shui know that this cannot hide for a long time. Sooner or later is to explain, but also did not panic, and father promised, but also nothing. Only, what she was worried about was that her royal brother would make a move against Su Chen. With his character, he was bound to try something, and had to think of a way to do it. She turned around and smiled towards Su Chen. Gongzi, something has happened at home. Let me go back tomorrow. I will prepare good food for you early tomorrow morning. Since you have something to go back to tomorrow, you should rest early tonight. Good. Su Chen also didn't continue to read again tonight, but went to bed early, in order not to let the light affect her sleep. The next morning he saw the hot breakfast with a note on it. Picking up the note, I only saw a line of showy characters on it, which read, Gongzi, I should be back soon. Breakfast has been prepared for you. Remember to eat Also, don't forget to think of me. Maid Xiaoxue stays. This girl. Su Chen gently shook his head, sat down and started eating. Not to mention, Xianing Shui's craftsmanship was getting better and better. Su Chen couldn't help but think that if she left, where else would he go to eat these things? Her appetite was spoiled. That's not good. If Yuki runs away, it will greatly affect my reading speed. Chapter 28, He's a Genius. Inside the Grand Xian Imperial Palace, the Grand Hall where Xian Xianming was located, Xianyi rushed over early in the morning and waited quietly on the sidelines. Xian Xianming was still reviewing the various zhangfangs, asking a sentence or two from time to time. Has cultivation been deserted in recent days? Unslacking. Xianyi replied respectfully. Cultivation? It has reached the third level of nascent soul. Not bad. Xian Xianming simply complimented and left it at that. Only Xianyi knew that his father was not very satisfied with his cultivation progress. He was 21 years old this year and had only cultivated to the third level of nascent soul, which was already not low to say the least, but it was far from reaching Xian Xianming's requirements. It could be said that amongst their siblings, it was only Xianing Shui who was a little bit better, being 17 years old and already on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Because of this, Xian Xianming was clearly more fond of Xianing Shui. For his father, Xianyi was actually filled with curiosity in his heart. He had never revealed his cultivation, yet he gave him an extremely strong sense of oppression. He estimated that within the entire palace, he was afraid that there were not many people who knew his father's cultivation. Father, when will she arrive? Fourth sister. After waiting for a while and not seeing anyone, Xianyi couldn't help but ask. Xian Xianming raised his eyes slightly and said, Isn't this coming? As soon as the words fell, a clear and cold voice came from the distance of the grand hall. Father, Imperial brother, Shuer is here. Xianyi's complexion moved, a smile appeared on his face, and he immediately greeted him. Fourth sister, how are you doing on the Great Yen side these past half a year? Imperial brother was worried to death. I'm sorry for Imperial brother's concern. Everything is fine over there for Shuer, and she's safely back now. Xianing Shui slightly saluted. Xian Yi, however, frowned and gently knocked her on the head, saying in a bad mood, How come you've become so raw after going out for half a year? Egu, big brother, this is not in front of father. Xianing Shui gently jumped away and couldn't help but touch her head, looking at him accusingly. Ha ha ha, you two siblings chat. No need to care about father. Xian Xianming laughed out loud, letting the two of them have no need to be formal. Xianyi's face also became serious in an instant as he said in a deep voice. Fourth sister, tell me honestly, are you working as someone else's maid? Xianing Shui had long guessed what he was going to ask, and had also long been mentally prepared for it, and answered graciously. Yes. Humph. Fourth sister, you are really confused. You are my Dishian princess. How can you go and be someone else's maid? Moreover, that person is also the royal son of Great Yen. Don't you know that Great Yen and us are mortal enemies? Why do you want to treat yourself so cheaply? Is the status of a princess of a country inferior to that of a maid? Where do you put my Great Xian's honor? Xian Yi looked indignant, and his tone was full of hatred. Not far away, a wisp of color flashed in Xian Xianming's eyes, and he was also a bit curious as to how Xianing Shui would respond. In the face of these accusatory words, Xianing Shui but smiled faintly and said, "Big brother, have you ever thought about why I am like this? Everything I did was for the sake of Grand Xian. For De Xian? For De Xian you became the maid of an enemy prince? For the sake of De Xian, you're willing to throw away De Xian's honor? You're not doing this for De Xian. You're destroying De Xian." Although Xianyi usually never want to punish his sister, but in this matter, he cannot give in. Affection is important, but the family and country is more important. Yes, it's good that he's Great Yan's prince, but have you ever understood him? Although he is the De Yan prince, but his heart is not in De Yan. Although he is rumored to be a waste, but in reality it is not so. My De Xian seems to be calm. The country is peaceful, but in reality it is internal trouble and external trouble. If you do not lay out the layout early, sooner or later you will end up with a broken country and family death. I'm 80% certain that I can determine that Su Chen is a supreme genius. If I can get him to be used by my Grand Xian, it would be a great benefit to my Grand Xian. Xianing Shui did not back down at all. Her face was firm and she argued with him. Xianyi was momentarily speechless. How could he not be aware of De Xian's current predicament, and that a large part of the reason for the truce with Great Yan came from over there? That side has held up for so many years. It's getting a little tired of dealing with it, and in a few more years, it may be about to explode. But that's not what will keep him down. These he agrees with, but there is one thing that he does not agree with. Xianing Shui said that the other party was a genius, but he didn't believe it. Fourth sister is right. My Great Xian does have some problems, but when you say that person is a supreme genius, do you have any evidence? If there's no evidence, it's just your verbalization after all. As for whether or not his heart is in De Yan, how do you know? Okay. At this time, Xian Xianming spoke up. Both of you siblings are stubborn characters. Just point to the point. Don't hurt the peace. As for whether that Su Chen's heart is in Dian or not, this is probably not the case. Xianing Shui was right about one thing, and that was that the current Grand Xian was indeed lacking in geniuses, especially supreme geniuses. A supreme genius, if he could grow up, would be enough to bless a dynasty for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. De Xian's biggest crisis right now isn't from a few other countries, but a threat from the other side. Hearing Xian Xianming's words, Xianyi changed his tone again. Since father said that his heart is not in Great Yan, then let's not mention this. You said that he is a supreme genius. From where did you come to this conclusion? Xianing Shui stumbled over her words for a moment, and didn't say anything for half a day. Xianyi revealed a smile and continued. Look, even you can't say it yourself, so how can you conclude that he's a supreme genius? It might be what the Great Yan imperial family said, that he's just a waste who can't cultivate. As a matter of fact, Xian Xianming was also eager for her to say something different, perhaps irritated. Hearing Xianyi disparage Su Chen, Xianing Shui couldn't help it and blurted out. If he casually instructs me with a few words, he can make my swordsmanship improve a lot. Is that true? He has the strength? Xian Xianming and Xianyi both spoke at the same time. The difference was that Xian Xianming's tone had a slight agitation while Xianyi was full of questions. Compared to Xianyi, Xian Xianming knew more about Su Chen, and after a few attempts, he was also convinced of Xianing Shui's remarks that Su Chen was a genius. It's naturally true. Xianing Shui nodded confidently. Since fourth sister says so, then fine. If after half a month, you can defeat me under his tutelage, I'll agree with him and won't say anything more about you being his consort. But if you can't do that, then you must leave his side. Be a good princess. Xianyi stared at her with a deep gaze and laughed. Does fourth sister dare to take it? He couldn't bear to see his sister going to be someone else's maid, and he didn't want to bring shame to the royal family, to bring shame to De Xian. But if the other party was a genius and could be used by De Xian, then it would be a different story. How can this work? Xianing Shui was anxious. Her current cultivation was only at the 9th level of qi gathering, and she was still a step away from nascent soul, while Xianyi was already at the 3rd level of nascent soul. Wanting to defeat him within half a month was simply a pie in the sky. What she was afraid of wasn't that Su Chen couldn't do it. After all, being a genius didn't mean that she could make someone else's battle power soar in a short period of time. What she was afraid of was leaving Su Chen's side. Father, look at what Big Brother is saying. It's not reasonable. You quickly persuade him. Seeing Xianyi's indifference, Xianing Shui had no choice but to place her gaze on Xian Xianming. Ha ha. Xian Xianming laughed, but he did not favor him. Instead he said, I do think that your elder brother has a good point. If you can't do it, you'd better be a good princess. Xianing Shui was silent. She didn't say anything else, because she knew that once her father had spoken, There was no room for negotiation. Only after a long time did she whisper, "Swear knows." After saying that, she left the grand hall without looking back. Chapter 29, Your Excellency, please teach me sword training. Xianing Shui didn't even know how she managed to get out of the main hall. It just felt like the soul had been drained out of me. Half a month. If you can't defeat your brother. She didn't want to agree, but there was no way around it. There was no room to refute Xian Xianming's words. If he did lose, he would certainly not let himself go back. What to do? Xianing Shui's heart was in turmoil. Not knowing what to do, she didn't want to leave Su Chen's side and couldn't disobey her father's orders. Otherwise, she was only afraid that Su Chen would be in danger. Inside the main hall, Xianyi was all smiles as he said towards Xian Xianming, "Father, you also think that man is pretending to be a god, right? Pretending to be a god?" Xian Xianming glanced at him with a strange expression on his face and laughed coldly. "You'd better mind your own business. Don't think that you're winning. If you lose at that time, I'll see how you'll end up." Father thought I would lose? Or do you think that person can really make the fourth sister soar? Xianyi frowned and couldn't help but ask, does father really think that person is an absolute genius? Yes or no will be decided by time. Xian Xianming said indifferently. Alright, you go back. Don't slack off in these days. Don't be careless. Although Xianyi was unconvinced, he didn't dare to say anything more. He just respectfully saluted and retired. When he exited the great hall, his gaze instantly turned cold. Fourth sister and father both think so highly of you. I'd like to see if you live up to your name. Until she returned to the small courtyard, Xianing Shui's mood was relatively low. Back, inside the courtyard, Su Chen put down his books and looked at her as she walked towards him. Aha! Xianing Shui answered in a low voice. Su Chen immediately realized that something was wrong. He stood up and walked to her, tilting his head to look into her eyes and asked, "What happened? You seem to be in a somewhat low mood." "Nope, it's fine." Xianing Shui forced to smile. Su Chen immediately slapped up his face and said seriously, "What? Now even Gongzi's words are starting to be perfunctory?" Xianing Shui raised her head and locked eyes with him, looking away for a moment before moving her gaze away. "The more and longer I look at it, the harder it is to think about my impending departure. My lord, can you teach me sword practice?" Xianing Shui raised her head and looked at him with a watery gaze, her gaze filled with hope. "I'm just a scholar. How can I teach you?" Su Chen, however, shook his head and refused her request. "Oh," Xianing Shui whispered "oh." On her face was a loss visible to the naked eye, and in no time, she even cried. "Woo, what's wrong with this?" Su Chen was a bit stunned. How come she cried when she said she wouldn't teach? It wasn't like this before. "You tell me the truth. What exactly happened?" Su Chen held Xianing Shui's shoulders and looked seriously into her eyes. Ugh, my brother he knew that I was working as your maid, was very angry and forced me to fight him in half a month in front of father. If I lose, let me go home and not allowed to come here anymore." Xianing Shui instantly zipped into Su Chen's arms, complaining with an aggrieved face. If outsiders were to see her like this, they would be afraid to call out that they had seen a ghost. The Rapunzel, who has always been high and cold and has no feelings for men, actually jumped into a man's arms and cried king. It's actually because of this. Only then did Su Chuan understand. Before he could say anything, Xianing Shui continued. "I'm sorry Gongzi, I lied to you. I actually have a cultivation of the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm." In reality, she still hadn't told the truth. A 17-year-old with a 6th level of Qi condensation was okay even though it was rare. If she said a 9th level of Qi condensation, it would reveal her identity. 6th level of Qi condensation? Su Chen did not feel much surprise. After all, he had long felt that Xianing Shui had hidden her cultivation. In a great clan like the Qin family, it was not surprising to have such a cultivation level. He could also guess from the recent events that Xianing Shui's status in the Qin family was not low. Otherwise the other party would not have sent someone to test himself. "And what is your brother's cultivation level?" "Nascent soul 1st level." Xianing Shui replied. "Nascent soul 1st level ah." Su Chen rubbed his chin. This was not a good fight. One was only at the 6th level of Qi condensation, and the other at the 1st level of nascent soul. The gap was not small. He hadn't planned to teach Xianing Shui, but if she left, then he would be troubled himself. To be honest, with your cultivation at the 6th level of Qi condensation wanting to defeat your brother at the 1st level of the nascent soul realm cultivation, there is a great deal of difficulty involved. Su Chen said truthfully. Xianing Shui raised her head, even more lost in her gaze. "There's no way out?" "Not really." Su Chen smiled. His light words but made Xianing Shui's heart rekindle hope again. Gongzi, what do I have to do? With your current cultivation level, if you want to defeat him within half a month, then there is only one way. What way? Crossing into the realm of potential. Su Chen smiled faintly and continued. You come from a great clan, so you must also know that realms other than cultivation, in the case of the sword Dao, are divided into the realms of sword potential, sword intent, sword soul, and sword heart. Crossing into the realm of sword potential is considered to be crossing into the gate of the sword path. At this realm, all of your sword techniques have the bonus of potential. That potential can increase the power of your sword techniques several times over, and only then can you cross over and defeat your brother. But the premise is that your brother hasn't reached the realm of potential. He didn't reach it. But how can this realm be so easy to reach? Xian Yingshui frowned, a sadness that could not be dispersed from her brows. The solution is there, but it is still very difficult to do. Generally speaking, it is naturally not easy. Su Chen smiled, stroked her head, and said confidently, but if I personally teach, it's still possible. Really? Xian Yingshui froze slightly and looked at him incredulously, as if she was recognizing him for the first time. This is something that even his father would not dare to say. But he was so confident. What level had his sword Dao realm reached? Xian Yingshui was hard to imagine, although she had always felt that Su Chen was not simple. But this kind of uncomplicated was still beyond her imagination. Just how many secrets do you still have? What kind of person are you? Your cultivation level. What realm are you in? She couldn't help but mentally voice her own doubts. Of course, she was happier that if she did, she would be able to remain by his side. Thinking of this, Xian Yingshui couldn't help but reveal a happy smile and choked out. Gongzi, you're so nice. It's nothing. Su Chen waved his hand slightly and said, it's just that I'm used to being taken care of by you and I don't want to lose a good maid. Had. I knew the prince couldn't let me go. Alright, cut the crap and hurry over to cultivate. Okay, right away. Chapter 30, Teaching in the Courtyard. The sword is a sharp weapon, and what is needed is that sharpness. The movement is wrong. You have less power. Take your legs back and don't move. Don't be playful. Practice your sword. Tighten up your ass. It's too perky. Su Chen slapped his buttocks, and a crisp ringing sound resounded through the courtyard. But at the moment, he was fully engaged in teaching and did not think about anything else. Xian Yingshui, however, blushed and her body began to tremble. She bit her red lips and looked at Su Chen with tearful eyes, softly saying, Gongzi too harsh. Don't come this way with me. Do you still want to win against your elder brother? Su Chen frowned and continued to teach strictly. The hand-to-hand teaching caused Xian Yingshui's heart to wander and her entire body to become dizzy. Time passed in a flash, and 5 days passed quickly. During this period of time, there were no major events occurring within the imperial capital, and everything was incomparably calm. There were only 3 teenagers, constantly searching for Su Chen. Inside a certain alley in the imperial capital, Xian Lang, Xian Ming, and Zhou Tianyi were gathered together, all of them looking depressed. Brother Xian Ming, thanks to the fact that you're still the 5th prince, you don't even know where Brother Su lives. Xian Lang couldn't help but complain. That's right, Zhou Tianyi concurred. After searching for 5 days, let alone finding fellow Taoist Su, I haven't even seen a hair. Do you guys think I don't want to know where he is? Xian Ming was a bit anxious and said, not many people know about Brother Su's trail within the imperial capital, and father has never announced it. Even the people I sent out were repatriated. You guys say that the emperor has decreed that Brother Su is allowed to move freely in Dashuan, but why can't he be seen? Can't it be that he stays home all day and doesn't go out? Xian Lang issued his own question, continued, as a prince, life is a little extravagant is also very normal, right? Seeking flowers and willows that is even more normal. But we have searched all the large and small places of the imperial capital for seeking flowers and willows, and all the major restaurants have been turned over. We just can't find anyone. You guys say it's strange. In my opinion, this Prince Su is only afraid that he is not the kind of prince we imagine. Zhou Tianyi sighed. How could someone who can make that kind of poem be so vulgar? Xian Ming also nodded fiercely. These past few days, they really felt that Su Chen was an interesting person, and there were many discrepancies with the outside rumors. And he was a humble person with great poetic talent. Plus now that the imperial lord had also recognized him and lifted his grounding, the 3 of them unanimously felt that Su Chen was someone they could befriend. Then they thought of paying a visit. But who would have thought that after searching for 5 days, they still hadn't found where Su Chen lived? Then shall we continue searching? Xian Lang glanced at the 2. Looking. Why not look? Zhou Tianyi clenched his teeth and made up his mind. If you guys look for it, then I'll look for it too. Xian Ming stated to follow. Well, the first 5 days were spent practicing posture, and the next is practicing swordsmanship. In the courtyard, Su Chen held a book in his hand and said to Xianing Shui, who was sitting obediently in front of him. After 5 days of practicing with the posture, the current Xianing Shui had changed greatly from before just by holding the sword. It gives one a special aura at first glance. Potential, as the name suggests, is momentum. Different sword techniques have different potential, such as frost sword technique, is cold to the bone potential. Whirlwind sword technique, is a gale-like potential. The blazing sun sword technique, is the blazing potential. Comprehension of the potential of the sword used by the person with the comprehension of the sword used by people with no comprehension of the sword used by the sky is very different. If you use the right potential, the power multiplies and increases. If you use the wrong one, it will backfire on you, or you will go off the deep end. Xianing Shui listened attentively. She had never been so serious before. These 5 days of teaching let her realize Su Chen's severity. Moving is to hit the handplate and keep a certain action for several hours. Cannot meet the requirements, are not allowed to eat. This made her, who was still immersed in physical contact with Su Chen, instantly focus on practicing. By now, she had completely lost her playfulness. Gongzi, there are still 10 days left. Can we really comprehend the potential? Xianing Shui was a little worried. As long as you listen to me carefully, naturally there is no problem, Su Chen confidently said. Good. After the explanation, Su Chen began to let her demonstrate her sword technique while he watched on the side. Every now and then, point out what she's doing wrong and show her the way to correct it. In just a few short hours, Xianing Shui felt that her sword technique had grown tremendously, and along with it, her strength had also increased quite a bit. This agitated her even more. It only felt that Su Chen was simply like a god, knowing everything. On the other hand, in a certain forest outside a small city not far from the imperial capital, a group of people from Taiping Street had gathered here. Ha ha ha, our plan has finally worked. In the crowd, He Yun laughed out loud, proud of himself for the first time. Their plan that had failed in Dian had surprisingly succeeded in Dexian. After they had continuously spread the news around, the opposition of the people of Dexian to the matter of allowing Su Chen to travel freely within the territory had greatly decreased. We've sort of succeeded in helping Lord Third Prince here. I really didn't think that we would have a day to help the Third Prince Sama. Now Lord Third Prince should be able to move freely within Grand Xian. The crowd laughed. However, it was in the midst of all the laughter that the crisis came precipitously. People from Pacific Street, right? I'll take your lives. A slightly hoarse voice came from somewhere, causing the people in Taiping Street to be startled. Then, before they could react, they saw a figure in a black robe with a masked face suddenly emerge from the forest. Nascent Soul Realm Powerhouse. Feeling the aura from the other party, He Yun couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm, his face instantly becoming terrified. He turned around and yelled towards the crowd. Everyone run! Such a strong person was not something they could fight against. Still want to run now? It's too late. The man was a dead soldier cultivated by Great Yan, and his mission this time was to kill everyone in Taiping Street. But just as he was about to do so, a pitch-black incomparable sword shot out of nowhere, extremely fast, and pierced through his body in an instant. The man's pupils instantly contracted as blood gushed out of his chest and he fell straight to the ground. The sudden scene caused everyone on Taiping Street to freeze in place, including He Yun. Looking at the long sword, He Yun seemed to have an impression in his mind. The black-skirted woman seen that day held just such a sword. He came back to his senses and hurriedly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, He Yun, thank you for saving me, Your Excellency. Seeing this, a group of old and young people from Taiping Street also knelt on the ground. We thank you for saving us, Your Excellency. There was no response from the surrounding area. The pitch-black sword disappeared into thin air after absorbing the dead man's entire body's blood chi. Chapter 31, The Searching Trio. At the same moment, Su Chen, who was teaching Xianing Shui, moved his expression. A dead soldier? Looks like my old man can't help but kill me already. A cold gaze flickered in his eyes, and he immediately transmitted a message to the heavenly evil sword spirit to come back and lurk around the courtyard. To be honest, although there was little affection for Dian, and even less affection for Su Wu, but no matter what, it was also a place where he had lived for more than 10 years, and to say that he didn't have a little bit of affection would definitely be a lie. How the outside world passed him he does not care. He has long been in the heart of the idea. If Su Wu is positive often, honest words, then they also read in the 10 years of meager love above not do anything. However, he was disappointed. Su Wu had actually sent out a dead soldier. Su Chen didn't think that the dead soldier was just there to kill those people on Taiping Street. There must be other dead soldiers already coming towards him. Since you're so desperate, don't blame me. At this moment, that little bit of father and son name has been close to nothing in his heart. As for those brothers and sisters of his own, all in the same boat, too. How Su Wu is, how they are. No one has looked up to him since he was a child, and he doesn't care to interact with those people. In contrast, it was Dashwan who treated him well as an enemy country, and the more he compared, the more obvious the gap became. He hadn't even done anything himself, but he had written a few poems and passed them on, and already he couldn't help but send dead soldiers to kill him. What if we really did something? My lord, I feel like I've practiced this sword technique almost enough. Xianing Shui retrieved her sword and looked at the dazed Su Chen with some confusion. Gongzi? On. Su Chen came back to his senses and smiled faintly, saying, this sword technique is almost practiced, then practice the other one. Okay. Xianing Shui nodded her head obediently and immediately continued practicing. Watch the timing. The vibe is off. Tuck in. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. These 5 days, Xianing Shui will be their own sword all let Su dust to redirect again. Sword power all more on a level, but still did not comprehend the potential. Cross into the sword potential realm. Seeing that there were only the last 5 days left, Xianing Shui couldn't even hide the anxious look on her face. My lord, there are only 5 days left. Can it really be done? She was starting to get scared. These past few days had been so wonderful. She didn't want to leave just like that. Su Chen, however, wasn't worried and said gently, there's no need to worry. When I say you can do it, you can do it. My lord, am I stupid? Xianing Shui didn't hold back and asked these words, her eyes filled with loss. Su Chen was a bit helpless, reaching out to rub her face, comforting her. Don't think like that. You're already very smart. This is not supposed to be an easy thing. If it were anyone else, they would be inferior to you. But isn't Gongzi more powerful than me? Xianing Shui felt devastated. Could Su Chen say that he was the same? If it wasn't for the heavenly evil sword, he might not be as good as Xianing Shui. It was just that he didn't understand why the heavenly evil sword had chosen himself. This kind of innate Tao weapon that was birthed from heaven and earth not only had its own sword spirit, but also had certain criteria in choosing a master. And he never understood which point he had met. Reality is often so dramatic. I'm different, Su Chen replied. Where is it different? Xianing Shui looked at him with some doubt. You'll know later. Su Chen did not answer her directly, but gave her a vague reply. In the future, well. Xianing Shui nodded slightly. So what should I do next? Feelings. Feelings? Not bad. Feel the potentials around you. The wind has wind potentials. The water has water potentials. All you have to do is meditate and feel these potentials and connect them to the sword. Su Dust explained. That's right. Xianing Shui understood. While the two were talking, outside the courtyard, Chen Fan, who was dozing off, was woken up in a daze by a sound of talking. Damn it, it's been 10 days, 10 whole days. Most of the imperial capital has been run over by us, and there's still no news of Brother Su. Where exactly did Brother Su go? Is it hard to believe that he left the imperial capital long ago? It can't be, can it? Even if we were to leave the imperial capital, it's not like we wouldn't hear a single whisper, right? I'm guessing it's still out there somewhere unseen by us. These sounds, how come they sound somewhat familiar? Chen Fan instantly came to his senses. It just felt like there was something familiar about the voices. But this place was already considered remote in the imperial capital, so it wouldn't be right that it would be them. The next moment, however, he turned his head and was wide-eyed with the trio. General Chen? The Fifth Prince, the Wave Prince, and Mr. Zhou. Several cries of alarm sounded at the same time. Chen Fan's heart was shaken, feeling a bit unbelievable. It was still really the three of them? Not good. In an instant, he was nervous, because it was the eldest princess and Su Chen within the courtyard, and if they were exposed, this would be difficult. Cold sweat had begun to surface on his back. How could General Qing be here? Shouldn't you be in the military camp? Xian Lang looked at him with a curious expression. Zhou Tianyi had the same inexplicable light in his eyes. Xian Ming was even more excited. Chen Fan's mind turned sharply, immediately scratched his head and laughed. The top gave me 2 days off. This is not. Last night and a few of the young ladies in the greenhouse drank a little wine. Woke up early in the morning and came here. Did not even know what place. Really? Xian Lang's eyes were filled with skepticism. Xian Ming even took a picture and put it directly in front of him, asking, has General Chen ever seen the man in the picture? Chen Fan was somewhat speechless as he gazed at it. The man on the screen was none other than Su Chuan after his disguise. This time he in turn was not worried and shook his head incomparably frankly. Never seen it. Really haven't seen it? Zhou Tianyi asked undeterred. Really no. Chen Fan continued to shake his head. There seems to be someone living within this courtyard. Xian Lang knew that he couldn't ask anything, so he shifted his direction and turned his gaze to the surrounding courtyards. I also don't know who lives inside. Chen Fan continued to play dumb. Just go in and see if you don't know. Xian Ming directly walked forward and knocked on the door. Who? A voice came from inside at once. The three people's eyes immediately lit up. This voice seemed to be somewhat similar to Su Chen's voice. However, they did not get too excited. Such as this voice similarity. This period of time since they have heard many. We are here to find someone, so we wanted to come in and ask, Zhou Tianyi said loudly. Xian Lang, however, couldn't wait any longer and pushed the door open directly. Then, there was a silence. Inside the courtyard, Su Chen was hand in hand with Xianing Shui about the main points, and the two of them were extremely close to each other, looking like they were about to do something indescribable in general. Seeing the three people, Su Chen's gaze instantly became strange. Xianing Shui did the same, and both of them were looking at them with ghostly gazes. It was embarrassing for the three of them for a while. After all, the others were just getting ready to do their business when the three of them barged in. Xian Lang smiled awkwardly and silently took the portrait in Xian Ming's hand, pretending to be calm as he asked, I wonder if you have ever seen the man in the portrait. Don't recognize it. Haven't seen it either. Su Chen immediately shook his head. It was a portrait of him after he had changed his face, and since the three didn't recognize him, he didn't want to cause any trouble. As for Xianing Shui, her face at the moment was also disguised. Excuse me, you guys continue. Zhou Tianyi hurriedly pulled the two of them away, and even closed the door to the courtyard in the process. Wrong guess again. Alas, where exactly has this brother Su gone? The three of them left the place in a burst of disorientation, not even giving Chen Fan another glance. Chen Fan was sort of relieved. He felt that he couldn't be in such a conspicuous place. He had to find a place to hide. Well, let's get on with it. Inside the courtyard, Su Chen quickly adjusted. Yes sir. Xianing Shui was the same, unaffected by the three people just now, and continued to start feeling the surrounding potential seriously. In the last few days, Su Chen didn't say too much, and most of the time, Xianing Shui was alone in her senses. He then read books on a daily basis and sipped his tea from time to time, seemingly not caring about Xianing Shui's cultivation. The truth is that it is being observed every day. When there was still the last day before the half-moon period, Su Chen put down the books. He knew that he had to give her a hand, or else it would be too late. As a matter of fact, Xianing Shui had already realized some of the beginnings of it, and as long as she was given another 3 days she would be able to succeed. But there was only 1 day left. Su Chen slightly moved his feet and silently arrived in front of Xianing Shui. Looking at Xianing Shui, who was sensing the potential with her eyes closed, he slowly extended his finger. A finger was then pointed at her forehead. At this instant, Xianing Shui only felt like a ray of light shone into the darkness. Her mind instantly became clear, and countless epiphanies were close at hand. Everything, it seems, has become much simpler. She's seen the momentum that goes on and on and on. Cutting to the chase, he realized what sword power was. After a finger, Su Chen once again returned to the pavilion, poured a pot of tea, and picked up the book to watch it carefully. That should be fine now, Su Chen secretly said in his heart. When the heavenly evil sword recognized its owner, it allowed his sword Dao realm to advance greatly, instantly crossing over into the sword potential realm, and after half a year of latent cultivation, his sword Dao realm had already crossed over into the sword intent realm. At this realm and was already called a sword Dao master. There weren't many such people in the entire Great Yan and Great Xian combined, and all of them were at least dozens of years old. And those who reached this realm at the age of 17 like him were not in any of the surrounding counties except for him. Just now, he had precisely passed on his own sense of sword Dao to Xianing Shui, although he could only let her feel a little bit of it. It was a rare opportunity for her, and was enough to help her cross over into the sword power realm. A day later, Xianing Shui woke up from her enlightenment. At the first opportunity, he turned his gaze to Su Chen, who was reading a book on the side, and said joyfully, "My lord, I've done it. I've comprehended the sword momentum." In fact, another thing she hadn't said was that her cultivation level had also broken through to the nascent soul realm. Originally, she was at the 9th level of Qi condensation, only 1 step away from nascent soul, and this comprehension of the sword momentum had actually caused her to cross that hurdle and make a direct breakthrough. Chapter 32, My Dependence. It's good to have realized it. Su Chen wore an appreciative look on his face and smiled. In that case, you should be able to defeat your brother, right? Aha, I'll definitely beat him down hard this time. Xianing Shui confidently waved her fists in her hands, the disheveled look from a few days ago no longer visible on her face. Isn't it the appointed time today? Su Chen asked. Yes. Xianing Shui nodded. Then why don't you hurry up and go? Don't make people wait. Su Chen pinched her face. Xianing Shui touched her face with an aggrieved expression and said in a sly manner, if Gongzi keeps pinching like this, he'll turn ugly. Crooked reasoning. Su Chen reached out and pinched his hand again, saying, which one pinches and becomes ugly? But then again, nice touch. Gongzi is bad. Xianing Shui blushed slightly. She realized that she was simply too strange in front of Su Chen, completely losing her usual appearance. It's like being addicted to an evil spirit, and you can't get out of it. She reflected in her mind at all times that she had clearly not been like this before. She also didn't feel much at all when it came to other people. Alright, then I'll go first. Xianing Shui got rid of his hand and quickly walked towards the front door. It wasn't that she didn't like it, but she couldn't put it off any longer. She was afraid that she would be so engrossed in it for a moment that she would forget the time. Go. Su Chen nodded and watched her leave. After Xianing Shui left, the smile on his face instantly disappeared, and his gaze became cold and stern. He looked somewhere in the courtyard and sneered. Now that you're here, come out. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being the third prince. Really smart. With the sound of a laugh, the figure of a man in black appeared in the courtyard at some point. I didn't expect you to be a dead soldier. Su Chen was a bit surprised. This person was a butler from his mansion when he was in Dian, and he had always thought that the other party was just an ordinary person. I didn't realize that it was still a dead soldier cultivated by Great Yen. Looks like my old man has been trying to kill me for a long time. Third prince guessed right. The Imperial Lord did want to kill you a long time ago, so he sent me to lurk around you all the time, just waiting for the Imperial Lord to give the order, so I can take your life. The man said unapologetically. In his eyes, Su Chen was already a dead man, so he seemed more relaxed. For him who had stayed in Su Chen's mansion for more than 10 years, he still knew exactly how many kilograms Su Chen had. Su who sent him to stay in Su Chen's mansion actually also stored the meaning of surveillance. In these 10 years, he really didn't find any signs of cultivation in Su Chen. All aspects were normal, just some small wit. Oh, I thought he still had a little bit of father-son love, but I didn't realize that he simply regarded me as a thorn in his side. Just because my mother came from a lowly background? Su Chen looked at him with a deep gaze. The man did not hide anything, and after casually finding a place to sit down, he laughed and said, on account of having followed you for so many years, there is no harm in telling you. The Imperial Lord does dislike your mother's origin. To tell you the truth, your mother died in my hands. Of course, the order was given by the Imperial Lord. Good. Very good. Su Chen laughed back in anger, his eyes staring at him as if he was looking at a dead man. The man was somewhat irritated by his gaze and frowned. What? Look at the third prince's eyes. It seems like he wants to kill me? Ha 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 ha. Third prince, how can you kill me when your hands are powerless? But I can also understand you. After all, the enemy of your mother's murderer is right in front of your eyes. It is normal to be angry. It's just a pity that there are times when anger also requires strength. And if there is no strength, then it is just a clown. And how do you know that you won't die here? Su Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at him expressionlessly. Your reliance, could it be the one outside? The man laughed and said, it's a pity that he has long been lured away by me and won't be able to return for a while. Really? What if I say that my reliance is not him? Su Chen laughed. It was a contemptuous laugh. Not him? The man carefully sized up Su Chen and suddenly laughed out loud. The third prince wouldn't want to tell me that your reliance is yourself, right? Ha 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 ha. It's simply a big joke? Does the third prince know what my cultivation level is? To tell you the truth, I'm in the nascent soul realm, and even though it's only the second level, it's an existence that you can't look up to. Third prince, I know that you've always been grudging about your inability to cultivate, but don't worry, very soon, I'll be able to let you see some of the strength of the strongest people in the nascent soul realm. Second level of nascent soul? Su Chuan's gaze was strange as he coldly laughed. Then I'm really overestimating you. With such a cultivation level, he didn't even need the heavenly evil sword. It was also true that everyone thought that he was a royal prince with no cultivation, and that a small body refining realm cultivator could take his life. Sending a nascent soul realm cultivator over was already giving him enough face. Big words. The man couldn't help himself. His body's aura instantly erupted and pressed straight towards Su Chen. I originally thought that the third prince is a smart person, but today is a complete reversal of my perception. I have never seen an ordinary person as arrogant as you. Perhaps it is your identity as a prince that gives you the backbone, but you, the prince, is famous but not real. I also thought that you were a smart person, and when I saw it today, it's nothing more than that. Su Chen returned the same words back. At the same time, he moved his feet lightly, walking towards the man step by step. With every step, aura surged out of him and grew stronger. Body refining realm, chi condensation realm, nascent soul realm. In just a few short steps, the aura on his body crossed directly from an ordinary person to the nascent soul realm. Such a bizarre scene horrified the man's heart and he couldn't help but speak out in shock. What's going on here? How could you have the aura of the nascent soul realm on you? This is impossible. He panicked, no longer as calm as he had been a moment ago. There's nothing impossible. Su Chen's gaze was calm. His tone was not sad or happy. You all think that I'm an ordinary person who is difficult to cultivate, but you don't know that the so-called genius second prince is as weak as a child in my eyes. The name of the third prince of Great Yin? It's nothing more than that in my eyes. I had expected that he would send someone to kill me, and after today, the friendship between me and Great Yin has completely dissipated. So you were pretending all along. The man sucked in a breath and looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. The shock in his heart indescribable. A 17-year-old teenager who could hold back for more than a decade. This heart and scheming was simply appalling. No way. Must leave as soon as possible. Inform Lord Imperial Lord of this news as soon as possible. The first thing that came to the man's mind was that he knew that facing Su Chen, who was also at the nascent soul realm, his chances of winning had been reduced to the extreme. A person who could hold back for more than 10 years. If he had to say that he didn't have any backhanders, he wouldn't believe it. He had only one thought now, and that was to run. However, the small mind of his was nothing to hide in front of Su Chen. As he casually made a move with his hand, the wooden sword that Xianing Shui used to practice swordplay in the corner flew into his hand. Elder Yen, you've also been in my mansion for more than 10 years. Today, let me give you a decent death. I will chop off your limbs and crush the bones of your entire body to forgive my mother for her sins. After saying that, before the man could react, he was already stabbing out with his sword. In a split second, a vast sword intent poured out. The man only felt his body was covered by the powerful sword awnings. The sword awnings were like shadows. The sword light was like thunder, and it arrived in an instant. The entire compound was filled with an inexplicable mood that made it difficult to approach. The man wanted to run, but realized that he seemed to have entered into an inexplicable state of mind, and it was actually difficult to get out of the way, so he could only watch the sword attack. They were both at the second level of the nascent soul realm, but he had a feeling of powerlessness when he faced Su Chen. No, this can't be right, aha. After a mournful scream, the man's limbs broke and his bones turned into pieces, completely falling. Su Chen lightly put back the wooden sword, on which countless cracks had already appeared. Under the enhancement of the sword intent, facing this man was an unquestionable crushing, and he was not surprised by this. Chapter 33, The Third Prince is not simple. Su Chen's face was calm. This was considered the first time in 17 years that he had given his father a return gift. Take the life of this dead soldier and represent his attitude. The world knows that the third prince of waste, but they don't know that the one who laughs last is the winner. Retracting his body's aura, he returned to the pavilion and continued to take the book and read it. The heavenly evil sword that was hidden in the void also left once again, going nowhere. The courtyard has once again returned to calm, as if everything has not happened. The young man holding a tea in his left hand, holding a book in his right hand, quietly sitting in the pavilion, like an ordinary scholar, with a focused look. There were times when it wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, but that he couldn't. Ever since he became the heavenly evil sword master, even if he didn't use the heavenly evil sword, as long as he killed someone, the fury chi in his body would grow. This was also the reason why Su Chen had been restraining himself. He still prefers to read quietly if he doesn't have to. Third Prince, are you okay? At that moment, Chen Fan's voice came from outside the courtyard, his tone anxious. The door to the courtyard was also pushed open in an instant, and Chen Fan anxiously began to search around for Su Chen's figure. If anything happened to Su Chen and Xianing Shui, several of him would not be enough to die. I'm here. What's wrong, General Chen? Su Chen put down the books and looked at him with a strange expression on his face. Once Chen Fan heard this, he turned his head again and saw that Su Chen was unharmed before he breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, his heart lifted because he did not see Xianing Shui's figure. Chen Fan tried his best to keep himself calm, but there was still a slight tremor in his tone. Third prince, it's good that you're alright. Where's that little snow girl? She had a problem at home and went back. That's good. That's good. Chen Fan patted his chest with a grateful face, his taut heart finally relaxing. Third prince, have you ever encountered any strange people? Strange people? What's wrong? Su Chen pretended not to know and looked puzzled. Alas, I am ashamed to say, just now I heard a strange movement outside, and then saw a sneaky man in black, did not think much about it and chased for a good while before realizing that I am afraid that this is a tiger away from the mountain of the plan. I do not dare to delay, and immediately rushed back, but fortunately did not cause a big trouble. Chen Fan is now thinking about it as a burst of fear. If because of their own dereliction of duty to let Su Chen and Xianing Shui out of any life-threatening words, I'm afraid that the whole family will have to accompany the burial. In that case, then one really has to be careful. Su Chen responded with a face full of gravity. Since you're fine, third prince, I'll continue to keep watch outside. General Chen, in fact you don't need to guard outside. There are quite a few rooms in this courtyard. Just find one to live in. Su Dust some do not understand why there is a place to live not, but to go outside to build a thatched hut to live. Chen Fan's face stagnated and he snapped. Forget it. I'm used to staying outside. It's not that he doesn't want to live there, but he can't. If it was just Su Chen alone, it would be fine. The problem was that the eldest princess was also there. When he saw the two of them making out day after day, not to mention jealousy and envy, his mind would explode. More importantly, living here in case the two of them did something intimate or something that they accidentally let themselves see, what would happen? The eyes were afraid that the Rapunzel was going to gouge them out. It was too risky to live here. He wouldn't dare to live here. Still thinking of living a few more years and having a quickie with those widows for a while longer. It's okay. Su Chen was a bit helpless, unable to figure out his fetish. Then third prince, you continue reading. I'll go out first. Chen Fan lifted his leg and headed out. At this time, Su Chen called out to him again. General Chen, if you are free, could you help me clean up that pile of garbage over there? Garbage? Chen Fan's footsteps lurched. Then he laughed graciously. It's just a small matter. Of course it's no problem. It's right over there. Su Chen pointed not far away. Alright. Chen Fan took a big step forward and soon saw what seemed to be a puddle of something on the ground. Before he could get close, he smelled a bloody odor coming from him, which made him unable to resist frowning, while his heart thumped, seeming to have an indescribable feeling. Walking closer, his pupils instantly contracted, and his face became incomparably horrified. This isn't garbage. This is a corpse. Yes, what was presented in front of his eyes was no garbage. It was clearly a dead body that couldn't be dead anymore. And looking at his clothes, he was obviously the one he was chasing after. It's not as if the man never came to this courtyard, but he died here. Not only that, his death was extremely tragic, with all his limbs broken and bones shattered. It was simply unimaginable what had happened to him before he was born. Even he couldn't do that. Chen Fan's face was a bit stiff, barely revealing a smile as he turned his head with a stiff neck and said, Third prince, this person, exactly how did he die? Looking at Su Chen, who was all bookish and looked harmless as an ordinary person, he couldn't believe the speculation in his heart. I don't know. Su Chen spread his hands and casually said, I only saw it just now. How it died was not seen. Yes, well, the smile on Chen Fan's face grew more and more forced. How could he believe such words? That a cultivator with at least nascent soul realm cultivation died silently in a compound without a strong person? It's still such a brutal death that no one would believe it. And looking at Su Chen's calm demeanor, it didn't seem like the behavior of an ordinary person, even though he was a royal prince. This was the first time he felt that Su Chen was not simple, not in any other way, but in terms of strength. In the past, he had never felt that Su Chen's cultivation level was high, but today, he subverted his perception. Even though Su Chen did not show it in front of him, that was the intuition given to him. This third prince of Great Yen was not a waste as the Great Yen royal family had said, but an incomparably terrifying existence. At least that's how Chen Fan felt. He took a deep breath and slowly calmed the shock in his heart, then turned his gaze to the corpse on the ground and silently bent down to clean it up. For cultivators, dealing with this kind of thing was also very simple. It was just to make it disappear completely. In only 3 tries, Chen Fan accomplished the feat of destroying the corpse. Third prince, it has been taken care of, so I will go out first, Chen Fan said cautiously, no longer having the composure he had before. Su Chen obviously heard his changed tone and laughed lightly. General Chen, have you misunderstood something? That person really wasn't killed by me. How could I, a defenseless scholar, kill that kind of strong man? I saw him fall from the sky to his death with my own eyes. He's got a fall on him, too, Suchin said without blushing or jumping. With a serious face, as if he had really seen that image. Chen Fan heard all confused. You see what this is saying? A nascent soul realm cultivator who fell out of the air and died? Why don't you say a fish drowned in the water? Can he believe something so outrageous? The corners of his mouth twitched, and he also pretended to have a sudden realization as he said in surprise. So that's how it is. That person was also too careless. He even fell from the sky, and even fell into 8 petals. It's simply too tragic. Yes, nothing to learn others to fly. Why? This is not. Fell to death. Really poor. If in no man's land, even a collector of corpses are not. Suchin sighed, his face somewhat regretful. In truth, the heart has long been on the verge of suffocating. Mainly, he felt funny when he saw Chen Fan's serious face. Stepping into the air is not something that can be done at the nascent soul realm, and you deserve to die if you fall to your death. Chen Fan nodded his head fiercely, since Suchan wanted to pretend. Then he would accompany him. Only when Suchin said this, the consternation in his heart was much less, and he returned to his previous state. He then heatedly laughed and said, Then you are busy. Third Prince, I'll go outside to have some fun. Go. Suchen nodded slightly and continued to sit down to read. If Chen Fan said any more, he was afraid that he would burst out laughing. At the same time, Xianing Shui also returned to the palace, and inside the palace martial arts arena, Xian Yi was waiting here early. There were 2 other seated figures below, Shen Qianming and Qin Hongji. There is no one else. Husband, why did their brother and sister duo suddenly want to spar? Qin Hongji didn't know the reason and came over today because she was momentarily curious after hearing Xian Qianming say so. Ha ha. Xian Qianming let out a light laugh and explained. It's not that Schwer's matter of being someone else's maid was known by ear, so the 2 of them made a bet. Oh, Qin Hongji's eyes lit up with interest. What kind of bet did the 2 of them make? After half a month, if Schwer can defeat ear, he will be permitted to remain by that Su Chen's side. And if he can't, he will return. After all, Qin Hongji looked delighted. She was already not too full of Xianing Shui's move, but Xianming didn't even say anything, so she naturally couldn't refute it to her face. If this could make Xianing Shui come back properly, then it would be even better. Ear, don't show any mercy later on. Your sister is spoiled. A little blow is good for her. Qin Hongji instructed Xianyi in the ring. Xianyi slightly saluted and said, Mother, don't worry. Ear will make sure that Xiao Shui comes back obediently. Xianming did not say anything, but only lightly sipped a mouthful of tea, his face somewhat odd. Does husband not think highly of Ear? Seeing this look on his face, Qin Hongji couldn't help but ask. Everything has yet to be finalized. The winners and losers are yet to be known. Xianming smiled faintly, but he had extremely high expectations for that teenager. I hope I don't let him down for good. Xianyi in the ring frowned. Although the words were said this way, he could clearly hear the implication in Xianming's words. It put him in a bit of a bad mood. The 3rd Prince of Great Yan is it? I will break your rumors and prove that you really are a waste. He didn't believe that a 17-year-old could really help Xianing Shui have the strength to defeat himself in half a month's time. Chapter 34, It's all his fault. After waiting for a while, Xianing Shui had yet to arrive. Xianyi couldn't help but say, Little Snow, she's not backing out, is she? It's been so long. Don't you know what kind of character Schwer has? Xianming, but not at all anxious, slowly said, As long as it is she promised something, will not go back on her word. You honestly wait is. Husband is right. Qin Hongji laughed. Ear is still too impatient. Xianyi closed his mouth and continued to start waiting up. It was only after a few more moments that a voice could be heard. Father, mother, big brother. Schwer is late. Xianing Shui, dressed in a long light red dress with a high ponytail and holding a 3-foot-long sword, quickly rushed to the ring. Her figure was erect and she stood with her sword, her gaze serious as she looked at Xianyi. The lower Xianming's eyes lit up. Others might not be able to sense the changes in Xianing Shui's body, but he was different. Just by looking at it, he realized that Xianing Shui was very different from before. Interesting. Xianming laughed. Schwer seems to feel different. Qin Hongji also felt it. Little Snow, you've come a little slowed here as well. Big brother thought you'd backed out. Xianyi raised his eyebrows and laughed softly. Humph. Big brother should be careful later. Don't be defeated by me only. Xianing Shui didn't give him the slightest bit of face and spoke bluntly. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen you for a while, but Little Snow's breath has gotten bigger. Xianyi didn't take her words to heart at all, as he didn't think he would lose at all. Since we're here, let's begin. Xianyi drew the sword in his hand, and his aura instantly burst out. The aura of the nascent soul realm continuously impacted towards Xianing Shui. However, Xianing Shui only smiled faintly and similarly released her aura. Although there was still a gap with Xianyi's, it was no longer significant. Nascent soul realm. Little Snow, you broke through the nascent soul realm? Xianyi's face was stunned and somewhat shocked. Good. Xian Qianming laughed loudly, stood up and praised. Shui is worthy of being my most valued child, breaking through to the nascent soul realm at the age of 17. Her future achievements are unlimited. Shui has been intelligent since she was young and has outstanding natural talent. And now she has even broken through to the nascent soul realm. It's simply the joy of my great Xian. Qin Hongji was also somewhat excited and proud. Accordingly, the more outstanding Xianing Shui was, the more she opposed and detested the fact that she was going to be the lady-in-waiting of that third prince of Great Yan. It's all thanks to Gengzi. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have broken through to the nascent soul realm so quickly. Xianing Shui did not hesitate to give Su Chen all the credit. The purpose was also very simple. It was to change Xianyi and his own mother's opinion of Su Chen. And it was true. If it wasn't for Su Chen, she hadn't broken through the nascent soul realm so early. Duke, you mean that third prince of Great Yan? Xianyi came back to his senses, his brows knitting together. That's impossible. There's no way he's capable of that. Not bad. Shui is raising his stature? How can he, a teenager, cause you to break through to the nascent soul realm? Qin Hongji also agreed with what her son had said. Xian Qianming was different. He ignored the words of the two and smiled as he said towards Xianing Shui, is what Shui said true? Naturally, it's true. Xianing Shui nodded her head. Good. Xian Qianming slowly sat down once again, his anticipation for this cutthroat competition rising even more. Little Snow, even if you have broken through the nascent soul realm, there is a gap between us. You would be wrong if you would think that you can defeat Big Brother this way. Xianyi slowly shook his head, originally wanting to strike her down. Unexpectedly, Xianyi Shui's face had no ripples. She just raised the sword in her hand. Naturally, I didn't think that I could defeat Big Brother just by breaking through to the nascent soul realm. My reliance is my sword. Then let me see if your sword is sharp or not. Then Big Brother will watch. As the words fell, Xianing Shui chopped out with a sword, and in a flash, a sword momentum flowed around, instantly enveloping the entire ring. Under this sword momentum, the power of her sword technique increased by more than several times. Xianyi only felt like a light boat in a raging storm. In the middle of the storm, Xianing Shui's sword power pressured him, and it was difficult for him to even perform sword techniques. This was the difference between comprehending sword power and not comprehending it. At this moment, the sword in Xianing Shui's hand emitted a shocking might. Xianyi was frozen, holding his sword in his right hand, standing frozen in place, staring blankly at Xianing Shui, who looked like a heavenly fairy. How could he not expect that Xianing Shui had comprehended the sword momentum? Even though his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Xianing Shui, he was no match for Xianing Shui under the sword power. The outcome of this battle is already obvious. Xian Qianming stood up from his seat with a whoosh, looking at this scene with the same shocked expression, not coming back to his senses for a long time. Qin Hongji had also long since looked dumbfounded. Sword power. This is sword momentum. After returning to his senses, Xian Qianming also couldn't help but cry out in shock. Shui has actually comprehended sword potential. At the age of 17, not only has her cultivation broken through to the nascent soul realm, even her sword realm has crossed over into the realm of sword potential. It's simply a once-in-a-millennium genius. He was excited, and that gaze towards Xianing Shui was filled with satisfaction. Big Brother, have you served yet? Xianing Shui revealed a wry smile. Xianyi let out a bitter smile and said, I admit defeat. After saying that, he was puzzled again. Is this really what he taught? He didn't quite believe it. Cultivation was all that mattered. Even sword power? But if it wasn't him, how did Xianing Shui comprehend the sword momentum in such a short period of time? This question was not just something he wanted to know. Xian Qianming and Qin Hongji equally wanted to know. Mentioning Su Chen, Xianing Shui revealed a look of adoration and said without hesitation, that's natural. It's under Gengzi's training that I was able to succeed in comprehending the sword momentum in such a short period of time. Really didn't lie to us? Xianyi still found it a bit unbelievable. If I lie to you, let me be struck by lightning from heaven. Thou shalt not. As soon as Xianing Shui said these words, all three of them changed their faces. You should know that some words can't be said indiscriminately. They will be fulfilled, especially this type of swearing to heaven and earth type of words. They were relieved to see that all was calm around them. Since there was no reaction, it meant that everything she said was true. Xian Yi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He was truly convinced. I'll honor my promise and leave you alone as his consort in the future. But what? Xian Shui was a bit puzzled. Can you ask for me if he is still short of doing chores? Xian Yi rubbed his hands together, somewhat embarrassed, confused. Before Xian Shui could speak, Xian Ming spoke. You are my grand Xian crown prince. How can you go and do the work of a servant? But fourth sister, Xian Yi was a little aggravated. Shui is naturally fine. She'll have to marry someone sooner or later. Xian Ming laughed. Father, what are you talking about? Xian Shui reddened, a little embarrassed. Since he is so capable, it means that we have still underestimated him. If there is a chance, it is not impossible to make him my great Xian's emperor's son-in-law. Xian Ming was becoming more and more satisfied with Su Chen. Even Qin Hongji, after this incident, had much less resistance towards Su Chen in her heart. This world was always more tolerant towards geniuses. If Su Chen was really a waste of a royal son, he would have died an unknown number of times. It seems that Great Yan has lost a treasure here. Qin Hongji laughed softly. If that guy Su Wu knew about it, I'm afraid he'd be so angry that he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a few days. Xian Ming wanted to see this picture more and more. Both can let Shui's strength sword. Also should give some reward is. Tomorrow this emperor will call him into the palace a trip. That's just right. My concubine is also curious about this teenager. Chapter 35, He Killed the Dead Man. Father, since that third prince of Great Yan was able to make Xiao Shui comprehend sword momentum in just half a month, doesn't it mean that his attainments in the Tao of the sword are even higher? Xian Yi suddenly thought of this. A sword Tao realm that was even higher than sword potential would be sword intent. That was sword intent. Reaching this realm could already be called a sword Tao master. In the entire Dixien, there were only 5 sword Tao patriarchs, and the youngest of them was already 50 years old. Although this was a small age for a cultivator, it was still much worse than Su Chen's 17 years of age, and even if it was them, they might not be able to make others comprehend sword momentum in half a month. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few cultivators who had comprehended sword momentum. Xian Ming also realized and looked a little surprised. Indeed, the only one who can do this is a higher realm than the sword potential realm. Shui, have you seen his swordsmanship? Xian Shui thought for a moment, then shook her head slightly. Have not seen it. Gongzi has hardly ever made a move. The hiding is quite deep. Xian Ming laughed. Qin Hongji also said, Shui, you can observe more by staying by his side. I will. Xian Shui nodded her head. Her heart was already relieved. It looked like they recognized it, and she didn't have to leave Su Chen's side for a short period of time. Report. General Chen seeks an audience. Just then, Eunuch Mo's voice came from outside the martial arts arena, and all 4 of them were stunned. Xian Yi did not know that Chen Fan was in the middle of the imperial capital, and thought that something had gone wrong at the border, and his face changed slightly. Xian Ming and Xian Shui, on the other hand, were somewhat surprised. Logically, the current Chen Fan should be guarding Su Chen. Could it be that something went wrong over there? Qin Hongji was in agreement with Xian Yi's concerns and couldn't help but speak. Husband, is there something important coming from the army? No. Xian Ming shook his head slightly and explained. I have long since asked General Chen to return to watch over that great Yan third prince. It was only after these words came out that the worry on Xian Yi and Qin Hongji's faces disappeared. General Chen is seeking an audience at this time. Could it be that something has gone wrong over there? Xian Shui became a bit worried. You won't know if you meet it. Xian Ming said in a calm tone. Declare. Soon, Chen Fan's figure appeared in front of the 4. He also didn't expect that besides Xian Ming, even the Empress, Crown Prince and Rapunzel were here. Chen Fan didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly saluted. I have met Lord Imperial Lord, Empress, Crown Prince and Rapunzel. Spare me the unnecessary words. Does General Chen have something important to report? Xian Ming asked. The remaining few were looking at him curiously. Chen Fan's face was hesitant, not knowing whether to say it or not. After all, he had only wanted to see the Imperial Lord alone. Who would have thought that there were so many others? Xian Ming saw his desire to speak and knew what he was worried about, so he laughed and said, but there's no harm in speaking. We're all family members. Fu Chen Fan took a deep breath before he said, there are suspected dead soldiers of Great Yan around the residence of the third prince of Great Yan today. Ha? Then is he injured? Xian Shui immediately inquired with a worried face, and her pair of beautiful eyes were also nervously placed on Chen Fan's body. A dead soldier? I didn't expect that guy Su Wu to press on so quickly. Xian Ming's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. He was not surprised by this. He was more curious if that teenager knew about it. And if he did, what was his reaction and exactly how did he respond? How did it turn out? Xian Yi also asked. Back to your highness the eldest princess. He was not injured. Chen Fan answered Xian Shui first. Before continuing, at that time, I was standing guard outside, when I suddenly noticed that someone was traveling furtively and was approaching the courtyard. So I didn't bother to think about it. So I chased after them. But after chasing for a while, I realized that it was a plan to get rid of the tiger. And after sensing that something was wrong, I immediately turned back to the courtyard. And then, Xian Shui was a bit anxious. Xian Yi also frowned and said, General Chen was also too negligent and fell for the other party's plan. Chen Fan's face was a bit embarrassed. Fortunately Xian Ming did not blame him. He just laughed and said, no one is perfect. How exactly did that dead soldier turn out? Under the four people's gazes staring at him, Chen Fan was also under some pressure as he continued in a deep voice. Later on, when I came back I wanted to know if the third prince had been injured, but I ended up seeing that he was sitting in a small pavilion, quietly reading a book. Oh, it looks like that dead man didn't enter it. Xian Yi analyzed. Your Royal Highness, your guess is wrong. Chen Fan slowly shook his head. Xian Ming came to his senses and said, in that case, the dead man is still inside? Can it be that it's not possible that he's here to make secret contact with that third prince of Dian? Qin Hongji's tone was a bit grave as she gave her guess. This statement was immediately countered by Xian Shui. Mother, he would never do such a thing. Seeing that there seemed to be a tendency to argue, cold sweat began to flow from Chen Fan's forehead, and he knew that he could not continue to sell out any longer. So he said it all in his head. That dead soldier is indeed in the courtyard. Only, he is already dead. And the state of death is extremely tragic. All the limbs are broken. All the bones are shattered. And the whole person is like papier-mâché. The bottom line is that I didn't notice it at first, but rather the third prince asked me to clean up the trash when I was about to leave the house, and I had assumed it was just ordinary trash. Until now, Chen Fan still couldn't help but be a little shocked when he recalled that image. After hearing his words, all four of them fell silent. Only after a long time did Xian Yi ask, what is the cultivation level of that dead man? At least the nascent soul realm. Chen Fan answered truthfully. Qin Hongji also asked, from the time you went out to the time you came back, how long did it take in total? About less than a quarter of an hour. Chen Fan thought carefully for a moment, and it was roughly this time. Another moment of silence fell around them. Even Xian Shui, who had decided that Su Chen was extraordinary, was a bit unable to react at this time. In less than a quarter of an hour, a nascent soul realm cultivator died with all of his limbs broken and all of his bones shattered. The one who could do this indicated that the strength of the person who had struck out was far greater than that dead soldier. It was only when she thought that Su Chen might have comprehended sword intent that she felt that it seemed reasonable again. Wizards! Genius! He is definitely a supreme genius. Xian Yi's eyes were glowing. Before today, he was unable to look at Su Chen. After all, it was the enemy country's prince. And it was also a waste of a prince who had been proved by a statement issued by the imperial royal family. But today's events have broken his perception. This third prince of Great Yen, I'm afraid that his cultivation talent tops the entire younger generation of Great Xian. As for Great Yen, there's even less to say. And his specific cultivation geometry, the upper limit of strength is also still unknown. Su Dust revealed, just the tip of the glacier. Qin Hongji's eyes were also glowing with a strange color. From being dissatisfied with her daughter staying by his side, to now, she even felt that it would be quite good to let him be a son-in-law. So this is Donzi's strength. Xian Shui was a bit delighted and remorseful. If he had been by his side today, would he have been able to see him strike out in a heroic manner? As soon as she thought of this, she looked at Xian Yi with a grudging gaze, and Xian Yi shivered at his gaze. Ha ha ha, this emperor really guessed correctly. This third prince of Great Yen has been hiding. Xian Ming's face was full of smiles as he complimented. Calm and collected. Extraordinary heart. Strikes when it's time to strike, and never interferes when it shouldn't be. The more this youngster makes me look forward to it. By the way, did you ask him how the man died? The corner of Chen Fan's mouth twitched. He didn't want to say this, but since Xian Ming had asked, he could only tell the truth. I asked and he said that the dead man fell to his death from the sky. He wanted to laugh at himself when he said that, let alone anyone else. Ha 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 ha. Xian Yi even laughed outright. Interesting, too interesting. This Great Yen third prince is really a marvelous person. A nascent soul realm powerhouse fell to his death from the air. How high up would it have to be? And it's still that tragic. But Gonzi he just says these amusing words. Xianing Shui couldn't help but laugh as well. Qin Hongji's face was odd. This teenager. Rather interesting. Nonsense. Xian Qianming let out a laugh and cursed, saying, such an obvious lie. How could any nascent soul realm cultivator fall to his death? Unless a 10,000 meter high cliff is possible. You know, after crossing into the nascent soul realm, the spiritual power flows in the body. The cultivator can already use the spiritual power. The spiritual power outwardly wrapped around his body. Then, it is enough to cope with some huge impacts. And the early stage of the body training realm has already polished the physical body once again. Even a fall from a height of thousands of meters would not be fatal. But of course, injuries would still occur, and it would take at least 10,000 meters for the fall to become what Chen Fan had described. The question is, how did he get to 10,000 meters? So what Su Chen said was completely false, and as long as one was a cultivator, one could hear the irrationality in it. After the matter was reported, Chen Fan took his leave. Xianyi was no longer angry about Xianing Shui. Instead he patted her shoulder and squeezed his eyebrows. Little sister, this person is a rare genius. Compared to the previous delusion of chasing you, those can be too good. You can grasp it. Xianing Shui blushed in shame and lightly spat. No proper form. He. Xianyi shrugged, his demeanor sprightly. This was the way he got along with Xianing Shui, and being so harsh before was merely being exasperated. Now, he only wanted to meet this future brother-in-law of his, if possible, to ask him for some advice on how to comprehend the sword momentum. Seeing that Xianing Shui had already comprehended it, he was red-eyed. Of course, his words were not just a casual remark. Xianing Shui's attitude could be seen by the few people present. It was completely that she had already fallen. Otherwise how could anyone be a maid and still be addicted to it? If he hadn't, he wouldn't have said something like telling her to get a grip. Xianyi has always known that his sister's vision is very high. Unusual geniuses are difficult to enter her eyes. At this moment after the head sobered up only after the realization. If Su Chen is not excellent, Xianing Shui will not go to do his maid of honor. After solving this matter and having the possibility of having another brother-in-law with unlimited potential, he only felt refreshed and secretly said towards Xianing Shui, Xiao Shui, if you are free, help me introduce my brother-in-law? Tear your mouth apart. Xianing Shui's face was getting redder and redder as Yang raged, waving her fist about to slam it into him. The two jostled and then moved further and further away from the martial arts stage. Shen Qianming and the two of them were a bit helpless, only to hear the words from afar. Father, Mother, Big Brother and I will go back first. Chapter 36. This child, Shen Qianming was somewhat helpless, saying, I thought that when I was young, I wasn't this amicable with those brothers of mine. That's not because you taught me well, husband. Qin Hongji's words were gentle. She knew how much effort Shen Qianming had put in to achieve this. It was the experiences of his youth that made him cherish his family, also therefore determined to put a curb on this unhealthy trend. Are said to be born in the royal family has no affection. He preferred to change this situation. Alas, 8 of my older brothers, 4 of my younger brothers, died and were crippled under the torrent of the struggle for power, and now only the 3rd, 6th, and 11th brothers are still alive. Shen Qianming sighed, seemingly returning to that carefree youth. There was a time when they were close to each other as brothers, but gradually, they became estranged and eventually even turned against each other. Today it's okay, a few of the kids have a good relationship with each other, but hopefully they'll stay that way. It will be. My husband has taught them since they were young to serve both their country and their family, and it doesn't matter who is the crown prince, as long as the kinship is still there, they are family. The world thinks that the king of a country is powerful and above the people, and that he has power and fame. But he doesn't know the pressure of being the king of a country. Monarchs, but they're just bigger ants. Someone standing in his position has more to think about, more to see, and a greater mission to carry. If the country falls, I don't know how many people will be displaced, or die tragically on the battlefield, or die of famine, or become demonic rations. The peace of the world is but an illusion, a short period of peace, but countless people traded their lives for it. That thing over there is getting stronger and stronger. I fear that there will be trouble within 10 years. Shen Qianming's gaze was grave. Qin Hongji of course knew what he was referring to, and her gaze was equally worried. What is the situation in the other countries? I'm only afraid that they will collapse even faster than my Grand Xian. Great Xian was the strongest country in this desolate south, yet it could only last less than 10 years, and the other countries could be imagined. To put it into perspective, if it weren't for Dexian topping the main battlefield, I'm afraid that several other countries would have been lost long ago. That's why the attack on Dian wasn't done to the best of his ability. Is that why husband holds the third prince of Dian in such high regard? Qin Hongji pondered. Speaking of which, I have to thank that guy Su Wu for sending such a genius over. Mentioning Su Chen, Xian Qianming's mood was obviously much better. All the signs are enough to prove that this Su Chen has been hiding his clumsiness. His talent shouldn't be low. If he can grow up, he might be able to solve this crisis. If he can really do it, it wouldn't be a commission for Schwer to be his maid. Right, Hongji, what kind of reason do you think I should use if I summon him tomorrow? Xian Qianming suddenly thought of this question. One couldn't just say that he was summoned because he taught his daughter. Then Xianing Shui would probably go crazy. Qin Hongji wrinkled her brow and couldn't figure it out. It seems that this matter has to be discussed in the long run. Xian Qianming sighed slightly. This matter was indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Husband, anyway, Schwer stays by his side. There's no need to be in a hurry. When the time is right there will naturally be plenty of opportunities. Qin Hongji comforted. Xian Qianming nodded and glanced at her. A sudden flash of light in his mind. Hongji, do you think that this Su Chen's mother could be from my great Xian? The likelihood of that. I'm afraid it's extremely small. Qin Hongji wasn't trying to discourage him. The chances were too small. Ha ha, Hongji, I think this matter is really possible. Xian Qianming laughed. According to the information I got, this Su Chen's birth mother was a maidservant and was killed by Su Wu. I remember that 20 years ago in Lizhou, due to the war and famine, it led to quite a number of people being exiled, and in order to survive, quite a number of clans sold off the population in their houses, and quite a few of them entered Great Yan. Furthermore, Great Yan has ceded 13 states, and now those 13 states are my Great Xian's territory. So if his birth mother is from these 13 states, isn't that also my Great Xian's people? It seems. Indeed, when Qin Hongji thought about it, it seemed like there were some real chances. If that Su Chen's birth mother was a person of the Great Xian, wouldn't all be happy? Thinking of this, Xian Qianming immediately spoke to a short distance away. Old Mo, quickly go and help me check the information of this Great Yan third prince's birth mother, to be specific as to which family she is from. Yes, Lord Imperial Lord. A respectful voice came from the distance, and then there was no sound. If he is truly a member of my Great Xian, he will be summoned on this basis. Report, Lord Imperial Lord. The two dead soldiers sent out have lost contact. Inside the Great Yan Palace, the solemn hall, an urgent voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this news, Su Wu's face changed. His figure instantly rushed out and directly choked the neck of the man below. His expression cold and asked, "This emperor doesn't care if they are dead or not. This emperor only wants to know if their mission has been completed." The man's face flushed red from the pinch. He couldn't breathe well, and he couldn't speak even when he tried to speak several times. Seeing this, Su Wu loosened his neck and said coldly, "Speak." Ahem. The man coughed twice, not daring to slack off. According to the news coming from our insiders in Dexian, we learned that all those people in Taiping Street are still fine and still active, and there is no news of the death of the third prince within the imperial capital. Wastes. All of them are wastes. Su Wu said angrily. The ones sent out are all nascent soul realm dead soldiers, but they can't even solve a bunch of wastes. So what's the use of me wanting them? He was simply infuriated enough. He thought that this mission could be completed easily, but he didn't expect that not only did it all fail, but he also lost 2 nascent soul realm cultivators. Father, calm down. Just then, Su Jian rushed over. Father, reasonably speaking, there is no possibility for them to fail. The imperial capital aside, those people from Taiping Street are far away from the imperial capital, and they even failed. In my son's opinion, it must be that they have long colluded with the Dexian court, and Dexian has sent someone to keep watch. Su Jian analyzed. Humph, this Xian Qianming is determined to go against me. Su Wu sort of understood that this was how the other party came to disgust himself, to go to such an extent for a loser. Xian Qianming is doing this on purpose as a way to make me angry. And that rebellious son, he really thinks that he will be safe and sound when he reaches the Grand Xian, a waste that can't escape death even after he has no more use for it. Father, in that case, my son has a plan. Su Jian's eyes rolled with an idea. Say, since father doesn't like third brother and doesn't approve of his identity, why not make it known to the world and deprive third brother of his status as a prince? Anyway, today's him no longer serves any purpose, and in that case, he is no longer the Great Yan Emperor's son. So what will the Dexian side do? Su Jian had a bad smile on his face as he continued. since he is no longer the great Yan Emperor's son, and is also a waste that cannot cultivate, he is also of no use to Dexian, and when the time comes, I don't know how many people will want him to die. Su Wu's eyes lit up, looking at Su Jian with a look of appreciation. Worthy of being Jianer, really smart. In that case, let's follow what you said. It had to be said that Su Jian's ploy was very poisonous. If Su Chen was really a waste of a prince, I'm afraid that once Great Yan made it known to the world, the next day he would have already died in Great Xian. After all, a prince who had lost even his symbolic role was no different from an ordinary person, and keeping it would only make Dexian subject to ridicule. Chapter 37, Cultivation Breakthrough. Sword Dance in the Courtyard. Nascent Soul Triple. Inside the small pavilion in the courtyard, Su Chen, who had finished reading a book, carefully felt his current cultivation level, which had risen to the third level of nascent soul without realizing it. At this rate, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take more than a month or two for his cultivation to cross over into the fourth realm, the Tongxiao realm. From the beginning, when I couldn't read and was lethargic, to constantly suggesting that I would die if I didn't read and forcing myself to read, to now, he no longer finds reading difficult or boring. Instead, he fell in love with reading books. He liked the tranquility and the feeling of reading along with the breeze. It can cultivate the mind, heal the heart, and wash away the fury in his body. Although reading books is good, how can I suppress the fury in my body if I don't find new books? Su Chen frowned slightly. He had a vague feeling that there was more than one method that could suppress or even eliminate the baneful qi in his body. But for now, that's all he's found. It's as good as it gets. So let's just go with it. His character is like this. What he can't get is not forced. Everything is about going with the flow. Putting down the book, he casually glanced at the wooden sword he had casually placed on the ground. After a slight contemplation, Su Chen stood up, picked up the wooden sword and looked at it. There were already some cracks on it. It just so happens that I have nothing to do. It would be a shame to just throw it away. With his long sword in hand, Su Chen slowly marched to the open space in the center of the compound. Indulging in reading books all day long, I'd neglected my swordsmanship. His mouth was tinged with a smile, and the long sword in his hand danced with his figure. One sword technique after another was executed by him. The great Yan royal family all thought that he was a waste, but they didn't know that apart from having a lower affinity for spiritual energy, his enlightenment wasn't bad. Ever since he became the heavenly evil sword master and his cultivation began to rise. When he was reading the books, he then read all the books within the great Yin palace, and among them, there were quite a few of them that were feats of martial arts, martial skills he had learned without realizing it. As for the technique, to be honest, he had never practiced it until now. There was no way around it. The spiritual affinity was too low, dooming it to be difficult to find a suitable technique. If a gong method is practiced incorrectly, it will affect your whole life. Therefore, he would rather not cultivate than gamble on his future. And he had only one goal in mind, and that was to create his own gongfu that suited him. This is the only path that is most appropriate. This path was destined to be difficult, but he had patience. Su Chen always believed that as long as he read enough books and understood things, one day, he would be able to succeed in creating a method. Of course, this particular path is only available to him. Creating a gongfu that suits oneself is not easy. It can take tens of years, hundreds of years. Such as him, who does not cultivate any gongfu but thinks about creating a law. The average person would not even dare to think about it. Ordinary people simply cannot afford to spend. But he was different. He had the heavenly evil sword, which could constantly feed back on him, causing his cultivation to rise, which gave him a certain amount of capital. The increase in cultivation could greatly increase his lifespan and gave him more time. The division of martial arts in this world is also very simple. Similar to the metaphysical novels he read in his previous life, the most basic is the heaven and earth, and each class is divided into the upper, middle and lower grades. Above the heavenly rank techniques and martial skills are the half-saint methods, and the sage methods and so on. The highest martial skill that a cultivator under a half-saint could create could only reach the heavenly rank, while the half-saint laws already brought some holy power with them when they were used, and were extremely powerful. As for the saint laws, when they were cast, the holy power was even more dense and powerful. As the great Yan Emperor's son, he had read all of the martial arts within the Great Yin Palace's book depository. Most of the martial arts techniques learned were also of the heavenly rank, but it was a pity that even within the Great Yin Palace's book pavilion, there were very few heavenly rank martial arts. Su Chen kept waving the sword in his hand, sword technique after sword technique, and bursts of air-breaking sounds erupted in the courtyard from time to time. He grew addicted to it. Outside the courtyard, Chen Fan felt the commotion inside and only felt a sense of heartbeat. Could it be that another killer has invaded? He could only guess so, but he didn't dare go in and look. Ever since he knew that Su Chen had the strength to tackle nascent soul realm cultivators, he wasn't too worried about what was going on inside. He waited quietly for a while, but the movement was getting stronger and stronger. And even at the back, he could see the slightest hint of sword ons coming out. This power. I'm afraid it can already be compared to me. Chen Fan's gaze was grave. As a minor general in the army, his cultivation level was also at the 5th level of nascent soul, which was no longer considered low. However, the power coming out of the courtyard made him even a little alarmed. He was really too curious about what was going on inside, and after hesitating for a while longer, he finally had the guts to walk forward and gently open the courtyard door. The very moment he opened the courtyard door, he froze and stood frozen in the doorway, like a stone statue. On the other side, Xianing Shui also happened to come back. She was in an extremely good mood and was bouncing all the way. The camouflaged appearance allowed her to not have to care about the princess's every move. Thinking that she could continue to stay by Su Chen's side in the future put her in a good mood. Son-in-law. He. When she also thought of what they said about making Su Chen the emperor's son-in-law of Dixien, she just burst into a giggle, her eyes letting out light. It was as if I had already seen that image. It's exciting just to think about it. Right now, she didn't look like a princess of a country that was high up in the world, but like an ordinary woman who was in love. She only wanted to see Su Chen quickly now, and after not seeing him for half a day, her heart became more and more pining. Soon she was outside the courtyard, and before she could recover from her fantasies, she saw a man standing straight in the doorway. It was only after being slightly stunned that he recognized that it was Chen Fan. General Chen? What are you doing standing at the door? Just as the words left his mouth, Xianing Shui was stunned. She also felt the movement coming from that courtyard, and Chen Fan was still standing in the doorway without half a reaction. Could this be him practicing his sword? This thought immediately surfaced in Xianing Shui's mind, and immediately afterward, her complexion became excited and she hurriedly ran over. She had never seen Su Chen practicing the sword before, and her curiosity was simply bursting at this moment. Quickly arriving at the doorway, Xianing Shui looked inside from the unblocked area next to Chen Fan, and instantly, she too froze, standing still for a long time. Inside the courtyard, Su Chen's figure floated abnormally, and the long sword in his hand constantly danced like a picture scroll. Between the dances, there was an inexplicable aura flowing through the courtyard, so that people could not help but be mesmerized. His swordsmanship, domineering with a special kind of beauty. Su Chen's movements were flowing in a cloud and water. The sword shadows in the sky flashed non-stop, and the sword chi stirred in the air, setting off gusts of gale force winds. The figure in the sunlight was like an immortal in the dust, transcendent and out of this world. And he had become so engrossed in it that he forgot about time and everything around him, and the only thing in front of his eyes was the sword in his hand. The two men in the doorway looked dumbfounded, completely at a loss for words to describe their feelings at the moment. The figure of that young man dancing with a sword was deeply imprinted in their minds. It was only after a long time that Chen Fan came back to his senses. His complexion was somewhat complicated. Su Chen's simple display of swordsmanship made him sweat. That might be a realm he could hardly reach in his lifetime. Now he finally understood why the dead soldier died so tragically. Facing such a Su Chen, even if a nascent soul 9th level cultivator came, he was afraid that he would have to drink hate in the northwest. This is the so-called Great Yen Waste Emperor? Chen Fan's face was incomparably odd. He only felt that those people from the Great Yen imperial family were all stupid. If this is a waste, how many normal people are there in the whole world? Not to mention in Great Yen. Even if it was put into Great Xian, Su Chen's strength was already among the top group. Today is a real eye-opener. He used to think that the difference in strength between almost the same cultivation level would not be too big, but now after watching Su Chen's performance, he realized that even if the cultivation level was almost the same, the strength could be as huge as a chasm. What was even harder for Chen Fan to imagine was that Su Chen was almost always reading books on weekdays, and only this time, was he dancing with a sword in the courtyard? There wasn't much cultivation time, but the strength was shocking. Even those geniuses rumored in the past only couldn't do it. Unbelievable. Unimaginable. On one side, Xianing Shui had also returned to her senses at some point. Her gaze was filled with admiration. Like Chen Fan, she had also seen Su Chen dance the sword for the first time, and this dance was deeply imprinted in her mind. So, Your Excellency's sword Dao realm is really this strong. Xianing Shui's face showed a strange color. Her heart was restless, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. The current Su Chen was really like that immortal in her eyes. out of the world and overwhelming, with all the youthful intentions showing. Every move struck her heart. His sword, so beautiful. Not only was Su Chen mesmerized by the sword dance, but the two men were also mesmerized by watching. Xianing Shui compared him in her mind with those self-proclaimed genius teenagers she had seen in the past, and finally came to the conclusion that those people were not even worthy of lifting Su Chen's shoes. At some point, a soft sound came out, but it was the sound of the wooden sword in Su Chen's hand not being able to withstand even under the spiritual power and crumbling apart. In the next moment, the wooden sword exploded with a bang, turning into countless wood shavings flying in the air like rain. That roiling sword intent also suddenly dissipated at this moment. Su Chen came back from that state of mind and looked at the wood shavings in front of him out of his mind. Just a moment ago, he seemed to have entered a marvelous state. In this state, it only felt as if his sense of the sword Tao had deepened considerably. It's a pity. Su Chen slightly sighed. This state could be encountered but not sought. If this wooden sword had held on for a while longer, his sword Tao might have been able to refine quite a bit. After discarding the distractions in his mind, it was then that he realized the two people standing in the doorway. Discovered? Perhaps I was too mesmerized. Just as well, there was nothing to hide in the first place. Su Chen smiled naturally. To him, exposing this point had no effect. The only thing that mattered was the heavenly evil sword, which was a top priority and could not be exposed easily. He returned to the pavilion and continued to pick up the books as if they were nothing. Then he raised an eyebrow and said to the doorway, "What are the two of you still standing there for?" Xianing Shui was excited and immediately ran over. Chen Fan's face was complicated as he similarly walked over. A few moments later, in the pavilion, Xianing Shui looked at Su Chen with eyes full of caution and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, "Gongzi, so you're so powerful. Why did you hide it all from me before?" Cough cough. Su Chen was a bit embarrassed and said, "It's not hiding it from you. That's testing you." "Testing me?" Xianing Shui was stunned. Then she pouted her small mouth and said in aggravation, "So Gongzi hasn't trusted me all along." Su Chen closed his mouth. This was getting darker and darker. Chen Fan, who had been silent for a while, couldn't help himself and voiced his doubts. "Third Prince, with your talent and strength you can make a good living even in Great Yen. Why did you risk coming to Great Xian? This is what he doesn't understand." "Dai Yan? Oh," Su Dust coldly laughed, said, "You all think I am the third prince of Daiyan, but do not know. I this identity in name only. Just on the surface of the third prince, that person has never regarded me as his son. Just a tool. If there is a talent, it will be retained. No talent, it will be in addition. The little bit of affection I have left for Great Yen is only because I lived there for more than 10 years. From the time Great Yen sent their dead soldiers to kill me, I no longer have any relationship with Great Yen. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not as comfortable in Daiyan as I am in Dixien." This, from the bottom of his heart, is his attitude. Chapter 38, Teenage Wistfulness. It's actually like this. Chen Fan fell silent. If it was as Su Chen had said, then there was indeed no need to stay in Great Yen. With his talent and strength, there was room for him everywhere. Chen Fan was even a little glad that Daiyan had abandoned Su Chen, and this move was tantamount to subtracting a terrifying enemy from Dixien. "Third Prince, since you're happy living in Dixien, then stay longer. Our Dixien will definitely not be like Great Yen." He patted his chest and laughed. Su Chen nodded and said, "Dixien is indeed a good place. It was only a pity. His current identity was destined to be separated from the people of Dixien. By the way, General Chen, there was a group of people who followed me very faithfully when I was in Daiyan. They have all arrived in the territory of Dixien now. Their exact location is roughly southwest of the imperial capital, so keep an eye on them for me, and if you can, help me settle them down." Su Chen had also been worrying about their living conditions for the past few days. Although the heavenly evil sword could protect them from harm, they were ultimately unfamiliar with the area and had no roots in Dixien. So if they had no one to help them, they were afraid that life would become very difficult. "No problem. Don't worry about it, Third Prince," Chen Fan immediately answered. Since he had just seen Su Chen's strength, he was no longer worried about Su Chen's safety at all. As for the caretaker, with Su Chen's strength, even if he wanted to run, he couldn't stop himself, but on the contrary, he didn't leave, indicating that he wouldn't run away either. Chen Fan had long since faded out of the bird by staying here. Even if you want to go and have fun, you don't dare to do so, but this is good. Not only do you not have to worry about Su Chen's safety, but you have also taken the job, so you can go out and hang out in a proper way. As for the fear of any chastisement or the like, the eldest princess had no objections. so naturally there was no need to worry. Then I'll go and do my business first. Chen Fan grinned, his heart bursting with joy. Su Chen had long since seen his thoughts and smiled. Then I'll trouble General Chen. When Chen Fan left, only Su Chen and Xianing Shui were left in the courtyard. Xianing Shui looked at him with a burning gaze, which made Su Chen a little uncomfortable, so he seriously said, "What are you doing in a daze? Your male son, I'm tired and need to pinch my shoulders." "Okay," Xianing Shui sweetly answered, and then she skillfully kneaded behind him. Su Chen slightly closed his eyes and enjoyed it carefully. "My lord, you are awesome. Where's the greatness? Everywhere is awesome. Is the strength okay, my lord? Nice." The scene suddenly fell into silence as Xianing Shui rubbed his shoulders while tilting her head to look at the side of his face, her gaze slightly mesmerized. After staying by Su Chen's side for half a year, she had finally touched some of his secrets. But Xianing Shui had a vague feeling that this was not all that he had revealed. At least, that day she heard Su Chen's command to others outside her room. Who the other party was she still didn't know. Just exposing this little bit can make people incomparably stunning. If all of them were revealed, what kind of light would it be? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Su Chen was mysterious and unfathomable. Obviously, he has great talent and strength, but he is addicted to reading books. If all the time he spent reading books was put into cultivation, how far would his cultivation reach? Thinking about cultivation, Xianing Shui realized that she didn't seem to know Su Chen's exact cultivation, and what was revealed in the courtyard just now was only the Sword Dao realm. She didn't dare ask for fear of spoiling the atmosphere in front of her. Just like today, she would know when it was time to know, and all she could do was follow him around. Looking at Su Chen's side face, Xianing Shui was momentarily mesmerized, and even the movements in her hands slowed down quite a bit. Gradually, she couldn't help it, and after slightly swallowing her saliva, she even ghostly leaned towards Su Chen's face. And then, she kissed on, yes, a light pack on the right side of Su Chen's face. Sensing the difference, Su Chen immediately woke up from his nap. And Xianing Shui also realized what she had just done. A face instantly turned blood red, and her entire body began to become at a loss for words. Your Excellency, I didn't mean to, she scrambled to explain, making a mess. Only then did Su Chen realize what had just happened. One's own surprising. Surprisingly, he was given a stolen kiss by his own maid of honor? What is this matter? This is still the first time in his life to be stolen kiss. A time in his heart mixed feelings, but also did not pay attention to what Xianing Shui is talking about. You just kissed me? Su Chen turned around and asked. Xianing Shui was even more shy. Her eyes didn't dare to look at him. Incomparably flustered. Gongzi, I was careless just now. She didn't know why. Her normally fearless self was now panicking like this. You. Su Chen had just opened his mouth to utter a word when Xianing Shui covered her face and ran away, directly into the room. He was confused. He was just going to ask why her hand had stopped. Xianing Shui was too shy and quickly returned to her room before closing the door and leaning against it before feeling much better. Her face was as red as blood. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to kiss a man. In the past, this was absolutely unimaginable. She had always thought that no man could move her heart. But after running into Su Chen, she realized that she was wrong. Once you meet your favorite, how can you not be moved? Unmoved only because she couldn't see those men before. Xianing Shui, how could you not hold back? This is good now. I don't even know what kind of image I have in the eyes of the prince. Xianing Shui was a bit chagrined. If this affected her image in Su Chen's mind, then it would be a bit of a loss. Would he think he was a frivolous woman? So annoying. At the thought of this, she was overwhelmed with regret and flung herself straight onto the bed, covering her head tightly with the covers. She decided to sleep. Maybe once she slept she wouldn't know anything and everything would return to peace. Su Chen touched the right side of his face where he had been kissed, and a trace of fragrance remained there. The young girl's red lips were soft, and even though it was only for a moment, it made his heart flutter. No. Women will only affect my reading speed. He hastily suppressed the fluttering in his heart, secretly saying that women are just too horrible to steal a kiss from himself. A virtuous young man. Su Chen hurriedly found out a few books that he hadn't read and flipped them open to read them carefully. The young girl hugged that teenager tightly. Unconsciously both of them developed an impulse, perhaps guided by destiny or primitive desire. Their lips kept approaching. Grass. What is this book? Su Chen couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. Doesn't this attract crime? After looking at the title of the book, The Young Warrior's Erotic Adventure, he was a bit speechless, and after casually throwing it aside, he looked for a new book to read. Early the next morning, a majestic voice rang out from the imperial palace of the Great Yin dynasty. This voice exploded throughout the imperial capital, causing countless people to clamor and be shocked. It was a sentence. A very simple sentence. By order of the Great Yin imperial lord, from today onwards, the third prince is to be relegated to the status of a commoner, with no further ties to the imperial family. Chapter 39, Treason and Collaboration with the Enemy. Immediately following that voice was another, more detailed discourse. Third Prince Su Chen, treasonous and collaborating with the enemy. His crime can be put to death. As a son of the royal family, it is a crime that cannot be pardoned. Therefore, from today onwards, the third Prince Su Chen will be relegated to the status of commoner, depriving him of all rights in the Dian dynasty, and at the same time, issue a Dian pursuit order. If someone can behead him and bring him back to the Dian royal capital, he can be given a higher official rank. And if it's a cultivator, the Dian dynasty, will provide him with the 3 years of cultivation needed for the resources. Immediately after this voice fell, there were city guards posting announcements everywhere. For a time, the entire Great Yin imperial capital was abuzz. The people were shocked and incredulous. All the major places where announcements were posted were flooded with countless silhouettes. Oh my god, how is this possible? The third prince has defected? A crime of treason. Is the third prince disregarding the countless people of the Great Yin dynasty in vain? Still calling him third prince? He's just an ordinary person now. I really didn't expect that these three, Su Chen, would actually commit treason. This person is truly detestable. Humph. A waste that can't cultivate is just a waste. Before he was in the way of his third prince status and didn't dare to say anything. Now, oh, this De Xian is also blind. Going to pull in a trashy prince. Gentlemen, this Su Chen has no cultivation. Now that the royal announcement has been sent out, can any aspirants join me in entering the Grand Xian to kill this person? If it works out, it will be a great opportunity. Ha ha, that's easy to say. That De Xian is where everyone knows. That Su Chen is afraid that he's also in the imperial capital at this moment. If you want to kill someone in De Xian's imperial capital, then you have to see if you can get out of De Xian. It's naturally extremely difficult for ordinary people, but quite a few cultivators with decent cultivation levels can give it a try. It had to be said that the conditions given by the Great Yin imperial family were full of temptation. The resources required for a cultivator's 3 years of cultivation, just this one, could cause countless cultivators to take the risk. After all, most of the cultivation resources were controlled by the clan forces, followed by the royal families of the countries as well as the lineages. Ordinary cultivators either cultivated honestly, which was extremely time-consuming, and it might be difficult to raise one level of cultivation for several years. Either, they will go to compete for the resources in various dangerous places in the outside world, or, they will be desperate to do something to kill people. The people of the clan forces are high above, rarely intervene in secular matters, as if a big mountain, difficult to overcome, but all a little talented genius. Its first choice is certainly to enter the clan forces. Only a very few will stay in the dynasty. For example, Xian Yingshui had received many solicitations from forces, but she had rejected them all, preferring to stay in Great Xian compared to the clan forces. Because of this condition proposed by Great Yen was enough to drive many cultivators crazy. But they also had trouble understanding why Great Yen would go to such great lengths just to kill an ordinary imperial prince. Just for treason? They couldn't figure out the reason and didn't think deeply about it. Inside the Great Yen palace, the various ministers who had heard the news had gone to the main hall. They needed a more detailed explanation. Most people were not in favor of spending so much to kill a royal prince who was no different from an ordinary person. And such a move would easily anger De Xian and invite unnecessary trouble. Great Yen Palace. Inside the Great Yen Hall, Su Wu had long been waiting for the ministers to arrive here in a calm and relaxed manner. Unlike in the past, the strong breath on his body today was all over the place, as if it was done on purpose. Soon the ministers arrived one after another. They who were originally furious and wanted to question were silent once they saw Su Wu's state. Only after all the ministers had arrived did someone open their mouths and ask, "Lord Imperial Lord, is the third prince really a traitor to his country and an enemy? Is it a bit too much to spend so much to kill the third prince? Will this move cause dissatisfaction on the part of De Xian?" The ministers did not get angry. They just voiced their questions. In the face of these questions, Su Wu slowly opened his eyes and smiled. "Have you ever heard any news of De Xian treating that rebellious son badly?" The ministers looked at each other in dismay. This really wasn't the case. Not only was it not the case, but the Grand Xian Kingdom Lord even allowed Su Chen to travel freely within the Grand Xian territory. I'm sure you all know what kind of person Xin Shenming is. He wouldn't do this so easily. If that rebellious son didn't commit treason, how could he be so kind to an enemy's prince? Just based on the fact that he made a few better poems? Su Wu coldly laughed. Earlier also only as this ploy is good. Now think. This which is a ploy. This is clearly the truth. Indeed, that great Xian imperial lord is incomparably shrewd. He will not do anything meaningless, much less cultivate someone from an enemy country. There is only one probable reason for him to do this, and that is that the third prince is already a member of Great Xian. Some of the ministers were stony-faced. However, there were also ministers with puzzled faces. But why would that Xian imperial lord want such a waste of a royal son? Although the third prince has little to offer and little talent, he knows quite a few things about my Dian, and I think this is the reason for recruiting him. As for why it took so much to kill him, Su Wu's face turned cold as he said, this rebellious son's treason is already a great crime and has disgraced my Dian. If he is allowed to remain in Daiyuan, it would be a disgrace to my Dian. Nowadays, the borders of various countries are in turmoil. Most of their energies are focused over there, and so is Xian. Even if we kill that rebellious son, the other side won't be able to make a big fuss over a piece of trash. I'm afraid that rebellious son still thinks that by joining the Grand Xian he'll be safe and sound, not realizing that in the eyes of those people, he's nothing more than a pawn. Su Wu's words caused the ministers to nod their heads. They were not opposing his decree. They were just trying to understand the cause. Now that the reasons have been clarified, and all of them are reasonable, there is no reason for them not to support it. And in the outside world, as the news continues to pass and fester. Plus, some good people pointed out that after Su Chen went to Dexian, not only did he not live in the dungeon, but the Dexian imperial lord even gave him permission to walk around Dexian as he pleased. All of these signs have been shown to indicate that Southern has committed treason. For a while, the people were so agitated that they began to curse. As a royal son, to commit treason and collaborate with the enemy is simply detestable. Su Chen deserves to die. Traitor. Bah. Thanks for thinking he was a good prince before. It's just a matter of not having a talent for cultivation. But also treason? This third prince is really rotten to the core. The entire Great Yen was filled with voices of abuse. Changes in the wind tend to catch people off guard. In the past, Su Chen had done a lot of good deeds, and could be said to have a good reputation in Dian, with a lot of supporters, but ever since it was pointed out that he couldn't cultivate, all of these people had disappeared. The news is still spreading, traveling farther and farther. As soon as word spread, it spread into the territory of Grand Xian in less than half a day. What? That Great Yen third prince has defected to our Great Xian? Didn't you say he can't cultivate? What's the use even if he joins our Grand Xian? Now the Great Yen side seems to be infuriated. Ha 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 ha, how refreshing. This third prince of Great Yen is really a sensible one. It's better to be angry with those people of Great Yen. It makes me happy to see them annoyed. Unlike the people of Great Yen, the people of Dexian felt a sense of pleasure upon hearing this news. They didn't care if Su Chen became a Great Xian. After all, they also thought that Su Chen was an incapable cultivator. But as long as it was something that upset the people of Dian, they were happy. Many people even praised Su Chen for making the right choice. And even the people who were already dissatisfied with Su Chen were much less resistant to him. Outside a certain city, there was this group of people who lived in the wind. Many of them were dressed in tattered, dusty clothes, and none of them looked too healthy. He-Yun sat alone on a rock, his face full of sorrow. It had been more than half a month since they came to Dexian, and they who had no clothes or food in Dian had gotten much better since they received Su Chen's help. They also started to go out and take jobs to make money, and step by step they got on the right track, which they thought would gradually become better. However, they did not expect Su Chen to have a problem. The first few days of coming to Dexian was fine. They still had a bit of coiled money, but as time passed, the coiled money on their bodies had also been almost used up. As the leader of the crowd, it wasn't like He-Yin didn't want to go over there and make some money, but as soon as they opened their mouths, others would know that they were from Dian, and the job would be lost. For the past few days they had relied on wild fruits from the mountains to use for their bellies. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll just starve to death. Looking at the crowd that had lost a few rounds of weight, He-Yun was a bit intolerant as he opened his mouth and asked, "Do you all regret it?" No regrets. Surprisingly, although they looked breathless, their voices were deafening. Everyone had a determined look in their eyes. He-Yun was somewhat relieved as he gazed toward an old man and asked, "Master Huang, why don't you regret it?" Master Huang is an old man with gray hair. He is stooped and thin, and he holds a walking stick in his hand, as if he can fall down when the wind blows. He revealed a smile and said without hesitation, "If it wasn't for the third prince, my old bones would have been gone long ago, and you guys wouldn't have been able to rekindle your fighting spirit. He's done us a great favor." As the oldest old man among the people, he had personally experienced the transformation from a noble family to the descendants of sinners, and he was always thinking about restoring the family. But the clan members have all lost their fighting spirit, making him anxious and angry. As a result, he was so angry that he almost drank the Northwest, and if it wasn't for Su Chen's timely assistance, I'm afraid he would have long since become a pile of dry bones. He Yin nodded and looked at a middle-aged man again, asking, "Qian Dai, why don't you regret it?" The man laughed. "I had been beaten in the imperial capital and almost died. If not for the third prince's timely stop and timely treatment for me, I am afraid that I would have already died. The third prince in me has the grace of reconstruction." He Yin continued to nod his head and finally looked at a teenager and asked, "Little Feng, why don't you regret it?" The teenager tilted his head to think, and said with a smile, "I haven't eaten anything delicious since I was a kid, and I haven't worn good-looking clothes, and other people would only look at me with disgust. But Lord Third Prince is different. Not only did he not dislike me, but he also gave me delicious food and good-looking clothes. Yes, if it wasn't for Su Chen, most of them would have died. How could they be here now? Being able to live this much longer was already earned, and the only thing they could do now was to find a way to repay Su Chen's favor. For this reason, they have long been prepared to die." Chapter 40, Half of the Great Genin. "Brother He Yun, it's not good." An anxious voice from the distance caught their attention. He Yun instantly jumped off the rock and quickly came to a teenager who was panting from running and said gruffly, "What happened?" The young man patted his chest and hurriedly said, "Now all the major cities are rumoring that the third prince has already committed treason. He has defected to the Grand Xian individual. And what?" He Yun's heart shook and his tone was a little sharp. "Furthermore, the great Yin imperial family has issued an announcement for the world to kill the third prince." The third prince has actually committed treason? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, feeling somewhat incredulous. A ray of light flashed in He Yun's eyes as he said, "Is the source of information true? It's being said all over the place. It should be true." The teenager was a little unsure. "Yes, good." He Yun laughed out loud. He turned around fiercely to look at the crowd and laughed loudly. "Folks, here's our chance." Everyone was stunned, and then someone thought of something and asked, "Are you saying that we also join the Grand Xian?" "Not bad." He Yun nodded his head excitedly and said, "We are the sons of sinful subjects. There is almost no room for us to turn around in Dian, and it is impossible for the Dian royal family to allow us to turn around. And now that the third prince has rebelled against Dian, then there is no need for us to continue to be Dian people. From today onwards, we will also be Great Xian people. As we are Great Yan's sinners, then for Great Xian, we are the ones that can be absorbed." Indeed, if an ordinary person said that they wanted to defect to Dexian might still wonder if they had another agenda or were spies. But if they were themselves sinners of Great Yen, it would be a different story. Everyone was shocked. Yes, they were originally Great Yen sinners. Leaving Great Yen was the best choice. Now even the third prince they followed had defected to Great Xian, then they could naturally follow his lead. With a goal in mind, everyone perked up. And even though they all knew that joining the Grand Xian registry wasn't that simple, at least they currently had a short-term goal to strive for. As for the long-term goal, it was naturally to repay Su Chen's favor. At this moment, the people of the imperial capital had not yet gotten the news. Su Chen had a headache. Since yesterday, this girl, Xiao Shui, had been avoiding herself. It caused her to skip breakfast in the morning, and when she was hungry, she couldn't sink her teeth into a book. Coming to the door of Xianing Shui's room, he gently knocked on the door and said, "Little Shui, how did you oversleep today?" Xianing Shui were to sleep. She simply did not sleep all night. Until now, her heart is still very apprehensive. After hearing Su Chen's voice, it is even more shy to death to cover their heads in the quilt, until feeling a little suffocated when they came out to breathe. Xiao Shui, seeing no response from inside, Su Chen frowned and continued, "I'm going to force my way in if you don't speak." "No." Hearing this, Xianing Shui only let out a cry of alarm. Her voice was a bit flustered. She was really afraid that Su Chen would directly barge in, so she no longer cared about wriggling. She hurriedly jumped down from the bed, sat aside and started to freshen up her makeup. This night she was wriggling around on the bed. Her movements weren't small, and her makeup and hair were all messed up. Getting a response, Su Chen was also relieved. He was really afraid that Xianing Shui would stay inside and not come out. A moment later, Xianing Shui still opened the door. she kept her head down, her hands nervously squeezing the corners of her coat, not daring to look up at him. What's the matter? Don't dare to look at me? Su Chen smiled faintly. Yesterday's matter was long behind him. No. Xianing Shui raised her head with some hesitation. She had thought that Su Chen would also have some reaction, but who knew that he seemed to have forgotten about yesterday's incident. For some reason, she was instantly not shy. On the contrary, she was also a little angry, as if she was the only one who cared. Poof! Xianing Shui immediately tilted her head and snorted coldly. It was Su Chen who was confused. Do women's attitudes change so quickly? I'm hungry. Yuki, do it yourself. Ha! Before Su Chen could finish his words, he was met with a rebuttal. He raised his eyebrows and without saying a word, he directly reached out and pulled Xianing Shui's body over. Yeah! Xianing Shui let out a soft cry, and before she could react, she had already been led towards the pavilion by Su Chen under his arm. Feeling her body rubbing against Su Chen's body, she immediately blushed again and said somewhat shyly, Gongzi, Su Chen, however, ignored him and directly came to sit on the stone bench, and Xianing Shui's subposture changed once again under his movements and managed to lie on his lap. Xianing Shui seemed to realize what was going on, and her face was even more red enough to drip blood, as she panicked and fidgeted, trying to get off of Su Chen's lap. But how could Su Chen let her have her way? The left hand was pressed in a death grip, while the right hand was not idle, and without much thought it slapped at her buttocks. Snap! A crunching sound came out, and Xianing Shui completely stopped struggling, her face frozen. Ever since she was a child, no one else had ever spanked her except her mother, not even her father. This was the first time she had ever been spanked by a man, and for a moment she had mixed feelings, a mixture of excitement and shyness and aggression. Su Chen, however, didn't think much about it, but only fainted. Against the heavens, are you a maid or am I a maid? A maid still dares to refute her master's words. With that, a few more slaps went down, to Xianing Shui hit numb, completely out of temper. A face of aggrieved begged for mercy. Do not hit Xiao Xuen no wrong So going to cook or not? Go. Alright, you're forgiven. Su Chen revealed a smile and released her body. Xianing Shui had an aggrieved face and gave him a grudging look before running off to the kitchen. When she got to the kitchen, all she could feel was her heart beating fast and she couldn't calm down at all. This bad guy, he just bullies me. A sweet smile on her face despite the complaints. You're saying that Su Chen's mother is indeed from my great Xian? Inside the Grand Xian Imperial Palace, Xian Xianming's gaze moved as he asked towards Eunuch Mo with slight surprise. Eunuch Mo nodded slightly and said, 1,000 times true. After saying that, he handed over another booklet. This is the information on his birth mother. Please ask the Imperial Lord to take a look at it. Xian Xianming took it and immediately looked at it carefully. Shangwan Rou, the first daughter of the Shangwan family, a large family in Lizhou. Her whereabouts were unknown during the war, and then for unknown reasons she entered the Dian Palace to become a palace maid, and the Shangwan family owners searched for many years to no avail. I didn't expect it to be someone from the Shangwan family. Xian Xianming was a bit dazed. This Shangwan family was also a noble family before, only to later decline and then raise their family to their ancestral home in Lizhou. It was only normal that the Shangwan family couldn't find Shangwan Rou's whereabouts, and if they hadn't relied on the spies buried within the Great Yin Palace, I'm afraid that even he wouldn't have been able to get the news. Very good. Xian Xianming laughed, his mood all brightened up. If Su Chuan's birth mother was a person of Dexian, then it would be fine, and she would be half of Dexian anyways. Old Mo. Go and make a trip to Lizhou and invite Elder Shangwan to come to the imperial capital to have a chat. Just say that I have an important matter to summon. Xian Xianming smiled faintly, already somewhat looking forward to the arrival of that scene. I will follow your orders. Eunuch Mo made a bow and slowly retreated. What's next? What's the best show to put on? Chapter 41. The third prince has been relegated to the status of a commoner? No longer involved with the great Yin royal family? In a city hundreds of miles away from the imperial capital, Chen Fan couldn't help but look odd as he listened to the discussions of the people around him. The people in this great Yin royal family, are they out of their minds? Letting such a heaven-defying a genius prince not want to go to hold up what second prince? That what second prince can be compared to the third prince? Not even a hair. Ever since he saw the scene of Su Chen practicing sword in the courtyard, he had been deeply impressed. Not to mention that what second prince, even those geniuses within the clan's forces couldn't compare. It was such a supreme demon that Great Yen said he didn't want it. Wasn't that giving it up to their great Xian? A bunch of stupid pigs. If you knew how heaven-defying the third prince is, You would only regret your intestines. Chen Fan laughed coldly, somewhat gloating. Great Yan's populace would curse now, and when they cried and begged Su Chen to go back later, it would be a great scene. He was not from Dian, and he was happy to hear this news in addition to being shocked. Through this period of time, he could tell that Su Chen was not a bad person, and if Dian did not reduce him to a commoner, Chen Fan was worried about what to do in the future. This is great. No worries at all. Now it was time to worry about how to get Su Chen to agree to join Grand Xian. Recovering these thoughts, he frowned again. From receiving Su Chen's commission, he contacted his close friends in the military and learned that those people Su Chen mentioned should be in this area. But after searching for some time he couldn't find them. Judging from the news, those people aren't very rich, and they should have been struggling to make ends meet after this half a month has passed. After thinking this through, he began to look for those who looked thinner and downtrodden in the city, with those begging on the streets being the focus of his observation. It took a while to find it. Just as he was about to head to the next city, he suddenly spotted a sneaky figure. It was a teenager, plainly dressed, who was sneaking towards the outskirts of the city. Chen Fan took a look and was immediately interested, and followed without much thought. Soon, he realized that the teenager had come to a mountain outside the city, and there are actually dozens of people gathered here. He had a suspicion that these people were the ones he was looking for. Sure enough, the teenager spoke up. Big Brother Yun, the people of Dishian didn't accuse the third prince, but there were quite a few that mocked Great Yin, even though it was the same language. The distinct accent still spoke volumes about them. Chen Fan looked delighted and immediately jumped out, asking, "Are you all the people from the Great Yin Imperial Capital's Taiping Street?" His sudden appearance startled all the people in Taiping Street, and they all looked at him with a wary face. He Yun's face was even more grave as he walked up to the crowd and asked cautiously, "Dare I ask who this lord is?" "It seems to be you guys." Chen Fan was basically certain, and did not hide anything, saying bluntly, "I am a minor general in the Grand Xian army, but I came over today not to arrest you, but to help you." "Help us?" He Yun was slightly stunned and somewhat curious. "General is not related to us, why would he help us?" The group behind him was also looking at him curiously. "Do you guys know the third prince of Great Yin?" Chen Fan laughed. "Lord Third Prince? Not bad. It was him who asked me to come find you and settle you down properly." Chen Fan nodded his head. The crowd froze. Moving emotions continued to spread from the bottom of their hearts, and many people even began to cry bitterly. It's the third prince again. Every time it was the third prince who made them surge with hope in the midst of despair. Lord Third Prince actually. Surprisingly, he still misses us. Ooh, Lord Third Prince. How can I repay this favor? We are willing to go through fire and water for Lord Third Prince. Lord Third Prince has treated us well, repeatedly saving us from danger and giving us new life several times. We, the old and young lives of the peaceful army street, are willing to serve the Third Prince. If it wasn't for Lord Third Prince, we would have only died a long time ago. From now on, even if Lord Third Prince asks us to die, we won't hesitate. Each man made a vow in a firm tone. Su Chen's several help and care for them had long been deeply imprinted into their hearts, and this favor could only be repaid with their lives. Chen Fan on the side was shocked. There were no words for a long time as he looked at the scene before him. He didn't think that these people could go this far for Su Chen. This was no longer ordinary loyalty. It was completely putting his life into Su Chen's hands. It was hard for him to imagine what exactly Su Chen had done to make them so, but what he did know was that it just proved Su Chen's charm. Someone who can make so many people die for him must have some special trait. It also made him feel even more that Su Chen was a person he could befriend in depth. Retracting the shock in his heart, he suddenly had some admiration for these people. To be able to put their lives in the hands of others, it also required great courage. Chen Fan thought to himself that he couldn't do it, but of course, it could be that no one could make him do it yet. Let's go. I'll take you back to the Imperial capital. I'll report to Lord Imperial Lord about your situation. With the third prince around, I'm sure it won't be difficult to get you to join Grand Xian. Thank you, General. The Pacific Street crowd shouted in unison. Chen Fan sweated a bit and waved his hand. If you guys want to thank your third prince. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have come. General is modest. If you hadn't come over, we would have only starved to death. He Yun saluted him. For those who help them, they keep it in their hearts. Chen Fan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he laughed helplessly. It seems that the third prince has a good group of subordinates. Gongzi, open your mouth. Ah, in the imperial capital, in Chen Fan's courtyard, Xianing Shui carefully took a spoon and fed it towards Su Chen. While reading the book, Su Chen skillfully opened his mouth and enjoyed the feeding from the maid. Well, that's good. And Yuki's desserts are getting better and better. When he complimented him, Xianing Shui was immediately overjoyed and said sweetly, since it's delicious, then the gentleman should eat more. Come on. However, this time, Su Chen did not open his mouth, but fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Xianing Shui tilted her head and asked, Gongzi, what's wrong? But are you thinking of something? It's fine. Su Chen came back to his senses, smiled faintly, and continued to open his mouth. Instead, a hint of coldness surfaced in his heart. Just a moment ago, the sword spirit had sent word that there were quite a few cultivators entering from all over the Great Xian border, and that the Great Yan imperial family, too, had formally cleared their relationship with him. Oh, Su Chen sneered in his heart. Although he had long guessed this result, when it really came, there was still a hint of loss. That man never treated himself as his son, much less an ounce of affection. Chapter 42, Don't blame me for being unrighteous. Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Su Chuan completely gave up his fantasies. From now on, there would be no more ties between him and Diane, and he would be just an irrelevant passerby with them. I have to say, after he completely put it down, he only felt a sense of relief, and even the food in his mouth became more flavorful. Yuki, keep upping the dose. Alright, Xianing Shui smiled and got a big spoonful, stuffing Su Chen's mouth full. At the same time, Su Chen also sent an order to the sword spirit, which was, kill. As long as the cultivators came with him as their target, without exception, all of them were killed. He wasn't going to sit around and wait for those people to come and kill him, and since he was already being watched, he was going to do it. Let them all become the feeder of the heavenly evil sword, and even more so, become stepping stones to the top. At the same time, in a mountain range on the border of the Great Xian, a woman in a black dress with a cold face stood quietly on top of a huge rock, and not far in front of her, there were constantly cultivators coming over. Many cultivators marveled at her beauty and stopped by as they passed by, and many of them even had greed and salivation in their gazes. It was only the icy aura and posture of her that made people not quite dare to approach her. Under the notice of Great Yan, the first ones who want to kill Su Chen are not good people, and they are already making a living by killing people all the time. And beautiful and weak women are exactly what they like the most. Not only can they rob money, but they can also rob sex. Seeing that there were more and more people around, many of them grew bold. Gradually, some people began to be unable to hold back. Someone walked up and spoke with a flippant face. Little girl, but lost? It's okay, good brother recognizes the road. Do you want to go with brother? There was also someone who laughed with a lewd face and said, such a beautiful little pussy is really rare. I'm afraid I can have a good time today. Gentlemen, since we all have the same purpose, let's not keep waiting. It's more fun with fewer people. Not bad, make your move. She's only one person. She's by no means a match for us. Grandpa, I haven't had a good time in a long time. Under a flurry of commotion and encouragement, quite a few people in the room actually shot out at the same time and rushed towards the black-skirted woman. Right at this moment, the black-skirted woman seemed to have received some kind of order, as she slowly lifted the sword in her hand, and then gently swung it, and endless fury instantly poured out. It was as if these baneful chi had grown eyes, surging madly towards the people around them. What the hell is this? Man, this is fury. Fury. Run, run. This woman is not a simple person. I was wrong. I was wrong. My lord, spare my life. It's over. Kick the bucket. The demonic aura was like a gangrene on the bone, easily wrapping itself around their bodies, drilling through their mouths and noses, and crazily devouring their bodies. Devil's Kung Fu. This must be Devil Kung Fu. She's the devil. Countless miserable cries resounded around the area, sending shivers down the spine, and even the cultivators who didn't understand the reason for coming over were hardly spared. In an instant, dozens of cultivators, without exception, were all dead, their corpses turned into endless blood chi, all of them disappearing into the heavenly evil sword. And the black-skirted woman's face was expressionless as she continued to chase and kill towards the distant cultivators. Since he had already received Su Chen's order, there was no need to endure it. But Su Chen, who was eating dessert, suddenly changed his color, and a stream of blood slightly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The sudden situation caused Xianing Shui to be somewhat at a loss. Gone, gone. What's wrong with you? But where are you not feeling well? Or is there something wrong with what little Snow made again? Seeing him vomit blood, Xianing Shui, a heart all lifted up, hurriedly put down the spoon in his hand, took out a paper towel in his mouth to wipe up, A face is visible to the naked eye. Worry. Eyes are also full of heartache color. Suchin gently shook his head and said, "It's none of your business. The food is delicious. No problem. No need to blame yourself. If you want to say the reason, it's that you read less books. Just now, the heavenly evil sword had absorbed a lot of blood chi in one go, and when it fed back to him, his body's baleful chi surged up for a while, and without suppressing it, a mouthful of rebellious blood rushed up his throat. Of course, there were benefits. His cultivation had once again increased by one level, reaching the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. At this age, with this cultivation, it was enough to hang on to quite a few sect geniuses. Reading less books? Xianing Shui looked puzzled and asked with both heartache and amusement, "Is your excellency not lying to me? Will you vomit blood if you read less? Then why don't I vomit? You don't understand." Su Chen shook his head and said, "I have a special physique. It's normal for me not to read and vomit blood. If it's more serious, I'll even die." Put. Gonzi really knows how to joke. How can there be such a physique? Xianing Shui let out a light laugh. Seeing that he was in good spirits and his words were strong, the worry in his heart was much less. Only, for the matter of his saying that if she didn't study, she would die. In her heart, she just felt that Su Chen was joking and was just teasing her. After all, it's outrageous that there has never been a body that would die if you didn't read throughout the ages. Su Chen also knew that she didn't want to. For this he was also helpless. There are times when it's true that no one listens to the truth. But then again, it's better that she doesn't believe it. It's not just a matter of death. The problem is much more serious. A single slip of the tongue can turn you into a murderous fiend. Yuki, quick, go to your room and get me some more books out. Suchin felt that he had to read a few more books to suppress his fear. Killing so many people at once. The Furies are getting restless again and must be suppressed. A little fury, all subdued. Let you know who owns the body. Xianing Shui was obedient and immediately went to her room to find a few books to hand over. And then, she noticed that Su Chen looked odd, taking a closer look only to realize that it was actually another one of those immodest books. She immediately blushed, and busied herself by saying, "I'll go change a few books." "No need." Su Chen reached out and pulled him back, shaking his head. "What book isn't a book? There's no harm in looking at it." This, Xianing Shui could only give up, pretending to be unconcerned as she pinched his shoulders, but her eyes kept stealing glances at the book in Su Chen's hands. At this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit amused and asked straight, "If you want to see it, you can see it together. It's fine. I don't want to read such books." Xianing Shui hurriedly turned her head away, blushing to the base of her neck. "Really not looking? Not looking. That's a shame. The book was still weirdly good. Good looking ain't looking either. Okay, no more teasing. I'm going to start reading seriously. Okay, then I'll squeeze your shoulders." The two seem to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. Both no longer speak. Su Chuan reads a book. Xianing Shui is behind him to help him pinch his shoulders. Life is good and calm. Chapter 43, I'll make my own decisions. The following day, the winds of Great Yan still blew into the imperial capital of Great Xian. The news that Su Chen had been removed from the Great Yan imperial family had spread throughout the entire Great Xian imperial capital overnight. The ministers were shocked, while the people felt that Su Chen had made the right decision. But whatever it was becoming less calm inside the royal capital. "Father, something big has happened." Inside one of the palaces of the palace, Xian Ming, who was dealing with affairs, suddenly heard an urgent voice. He slightly frowned and looked up. Seeing the visitor, he said with some reproach, "Didn't my father tell you a long time ago? As the crown prince, act steadily, don't be so shocked when you encounter anything." "Father, it's my son who was impatient. But this is really a big deal." Xian Yi was in a hurry, and as soon as he heard the news about Su Chen being relegated to commoner status by the Great Yan imperial family, he rushed here without stopping. "What is it?" Xianming asked as he put down the folders in his hands. "Su Duan, that third prince of Great Yan, became an ordinary person," Xian Yi said excitedly. Xianming froze, somewhat unresponsive, and asked after him, "Become an ordinary person?" "Yes, just yesterday, Great Yan sent out a notice saying that he had committed treason and collaborated with the enemy, and that he would be relegated to the status of a commoner, and would have no more ties with the Great Yan royal family ever again. And not only that, but also said that if anyone could kill him, he would be provided with the resources needed for 3 years of cultivation." "Wait, let me slow down." Xianming was a bit confused, while Xian Yi was excitedly spinning around. After a moment, a louder voice came out. "This is true. Xianyi was so startled that he almost fell head over heels on the ground. He looked at his father with an odd expression on his face and couldn't help but say, "Father, just now you said that you couldn't be shocked. Asshole, can this be the same?" Xian Xianming glared at him. Xianyi was a bit confused again. Different? What's different? You know, Xian Xianming explained. That Su Chen's talent is very high. I'm almost certain of that. And there are still secrets in him that we don't know about. All in all, he's a supreme genius. Such a genius. Not to mention the neighboring countries. Even if the clan forces learned of it, will spend a large price to pull together. If it is an ordinary person, it's just a matter of spending a bit of cost to recruit over the line. But he is on the contrary is the great Yan's royal son. A special identity. My father has long wanted him to become one of my Daxian. Not just in terms of status, but also in terms of his heart. To become a Daxian through and through. For this reason, I have been thinking of a way. Now that Su Wu's piker has taken the initiative to clear his identity, which is equivalent to taking the initiative to give Su Chen to us. Originally there was only a 60% certainty that he would stay in the Great Xian. But now, the certainty has risen to 80%. My Grand Xian is about to add a supreme genius to its ranks. Just thinking about it made Xian Qianming feel excited. Which was why he was so excited just now. This is just heavenly help for Dashuan. Xianyi also heard and understood that he actually wanted Su Chen to join Grand Xian. Ever since he had seen his sister comprehend the sword momentum under his teaching in less than half a month, he had not wanted to see Su Chen all the time. Make a trip to General Chen Fan's place as soon as possible, and tell Su Chen that the Imperial Lord has summoned him, and that I have something important to say to him. Yes, father. After Xianyi left, a glint appeared in Xian Qianming's eyes. It seems today's courtroom will not be too peaceful. He simply tidied up and headed for the Grand Xian Hall. At this moment in the Grand Xian Hall, the 100 officials had long been waiting here, and many of them had come for the things rumored in the outside world today. Greetings, Lord Imperial Lord. When Xian Qianming appeared, all the 100 officials saluted. Rise, ministers, if you have anything important to say today. No sooner had his words fallen than a question was asked. Lord Emperor, it is widely rumored in the outside world that the third prince of Dian is now no longer a member of the Dian royal family. So is it possible for us to kill him? If he stays in my Daiyuan again, won't he become a disgrace to my Daiyuan? Xian Qianming frowned and said coldly, if he were to kill him, wouldn't that just fulfill Su Wu's wishes? The minister was speechless, and another minister continued to speak. Lord Imperial Lord, Great Yan's move is too deceitful and completely unruly. We should teach them some lessons. Now that the borders of the countries are in turmoil and none of them are peaceful, there is no extra power to attack Great Yan, so there is no need to discuss this matter any further. Lord Imperial Lord, that Su Chen is already an ordinary person. What should be done? Maintain the status quo. Lord Imperial Lord, are we being a little too nice to that kid? I'll make up my own mind. No matter what the ministers said, Xian Qianming gave an answer. The ministers vaguely sensed a different meaning from it and also saw Xian Qianming's attitude. They were only making suggestions, and it was still Xian Qianming's decision alone on how to do it. As long as it was not something that jeopardized the survival of the country, they would not say anything more after Xian Qianming made his decision. Of course, it wasn't like they couldn't see that Xian Qianming had favored Su Chen several times. It is precisely because I see it that I am puzzled. What was so special about that third prince of Great Yan that he deserved such defense from the Imperial Lord? Speaking of which, I don't think any of them have seen the teenager yet. The court storm ended there, and in another mansion within the palace, a teenager was burning incense to the several characters hanging in the hall, and his mouth was still reciting words. Brother Su, your poetry is unforgettable to me. I wanted to find you to ask you for some advice, so that I can also make this kind of vast poetry. But I have been searching hard for many days and have not seen you, so I have no choice but to plead with you in this way to give me inspiration. At his feet, there were densely packed papers spread all over, on which were all poems he had written imitating those poems spoken by Su Chen, only that he wasn't too satisfied with any of them, and all of them were crumpled into a ball and thrown on the ground. He didn't love cultivation, only these literary things. However, right at this moment, an explosive sound came from outside the mansion. Brother Qianming, something's wrong. Immediately afterward, he saw two teenagers hurriedly walk in, and when they saw the paper all over the floor, both of them were stunned. And then both of them revealed a smile that only men understand. Apparently, they misunderstood something. Brother Qianming, there's something big going on out there. How can you still be energetic? Your Highness the Fifth Prince, this is a bit too much, isn't it? Will your body not be able to handle it? Xianlang and Zhou Tianyi were a bit worried about his body. Xian Ming, however, was full of doubts and thought that they were saying that he was too obsessed with writing poems, so he shook his head and said, "It's a small thing. It's not a problem. Such as this, I'll be able to do it for at least a few more days and nights." His Xianlang sucked in a breath and looked at him like he was a monster. The corner of Zhou Tianyi's mouth. Some cannot bear to look at his face. This is also a little too fierce. Chapter 44, Meeting the Crown Prince for the first time. Your Highness the Fifth Prince, you still need to exercise some moderation. Otherwise your body really can't take it. I see that you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight again. Yes, if we keep this up, I'm afraid that we will die from the loss of essence. The two of them were a bit intolerant. How to say that they were also good friends for many years? For the sake of his face, they could only politely remind him. Xian Ming became more and more puzzled. This writing poetry can still be a loss of essence? After unintentionally lowering his head and seeing those papers on the ground that he had randomly crumpled into a ball, he seemed to understand something, and a mass of black lines sprang up on his forehead. Immediately stepped forward and pushed the two out the door, muttering, "Get out of here. No, even if it's revealed, it's not that bad, right Ming?" Xianlang was a bit anxious. Zhou Tianyi was also a bit puzzled. Your Highness the Fifth Prince, this isn't something rare. It's no big deal. It's not as if you're annoyed, right? What do you two take me for? Xian Ming let go of his hand and bent down to pick up a ball of paper from the ground and opened it, which startled the two. Luckily, there wasn't much in there, just a few poems, except the content was as bad as ever. So it's like this, it's because we misunderstood. Xianlang was a little embarrassed, while Zhou Tianyi gazed around, pretending to be unaware of what had just happened. Alright, you guys just said that something big happened. What exactly is it? It was only then that Xian Ming remembered this question. Xianlang rolled his eyes and said with a mysterious expression, "Brother Xian Ming, you'll never guess what the big deal is. Not bad, this matter is indeed unexpected." Zhou Tianyi also had a mysterious expression. "Cut the crap. Speak quickly." Xian Ming's curiosity had already been piqued by what they said, so how could he still have the patience to guess slowly? Alright, I'll tell you then. Xianlang was somewhat helpless and could only say truthfully, "Brother Su is not a member of the Great Yin imperial family anymore. It can even be said that he is no longer a Great Yin person." Ha! Xian Ming froze, and after a while, he asked with an odd expression on his face, "You guys aren't kidding, right? 1,000 times over. Never false. Then we keep looking? Asterisk. On the other hand, Xian Yi moved immediately after learning about Su Chen's residence, and in 2/4 of an hour, he arrived outside the compound, walked up, and just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard the sound of voices coming from inside. "My lord, are you comfortable? Nice. I'll continue if it's comfortable. Good. Soft in strength and not too fast. Well, my lord, is it good? It's okay, soft and sweet, and the portions aren't too small." Xian Yi frowned. This is comfortable in what speed? And whether it is good to eat or not, it is hard not to let people think crookedly. He patiently went up and knocked on the door, to which there was an immediate response. "Who? Grand Xian Prince, Xian Yi." Xian Yi made his identity known. Inside the courtyard, Su Chen and Xianing Shui glanced at each other, both feeling strange. How come the Grand Xian Crown Prince had come over in this good time? "Prince, please come in." Only after getting a response did Xian Yi push the door in, and it was only when he saw the scene inside that he suddenly realized that it was Xianing Shui who was pinching Su Chen's shoulder, while the other hand was still feeding him something to eat. Not to mention, he almost had an urge to push away Xianing Shui to go on by himself, not for any other reason, just to be able to comprehend the sword momentum. Ha, it's better to see than to hear about it for a long time. Imperial Prince Su is really a talented man. Xian Yi laughed and walked forward quickly, finding a random place to sit down opposite Su Chen. It's true as rumor has it, Prince Su loves to read, so he must already be full of knowledge. The Crown Prince is flattered. Su Chen shook his head, put down the books in his hands, looked at him curiously, and said with a faint smile, "I have never crossed paths with Your Highness the Crown Prince. Why did Your Highness the Crown Prince come today?" "Naturally, there are important matters." Xian Yi smiled lightly. "I wonder if Prince Su has heard the rumors from the outside world. The matter of me being relegated to commoner status by the Great Yin Imperial family? Slightly heard about it." Su Chen guessed that he had come for this matter and wasn't really surprised. However, Xianing Shui behind him had her mouth slightly open wide, her heart shocked. The prince has been relegated to the status of a commoner? Doesn't that mean he's no longer a member of the great Yin royal family? The shock was followed by a surge of glee. But then, she was puzzled. She had been in the courtyard with Su Chen for the past few days and had not gone out much. She didn't even know what had happened in the outside world. So how did Su Chen know? What she could be certain of was that Su Chen had not gone out in the past 2 days either. Xianing Shui didn't understand. Since he didn't go out and no one came, how on earth did Su Chen know this information? Your Excellency has a lot of secrets. Her curiosity about Su Chen was getting stronger and stronger. Even after revealing something, it still wasn't all about him. The great Yin imperial family has eyes but no pearls, letting a genius like Prince Su dust. It's really stupid to the extreme. Xian Yi was filled with righteous indignation, and his tone was filled with dissatisfaction with the treatment Su Chen had received. This made Su Chen very surprised. I'm just a scholar. How does the prince know whether I'm a genius or a wastrel? This. Xian Yi was sweating a little. He quietly glanced at Xian Shui and already saw the anger in her eyes. If he couldn't explain it clearly, I'm afraid Xianing Shui's identity would be exposed. Luckily, his head turned fast enough and he immediately laughed. Imperial Prince Su is joking. This is the great Xian imperial capital. We still know most things. This one behind you is the Qin family's young lady, right? The Qin family is my royal in-laws, so we naturally know what's going on inside. I see. Su Chen understood and continued to ask. The crown prince only came over today to say more than that, right? Not bad. Xian Yi nodded, his expression finally serious. I came over today because I want you to go to the palace for a walk. Going to the imperial palace? Su Chen felt a bit strange. Is it the meaning of the imperial lord? Not bad. It's exactly what father meant. He has something important to say to you. Xian Yi graciously admitted. Since it is the imperial lord's intention, then I naturally have no reason to refuse. Being in the great Xian, since the imperial lord had summoned him, he still had to make a trip. Then Imperial Prince Su will go forward with me? That's okay too. Gongzi, I'm going too. Xianing Shui finally spoke up. Su Chen, however, shook his head slightly and said, it's not like I'm going to the palace to have fun. So what are you going to do to join in the fun? Stay here obediently and wait for me to come back. Xianing Shui beamed. A little lost. Alright then. You can come back soon. Xian looked at his sister for a few moments with an odd expression on his face, only to be met with a mercilessly angry glare from her. A few moments later, Xian and Su Chen went out of the courtyard door together and headed for the palace. Along the way, the two could be said to have attracted a lot of attention. Of course, it was mainly because of Xian. Su Chen was somewhat regretting coming out with him. Isn't that the crown prince? Your Highness the crown prince is returning to the palace? Who is that young man beside His Highness the crown prince? I recognize him. I've seen him at the city gates that day. He seems to be that Great Yin third prince. The third prince of Great Yin? He's the third prince of Great Yin? Speaking of which, this third prince of Dian is also a poor man. Not only was he abandoned by Dian as a hostage, but now he's been completely relegated to being a commoner. Is His Highness the crown prince taking him to the palace? Halfway there, some people were curious about who the person following the crown prince was, and there were also people who had seen Su Chen's appearance at the city gates that day who recognized him. The people were talking, and most of them had a curious look on their faces. After all, it was the first time many of them had seen Su Chen. It's natural to be more curious about this character who has repeatedly started discussions. Chapter 45 Motherhood. Xian Lang, Xian Ming, and Zhou Tianyi came out of the palace and saw Xian Yi's figure from afar. Before they could go up to greet them, they heard the remarks of the people around them. All three of them froze, somewhat incredulous. He's Su Chen, the third prince of Great Yin? No? They then realized that they hadn't looked in the wrong place last time. Only, they had been tricked by Su Chen. Xian Lang's face was odd as he sighed. Worthy of being Brother Su, he was able to trick us. I told you it was very strange how General Chen appeared there. It seems, Brother Su was disguised that day at the poetry meeting. Zhou Tianyi also reacted. Xian Ming's eyes were even more glowing as he hurriedly said, what are you waiting for? Chase. Unfortunately, after noticing the more and more people gathering around them, Xian Yi and Su Chen both accelerated their speed, and by the time the three of them chased after them, the two of them had long since disappeared. The palace was huge, and it was hard to find someone without a target, and the trio was somewhat helpless. What should I do? I lost the person. Xian Lang helplessly spread his hands and said, how can it be so hard to make friends? I wonder where His Highness the Crown Prince is taking Brother Su. Zhou Tianyi looked at the palace not far away with a thoughtful expression on his face. If that's the case, we'll go to his residence to keep watch. The fan in Xian Ming's hand flicked slightly, his eyes shining brightly. It'll have to do. After entering the palace, Xian Yi brought Su Chen directly to the middle of the hall where Xian Ming was. Until he entered the grand hall, Su Chen hadn't figured out the purpose of the Grand Xian Imperial Lord looking for him. He could only guess that it had something to do with his own relegation to the status of a commoner. Father, Prince Su has arrived. Xian Yi's voice resounded in the wide and majestic hall. Su Chen also began to measure up the middle-aged man in front of him. Serious, with a powerful, ponderous aura. This was the first impression Xian Ming gave him. Su Chen, right? Xian Ming looked at Su Chen and asked with a smile. Su Chuan, meet the Imperial Lord. Su Chen slightly saluted to show his respect. Do you know what I called you here for? For Su Chen. Xian Ming's attitude was gentler. It wasn't just because Xian Shui was following him around. It wasn't just because he was a supreme genius. But most importantly, this genius had the potential to turn out to be a Grand Xian. Xian Yi stood by the side and quietly listened without interrupting. He was also a little curious about the reason why his father called Su Chen over. I'm afraid that it has something to do with the fact that I was relegated to the status of a commoner by Great Yan. Su Chen thought about it, and even though he was a little uncertain, he could only think of this answer. Xian Ming shook his head slightly and said, there is some relation, but it is not the main reason. Please also ask the Imperial Lord to explain. Su Chen arched his hand and asked. Ha ha ha. Xian Ming laughed out loud and asked him a question. Do you know the identity of your birth mother? My mother? Su Chen froze slightly. For his mother, his memories only remained at a few years old. He had poked around quite a bit about his mother, but had come up empty-handed. The only thing he knew was that she was a courtesan. Specific identity is unknown. Usually other people call her also use the name of the palace. It's hard not to. His heart fluttered with some excitement. Could it be that Lord Imperial Lord knows my mother's identity? Naturally. Xian Ming nodded with a smile. Please also inform the Imperial Lord. Su Chen once again bowed. His heart that hadn't rippled for a long time began to stir again. For the great Yan Imperial Su family, he no longer held any expectations, and had long been prepared to be alone. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the worse, and if he knew his mother's identity, perhaps, he could still find the rest of his family. The family that your mother belongs to is none other than the Shangguan family of my great Xianli prefecture. Xian Ming didn't sell the story and directly said it. At the same time, he was also observing Su Chen's reaction. Lai Zhou, the Shangguan family? My mother is actually a person of the great Xian? Su Chen raised his head violently, his heart shaking. He seemed to understand something. Ever since he was a child, Su Wu did not treat him well. Su Chen had thought that it was just because of his low spiritual affinity, but now that he thought about it, he was afraid that it was more than that. The fact that his own mother was a member of the great Xian was only one of the reasons. No wonder he killed his mother. A killing intent flashed through Su Chen's heart, and his eyes became sharp. Father, Prince Su's mother is from our great Xian? Xian Yi was also shocked as he only just realized it. He finally understood the reason why his father had called for Su Chen to come over. That's right, after the investigation by the people I sent, it's almost certain that Su Chen's birth mother is Shangguan Rou, the daughter of the head of the Shangguan family in the Laizhou state. After saying that, Xian Ming continued to look at Su Chen and said, I think that guy Su Wu wanted to kill you. Perhaps because your mother is a person from my great Xian. That Shangguan family was also a powerful noble in the imperial capital before. Only that in recent years it has declined a bit, so it went back to its ancestral land in the Laizhou. Many thanks for informing Imperial Lord. Su Chen's mind was restless. The person was still here, but his heart had already drifted away. He couldn't wait to travel to Laizhou and see his mother's home, and to see those of his own relatives. Thinking of this, he could not stay a moment longer and was about to open his mouth to say goodbye. Xian Ming saw his thoughts and laughed. Don't be in a hurry to go to Laizhou first. I've already sent someone to Laizhou to notify Master Shangguan. He'll make a trip to the imperial capital when the time comes. Even if you want to go to Laizhou, you'll have to meet your maternal grandfather in the imperial capital before you go together, right? Upon hearing these words, Su Chen's restless mood was considered to have calmed down a lot. He slightly arched his hand to express his gratitude, yet he was still a bit puzzled. Lord Imperial Lord, why are you helping me so much? Well, Xian Ming looked at him, revealing a meaningful smile. That guy Su Wu has no eyes, but he didn't even want a genius like you. And now that he has found out that you have half of my Grand Xian's blood, and that Great Yan has already cleared its relationship with you, you are naturally a member of the Grand Xian. since he is a genius and a member of my great Xian. Naturally I will help him if I can. After all, geniuses are a rarity, especially geniuses who are still willing to stay in the court. This was his purpose. He needed Su Chen as a genius. Su Chen took a deep breath, although he knew that he was helping him with a purpose, but that purpose did not do him any harm. The Imperial Lord is right. Dian has abandoned me. Not only that, but also sent people to kill me. Between me and Dian has long been severed. There is no longer any relationship. Since my mother is a person of Daiyuan, then from now on, I am a person of Daiyuan. Ha 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 ha. Good. Xianming laughed happily. You will surely be glad for your decision today. I, De Xian, am not as eyeless as Great Yen, and Great Yen, too, will regret their decision immensely. He could already imagine Su Wu's expression after he realized that Su Chen was a supreme genius and had already joined Grand Xian. Su Chen, since you are no longer a member of the Great Yin imperial family, does this surname need to be changed? Change. Su Chen nodded his head, his gaze firm. Since they have disowned me, there is no need for me to carry this surname. If necessary, I can even give up this name. Very good. A trace of appreciation flashed in Xianming's eyes as he continued. When Elder Shangguan arrives at the imperial capital and the two of you recognize each other, you can return to the Shangguan family to recognize your ancestor. And at that time, you'll have completely become a person of my Grand Xian. Perhaps there is a huge gap in status with your Great Yen Emperor, and you have no complaints? The name of the third prince of Great Yen is just a kind of bondage to me. I didn't feel anything substantial. It's just an additional name. Su Chen acted very spontaneous. Those who didn't know when he was the third prince of Dian, those who knew realized that he, the third prince of Dian, didn't have any real power at all, and only had a name. You are quite spontaneous. Xianming couldn't help but think highly of him for a few points and laughed. Today I asked you to come over for this matter. You go back first. I will send someone to inform you when Elder Shangguan arrives. Send Su Chen back. Many thanks. Su Chen made another bow and followed Xian Yi towards the outside of the hall. Xianming looked at their backs and was in an extremely good mood. Things were going smoother than he had imagined, and this was not without Su Wu's credit. Achoo! Great Yen Imperial Capital. Su Wu sneezed. His mood was inexplicably a little irritable. He didn't know where this irritability came from, but it was just incomparably irritable. Come on, man! He shouted impatiently. Immediately, a man with a shrill voice came forward. Lord Imperial Lord, what are your orders? Go check if those cultivators who went to assassinate Su Chen have made any progress. In the last 2 days this emperor always had a bad feeling. As you wish. The sixth sense of cultivators was accurate, and Su Wu wondered if something had gone wrong. A few moments later, the man reappeared, and as soon as he entered the hall, he directly knelt on the ground, and before he even opened his mouth, Su Wu had already guessed what was going on. Say, reporting back to Lord Imperial Lord, news has come in from the border that, it says that, almost 80% of those cultivators who traveled to Grand Xian are dead. What? 80% of them are dead? Su Wu's complexion shook as his figure instantly flew out of his seat, directly grabbing the man by the throat and coldly said, are you not telling me a joke? There's no shortage of peak nascent soul existences among those cultivators, and even in the Tongshao realm, there's a few of them, and you're telling me that 80% of them are dead? Lord Imperial Lord, the source, 1,000 times true. The man's face flushed red as he struggled to speak. Someone had witnessed the scene of their deaths. All the cultivators, only withered bones remained. De Xian. The only thing Su Wu could think of was that De Xian had sent someone. Otherwise not so much. Xianming, to go to such lengths to protect a loser. Good. Su Wu was exasperated and laughed. His heart crossed and he said in a chilling voice, immediately pass down the decree to me. Increase the resources given for 3 years of cultivation to 5 years. As long as you can kill Su Chen, you will be able to collect the reward. With a heavy reward, there would be a brave man. And he didn't believe that De Xian could send out so many strong men. At that time, even within Grand Xian, there would be many scattered cultivators interested. Chapter 46, Can you cultivate even by reading? Prince Su. No, perhaps I should call you Prince Shangguan in advance? After exiting the palace hall, Xian Yi was clearly showing excitement. Su Chen smiled. His impression of Xian Yi was not bad, or rather, the people of De Xian were generally a bit more amiable, and even the imperial sons and daughters did not have that arrogant and difficult to get along with feeling of those of De Yen. This is perhaps due to the different conditions of the two countries as well as the different educational policies of the royal masters. Being in Dexian was more relaxing for him than when he was in Dian, although he knew that it was because he was worthy that he was so. But he was after all the imperial son of Great Yan before that, and even so, they were still able to tolerate it. From this, it could be seen that there was a huge gap between Great Yan and Great Xian, not only in terms of national power, but also in every other aspect. If the Shangguan family was willing to accept him, then it wasn't impossible for him to become a member of the Shangguan family. If the Shangguan family was also rotten within the family, it would not be a bad idea to be alone. If the crown prince likes it, it's fine to be addressed as such. Su Chen was in a bit of a trance. To be honest, he hadn't fully recovered from the news he had just heard. The news that he had been searching for years without was now available. He had to admit that this was a great favor, and he hadn't even been able to find it out when he was still the Great Yan Emperor's son. So if he were to find it out at this moment, it would be even more impossible to find out. Ha ha ha, it's better to wait until you officially return to the Shangguan family. Old brother Su Chen, you don't have to call me any prince either. Xianyi looked like he was familiar with himself and directly wrapped his arm around Su Chen's shoulder and laughed. I'm a few years older than you, so if you don't mind, call me Big Brother E. Big Brother E. Su Chen was a little helpless. To be honest, he was quite unaccustomed to it. Not that this title was unaccustomed, but this kind of atmosphere was not very accustomed to it. In Dian, those siblings of his didn't even bother to look at him or have any dealings with him, not to mention brotherly and sisterly love, just like strangers. And in Dexian, Xianyi was not related to himself by blood and was a noble prince, yet he was able to treat himself as a brother. The more he compared, the more he felt the gap was huge. It was understandable that Dian couldn't win against Dexian. Dexian's people were generally more humane than Dian's. Often the patriotism of the population within such countries is also stronger. Ha ha ha, well. Elder brother Su is indeed a man of nature. Xianyi laughed out loud and asked the question he had been wanting to ask. I heard that old brother Su just reads books all day long. Even when he was in Great Yan he almost read books all day long. Is this book really that good? Wouldn't it be a bit too much of a waste of talent to read books like that but not spend time cultivating? What he actually wanted to ask was why Su Chen could still be so strong after reading books all day long and hardly practicing. Su Chen had an odd expression on his face. Although this matter of his reading was not considered a secret, few people asked him about it. After he thought about it, he explained, Brother E doesn't know. As the saying goes, there is a golden house in a book. There is a face like jade in a book. Reading books can cultivate sentiment, can purify the mind, can improve cultivation, can increase knowledge, and moreover, can enhance temperament. Some people are enlightened from mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Some people are enlightened from rolling dust. Why can't someone be enlightened from a book? The martial arts techniques we learn are all books. Exposing ourselves to books can enhance our understanding of the techniques and martial arts, and we can see the wisdom of the past and present, as well as enriching ourselves. So why not? Shocked. Xianyi was shocked by his words. He had never imagined that reading a book could involve so much truth, and it was true when he thought about it. Su Chen's understanding of reading refreshed his knowledge. Xianyi is not a person who likes to read. When he was young, Shen Shenming let them follow the husband to read and learn the word. He was sloppy and muddle through. He had always believed that reading that was not something that cultivators should do, and that cultivators should strive to cultivate. But today, Su Chen's words had enlightened him. Listening to old brother Su's words today, it's like the purest enlightenment. There are a lot of feelings. Does old brother Su want to go to my residence to drink a few pots? Xianyi still wanted to continue talking freely with him, but Su Chen did not want to. In case he drank too much and did something troublesome it would be difficult, and he didn't want Xianyi to send himself back. He wanted to go back quietly. The whole street was attracted to him just because he was with him when he came. Taking this opportunity, he politely declined. Some other day, Big Brother E don't send me off either. I'll take a walk by myself to calm down. Xianyi originally wanted to say that he would send him back, but on second thought, Su Chen had just learned of the news of his mother's family, and his mood was indeed a bit shaken. So he changed his words and said, Alright, then we'll drink together again some other time when we have the chance. It's a deal. We'll gather again next time. Su Chen let out a faint smile, and after a slight farewell, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the palace. Looking at his back, Xianyi's mouth was tinged with a smile as he sighed softly. This old brother Su is truly a strange person. Obviously several years younger than me, but between his words there is a steadiness that teenagers don't have. It's a man of nature. Only when he couldn't see Su Chen's figure did he turn around and walk towards his mansion. A few moments later, Xian Yi, who had returned to his mansion, stopped in his tracks and went to the study after a slight meditation. Truth be told, he's only been in this study a handful of times over the years. Hearing Su Chen's words today, some interest arose in his heart. The book has its own golden house. The book has its own face. Very wonderful. Then let me be a reader today. When he first read it, Xian Yi also felt annoyed and couldn't read on at all. But thinking about those words of Su Chen, he still forced himself to read on. After being completely quiet and looking at it, he realized it seemed a little more interesting. Seems kinda interesting. The subordinates in the mansion were all feeling a bit of novelty. After all, this crown prince had entered the study only a handful of times. Even when they went in, they were out in less than a few breaths. But today, it's been a quarter of an hour since he went in, and he hasn't come out yet. Can it be that this crown prince has changed his nature? Outside Chen Fan's courtyard, Xian Lang's trio arrived furtively. The three of them discussed it on the way, and agreed that they felt that they should give Su Chen a surprise after he hid it from them for so long. So they just went straight into the courtyard and hid it, waiting for Su Chen to come back and scare him. Xian Lang tiptoed to the courtyard door and gently reached out to push it. Inside the courtyard, Xian Shui was sitting in a small pavilion, her hands resting on the stone table, propping up her small face, thinking about when Su Chen would come back. When she suddenly heard a light sound from the courtyard door, interrupting her thoughts. Is the prince back? With a happy expression, she hurriedly packed up and immediately came behind the courtyard gate to wait with an expectant face. Soon, with a soft creak coming out, the courtyard door slowly opened. Xian Shui had a sweet smile on her face, her eyes full of anticipation. However, the next moment, several familiar voices came out. Brother Su is really interesting. He fooled us around last time. This time we'll wait for him to come back in the courtyard and give him a big surprise. Ha ha, Brother Su must have never imagined that we were already here waiting for him. Why haven't I seen General Chen today? I'm going to have a good talk with him. Xian Shui's smile immediately froze on her face, and anger visible to the naked eye began to rise on her face. Chapter 47, You're our big brother. Ha, there's someone else inside? Seeing Xian Shui's figure, Xian Lang was slightly stunned. The two behind him, Zhou Tianyi and Xian Ming, also stopped their pace. As I recall, you are Brother Su's sidekick's maid, right? Xian Ming asked. Zhou Tianyi explained. Don't worry girl, we're not here to steal anything. We just want to give Brother Su a surprise. We have no bad intentions. Right. Girl, don't get excited. We won't hurt you. Xian Lang also laughed. It was also because the other party was Su Chen's maid. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be so polite. Xian Shui's forehead veins flared, and although the corners of his mouth were showing a smile, there was a chilling feeling. Brother Xian Ming, why do I feel that there is something evil about this maid of Brother Su? Xian Lang couldn't help but shiver. Xian Ming also nodded his head with a grave expression on his face and said in a grave tone, You don't say. I also have this feeling. Wouldn't someone who can be Brother Su's maid be a simple character? Zhou Tianyi didn't feel much of anything. He stepped forward, revealing a smile that he thought was very handsome, and said in a warm voice, Little girl, don't worry, we really aren't any bad guys. See this one on your left? He is Chu King's son, Xian Lang. Zhou Tianyi pointed at Xian Lang, who immediately straightened his chest. He then pointed at Xian Ming and said, This is His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince, Xian Ming. Xian Ming flicked the fan in his hand and also raised his head. Finally, he pointed at himself again and said, As for me, I am the son of Prime Minister Zhou Tianyi. We are all good friends of Brother Su. Last time I came over I wasn't able to have a good chat with Brother Su, so this time I came over specifically to wait for him. Go out and wait properly. Xian Shui took a deep breath and turned around to continue walking towards the small pavilion. Ha! The three of them, Xian Lang, froze in place, all feeling that the voice was somewhat familiar, but none of them thought much about it. This girl, can you be accommodating? We really aren't here to do anything bad. Zhou Tianyi hurriedly shouted. Xian Ming made a show of posturing and said, Since you know our identities, you should know what will happen if you offend us. If Brother Su knew about it, I'm afraid it wouldn't be too good for you, right? Not bad, you're just a maid, don't go the wrong way. Xian Lang also nodded his head. Xian Shui's footsteps stopped, her pink fists clenched. What did she mean by just a maid? She herself was at least a grand Xian princess. These people still looked down on her. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. He couldn't help but say, Little Ming, Little Wave, and Tian Yi, are the three of you itching for a beating? Ha! Xian Lang's eyes suddenly widened. Xian Ming also stopped the fan in his hand. And Zhou Tianyi even frowned. All three of them had a bad feeling in their hearts. Just now, he had only felt that the voice was familiar. But now that he heard these words, it was even more familiar. It shouldn't be. It seems like Big Sister's voice. The three of them glanced at each other, all of them looking grave. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xian Ming continuously shook his head as if he had seen a ghost. Xian Lang took a few steps back, his heart a little frightened. How could Big Sister be Brother Su's maid? This is absolutely impossible. No way. Zhou Tianyi sucked in a breath of cool air, his gaze filled with incredulity. Xianing Shui showed her cards and felt that there was no need to pretend. Looking at the three of them, she laughed. After not seeing them for a while, the three of you have grown quite a bit of guts. Big Sister. No, it was an accident. Cold sweat ran down Xian Lang's face. Xian Ming's legs shivered a little and he was a little puzzled. Big Sister, how did you? Why are you here as a maid? Your Highness, your joke is too big. Zhou Tianyi was almost about to kneel down. The three had taken a lot of beatings from her as children. There was a natural fear of facing Xianing Shui. What they couldn't have imagined more was that the princess who couldn't move without hitting them and was short-tempered would be Su Chen's maid? This is unbelievable. I thought Su Chen was only good at writing poems, but I didn't expect that he could also take down Xianing Shui without saying a word. It's a slam dunk. Also, this matter must have been known to the Imperial Lord, and since he knew, the fact that he hadn't disciplined him yet was more than enough to explain the problem. Plus today, even the Crown Prince was treating him respectfully, which was even more outrageous. Their admiration for Su Chen instantly rose several more notches. Befriending. Must be befriended. For no other reason than to be able to squash this tigress. As long as they recognized Su Chen as their big brother. How dare Xianing Shui bully them? Impossible. Humph. Where I am is my business. If you guys expose my identity, you know the consequences. Xianing Shui had to remind them a bit. All three of them quickly shook their heads and said in unison. Don't worry, Big Sister, Her Highness the Princess. We will never divulge a single word. Alright, come over and sit down. Xianing Shui was also just scaring them, not really wanting anything. To be honest, they hadn't felt anything just now, and now even if Xianing Shui asked them to go over and sit down, they were a bit afraid to do so. However, they did not dare to disobey, so they walked over with fear and trembling, and they felt uncomfortable sitting down, especially seeing that Xianing Shui even poured tea for the three of them. More than anything else, they were amazed. It's, Big Sister, it's better if we do it ourselves. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Xian Lang was about to reach out and take the teapot in Xianing Shui's hand, but he was instantly honest after being glared at. As for the two of them, Xian Ming and Zhou Tianyi, they had long since looked on with their eyes and noses. They now only hoped that Su Chen would return earlier. Just like this, only after waiting torturously for half an hour did Su Chen appear at the courtyard gate. Yo, you got a guest today? He was a bit surprised. And after seeing the Xian Lang trio, he instantly realized that they already knew his identity. Gongzi, you're back? Xianing Shui's eyes lit up and she hurriedly walked forward, looking at him with a delighted expression. Seeing her in this state, all three of them had their scalps tingling and only felt that this world was truly insane. Fifth Prince, Long Shizi, Duke Shou, you still look the same after many days. Su Chen smiled and walked forward to greet them. Brother Su, it's so hard for you to hide it from us. Xian Lang's eyes carried the slightest hint of resentment, not only because of Su Chen's concealment of his identity, but also because he had returned so late that they had been sitting around for so long. Xian Ming's eyes were filled with admiration, and he couldn't help but say, Big Brother Su, I'm determined to have you as my big brother. Zhou Tianyi was not as blunt as the two, and just laughed. Brother Su really impressed us. Su Chen's face was a bit strange. Xian Lang's words he could still understand. What the hell is this fifth prince? I have seen the acceptance of the little brother, but I have never seen the rush to recognize the big brother. He's a prince, and he's just an ordinary man. So what's the point? He only took what Zhou Tianyi said as the fact that the last poetry meeting had impressed them. This isn't too good. Su Chen shook his head. Your status is honorable. I'm just an ordinary person. Recognizing me as a big brother? Brother Su is wrong. You are a dragon and phoenix among men. We admire you. For such a person, I, Xian Lang, am happy to recognize him as my elder brother. Not bad. Brother Su's talent is one of the best in the world. We won't lose out by recognizing you as our elder brother. Does Brother Su not dislike us? Joke. If the person who could make that highly discerning tigress willingly serve as a maid and not have a single thing wrong with her was an ordinary person, Then the standard of ordinary people was too high. Suchen felt more and more strange. These three people, could it be that they have a problem with their heads? You want to recognize your big brother just because of a few lines of poetry? Gongzi, there must be a reason why they want to recognize you as their big brother. I see that the three of them are very sincere, so why don't we just answer them? Xianing Shui said softly from the side. Suchen suddenly thought of what brother Xianyi himself had said, that what he had done was not a secret in the royal family. Couldn't that be the reason? After being slightly silent for a while, seeing the three people looking at themselves with bated breath, Suchen could only helplessly respond. All right. The three of them immediately revealed satisfied smiles. Suchen was a bit helpless. There was no one else who was so happy to be a little brother. Lai Zhou, Unekmo finally arrived from the royal capital after 2 days. After that war a dozen years ago, Lai Zhou was slightly depressed, and until now, it hadn't fully recovered. Traces of the battle still remained in many places, with the main city of Lai Zhou again being the most affected. There were still houses destroyed beyond recognition everywhere in the city, and even the walls were riddled with holes. But it's still a lot better than it was at the end of the war. Since the last time he dealt with the aftermath of the war, Unekmo hadn't come this way again. Looking at the slightly unfamiliar city, he slightly recognized the direction and followed his memory towards a certain part of the city. Chapter 48, is this true? Shangwan family was also prominent for a while. The prestige is far and wide. Even if the decline, the prestige is still there. Only with the Shangwan family as a whole moved away from the imperial capital, back to the ancestral land of the state, gradually faded out of the line of sight of many people. In Lai Zhou, the Shangwan family was a huge mountain that could not be ignored. As far as Unekmo remembered, there didn't seem to be many people left in the Shangwan family. This was one of the reasons why the Shangwan family returned to their ancestral land. After walking for nearly a quarter of an hour, Unekmo arrived outside a huge mansion. The mansion was located in the heart of the main city of Lai Zhou, brilliant and with a heavy sense of age. There was a gilt plaque on the main door with the two big words Shangwan written on it, which was given by the late emperor. And when he saw this plaque, Unekmo stood in awe. Shangwan family is full of loyalty. It is a great Xian meritorious minister. Even the imperial lord, facing the Shangwan old man, also have to be courteous. Unekmo also dare not be arrogant. Hey, ha, brother, grandfather said it's not right for you to practice like this. Hey, look how cool my pose is. Grandfather and Uncle Sam are going to spank your ass when they see it later. Little sister, you can't snitch. The door of the mansion was not closed, and when Unekmo stepped into the mansion, he saw two children of about 7 or 8 years old playing and frolicking in the courtyard. He was a bit surprised and sighed softly. After a goodbye of many years, the two young children he saw back then are actually this big. Who are you? The two children looked at him with wary faces. A boy. A girl. Both of them had shiny black hair and round faces with a bit of baby fat. The little boy had short hair and the little girl had a tiny double ponytail. The boy stared, reaching out to protect the little girl behind him, looking at Unekmo with slight curiosity and caution. Ha ha, I am an old acquaintance of your grandfather. Unekmo laughed, then asked, where is your grandfather now? Grandfather, we have guests. The little boy yelled towards the mansion behind him. Soon after, there was a bright laugh that came. Who did I think is here? Rare guest. Unekmo even had time to come over from the palace. But does the imperial lord have something important to find me? The voice is full of energy, although you can hear that it is a little old, but robust and powerful. The Shangwan family master guessed correctly, since he has come on important matters. Unekmo looked at the rear. There, a white-haired old man with a slightly stout figure walked slowly. His gait was calm and steady, and he walked as if he were carrying the wind, with an extraordinary aura. After so many years, Shangwan family master's elegance is still the same. Unekmo's tone marveled. If he were to compare his strength, he really wouldn't necessarily be able to beat the other party. Shangwan Hong, with a smile on his face, first glared at the two children, pretending to be angry and said, a guest has come and you don't know to let him or her take a seat. What did grandfather teach you? Slightly the little boy made a face and pulled the little girl and ran off into the distance. Grandfather, my sister and I are going to play. This child. Shangwan Hong smiled helplessly and said to Unekmo, Unekmo don't mind. These two children have lost their parents since they were young, and are somewhat stubborn in nature. Ha ha, I see that these two children are exceptionally intelligent. Unekmo had a face of appreciation. Shangwan Hong also smiled and said, Unekmo, please go inside. The two entered the mansion together, and after taking their seats, Shangguan Hong asked with a curious look on his face. Eunuch Mo hasn't come to Lizho for many years, but what is the important thing to come over today? Indeed, I have come on an important matter. Eunuch Mo nodded and said, this matter is something that Lord Imperial Lord personally ordered me to come over. Oh, Shangguan Hong became more and more curious, but still said, Eunuch Mo. The old man said in advance, if you let me out of the mountain and so on, there is no need to say. The Imperial Lord in the past years has long authorized the old man to retire to his hometown. The Shangguan family lord is overly concerned. The Imperial Lord knows the state of the Shangguan family today, and would not allow you to come out again. Eunuch Mo sighed slightly. The Shangguan family is full of loyalists, not just words. At one time, the Shangguan family was prosperous, a great clan with hundreds of clansmen, and in order to suppress the great Xian border unrest, the Shangguan family had gone to a lot of people, and in the end, almost all of them were buried in it, not the least of which were several of Shangguan Hong's sons. The Shangguan family suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and Shangdong Hong grayed his hair overnight. In order to continue the family, he made the decision to retire to his hometown and unloaded all of his official positions, and moved his family from the imperial capital to his ancestral land in Lizhou. Subsequently, the Lizhou is in turmoil. A big war suddenly occurs. In order to guard the people of Lizhou, as the first big clan of Lizhou, the Shangguan family is naturally unshakable. As a result, the Shangguan family lost many more of their clansmen in battle, and even Shangguan Hong's 2 remaining sons were killed and maimed. The only daughter is also missing in this war. By now, there were only 4 people left in the Shangguan family, namely Shangguan Hong and his eldest son's son, Shangguan Lin, his second son's daughter, Shangguan Yao, and his third son, Shangguan Feng. In order to compensate the Shangguan family, Shen Shenming not only gave the Shangguan family a large piece of fiefdom in the imperial capital, but also gave them the position of marquis and posthumously awarded them the official positions of their war-dead clansmen. At the same time, it also promises that there will be a princess or a county princess who will marry into the Shangguan family, and that the descendants of the Shangguan family will be able to enter the Grand Xian Academy unconditionally. The Grand Xian Academy was the place where Grand Xian cultivated the young generation of cultivators, and it was also the holy place of cultivation for the young cultivators of the entire Grand Xian. Those who can enter it, few and far between. In addition to the royal family, the other clans of power and wealth have varying exemptions to enter the hospital quota. In addition to this, can only be examined to enter? The difficulty is extremely high. In that case, what is it that Lord Imperial Lord is looking for me for? Shangguan Hong felt a little strange. As a matter of fact, the current Shangguan family was already in decline, with its people withering away and unable to play much of a role. Lord Imperial Lord asked me to invite you back to the royal capital. Eunuch Mo smiled. Shangguan Hong frowned and asked, is it really not for the old man to come out? Eunuch Mo shook his head. No, if that's the case, why did Lord Imperial Lord ask old man to make a trip to the imperial capital? If I remember correctly, the Shangguan family lord had a daughter who disappeared in that war a dozen years ago, right? Eunuch Mo asked. Zwire? Shangguan Gong's complexion stared and his heart shook as he hurriedly stood up from his position, and his tone was somewhat agitated. But Lord Imperial Lord has news of her? Not bad. Eunuch Mo nodded, then sighed. It's just a pity. Shangguan Ro is dead. Boom! These words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky exploding in Shangguan Hong's heart. He only felt a blank before his eyes, and his ears seemed to be unable to hear any sound. The man also slumped helplessly into his seat. I knew it. Tears streaked down his pale face. He had expected this outcome, but when I really heard it, I was still sad. Eunuch Mo also did not expect this news to hit him so hard. His face changed, worrying that Shangguan Hong would have health problems due to excessive sadness. He hurriedly said, Master Shangguan, don't be anxious, although your daughter is gone, her son is still alive. Zoe, the son? Shangguan Hong's gaze instantly regained its vigor. He violently raised his head and stared at Eunuch Mo with both excitement and apprehension in his eyes. Eunuch Mo's remark, but is it true? Chapter 49, Tears of Joy. Shangguan Hong's heart once again lit up with hope. Although Shangguan Ro's death made him very sad, but after learning that he still had a grandson still alive, a trace of joy inevitably appeared in his heart. He was now nervous and excited. Facing his inquiry, Eunuch Mo nodded. It's true. The Imperial Lord asked me to invite you back to the palace because of this matter. Your grandson is now in the imperial capital. Really? I can't believe it's true. Ha 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 ha. Shangguan Hong cried out in joy and laughed loudly as his body regained all its strength. instantly leaping up from his seat and walking and laughing in the middle of the great hall. The sound was so loud that it resounded throughout the Shangwon mansion. What's wrong with grandfather? Why are you so happy? I don't know. Maybe something happy happened. The two children playing in the courtyard were a bit puzzled, but quickly continued to engage in their play. In the other room, hearing Shangwon Han's laughter, a middle-aged man on crutches slowly walked out, his face with a puzzled look as he slowly walked towards the main hall. Wonderful! Simply great! Shangwon Han was still immersed in excitement as he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. The smile at the corners of his mouth never disappeared. Father, what makes you so happy? The middle-aged man walked in, somewhat curious. Just after asking the question, he saw Eunuch Mo on the side, and with a startled expression, he hurriedly arched his hand and said, I didn't expect it to be Eunuch Mo who came. As the right-hand man of the imperial lord, many ministers had to be respectful when they met Eunuch Mo. Eunuch Mo also laughed. General Wu Wei still looks like he has a great deal of energy. Eunuch Mo was joking. Shangwon Feng smiled bitterly and said, Nowadays, I am already a wastrel. General, this is not true. Your achievements are indelible. No matter what, you are a respected general in my Grand Xian dynasty. Peak, your sister died. Shangwon Han thought about it and still told him the news. Dead. Dead? Shangwon Feng's pupils shrank and he froze in place. The siblings were extremely close, but now, almost all of them are dead, and their only hope is their missing sister, and now even my sister is dead. Father, is this true? Tears, uncontrollable, flowed from his eyes, and Shangwon Han also reddened his eyes once again. Two big men who were not afraid to go to war and who did not cry out in pain even when they were injured, are now in tears. The Shangwon family, they are the only ones left. The imperial lord personally confirmed the news. Shangwon Han wiped his tears. Father, big brother is dead. Second brother is dead. Now even the fourth sister is dead. Everyone is dead. The large Shangwon family is left with just the few of us. Shangwon Feng choked. I'm an invalid. How can I lead the Shangwon family back to the top? How can I revive the glory of my ancestors? Father, I'm tired. Peak child, you must not say so. This is not your responsibility alone. As long as I still have these old bones, I won't let the Shangwon family perish. And don't you do anything stupid. Everything will turn around. Shangwon Hong was afraid that he would not be able to think about it. And he knew that finding Shangwon Ro was the obsession of this son of his for a long time. Now that his daughter was dead, he was really afraid that Shangwon Feng would have a death wish in his heart. Even Eunuch Mo, who was on the sidelines, also looked moved. Indeed, the large family now only has a few people left. There is indeed a sense of depression. By the way, Eunuch Mo also brought good news. Your sister, she, still has a son alive. Shangwon Hong continued. Sister's son? Shangwon Feng's bleak eyes seemed to have a bit of light in them. He raised his head and looked seriously at Shangwon Hong, saying, Father, this statement, but is it true? 1,000 times over. Not bad, this matter is indeed true. Eunuch Mo also spoke up as he continued. I came over here on the orders of Lord Emperor, to invite family master Shangwon to the imperial capital, where your nephew is located. Father, I want to go together. Shangwon Feng rekindled the light of hope and looked at him with a burning gaze. Shangwon Hong, however, shook his head and said, No. Why? Shangwon Feng was puzzled. You're physically ill. It's a bit of a long journey to the imperial capital, and Liner and Yaoer still need someone to look after them, so you'll stay at home and wait for me to come back. But, there's nothing but, Fenger, you're not a child anymore, and you've been on the battlefield quite a few times, so you should be steady. Shangwon Feng wanted to say something else, but in the end, he held back. Shangwon Hong was right. With his current physical condition, it would be a burden to go. Seeing that he had no more objections, Shangwon Hong then turned toward Eunuch Mo and asked, Eunuch Mo, when will you depart? If the Shangwon family master is ready, he can depart now. Good. Then let's go. The sooner the better. He was already a bit impatient to see his grandson. Big brother, you just read books all day? In the courtyard, Xian Lang's trio felt incredulous. They had been sitting here for more than an hour. Su Dust was still reading nothing but books. Xianing Shui was not only pinching his shoulders but also feeding him food. And the three people who watched him had mixed feelings in their hearts. That's a big difference, isn't it? They could only receive severe beatings from Xianing Shui, while Su Chen was able to enjoy this kind of impeccable care. Sometimes they even wondered if the Xianing Shui in front of them was really Xianing Shui or not. It's amazing how much the same person can change. It's almost unbearably strange. and Suchen also caused them to be in awe of him. Besides reading books, he had absolutely no intention of trying to do anything else. If it were them, they would already be unable to stand it even for half an hour. Not to mention watching for more than an hour. Yes, big brother, how meaningless reading is. Seeking pleasure, seeking flowers and willow, singing to wine is what my generation should do. Xian Ming said with a flirty face. Zhou Tianyi also wanted to say something, but he had already met Xianing Shui's gaze that was about to kill, so he closed his mouth at once. The three of you are really uneducated. You still have to drag the gongzi into the water. My gongzi has no interest in those things. Xianing Shui couldn't help but dislike him back. The corners of the three people's mouths twitched, not daring to retort. All of them were so defensive. They would be beaten if they said anything else. Su Chen took a sip of tea and smiled. Book. It's a good thing. Do you guys want to take a look together? The three of them were half convinced, but seeing that he was able to make even Xianing Shui obedient, they couldn't help but wonder in their hearts if it was possible that reading books was really useful. Shallow come one book. Shen Lang raised his hand, and Su Chen casually handed a book over. I want it too. Shen Ming was not willing to show weakness, and Su Chen continued to hand it over. Before Zhou Tianyi could speak, the book was already in front of him. And so, there was an odd scene in the courtyard. For people quietly reading a book while a young girl quietly watched a certain person. For a while, the courtyard became quiet, with only the sound of flipping books. Chapter 50, Mixed Up Thoughts. Xianing Shui felt that the scene in front of her was extremely discordant. In her opinion, her two younger brothers and Zhou Tianyi have been mixing together since they were young and are often out of work, belonging to the kind that can't sit still. But today, it is surprising that they are all reading quietly. This scene if her father saw, only to be surprised. In fact, the trio couldn't look away after only a moment. Only the words had been said, and with Xianing Shui watching from the side, they had no choice but to patiently continue to watch. Watching it and realizing that it seems to work. Is it afternoon already? Inside the palace, in the crown prince's residence, Xianyi stretched out his waist, and a morning passed without paying attention. He himself didn't think he could read for so long. Elder brother Su was right. This book is really a good thing. Xianyi realized that when he was reading a book, his mood was incredibly calm, and all the lethargy that he usually had disappeared without a trace. Reading a book does cleanse the mind. My cultivation level, it's actually broken through? He was a little surprised that his cultivation had broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul realm without even realizing it. He had been stuck in this realm for some time and had never broken through. But I never thought that I would break through today. Xianyi pondered for a while, looking at the books placed at his hand, and seemed to understand something. Elder brother Su said that reading can purify the mind. I was too eager in my cultivation before and was rather impatient. Now that I have quieted my mind and relaxed my body and mind in turn, I have had a different result. Also, let's take another look at outside the study. Looking at how several hours had passed and Xianyi had yet to come out of the study, the mansion's servant's curiosity intensified. Is His Highness the Crown Prince really reading books inside? It's been half a day. Today is strange. Perhaps His Highness the Crown Prince's interest in reading books today has come up. Near the evening, Su Chen finally put down the books. He stretched his waist and looked at the three people who had fallen asleep watching from the side. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile faintly. Xiao Shui, go and cook. Make a few more servings. Okay, Gongzi. Xianing Shui answered and went to the back kitchen. Su Chen also did not rush to wake them up. In the evening, it was a good time for fishing. He took out his homemade fishing rod and began to fish in the small pond in the courtyard. But then again, as much as he loved to fish, he'd caught fish only a handful of times. I don't know if those fish had a problem with him. They just wouldn't even bite his bait. After fishing for a while, he still caught nothing, and he didn't know if it was because of his more complicated mood. He almost wanted to go down and just catch it, but after thinking about it, there wasn't that need to fight with a few fish. Putting away his fishing rod, he glanced in the direction of the kiosk, where the three were still sleeping. Get up. It's sunrise. Is it dawn yet? It's not dark. Am I passing out from reading? The trio woke up in a daze, only to feel their stomachs already rumbling. At that exact moment, Xianing Shui brought up the meal. The three of them immediately widened their eyes. That was due to shock. It was the first time they had seen Xianing Shui personally cook, and the things she made, just by smelling the flavor. It's not bad. Xian Lang swallowed his saliva. His heart was a bit shocked. His cranky big sister would still cook? Xian Ming was dumbfounded, doubting that he was still dreaming. Zhou Tianyi pinched his face, trying to clear his head. What are you waiting for? Eat. Su Chen looked at them with a strange expression on his face. Sleepy and confused is this? Your Excellency, come and taste how about my newly made dishes. Xianingshue started throwing food at Su Chen as usual. The three froze again. Looking that way, Su Chen was a little embarrassed by the way they looked at him, feeling as if he had become a man who ate soft food. So he reached out and took the spoon from Xianingshue, saying, I'll do it myself. Xianingshue pouted, a little less than pleased, and glared fiercely at the trio. The three men shivered. Eat, eat, eat. Ha ha, just in time to get hungry. What big brother eats? That can't be bad. The three of them took a shallow taste, and then their eyes widened in disbelief after glancing at each other. That violent princess made a dish that was so delicious? Crazy, absolutely crazy. In just one day, the number of times they were shocked in this courtyard was simply outrageous. Xianingshue's change was even more unbelievable to them until now. After eating hurriedly, the three of them hurriedly excused themselves, and it wasn't until they were out of the courtyard that they dared to spit out what was in their hearts. You guys say, is big sister crazy? Xianlang's heart palpitated. The sense of oppression in that courtyard could be too strong. Not only did he have to be careful with his words, but he also had to observe the situation at all times. I think that there is this possibility. Xian Ming nodded his head with a grave expression and said, I suspect that big sister has been taken over by someone. Taking over the body? Zhou Tianyi thought seriously for a while and also nodded. It does look a bit like that. How on earth did Big Brother do that? Being able to rule that female Tyrannosaurus Rex into submission. Alas, I always thought I was good at picking up girls, but compared to Big Brother, it's really nothing compared to Big Brother. My self-confidence has been severely hit. Big Brother, that's a monster. Is it something we can compare to? It's just horrible. The next morning, Su Chen woke up early. Today, he didn't read a book. Instead, he danced the sword in the courtyard early in the morning. Ever since he got the news about his own mother's family, his heart was in turmoil. Can't be still at all. Can't read. Often out of focus. Can't concentrate. Especially after the thought of his maternal grandfather's imminent arrival as time continued to pass. The courtyard was filled with sword intent, and Su Chen kept waving the sword in his hand, wildly without losing the meaning. It made Xianingshue look mesmerized. Su Chen was apprehensive. He didn't know the current situation of the Shangguan family, nor did he know how many people there were in the Shangguan family, nor did he know if they would accept him. After all, his own father was the great Yan Imperial Lord. The more he thought about this, the more annoyed he became, and the movements of his sword dance gradually became disorganized. That mood, too, began to become chaotic. Xianingshue detected the abnormality. Her heart trembled as she seemed to have seen something. If Su Chen continued like this, he was afraid that he would fall into the realm of going off the deep end. Gongzi, meditate, she shouted loudly, and the sword in Su Chen's hand slowly stopped as he took a deep breath and calmed down. In fact, he also noticed his abnormality. Xianingshue's shot brought him back to his senses from his cluttered thoughts, and after standing in place for a while, he flashed a smile towards Xianingshue. Yuki, I'm fine. Thanks to you calling me just now. It's good that it's fine. Xianingshue also breathed a sigh of relief. She was a little puzzled as to why Su Chen had been absent-minded since his trip to the palace yesterday, as if he had many things on his mind. What happened after he went to the palace? Chapter 51. A great thing can be accomplished. Xianingshue wanted to ask, but didn't dare to, and could only look at him worriedly. Fortunately, Su Chen quickly adjusted. He felt his cultivation level, and it was not far from the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. It was estimated that the heavenly evil sword had stolen a lot of food in the past few days. It's a matter of not expecting too much and not being too anxious. And that's what I'm going to do now. He realized that he was thinking a little too much. Whether it was good or bad was determined by God. It was not something he could decide just by thinking about it. And thinking about it too much would also have an impact on his life. Retrieving the wooden sword in his hand, he turned his head towards Xianingshue with a faint smile and said, Little Shui, it's been a few days since I've seen you dance with a sword. Come on. After saying that, he threw the sword in his hand towards Xianingshue. Xianingshue reached out to catch it and smiled sweetly. If your excellency wants to see, then I'll dance. Su Chen returned to the small pavilion to sit quietly and began to appreciate it quietly. Xianingshue held her sword and moved her feet lightly to the wide area in the middle of the courtyard, and after smiling slightly towards Su Chen she began to dance. This time, she did not use her martial arts skills, but simply danced her sword in an ornamental manner. Her movements were gentle and graceful. Her long skirt moved with the wind, and her black hair gave off a different light in the sunlight. It's a sword dance and a sword dance. Su Chen's eyes lit up. It was also the first time he had seen her like this, and when he thought about it carefully, it was normal for her to come from a large family. Yes, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, worthy of being my little snow, even the sword dances so well. Hearing the words, my little snow, Xianing Shue's heart was secretly happy. Her face was also slightly red. She did not say anything, and danced more attentively. As the dance ended, Su Chen's mood calmed down quite a bit. Your Excellency, was my dance okay? Xianing Shui put down her wooden sword and looked at him with a smile, the color of anticipation flickering in her eyes. It's good since. Su Chen nodded seriously. He. Xianing Shui smiled sweetly, her heart overjoyed. It's good that Gengzi likes it. Go make dinner. Okay. Near noon, Chen Fan stepped into the courtyard with one foot and laughed out loud. Third Prince, what you asked me to do has been done. So soon? Su Chen was a bit surprised and curiously said, where have you arranged them? In an estate west of the royal capital. Good. Su Chen nodded. Chen Fan's efficiency was still good. He. Third Prince, not that I'm saying, I think you should really go out and have some fun. Don't you feel bored staying in the courtyard all day reading books? Chen Fan squeezed his eyebrows and said toward Su Dust. He took advantage of the errand these 2 days to go to a rare trip to a variety of buildings, but also talked to a few widows to talk about the next heart. Comfortable. Su Chen saw his mind at a glance and laughed. Viewing beauty as white bones makes me have no desire. Viewing white bones as beauty makes me have no fear. No desire and no fear. Great things can be accomplished. Chen Fan instantly froze, only feeling that he had heard the true words of the great Tao, sometimes frowning, sometimes gazing in thought. Viewing women as white bones, worthy of being the third prince. A single sentence can enlighten me as if I were listening to the true words of the great Tao. Chen Fan stood in awe. At that exact moment, Xianing Shui walked out and said in surprise, General Chen is back? What are you guys chatting about? White bone. Chen Fan blurted out. Su Chen's face changed and he hastily covered his mouth, laughing towards Xianing Shui. Ha, it's nothing. Xianing Shui cocked her head, always feeling that something wasn't quite right. Chen Fan also came back to God. A burst of fear, almost said the princess is white bone. Does General Chen want to sit down and have a meal together? Xianing Shui asked. Chen Fan hurriedly shook his head and said, no need to trouble Miss Xiao Shui. I just ate before I came back. This kind of beautiful moment of two people eating, he would not interfere. If the Princess Sama remembered it, then it would be over. After saying that, he cupped his fists towards Su Chen and said, Third Prince, take your time to eat. I'll go out first. Sure you don't want some? No. Out of the gate. Chen Fan's mouth still kept chanting, viewing women as white bones. Ghostly, he actually walked outside the green flower house that he frequented. Yo, isn't that Mr. Chen? You just left yesterday, but you want to play again today? Come in quickly. When the pimp outside the building saw Chen Fan's figure, his eyes lit up and he immediately greeted him. Without any further ado, he pulled Chen Fan's hand and walked towards the building. Chen Fan was only immersed in the two words that Su Chen said, and did not pay attention, letting her pull in. That pimp is also experienced and knows the reasoning of not being able to delay. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't say anything, he took it as his acquiescence and pulled him into the room without saying a word. Master Chen, I understand all of your preferences. I will go arrange for Xiao Chui to come over, so you can wait, the old bod said and left the room. Within a few moments, a buxom woman came along. Master Chen, the woman named Xiao Chui, immediately greeted him and sat next to Chen Fan. She reached out and began to tease him. Chen Fan was also interrupted in his thoughts by her movements. He turned his head to look, only to realize that Xiao Chui, who he quite liked in the past, seemed like white bones at the moment. She twisted and turned into a pile of white bones, twisting as well. Put, ha. Chen Fan smiled. In this world, white bones were not uncommon, especially for a cultivator like him who had gone to war. He had seen too many of them, and ordinary white bones didn't carry fear at all. Only, the writhing white bones still didn't make it bearable. It was just too funny. Xiao Chui, with a curious look on her face, delicately asked, Master Chen, but what funny things have come to mind? Why don't you tell Xiao Chui about it? Are you sure you want to listen? Chen Fan looked at her with a strange expression on his face. If Master Chen is happy to talk, Xiao Chui is naturally happy to listen. Xiao Chui continued to wriggle her body. Have you ever seen white bones scratching their heads? Chen Fan said as he held back his laughter. White bones scratching their heads? Ha, Master Chen, you really know how to tell jokes. How can a white bone scratch its head? Xiao Chui covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Not bad, Normally it wouldn't be. Chen Fan nodded with a serious face and said, "But now, I see it. Now." Xiao Chui's face changed. Her heart had a hidden guess. Her face didn't look too good. Forced a smile and said, "Where did Master Chen say ah? Why didn't the little woman see it?" Chen Fan stood up and looked straight at her. Without the impatient eyes of the past, his gaze was clear and he said seriously, "You are the white bone in my eyes." After saying that, he laughed loudly and walked towards the outside of the room. Xiao Chui, who froze in place, only heard a sentence coming from him. "Viewing beauty as white bones makes me have no desire. Viewing white bones as beauty makes me have no fear. No desire and no fear. Great things can be accomplished." During the process of walking out of the green flower house, Chen Fan's heart had not wavered, and it was as if all those women had become white bones in his eyes. He raised his head and exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, "Third Prince, I've come to my senses. From today onwards, I'm going to abandon my bad habits and cultivate hard. Everyone else can break through the fourth realm. Why can't I?" He wasn't like this 10 years ago, when his natural talent wasn't outstanding, but it wasn't low either. At the age of 28, he only broke through the nascent soul realm, which was considered to be moderate, and was expected to break through the through-hole realm. But as year after year passed, he saw that many of his peers who had similar qualifications as him were surpassing him one after another, and he himself was still hovering around the fifth level of the nascent soul realm, and anxiety as well as unwillingness flooded his body and mind. In the end, he gave up completely, thinking only of how to have fun, and completely fell into tenderness. He had also lost his former sharpness, and to be honest, when he guessed that Su Chen had killed the dead soldier as well as demonstrated his sword skills that day, he was envious in his heart. He envied Su Chen for having what he had always wanted at such a young age. When he thought that a royal prince should be more fun-loving than himself, Su Chen never went to those places and only focused on reading books. He tried several times, and Su Chen was indifferent until he said today's words, which instantly struck him physically and mentally. He also slightly understood why Su Chen was so strong. Su Chen also didn't realize that his casual words could make Chen Fan change his state of mind and his mind return to cultivation. He really didn't think that much at that time, just to make Chen Fan stop encouraging himself to go to those flower-seeking places. Chapter 52, Killing Too Fast. Since Dian had raised the reward to 5 years, many more cultivators from scattered cultivators and family forces had headed towards the borders of Grand Xian. A large number of cultivators had entered Dixian, and the Dixian side was not ignorant of it. Inside a certain palace in the great Xian imperial capital, Xian Xianming listened to the reports of his men, a ray of light flashing in his eyes. Su Wu can't help himself so soon? This is how much he wants to kill this son of his. Lord Imperial Lord. This Su Chen is just an ordinary person. Why is the great Yan Imperial Lord making such a big deal out of it? The man at the bottom was a bit puzzled. Ha ha, I'm only afraid that he thought that I intentionally sheltered Su Chen to disgust him. As long as it's me that I'm protecting, he's bound to not let go easily. Especially, this person is still his son. Xian Xianming smiled faintly, but in his heart, he was laughing coldly. That Su Wu was only afraid that he still didn't know that the dead soldiers he sent were not killed by his own people, but by Su Chen. If he knew about it, then Su Wuji would only go crazy. His own son, whom he had always thought to be a waste, was actually a rare genius, and more importantly, he had personally given this genius to Dixian. Have you ordered them all? Don't spare any of these loose cultivators and family cultivators that came in from Great Yan, and also, all the loose cultivators that have movements within my Great Xian. Xian Xianming's eyes hardened as he commanded, Lord Imperial Lord, my subordinate is puzzled. Is that Su Chen worth making such a big fuss over? This was the man's doubt, and it was also the doubt of countless people in Dixian. He is at this moment asking this question out on behalf of those ministers. Xian Xianming glanced at him and said with a faint smile, you only need to know that he is worthy of my Dixian is all. As for the exact reason, it won't be long before you will know. Go and do your business. Yes, Lord Imperial Lord. The man led the order to leave. Xian Xianming, however, froze as he looked at the recorded message in his hand. It reads, since Dian issued the notice, within a few days, thousands of cultivators have entered the territory of Dixian, but the farthest one is only more than 200 miles deep. Nearly 80% of the cultivators died within 3 days. All of them were left with white bones in a miserable state, as if they had been absorbed by the demonic creatures and died of blood and flesh. Demons? Xian Xianming's gaze was grave. He couldn't help but recall the bandits who had died all over the place some time ago, and their deaths were just as described above this. Can it be that? Is it possible that a demonic creature has really infiltrated our Grand Xian? But why did this demonic creature only kill bandits and those cultivators who entered Grand Xian? Xian Qianming frowned, thinking carefully. The matter of the bandits' strange deaths began when Su Chen entered my Xian. Those cultivators who were killed this time also came to kill him. The two are a bit too coincidental. His eyes burned as if he had discovered something unimaginable. Is this your last hidden card? To even be able to kill a Passage Realm cultivator? Su Wu. Ah, Su Wu. You have truly gifted my Xian with a heaven-defying chance. With such strength, it is a blessing for my Grand Xian to obtain it. The likes of Su Wu, still too short-sighted in this aspect of being a king. You're still far worse than me. Within the courtyard, Su Chen's cultivation level had silently broken through to the 5th level of nascent soul. He had thought that it would be several days before he could make a breakthrough, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. Under careful perception, he realized that the sword spirit seemed to have increased its killing speed, but he didn't know why. Yuki, get the books. I'm going to start reading, he commanded towards Xianing Shui. Xianing Shui slightly froze. This meal has not even been eaten yet. Why suddenly have to read again? However, when she thought of the scene of Su Chen vomiting blood last time, she still didn't dare to slack off, and after putting down the work in her hands, she hurriedly went to rummage through the books. Somewhere on the borders of the Great Xian, the black-skirted woman's figure was swift, her sword rising and falling, and cultivator after cultivator was turned into sustenance under her. Monster! Monster! I'm leaving. I'm not taking this job. My lord, please spare our lives. We won't dare to do it again. Cultivators who were still running around were scared to the point that their livers and guts were shattered, and their faces were filled with fear. And in just a few moments, there were hundreds of cultivators who died under the woman's sword. The scene was like hell on earth. They were incomparably regretful at the moment, regretting why they had come to kill Su Chen. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have stumbled upon this female devil. But the sword spirit didn't listen to them at all. She still raised her hand and dropped her sword. And not only that, she also accelerated her speed. The reason? She realized that someone was taking her prey. How could she tolerate this? But Su Chen did not give the instruction that she could kill those who grabbed the prey order with her. If she could not kill them, then she could only be faster than them. Otherwise, she would not have anything to eat. Because of this, Su Chen felt that the speed of his cultivation enhancement had increased again. Inside the courtyard, after feeling the rapid increase in cultivation, as well as the rapid increase in that fury, Su Chen was a little flustered, and hurriedly sent a divine thought to the sword spirit to inquire about the reason. What? Someone robbed you of your prey? Then you can't turn me to death. Ha? You say you're too hungry? You're going to lose control of yourself if you don't eat? Then you'd better keep killing. Getting the sword spirit's transmission, Su Chen pondered for a while, then personally went and moved quite a few books and placed them in front of him, secretly saying, "Kill it. I don't believe it. So many books still can't suppress you. Damn the fury. Let go." Xianing Shui had just brought her lunch out from the kitchen when she saw the mountainous pile of books in front of Su Chen and was shocked. "Gongzi, are you crazy? Reading so many? If you don't work hard today, you'll bury the grass tomorrow." 2 days later, the rising wave of fury finally slowed down. Su Chuan, topped with large dark circles under his eyes, tiredly covered the books in his hands, and said in a weak tone, "Xiao Shui, I'm going to sleep for a while. Call me if something happens." "Okay, Gongzi, go quickly." Xianing Shui's eyes were filled with heartache. In these 2 days, she had advised Su Chen more than once to not put up too much of a fight. The book could be read slowly, but he just wouldn't listen. Xianing Shui didn't know why he was so persistent. Just the thought of the words he had said that if he didn't study, he would die. He still held back and didn't try to persuade him any further, except that his heartache was still unavoidable. Su Chen was indeed very tired now. He hadn't closed his eyes for nearly 2 days and 2 nights, and at his cultivation level, he couldn't do it for a long period of time without sleeping. But 2 days of reading is rewarding. The baleful qi was basically suppressed at an extremely low level, and his cultivation level had once again risen quite a bit, and he was not far from the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. More importantly, the Shangwan family's people should be arriving as well, and he had to raise his spirits to give the other party a good impression. Otherwise, with a big black eye, you'd think you were doing something. Inside the palace, Xian Qianming, who was dealing with political affairs in the main hall, suddenly heard a voice. "Your Imperial Lordship, I have brought the official family master back with me." Xian Qianming immediately stood up from his position with an excited expression. Good, good. Immediately have Su Chen come to the palace. Chapter 53, Excited. Xian Qianming gazed outside the hall. where two figures were rapidly approaching. Mo, who was at the head of the group, made a bow and slowly retreated. He had to inform Su Chen to go. Xianming nodded, his gaze already looking towards another pale figure. I have met Lord Imperial Lord. Shangwan Hong kneeled down on one knee and slightly clasped his fists, his tone somewhat agitated. Elder Shangwan, please get up. Even though you've stepped down from your official position, the contributions you've made to Dexian are indelible. This emperor has long said that there's no need to salute when you see me. Xianming personally stepped forward to pull him up. Your imperial lord must not. The way of a ruler and his subjects. Is there no reason not to follow it? Shangwan Hong's gaze was serious as he shook his head. You are just too old-fashioned. Xianming smiled helplessly, then asked, how has the old man been doing? I've had nothing to do lately. Those two little guys are naughty and quite a headache. Shangwan Hong let out a bitter smile. The old master has fought countless battles in his life, leaving behind a great reputation, and has made great achievements for my Grand Xian, and now that he is retiring at ease, teaching his grandchildren would be a blessing. Xianming returned to his position and sat down, and extended his hand to signal Shangwan Hong to take a seat on the side. Shangwan Hong was not polite and found a seat. Once seated, there was some desire to speak. Xianming looked out and laughed. Does the old master want to ask about your grandson's situation? Lord Imperial Lord has a discerning eye. Shangwan Hong's eye showed some sense of sadness. My daughter's whereabouts were unknown more than 10 years ago, and now that I have learned that she has died, the old man is deeply pained, and to learn that she still has a son left behind, since it's hard to be excited. With that, he looked at Xianming with a slightly pleading gaze and asked, can I please ask Lord Imperial Lord to inform the old man how my untalented daughter died, where she died, and by whom she was killed? Xianming was silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but he was judging whether the old man would be able to handle it when he said it. Shangwan Hong saw his desire to speak and already had a bad guess in his heart. He took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, Lord Imperial Lord, feel free to say it, I can afford it. If that's the case, then I'll tell you. Xianming sighed and said, from the news I got, your daughter Shangwan Ro, at the time of the war should be captured. As a dedication to the great Yin Imperial Lord Suwu favor women, after I do not know what the reason is, and was not selected, it was arranged in the great Yin Imperial Palace to do the palace maid, and then later, Suwu's drunkenness and misadventure. After that, she gave birth to a son and was mercilessly murdered by Suwu. He no longer said the latter words because Shangwan Hong's face was already filled with tears. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Shangwan Hong was in tears, only feeling endless heartache and self-blame churning in his heart. On that day, the war suddenly broke out. The great Yin army came surging in, and the Shangwan family and several major families in the Liezhou state almost poured out their troops to protect the people. Among them, his daughter Shangwan Ro was included. Dexian's reinforcements had not yet arrived, and in the face of the huge gap between the enemies and our numbers, he had no time to care, and could only watch as his son and daughter gradually drowned in the enemy's army. Later, Dexian's reinforcements arrived and the war subsided. His sons each killed tens of thousands of enemies, but one was killed and one was wounded, and his daughter, too, was unknown. Would things have changed if he had been selfish and harshly refused to let them go to war? Elder Shangwan, it's not your fault. Xianming's expression moved as he said, if the reinforcements had been faster, perhaps the situation would have been different. Shangwan Hong blamed himself. How could he, the imperial lord, not blame himself? Even he didn't expect that Dian would suddenly attack and catch him off guard, and although he returned dozens of times to the other side afterward, the tragedy of that battle was just too great. Of the top 10 families in the Liezhou, 5 were annihilated, 3 were rapidly weakening, and 2 were withering away. The people of Liezhou, dead and wounded. If it is not now, the situation is special. Cannot spare too much war power. If not, there are other 2 countries from the obstruction. The great Yen has long been destroyed in his hands. Lord Imperial Lord, Mo once said that my grandson is in the imperial capital. So my grandson is the 3rd prince of Great Yen that has been rumored in the outside world recently? Shangwan Hong wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and gazed towards Xianming with both anticipation and anger in his eyes. Yes. Xianming nodded in response to him. De Yen. Su Wu. Shangwan Hong's fists were clenched, a face suffocated in red from anger, and his chest rose and fell violently. The matter of Su Chen's presence inside and outside of the Grand Xian had long since spread throughout the 2 countries. Even though he was in the Liezhou, he had heard about Su Chen. At first, when he learned that Dian had sent a hostage over, he didn't pay much attention to it. Subsequently, when Xian Xianming issued a manifesto to allow Su Chen to travel freely in Xian, he found it interesting that a royal son of Dian could be given this favorable treatment. Later, when news came from Great Yin that Su Chen no longer had anything to do with the Great Yin royal family, he felt surprised as to what this Su Chen had done to make the Great Yin imperial lord give such an order. Now, after knowing that Su Chen was his grandson, he was enraged. Great Yin thieves, harming my daughter, killing my clan, slaughtering my people. This is blood revenge. Shang Wanhong's eyes took on blood. His words were indignant, and he couldn't wait to kill Great Yin immediately. While he was angry, he was even more heartbroken, and it was hard to imagine what kind of aggression his grandson had suffered over there. Old master, don't get angry and break your body. Seeing that his mood was not quite right, Xian Xianming immediately spoke out to comfort him. I know, it's just that, this bad anger in my old man's heart will not be spat out. Shang Wanhong looked sad. His mood was incomparably complicated. Eunuch Mo has already gone to notify Su Chen. He should be coming over very soon. Master, sit down first to calm down. You should also not want to give your grandson a bad impression. Few Lord Imperial Lord is right. It's the old man who has lost his temper. Shang Wanhong took a deep breath and sat down again. Right now, there was nothing but apprehension in his mind. Your Excellency, someone from the palace is looking for you. Su Chen had only just fallen asleep a short while ago when he heard a sharp knock on the door. He walked out of bed with a sleepy face and opened the door to Xianing Shue's figure. Gongzi, someone is looking for you. Xianing Shue tilted her head and smiled cheekily. Who is it? Su Chen rubbed his eyes and asked. A voice immediately came from over there. Sir Su, my name is Mo. You can call me Eunuch Mo. Eunuch Mo? Su Chuan's complexion moved, and he already had a guess in his heart. But he's here to let me enter the palace? Precisely. Eunuch Mo smiled. Lord Imperial Lord asked me to inform you that the Shangwan family lord has arrived and is waiting for you inside the palace. Already arrived? Su Chuan's breath stagnated. His heartbeat instantly accelerated. His head completely sobered up, and after hastily organizing his attire, he quickly stepped out of the room, not even waiting for Eunuch Mo before he was already out of the courtyard door, only to be followed by a voice. Eunuch Mo, hurry up! Xianing Shue. The Shangwan family? Didn't they go to Lizhou? How could they suddenly come back? And to see the Duke? Your Highness, Prince Su's birth mother is Shangwan Rou of the Shangwan family. Eunuch Mo knew her identity and spoke from the side. Ha! Xianing Shue froze in place, not reacting for a moment. Your mother is a member of the Shangwan family? And now that he's been removed from the Great Yin Imperial family, doesn't that mean he's now a member of the Grand Xian? Your Highness, the old minister will leave first. Eunuch Mo made a bow and was about to leave. Wait, I'll go with you. Xianing Shue called out to him, only to stop again after not taking 2 steps. Never mind, I'll just wait for him here. Eunuch Mo was somewhat helpless and left the courtyard after another salute. Along the way, Su Chen walked very fast. Walking in the street, the pointing and strange eyes of the people around him were all ignored by him. In his eyes now, there was only the palace. It was as if everything around him had nothing to do with him anymore. And now all he wanted to do was to see the loved ones that were on his mind. Excited, the long-gone feelings of apprehension actually once again surged to the heart. He was suddenly a little afraid that the other man would not accept him. It's okay. It'll be fine. He could only keep cheering himself up in his mind. And his heartbeat, too, gradually got faster. Suffice it to say, it was the first time he'd been this excited since his mother's death. Chapter 54, Will you recognize your ancestors? With the same mood as Su Chen, there was also Shang Wanhong inside the palace hall. As the minutes ticked by, he too began to sit up, his body squirming in his seat. Xian Qianming smiled faintly. He could understand this kind of mood. Master, don't need to be nervous. I've seen that kid. He's a good kid. The Shangwan family has picked up a treasure. It's good to be praised by Lord Imperial Lord. Shang Wanhong breathed a sigh of relief. This is what he is worried about. Although Su Chen has the Shangwan family's bloodline, but after all, there is still the Su family's bloodline, and the 2 countries are mortal enemies. He is afraid that Xian Qianming will not like it. Now that Xian Qianming's attitude didn't seem to be disgusting, but rather praised him, the worry in his heart was much less. On the other hand, Su Chen walked very fast, but from his residence to the palace, he also walked for a small half-hour before arriving. Looking at the majestic palace in front of him, he actually had a feeling of wanting to retreat. He took a deep breath, intending to calm down. Eunuch Mo, however, had already chased after him, Eunuch Su, follow me. I'll take you to the Grand Hall. Good. A few moments later, outside the Grand Hall, Su Chen once again stopped in his tracks. Eunuch Mo looked back at him and laughed. Is Eunuch Su doing this because he's nervous? Not bad. Su Chen nodded slightly and said, I need to take a deep breath. Good. Eunuch Mo nodded. Only after tens of more breaths did Su Chen continue to lift his leg. Lord Imperial Lord Shangguan family. Su Chen has arrived. Eunuch Mo's trademark voice rang out in the empty hall, and Shangguan Hong immediately stood up and looked towards the direction of the gate with eager anticipation. Shen Xianming similarly got up and looked at the gate with a smile on his face. Soon, thumping footsteps sounded, slightly disorganized, and one could feel the other's nervousness. Immediately after that, there was the figure of Eunuch Mo as well as a teenager. Just after entering the main hall, Su Chen's gaze was fixed on an old man next to him. The old man is stout, has a head of white hair, bronze skin has been traces of the years. He is upright, even in old age, still can see that his blood is still good. That the battlefield brought the killing spirit is also incomparably obvious. Just by looking at it, Su Chen could feel an extremely strong aura. The moment he saw the old man, he froze. The old man's appearance was 50 to 60% similar to his mother's appearance in his memory. And somehow, just by looking at him, Su Chen knew that the old man in front of him was his own maternal grandfather. That nebulous blood kinship is unspeakable. To be honest, at this moment, he rather not nervous, only feel a sour heart. Before did not feel anything, now only feel endless grievances want to tell. The same goes for Shangguan Hong. The moment he saw Su Chen's face, he was struck by lightning and couldn't help but choke. It's really too similar. It is simply carved out of the same mold. Su Chen's appearance was at least 8 points similar to his dead daughter's appearance. This is his grandson. His own grandson. Good boy. Come over and let grandfather take a good look. Shangguan Hong beckoned towards Su Chen. His tone had excitement and nervousness. Without a word, Su Chen slowly walked over. That's right. There's no mistake. You are my grandson. Shangguan Hong only surveyed him for a moment before his expression moved and his eyes reddened. Grandfather. Su Chen also called out with some tears. Good. Shangguan Hong gave him a hug and once again cried tears of joy. Good boy. Suffered a lot, didn't he? No. Su Chen held back her tears and tried to shake her head. To be honest, he was not a person who would cry easily, and for him with an adult mind, he would never show his soft side if he was not really overwhelmed by love. Tell grandfather how you've come through all these years. Shangguan Hong wiped the corners of his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How did it come over? Su Chen muttered, then slowly narrated. It was spent in being ostracized since childhood. It was spent watching my mother die in front of my eyes and not being able to do anything about it. It was spent living alone. It was spent in the eyes of others who looked at me differently. It was also spent in the mocking voices of countless people. It was spent in abandonment and in being hunted by my father. His words were calm to the point of understatement. However, several people present could feel the hardships, as well as sympathy for Su Chen as a child, as well as anger towards the great Yan imperial family. At the same time, they also admired Su Chen for being able to make it this far in such an environment without humbling himself. Su Wu is simply a father in vain. Shangguan Hong was seething with rage, his eyes red, the anger in his heart rapidly rising at the thought of his grandson suffering such treatment. Su Wu has indeed gone a little too far. Shen Xianming, who hadn't said anything, also frowned. Acting like this, it was no wonder that Su Chen didn't have a sense of belonging to Dian, but this was just as well, and it was a good thing for Di Xian. Great Yan doesn't want you. Just right. In the future, you'll go back to Shangguan family. That kind of place. Don't stay. Being a person of Great Xian is tens of thousands of times better than being a person of Great Yan. From now on, the Shangguan family is your home. Great Yan and I have long since lost any ties. Su Wu killed my mother, and now he has repeatedly sent people to kill me. There is no goodwill destined to come between him and I. My mother's vengeance, I will personally avenge. Su Dust coldly said. If you want to blame Su Wu for doing too much. The murderer people will always kill. Self-inflicted evil cannot live. Dusty, the matter of revenge should not be left to you, although grandfather is an old man. He is not old and weak, and it is not yet time for the younger generation to step in. Shangguan Hong patted Su Chen's shoulder, and his words were incomparably domineering. With the new hatred and old hatred, they had long been on the same page with the great Yin royal family. Good boy, with grandfather here, you won't suffer any more in the future. Even if the sky falls, you'll have grandfather to help you. Shangwan Hong's words caused Su Chen's expression to move. In 17 years? This was the second time in addition to his own mother that he had heard similar words. This is kin. Real kin. Blood is thicker than water. Instead, as in the case of Su Wu, he wanted to bring him to his death. Even though the grandparents and grandson were only meeting for the first time, Su Chen felt an unprecedented warmth. Thanks, grandfather. His nose was sore, and he busily lowered his head, fearing that he would be seen to be vulnerable. It seems that the two of you recognizing each other has been completed successfully. Xian Xianming's face was satisfied as he smiled. In that case, Su Chen, would you like to go to the Shangwan family to recognize your ancestors? This was a huge decision. Once he agreed to it, it meant that he would completely give up his identity as a great Yan and become a person of the great Xian. Shangwan Hong looked at Su Chen somewhat nervously, afraid that he would not be willing. Su Chen, however, smiled faintly without any hesitation. Lord Imperial Lord, Grandfather, I have already said just now that the relationship between me and Great Yan is already as strong as water and fire. Rather, I have long wanted to give up the identity of Great Yan. Returning to the Shangwan clan is the wish of my heart. Yes, good. Shangwan Hong shouted excitedly, a smile on his face. Xian Qianming also breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze appreciative. He was really afraid that Su Chen would refuse. In that case, he would still have to expend some energy to facilitate this matter. Su Chen's direct agreement was the best result. My Shangwan family finally has another person. Shangwan Hong was incomparably pleased, as if he saw the day when the Shangwan family would flourish again. Su Chen, however, felt a little strange about this statement. It was just one more person. Why would he be so excited? But before he could inquire, Shangwan Hong spoke again. Dusty, tomorrow we will return to Lizhou so that you can recognize your ancestors. Do you think it's feasible? Tomorrow? Su Chen thought for a moment that it would be fine. So he nodded, as grandfather said. Chapter 55, A Gift from the Shangwan Family. Very good. Xian Xianming clapped his hands. He couldn't wait for Su Chen to immediately recognize his ancestor right now. But he also knew that too much was not enough, and being able to get to this point was already not far from success. Su Chen was also relieved. Before this, he had actually been very apprehensive in his heart. Because of Su Wu, he was actually a little afraid that the Shangwan clan would not accept him. But it didn't turn out so bad. Not only did his grandfather accept him, but he was deeply touched by the kindness he revealed in his words and behavior. Only, he was still thinking about the words Shangwan Hong had said. Grandfather, just now you were very excited when you said that the Shangwan family had another person. Could it be that we don't have many people in the Shangwan family now? Su Chen asked out this question. Didn't eunuch Mo previously say that the Shangwan family was once a prominent party as well? Even if it's gone now, there are always a few dozen people in the clan, right? Hearing this question, Shangwan Hong let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with sadness and self-blame. As soon as Su Chen took a look, he knew that things were not simple. Su Chuan, the Shangwan family now has only 5 people plus you. Xian Xianming spoke, and he was also very sorry about the current state of the Shangwan family. In order for the Shangwan family to become prosperous, he had thought of marrying off some princesses and county lords. But the problem was, Shangwan Hong was old, clearly inappropriate and unwilling himself. Shangwan Feng, although young, but because of physical reasons, there is a heart disease, has never been loose. The remaining Shangwan Lin was too young, so he had to keep it on hold. Looking at Su Chen, Xian Qianming's eyes suddenly lit up. Xian Shui's heart was tied to Su Chen, and he could naturally tell. But Su Chen's identity was sensitive. Even if he wanted to marry Xian Shui to him, I'm afraid the civil and military officials and the people of Dashuan would not agree. But if Su Chen became a member of the Shangwan family, with the royal family's previous promise to the Shangwan family, he could even logically marry Xian Shui to him. So much less resistance. However, this matter couldn't be rushed, and it would be even better if Su Chen could make some more contributions to Xian and get some credits. Wonderful. Xian Qianming's gaze toward Su Chen became brighter and brighter. Speaking of which, ever since he passed his test on Su Chen, he had long since treated him as his future son-in-law. And because of this, there was a filter, and he was treated not quite the same. High hopes, so to speak. Only 5 people? Su Chen was a bit dumbfounded. To be honest, he had thought about 80 people, he had thought about 50 people, and he had thought about 30 people, but he had only never thought about 5 people. For a once illustrious family, having only a few dozen people was as bad as it got. But on the contrary, there were only 5 people in the Shangwan family. Grandfather, Is there really only 5? Su Chen couldn't help but ask again. 5 indeed. Shangguan Hong nodded inside. My Shangguan family is full of loyalists, and most of my clansmen died in battle in the sand. Originally my Shangguan family from the royal capital left the fashion of more than 30 people, but we just returned to the state soon. Dian suddenly launched an attack, in order to protect the people and home. My Shangguan family in addition to the 2 children all out of the battle, but also that battle, resulting in the majority of the Shangguan family fell. One of your uncles is dead in that battle. Your mother, also in that fight your mother, too, was lost in that battle. Every time he talked about this war, Shangguan Hong's heart was dripping blood. Alas, it's my fault for not noticing Su Wu's movements in advance. Xian Xianming also let out a bitter smile. Don't say that, Lord Imperial Lord. If you hadn't sent support immediately, I'm afraid that not a single member of my Shangguan family would have been left behind. Shangguan Hong's eyes were wide with anger as he said hatefully, if you want to blame that Su Wu. I, Shangguan family, will not rest in death with him. Right now, his hatred for Su Wu had grown to a great extent. Su Chen's heart was shaken, and there was something that he didn't feel. Although all of these things had nothing to do with him, holding the name of Great Yan's third prince for more than 10 years made him feel a sense of guilt. It was as if the Shangguan family had nothing to do with what happened to them. It made him feel a little guilty. Shangguan Hong, however, reached out and patted his shoulder, comforting him. Duster, there is no need to blame yourself. Even though you were the third prince of Dian before, this matter has nothing to do with you, and you no longer have any relationship with the Su family now. Not bad, Su Chen, you don't need to blame yourself too much. This is not your fault. After Xian Xianming finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and asked towards Shangguan Hong. Master, previously I had given the Shangguan family a marquisate, which was supposed to be inherited by Shangguan Feng, but he had no intention of doing so, and Shangguan Lin was too young. Now that Su Chuan is about to be returned to the Shangguan family, I think that he can be the one to inherit it. What do you think? Old me has no objections. The Shangguan family can't give much to Duana right now, so the fiefdom and marquisate in the imperial capital will be inherited by Duaner. Shangguan Hong laughed in a spontaneous manner. Su Chen, however, was startled and busily said, Grandfather, no, that was earned by the Shangguan family at great cost. I have not contributed anything to the Shangguan family. How can I enjoy such a distinction? He was a bit flattered. The gift was so expensive that it made him quite embarrassed, and at the same time, it also made him very touched. Shangguan Hong smiled and said, You have been away from home for more than 10 years and have suffered a lot of grievances. Now that you have returned to the Shangguan family, this is considered the family's compensation to you, and is also a meet and greet gift. Grandfather, listen, don't push back again. Shangguan Hong boarded up his face and looked at him with an unhappy expression. Xian Xianming also spoke. Su Chen, this is a token of Elder Shangguan's intentions. If you feel overwhelmed, then strive for more glory for the Shangguan family, and more glory for Great Xian. Su Chen knew that he could no longer refuse. He could only nod his head with a grave expression on his face. Then he cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Lord Imperial Lord. Thank you, Grandfather. Since I can't refuse, then I'll take it, and in the future, I'll definitely make the Shangguan family known to the world. Let Grand Xian rise to another level. Ha ha ha, good, that's my Shangguan family. Shangguan Hong laughed out loud, his face glowing red. Xian Xianming also nodded his head in satisfaction. Su Chen, tomorrow you will return to Lizhou with Elder Shangguan, and after recognizing your ancestor and returning to your family, I will make it known to the world that I will make you a marquis. Have you thought of the name that you want to be known by? This well. Su Chen thought for a while, and soon had a promise. I was born random, like unrestrained, love freedom, free life, vertical and horizontal, free the world, protect the living beings, just call, get away with it, a life at large, a world at large? Xian Qianming muttered, and soon laughed out loud. Then, according to your words, at that time, it will be called Marquis of Prosperity. Shangguan Hong also nodded his head. In life, if one's life can be free, it is also a fast thing. Getting away with life requires more than just words to say, and importantly, absolute strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be dead before you get away with it. Only if you are strong enough can you have the capital to get away with it. From this, we can also see Su Dust's future ambition. Chapter 56, Traveling to Lizhou. The meeting, successfully completed. After some pleasantries, Shangguan Hong stayed at the palace. He had wanted to talk to Su Chen more, but he also knew that Su-chen had to go back to prepare, so he didn't keep him. On the way back, Su-chen wore a smile on his face and only felt that the wind around him was sweet. Breaking with the great Yen imperial family would not affect his mood in any way, and the possible return to the Shangguan family made him exceptionally elated. The smile at the corner of his mouth didn't come down until he returned to the courtyard. Has the prince struck lucky today? So happy. Xianningshui finally waited for him to come back, pretending not to know and looking at him with a pair of curious eyes. Yes, there's a big happy event. Su-chen smiled and slowly sat down in the small pavilion. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll have to read 2 more books before I can do that. What happy event? Xianningshui sat down beside him, both hands propped up on her cheeks as she looked at him seriously. It's naturally a good thing, Su-chen said as he read the book. Tomorrow I'm going to leave the imperial capital for a trip. Do you want to go with me? When he finished, he turned his head to look at her. Xianningshui's heart fluttered, knowing that the place he was going to was Lizhou, only that she didn't show it on her face, but instead said suspiciously, "Where is your excellency going?" "Leaving the state." "Away from the state? Isn't that far away?" "It is true that it is a bit far, but there are important matters." "What matters of importance are so urgent?" "Kids don't ask so many questions. You'll know when you get there." "I'm not a child." Gonzi is clearly my age, yet he always has a preachy tone, as if you're older than me. Xianningshui pouted her little mouth, somewhat unconvinced. Su-chen reached out and pinched her face, saying seriously, "Whether or not I'm bigger than you depends on different aspects. In some cases, I am indeed bigger than you." What he had originally said was that he was an adult in his previous life, and if he were to talk about it, he was indeed older than Xianningshui, but Xianningshui didn't know where to think. Her gaze first glanced towards Su-chen's lower body, then her face blushed slightly as she softly said, "Your excellency is right. In some cases, it is indeed bigger than me, but in some cases, I am also bigger than your excellency." Su-chen froze, thinking that could it be that this girl could still be the reincarnation of some big brother? How else could you be bigger than you are? As a third-grade student who only knew how to read, and a pure-hearted teenager who had been maternally single in his previous life, he pressed on without thinking in a crooked way. "So, you want to go with me?" Su-chen asked again. "Go!" Xianningshui nodded fiercely. "Good. Then go pack your things and remember to bring those books of mine with you," Su-dust commanded. As soon as she heard that she had to bring those books, Xianningshui said in an aggravated manner, "My lord, did you ask me to go just to let me bring books for you? What are you thinking about?" Su-chen lightly knocked on her head and laughed. "Those are just incidental. Certainly not as important as you." "Really?" Xianningshui's eyes instantly glowed. "Really?" Su-chen said with a serious face. "Okay, then I'll go pack my things." Xianningshui laughed and went back to her room with a bounce. This girl. Su-chen shook his head helplessly and continued to read. In the evening, after eating, instead of continuing to read, he went to bed early, unable to settle down to read a book at the thought of his impending change of identity, so he just stopped reading. The next morning, Su-chen took Xianningshui out of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Chen Fan was performing his morning exercises. Su-chen and Xianningshui were both a bit surprised. When did General Chen change his nature? Seeing the two go out, Chen Fan stopped his hands and asked curiously, "Where is the third prince going?" "There is something to go on a long trip." Su-chen smiled and said, "General Chen is in good spirits today." "Ha ha." Chen Fan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Speaking of which, thanks to the third prince, your words that day had quite an impact on me. From today onwards, I, Chen Fan, will also endeavor to cultivate and view women as white bones. It's good to have ambition." Su-chen was a bit vain. He couldn't even do this himself. "We'll go first, then." A few moments later, at a certain remote place outside the gates of the imperial capital, Shangguan Hong had already been waiting here for a long time. "Duster has met grandfather." Su-chen stepped forward and bowed. Xianningshui followed suit and called out, "Little Shui has met Grandpa Shangguan." Su-chen knew that she was born into the Qin family and was not surprised that she knew her maternal grandfather. Shangguan Hong's gaze lingered on Xianningshui for a while. Until now he was still a bit shocked. Last night, when Xian Qianming specially called him over, he was saying the news that the maid beside Su-chen nowadays was the Grand Princess. At first, he didn't believe in it. How could the Grand Princess follow her grandson around as a small maid? But this matter was also said by Xian Qianming himself, so there was no way for him to disbelieve it. He was just shocked as to what tactics this grandson of his had used to make the Grand Princess willingly serve as his maid. What surprised him even more was that Xian Xianming also explicitly told him that he had the idea of marrying Xian Xue to Su Chen. The royal family used to be the ones who promised to marry off princesses or county lords to the Shangwan family's heirs, but generally speaking, it was more likely to be a sheriff, and even if it was a princess, it wouldn't be the best of the bunch. Not to mention Xian Xue. Xian Xue was the recognized genius princess of Dashuan. Her appearance, reputation and talent were all superior, and she was also Xian Qianming's favorite heir. The fact that he was able to make him marry Xian Xue off to Su Chen was enough to show the high hopes he had for his grandson. Speaking of which, until now, he knew very little about Su Chen. It was only known that the great Yan imperial family had said that he was a genius, then later said that he was a wastrel who was unable to cultivate, and later heard that he had good poetic talent, and that was all. Shangwan Hong suddenly realized that this grandson of his didn't seem to be that simple. Grandfather, but what is so special about Little Snow? Seeing him staring at Little Snow for a long time, Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Ha ha. Shangwan Hong let out a laugh and explained. Just now, I've been feeling that this female doll looks a bit familiar, and it's only now that I remember. It seems to be the little girl of the Qin family, right? I see that this little girl is a good birth. Duster should take good care of it. This, Su Chen's head was filled with black lines. Wasn't this topic jumping a bit too fast? Xian Xue's small face was slightly red. In her heart, she already knew that Shangwan Hong recognized her identity, so she said playfully, Grandpa Shangwan is joking. People are still small. Not so little, not so little. I had several children when I was your age. Grandfather, you're too much of a flirt, aren't you? Nonsense. I was just so charming that your grandmother couldn't help herself. How so grandmother is so tough? That's not true. Just a tigress, unfortunately. Saying this, Shangwan Hong sighed again, then immediately shook his head and said, Don't mention this. Let's go. Go back soon. Recognize our ancestors soon. Good. Su Chuan nodded his head, and the two of them, Xian Xue and Xian Xue, followed Shangwan Hong and headed towards the Liezhou. Chapter 57 12 Battles of the King's Mansion. Uncle Sam, where did grandfather go? Inside the courtyard of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Lin cocked his head, his big eyes staring curiously at Shangwan Feng, while Shangwan Yao pulled Shangwan Feng's clothes on the side and kept shaking them. Third uncle, does grandfather not want us anymore? The soft and tender voice sounded adorable. Shangwan Feng sat on the steps in the courtyard, dotingly stroked the two men's heads, and laughed. Your grandfather, was away on something. What is it? Shangwan Lin's eyes were filled with curiosity. Shangwan Yao also said in a milky voice, Grandfather hasn't even gone out for so long. Ha ha, he is going to pick up someone. Who is it? Who is it? Third uncle, can't it be that father has returned? Shangwan Yao was very excited. Her small face was full of happy colors, and her large eyes were full of anticipation. Shangwan Feng let out a bitter smile. As soon as he mentioned this, his heart was saddened. It's not your father, it's your brother. Brother? Shangwan Lin's eyes lit up and said, Third uncle, do we still have a brother? Yaoer is going to have a new brother? Shangwan Yao was a bit lost, but once she heard the word brother, she looked at him with an expectant face again. Yes, you still have a brother. A stray brother. Shangwan Feng gazed into the distance, suddenly a little sad. There are only so many people left in what was once a large family. His elder brother and younger sister have all passed away, and every day when he closes his eyes, the past is fresh in his mind. During those years, they cultivated together, went into battle together to kill the enemy, played and laughed together. The past, it all passes with time. Time passes both fast and slow. Memories that seem like yesterday and yesteryear. Time is the world's most poisonous poison. Shangwan Feng muttered, his heart filled with infinite emotions. Yay! I have a brother. Shangwan Lin happily ran around the yard. He's been a brother for so long. He's finally going to have a brother too. He could finally stop taking on the responsibilities of an older brother. He didn't have to watch this little brat Shangwan Yao all day long, though he was a little kid himself. That's my brother too. Shangwan Yao shouted back. No, that's mine. Mine. It's mine. Oh, third uncle, brother, he bullied Yaoer. Shangwan Yao suddenly sat on the ground and cried out. Shangwan Feng was a bit helpless and reached out to pick him up, dotingly saying, Two little brats are still competing for a brother. Don't worry, he's the older brother of the two of you. There's no need to compete. Really? Shangwan Yao stopped crying and looked at him accusingly. Really? Shangwan Feng nodded his head. Then he turned his head again and looked at Shangwan Lin. His tone was serious. Linner, you're a boy. In the future you'll be a man who can stand up to the heavens and the earth. How can a man bully his sister? There aren't many of us left in the Shangguan family. You should only love your sister. Don't bully her. That's it. Third uncle is right. Shangguan Yao waved her little pink fist in Shangguan Peak in the direction of Shangguan Lin. Shangguan Lin stood honestly in front of Shangguan Feng, his head lowered, and responded, "Third uncle, Liner knows. So, third uncle, when will grandfather and the others be back?" "It should be soon." Shangguan Feng looked into the distance and was also a bit uncertain. Shangguan Hong's speed is very fast. As the fifth realm of thousands of miles line realm of the fourth strong, he can travel 4,000 miles a day. Coupled with the addition of body-type martial arts, it is more than 5,000 miles. Away from the state is far from the imperial capital, but also only need 2 days. It was only because he had to take care of Su Chen and Xianing Shui that caused him to slow down a bit. At this moment, Su Chen and Xianing Shui were being grabbed by Shangguan Hong with one hand and quickly rushed along. Originally they were rushing normally, but Shangguan Hong was eager to go home, but also because he wanted to let Su Chen recognize his ancestors as soon as possible. So he felt that rushing like this was too slow, so he carried one in his hand. To be honest, when he first saw Shangguan Hong's speed, Su Chen was shocked in his heart. As far as he knew, the strongest cultivation in Dian was the 1,000 miles traveling realm, and the number of such strong people was extremely small, and it was usually difficult to see them. What is a 1,000-mile walk? As the name suggests, you can travel at least 1,000 miles per day. The realm of 1,000 miles of travel was thus named. And in this realm, with each level up, the speed would be enhanced by a lot. Even if one did not learn any stance-type martial arts, you can also travel at least 1,000 miles a day when walking at full power. If there was a powerful stance martial skill added to it, the speed was even more terrifying. Strong people in such a cultivation realm are extremely fast, and often you don't even know it when they pass right by you. Feeling the drastic change of the surrounding scenery, Su Chuan couldn't help but feel some yearning. If he had this speed, the world could go anywhere. Wouldn't it be much faster than driving in his previous life? I really didn't think that this maternal grandfather of his had such cultivation, but when you think about it, it is also true. After all, the Shangguan family was once prominent and incomparable. As the head of the family, it is normal to have this strength. Grandfather, in the Great Xian, are there many strong people of your realm? Su Chen was suddenly a little curious. Ha ha, it's not too much to say more, and not too little to say less. Shangguan Hong answered truthfully. Why do you say that? Su Chen was puzzled. But there aren't many who have reached my realm who still remain in the Grand Xian. Shangguan Hong did not fully explain. Su Chen pondered. This statement meant that most of the cultivators who had reached the 1,000 miles traveling realm had gone elsewhere? He did not continue to pursue the root of the matter. What should be known will naturally be known when the time comes. What should not be known? It is useless to ask. My lord, as far as I know, in the Great Xian, there were once 12 Battle King's mansions, and almost all of them had a fifth realm powerhouse within the mansion, and other than that, there were only those within the royal family. There are probably quite a few of them within the clan's forces, but they rarely meddle in the affairs of the court and the world, and it's difficult for ordinary people to see them at all. Miss Snow is right. The 12 Battle King's house is the family where the 12 Battle Kings who once followed the late emperor to conquer and establish the Great Xian are located, and my Shangguan family is one of them. But it is a pity. Shangguan Hong sighed slightly. The glory of his forefathers had long since disappeared, and today's Shangguan family was just an empty name. So that's how it is. It was the first time Su Chuan knew about these things, and he felt a sense of novelty. How many of these 12 battle royal mansions are left today? He continued to ask. 8. Shangguan Hong continued. The Xian has been established for nearly 5,000 years. Under the passage of time, the once 12 War Kings mansion only 8 inheritants to date. 3 of which do not return to the glory of their predecessors, has returned to the ancestral land to rest and recuperate. 2 of them, although in the imperial capital, the strength is no longer the same as in the past, and there are still 3, is still the mainstay of my Xian. But, even so, there are 5 realm powerhouses within each Battle King's house, such as my Shangguan family. Although there are only 5 of us, there is also me, the 5 realm, and because of this, although the Shangguan family is weakened, no one dares to mess with it, and in that battle more than 10 years ago, if it wasn't for the sake of protecting the people of the Liezhou, my Shangguan family would have been able to retreat in one piece. Chapter 58, Are you a brother? Hearing his words, Su Chen couldn't help but stand in awe. Only such a family would be worthy of the name of the Battle King's house. Alright, let's not talk about this. Shang Guanhong terminated the topic and began to rush on with all his might. Su Chen didn't continue to ask again. 2 days later, the three of them finally arrived in Lizhou. Looking at the traces of war left behind everywhere, Su Chen realized just how tragic that war a dozen years ago had been. Lizhou is bordered by Dian and has been the first place of battle since ancient times. Here, I don't know how many loyal bones have been buried, and I don't know how many innocent people have been buried in this land. Soon, they arrived at Lizhou's main city, Liang City. Although there are still traces of the battle, but after more than 10 years of recuperation and post-war reconstruction, the environment in Liang City is not bad. There were many figures in the city, and the people were talking and laughing, and the people were shouting all around, soliciting, selling, and spending their mouths. It was as if he had long since stepped out of the shadow cast by that battle. Entering the city, Su Chen's gaze was instantly attracted to a huge stone monument standing within the city. Curious? Shang Guanhong saw his gaze and asked with a smile. A little. Su Chen nodded. Follow me, Shang Guanhong said, signaling the two to follow. A few moments later, the three of them arrived under the stone monument. Is this a stone monument honoring the heroes who died in that battle? Xianing Shui saw it at a glance. When Su Chen looked upwards, he saw a line of words written on it. In the 304th year of the Great Xian calendar, Dian suddenly invaded the country, sending 100,000 troops to press the border and enter Lizhou. The army was brutal and massacred the people of Lizhou. The 10 great families of Lizhou were all out to defend against them, and they fought with blood, and there were many heroes, but all of them fell in the river of blood. By the time reinforcements arrived, the 10 families had suffered heavy losses. 5 died protecting the people of Lizhou, 3 were in decline, and 2 had lost their populations. They paid a great price to protect the land of Lizhou and countless people. They are the heroes of Lizhou, and also the martyrs of Dashuan. In order to memorialize their heroic deeds, so that future generations will remember their names, this monument was erected as a warning to remember the historical events and honor the martyrs. After reading it, Su Chen could not return to his senses for a long time, and his heart was shaken. If his previous impression of the great families of the world was one of arrogance, selfishness, and bullying, now, then, his impression of the world's great families was completely changed. What's a big family? That's what I call a big family. It's not for nothing that they've become a family of the world. Of course, this also has a great deal to do with the imperial master's policy of governance, which, to a certain extent, represents the attitude of the country. Protect the people and save the world. After taking a deep breath, Su Chen looked down again, and the name at the head of the stone tablet was Shang Guanhai. That's your second uncle, Shang Guanhong explained. Su Chen could hear the sadness in his tone. This old man, just standing there quietly, his figure erect, just looking at the first name on the stone tablet, as if he was looking at his own son. Although Xianing Shui was a princess, it was the first time she had seen a stone tablet inscribed with a hero's name so closely. Her feelings at the moment were just as solemn as Su Chen's. What do you think after reading it? Shang Guanhong's gaze finally left the stone tablet and looked towards Su Chen. Very shocking. Su Chuan said seriously. It has overturned my previous impression of the great families of the world, and their heroic deeds deserve to be remembered by all. Ha ha, since it would subvert your impression, does this mean that the Great Yan's great families and clans are different from the Xian's? Not the same, rather, too much difference. Su Chuan thought back to the great families that he had seen when he was in Dian. All of them were high and mighty, not to mention guarding the people, only that they were the first to run away when a crisis occurred. Such a great lineage was incomparable to the Xian's. Great Yan might have such great families as Great Xian, but they were very few. Great Xian might also have a great clan such as the Great Yin family Great Clan, which was likewise a very small number. There was a reason why De Yan had never been a match for De Xian. The hearts of the people, the hearts of the army, everything is inferior. This is something he actually experienced. What do you think? Is Great Yan or Great Xian better? Shang Guanhong suddenly asked this question. Xianing Shui's pair of eyes also looked towards Su Chen, wanting to hear his answer. Su Chen pondered for a while before saying, naturally, it's De Xian. Great Yan is a far cry from Great Xian, and there is no comparison. Ha ha ha, well said. Shang Guanhong laughed out loud, then said, let's go home. The people of Lizhou might not recognize Su Chen and Xianing Shui, but they all knew Shang Guanhong. As such, there were quite a few people who recognized Shang Guanhong's figure as the three of them rushed alone. Isn't that Lord Shang Guanhong? It's true. Lord Hong seems to have rarely left the mansion lately. I didn't expect to see him on the street today. Look guys, it looks like Lord Shangwan Hong is followed by two young men. It's still true. What are their identities? How could they make Lord Shangwan Hong personally lead them? Never seen these two before. Did they not come from the palace? The people were talking and were curious. Many people had even followed him, wanting to find out what the young man behind him actually was. By the time Su Chen's trio arrived outside the gates of the Shangwan family, there were already no less than hundreds of figures following behind them. How could Su Chen not expect that just a trip back home would attract so much curiosity? Don't worry about it. They don't have any malicious intent. They're just curious, Shangwan Hong explained to pacify Su Chen and the two of them. Peek, we're here, he shouted towards the mansion, his voice strong. Shangwan Feng, who was sitting in the courtyard, looked shocked and hurriedly stood up with his crutches. The two children who were still playing in the courtyard also stopped at the same time and looked towards the gate. Third uncle, grandfather has returned. So is our brother here as well? Shangwan Lin looked excited and bounced around. Hello, Yaoer is going to have a new brother. Shangwan Yao ran excitedly in the courtyard. Liner, Yaoer, quickly go open the door for your grandfather. Shangwan Feng looked excited and shouted in a hurry. Yeah, the two children immediately scurried toward the gate, one of them guarding one side of it, and slowly pulled it open. Liner, Yaoer, did you miss grandfather? Shangwan Hong's voice immediately came in. Two children hid behind the door, their large eyes looking out playfully with a hint of curiosity and nervousness. Their gazes, first fixed on Shangwan Hong's body, exclaimed, Wan Allah. After that, their gazes began to scan around the area, and in the end, they settled on the teenager behind Shangwan Hong. There was curiosity and delight. Both spoke at the same time. Are you our brother?